Dragon Ball World Earth. 800 li outside West City, a chain of bun-shaped mountains rises from the land, while all kinds of birds and beasts roam across the plains at their foot. This increase in battle power is far too slow. A tall, slender youth of about 15 or 16 years old muttered to himself, his handsome features tinged with frustration. The youth was named Ji-Yun, a transmigrator. 3 years ago, he had inexplicably crossed over into the Dragon Ball world, and like most who were thrust into an unfamiliar realm, he had been utterly bewildered at the beginning. He simply could not figure out how he had transmigrated, and even if he had to transmigrate, why it had to be into the Dragon Ball world. One had to know that in this world, powerhouses were as numerous as clouds. In the early stages might still be manageable, but in the later stages, shattering stars and obliterating suns became everyday occurrences, truly terrifying beyond measure. However, like many transmigrators, Ji-Yun had awakened his own golden cheat upon arrival, the God-tier choice system. With the system's assistance, he cultivated steadily on Earth. Each time the system would issue optional missions for him to complete, and precisely because of this his battle power had already reached a value of 10,000. At the same time, basic techniques, such as Bukujutsu ki blasts and the perception and control of ki, were mastered by him to the utmost. What am I going to do? My battle power is pathetically low. In the later stages, this will be a huge problem. Ji-Yun shook his head and sighed helplessly. If anyone else heard these words, they would probably spit out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. With his current strength, he could easily claim the title of Earth's #1 powerhouse. Yet as a transmigrator, he understood very well that this level of power would make him nothing more than cannon fodder in the later stages, not much better than an ordinary person. Suddenly, just as Ji-Yun was lamenting his life, 3 auras appeared not far from him. To him, these 3 key signatures were extremely weak, yet still far above those of ordinary humans on Earth. Could it be Raditz and Son Goku and the others? Ji-Yun narrowed his eyes, slightly feeling the key as it moved farther away. For earlier that very day, while cultivating here, he had sensed a powerful ki suddenly descend upon her. That ki was roughly 1/10 of his own, and it had lingered in place only briefly before flying off into. Judging by the Dragon Ball storyline, those 3 auras were very likely emitted by Raditz, Son Goku, and Piccolo during their battle. Ding, God-tier choice system activating. Detected Saiyan Raditz invading Earth. Host, please make a choice. Option 1, turn blind. None of my business. Reward, Namekian bloodline. Effect, ability to regenerate severed limbs. Option 2, confront Hedon and kill Raditz. Reward, legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Top-tier talent, absolutely broken. Just as Ji-Yun finished, sensing the surrounding ki, the long-awaited system prompt resounded in his mind. So it really is Raditz. Ji-Yun nodded slightly. It seemed his guess was correct. Those 3 auras indeed belonged to Raditz's son Goku and Piccolo as they fought. Ji-Yun had no desire to meddle in other people's business. After all, in the original plot, Raditz would be killed anyway, and there was no need for him to intervene. However, since the system had issued a mission, and the reward was exceptionally tempting, if he refused to accept it, he would be letting down his status as a transmigrator. I choose option 2, confront him, Hedon, and kill Raditz. Ji-Yun did not hesitate. He silently made his choice in his heart. There was no need to elaborate on how terrifying the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline was. In its base state, it could contend with an ordinary Super Saiyan, and after transformation it could face 2 at once, pummeling Son Goku and Vegeta in fury. It was practically a bug-like bloodline. By comparison, the Namekian bloodline was also quite good with limb regeneration. One could like cell back, then recover completely even after being blasted to pieces. But set against the bug-level Super Saiyan bloodline, it was still vastly inferior. Host choice confirmed, confront Raditz, Hedon, and kill him. Upon mission completion, the system will automatically issue the reward. Please pay attention to receive it. After Ji-Yun made his choice, the system's voice sounded once more. Little Raditz, come and taste despair. Ji-Yun lightly tapped his feet against the ground, and a streak of white light shot into the sky. His body was wrapped in a powerful aura as he flew at high speed toward the direction of the 3-man battle. In an instant, he became a single point of light and vanished at the edge of the sky. Battlefield. Special beam cannon. A green-skinned figure with 2 antennae on his head, missing 1 arm, and clad in tattered clothes, opened his mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth and shouted at the top of his lungs. At the same time, a spiraling golden beam of light condensed on the fingers of his right hand and shot toward a long-haired man in front of him. Seeing the immensely powerful beam hurtling toward him, the long-haired man's attacking motion froze in midair. His heart lurched in shock. If that blow struck him, he would certainly die. With a sudden sidestep, the golden beam scraped past his body as he narrowly dodged it. Boom! The beam slammed into a nearby mountain. A deafening explosion split the skies as the towering peak was blown apart in an instant. The mountain vanished, the entire area leveled into a flat wasteland. Dust-laden air roiled as thick smoke billowed in all directions. Piccolo, Raditz, and Son Goku lying on the ground. They're really going at it. Ji-Yun silently commented to himself as he took in the chaotic scene. He had reached at top speed. He had arrived in the very first instant, and as he gazed at the scene of wreckage, he could not help silently voicing his... With a single glance, he recognized the identities of everyone below. They were identical to the characters from the anime of his previous life, their appearances hardly differing at all. Ji Yun had suppressed his ki to the absolute minimum, and everyone's attention was fixed on the battlefield. Thus, none of them noticed that a person had already appeared overhead, quietly observing them. The battle continued. That was close. Raditz glanced at the shattered peak in the distance, and secretly let out a breath of relief. He had not expected his opponents to erupt with such powerful battle power. Had he failed to dodge that attack, his life would most certainly have ended there. Damn it! Piccolo ground his teeth as he saw his strongest move evaded. That technique required an extremely long time to charge before it could be unleashed. Now that the opponent knew the power of the special beam cannon, he would certainly never give him another chance to use it. That last strike was very likely his final opportunity. Thinking of this, Piccolo felt deeply unwilling. Was he, the illustrious great Demon King, really going to fall here? Raditz, too, grew steadily more wary. He knew he had to be on full alert, or he truly might die. This time he intended to end the fight quickly and would not give them any chance at all. Suddenly, just as Raditz was about to strike and finish Piccolo's son, Goku's body flickered from the ground, and he unexpectedly appeared behind Raditz. With unwavering eyes, son, Goku reached out and grabbed the lifeline growing from Raditz's back with both hands. Raditz was caught off guard by Goku's sudden strike. He turned his head toward Goku, panic flickering in his eyes. Haha, you were careless. I've got hold of your tail. Goku's eyelids were slightly swollen, yet the corner of his mouth curved up as he spoke with smug delight. At the same time, his hands clamped even more tightly around the tail, unconsciously exerting greater force. When did you? Raditz collapsed to the ground with a thud, cold sweat streaming down his forehead as he spoke in a frail voice. Goku didn't waste words on him. Instead, he shouted toward Piccolo in front of him, Piccolo now. Use that technique from before again. Seeing Raditz sprawled on the ground, Piccolo's heart leapt with wild joy, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Well done, Goku. Hold on to his tail. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead as the veins on his brow bulged. This time he was determined to finish off this hateful foe. The chi within his body was already nearly exhausted. Unleashing the technique once more would be his absolute limit. Raditz was now completely unnerved. He was firmly restrained, and if he were struck by that same technique again, he would undoubtedly die here. Kakarot, you fool. Do you truly intend to kill your only brother? Raditz said with difficulty. Helpless now, he could only resort to emotional pleas, hoping to claw out a sliver of life. Enough. Scum like you is no brother of mine. Goku's eyes were wide, his teeth clenched as he spoke. Simple-minded he might be, but he was by no means stupid. Raditz had just sworn that he would kill Goku's child, and earlier he had ordered him to slaughter 100 people, and later. Now he spewed empty promises again, but Goku would not be fooled. Please let me go. I'll leave at once. Trust me, little brother. Raditz, desperate beyond care, piled on the emotional appeal and continued, I know what I did before was excessive, even toward you. But I will honor my word. If you spare me, just this once, I swear I will never set foot on Earth again. Goku's resolve wavered under his words. By nature he was kind-hearted. Hearing Raditz plead the strength in Goku's hands, unconsciously slackened. Really? He asked his heart. Raditz, sensing his scheme about to succeed, immediately affirmed, really. As Goku heard his answer, his grip fully loosened and Raditz's tail slowly slipped free from his hands. Idiot, don't let go of his tail. Seeing that Goku was releasing it, Piccolo shouted angrily from not far away. Raditz's ruse had worked. A cruel smile curled at his lips. He drove his elbow into Goku at his side, and the unexpected attack sent Goku flying in an instant.
Tarais, who was watching Vegeta leave, felt a bit uneasy while Bulma comforted her beside her. In Bulma's heart, Ryukan was always the most reliable person.
Ji Yun observed everything from high above, shaking his head helplessly as Goku was swayed by a few simple words. Now, Goku lay beaten on the ground, consumed by regret. But it was already too late. Raditz wrapped his tail around his waist and began stomping mercilessly on Goku. Unforgivable. I'll send you all to hell. Raditz's killing intent surged as he spoke viciously. From nearby, Piccolo watched, feeling the overwhelming force of his chi. His entire body had begun to tremble. He knew it was truly over this time. The enemy would not grant them another chance. Just then, Ji Yun's figure descended from the sky, slowly walking up to stand before Raditz. Ji Yun's appearance made the enraged Raditz pause his assault. On the ground, Goku forced his eyes open with difficulty and looked up at Ji Yun.
Ha! With a furious roar, Frieza's massive body was enveloped in a sphere of purple energy. An astonishing aura emanated.
Who are you? Raditz asked in puzzlement as he saw the sudden figure. At the same time, the scouter over his eye flicked on, scanning Ji Yun's battle power. Another piece of trash with a battle power of only 5. Raditz sneered as he read the value before him. He no longer bothered to take Ji Yun seriously. With a formidable enemy still unresolved, a man with a battle power of merely 5 could never stir up any significant waves. Ji, get out of here. It's too dangerous. Goku stammered from where he lay. He could sense that Ji Yun's chi was weak, utterly no match for Raditz. Better to flee than die in vain. Piccolo's heart was in turmoil as well. He had thought a powerful figure had appeared, only to realize it was someone rushing toward his own death. Inwardly, he cursed Goku again for his stupidity, for wasting such a perfect chance. Trash. Then let this piece of trash send you to your grave. Ji Yun ignored Goku's attempt to dissuade him, and spoke to Raditz in an airy, unruffled tone. If he delayed, any longer lives would be lost. He had been paying close attention to the chi emanating from the spherical pod-like spaceship. Locked inside was Goku's son Gohan. Within that ship, Gohan's aura was faintly surpassing that of everyone present. Everyone except Ji Yun himself. The others were fully engrossed in battle and had not noticed what was happening there, but Ji Yun had observed it all with perfect clarity. Overestimating yourself. You could die first. Raditz let out a cold laugh. He truly could not fathom where Ji Yun found the courage to challenge him. Raditz thrust out his palm, unleashing a golden ki blast that roared toward Ji Yun. Ji Yun gazed at the surging beam, his calm eyes utterly unperturbed. In the next instant, the ki blast struck him squarely. A deafening explosion erupted, and thick smoke billowed out in all directions, completely engulfing Ji Yun's body. Damn it! Seeing Raditz attack, Goku growled in anger under his breath. As a Saiyan born and raised on Earth, watching a fellow Saiyan being slaughtered filled him with deep indignation. Regret churned in Goku's heart. He cursed his own earlier decision, convinced he had been foolish to believe Raditz's lies. Piccolo, standing not far away, looked on with cold detachment. He had no time to worry about anyone else's safety. His mind raced, searching for a way to repel the enemy. Could his lifetime of hard-earned renown really end here today? Trash is trash, Raditz scoffed as he watched his attack hit home. Now it's time. Impossible. Raditz's eyes bulged wide as he cried out in disbelief. The smoke slowly dispersed. He had been about to turn and deal with Goku and the others. But then he saw within the fading haze a faint, indistinct silhouette slowly walking out from the smoke. How utterly impolite, attacking without so much as a word. Ji Yun emerged calmly from the thick smoke, speaking with quiet disdain. Not a single trace of injury marked his body, not even a speck of dust clung to his robes. Raditz recoiled several frantic steps backward, as if he had just glimpsed a specter. This can't be real. He swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. His shock did not stem merely from Ji Yun's enscathed state. He knew his prior strike had been no trifling blow, yet it was certainly beyond the capacity of anyone with a mere combat power of 5 to withstand. Yet Ji Yun had not only endured the full force of that assault, he hadn't even suffered a single tear in his clothing. Was such a feat truly possible for someone rated at only 5? Raditz was not alone in his astonishment. Even son Goku stood bewildered, while Piccolo, watching from afar, studied the sudden appearance of this youth with sharp-guarded curiosity. Panicked Raditz staggered backward as Ji Yun advanced, step after deliberate step, until over a dozen paces separated them. Thud, thud, thud. Raditz frantically gathered ki into his palms, unleashing wave after wave of energy blasts toward Ji Yun. Yet this relentless barrage failed entirely to halt his steady approach. Though each blast struck Ji Yun squarely, none left the faintest mark. No wound, no scorch, no... Piccolo, now fully immersed in observation, involuntarily swallowed. Who is this man? I've never laid eyes. Son Goku slowly rose to his feet, listening to the ceaseless detonations around him. Curiosity flaring within his heart, yet inexplicably mingled with rising exhilaration. Incredible, truly magnificent. Forgetting his wounds entirely, Goku felt his blood surge, his pulse quicken, his very being thrumming with eager anticipation. The battlefield roared with explosive fury. Raditz attacked relentlessly for a full minute. By then his limbs trembled with exhaustion, his breath ragged and spent. He stood rooted in place, gasping heavily. No, impossible. Is the scanner malfunctioning? He wheezed, voice raw with disbelief. His gaze remained locked on the scanner's display. The reading stubbornly held at 5, unchanged. You've had your turn. Now mine begins. Ji Yun brushed idly at the dust settling on his sleeves. Though Raditz's barrage had failed to harm him, the swirling ash had drifted down from above, finally smudging his robes with faint traces of soot. At Ji Yun's words, Raditz paled, cold sweat streaming down his temples. Whoosh! Realizing instantly he stood no chance, Raditz shot skyward, his body erupting with explosive ki as he fled with desperate haste. Oomph! Ji Yun let out a low, icy scoff. He would not let his quarry slip away. Ordinarily, he might have ignored such a foe, but now, duty-bound by a mission whose success would shape his cultivation destiny, escape was unthinkable. Ji Yun pointed one finger toward Raditz, and in an instant a searing ki blast erupted forth. Though Raditz had already gained considerable distance, the projectile outstripped his flight speed by a wide margin. Hearing the shriek of displaced air behind him, Raditz whirled around in alarm, only to meet the blast hidden in that very instant. Aft! With a final cry of defiance and fury, Raditz was struck, his body obliterated midair in a blinding flash of light. Not a trace of his presence lingered in the air. Piccolo stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens, where did this come from? He's astonishing. With a single move he had slain Raditz, a foe neither Piccolo nor Goku could subdue. Meanwhile, Goku's face lit up with unrestrained excitement, his eyes gleaming as though he'd just discovered a new purpose. Such overwhelming strength. Here on Earth, I must train with him. Ji-Yun paid no mind to their stares. At that moment, a system chime echoed clearly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission and earned your reward, the Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. The notification had barely faded when a terrifying surge of power erupted within Ji-Yun, flooding his meridians. His aura swelled violently, spiraling upward without restraint. Even the surrounding flora and fauna trembled in resonance. This immense aura, it's utterly terrifying. Piccolo rushed to Goku's side, voice trembling with awe. Though Goku had known Ji-Yun possessed extraordinary strength, having just annihilated Raditz in one strike, nothing had prepared him for this. The sheer magnitude of the pressure in the air dwarfed anything he'd ever encountered. Even his legendary fearlessness faltered, his limbs quivering instinctively. Nor were they alone in their astonishment. Ji-Yun himself felt a fierce thrill as he sensed the torrential power surging through his veins, his face alight with unrestrained elation. He could distinctly feel his ki had surged far beyond its former peak. Translating it into combat power, where he once stood at 5,000, he now soared to 25,000, a five-fold leap in an instant. Daddy, Daddy, a soft childish voice pierced through Ji-Yun's euphoria. There emerging from the downed spacecraft was Gohan, somehow freed and stumbling forward. Seeing his father unharmed, and overwhelmed by the earlier chaos, he flung himself into Goku's arms, bursting into tearful sobs. Goku, overjoyed at his son's safety, gently cradled and comforted him. The sound drew Ji-Yun's attention, and the moment his gaze fell upon Gohan, Piccolo tensed instantly. Their intentions remained unknown. With such staggering power suddenly unleashed, was this presence friend or threat? Hey, who are you? I've never seen you before, but while you're incredibly strong, unburdened by caution, Goku strode forward, still holding Gohan, and stopped directly before Ji-Yun. His eyes shone with unguarded excitement and a quiet, hopeful yearning. Ji-Yun, I sensed the commotion during my cultivation and came to investigate. Intervening was simply incidental. Ji-Yun smiled, faintly waving a dismissive hand. It wasn't modesty. He acted only because the system's reward promised extraordinary gains. Otherwise, he'd never risk unsolicited intervention. To draw the ire of some unfathomable entity would mean certain death. Unlike Goku, he bore no protagonist's invincibility. Then, can I train with you? Or better yet, spar? Goku asked boldly without hesitation, laying bare his earnest desire. Ji-Yun gazed upon Goku's hopeful open face and gently shook his head. Ryukong looked at Ji-Yun's actions, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had his heart set on the battle, and for someone as powerful as Ji-Yun, not being able to spar with him would be an affront to his title as a martial fanatic. My name is Ji-Yun. If it were about cultivation, I wouldn't be able to bring you along, but if it's just a spar, I can practice a few moves with you. Ji-Yun smiled confidently. He himself was quite fond of the character Ryukong. By nature, kind-hearted, though somewhat neglectful of family, he was very clear about righteousness. Even if they were once enemies, as long as one could turn over a new leaf and possessed enough strength, he would be infinitely forgiving. Really? Ryukong was somewhat surprised, incredulously asking. Although he was already married, his desire to grow stronger had not diminished one bit. Ji-Yun nodded affirmatively. Smiling at Ryukong, he said, "All right then." His son Ryukong appeared somewhat excited. After putting down Sun Wufan, he wanted to learn a few moves, but the pain in his body simply wouldn't permit him to make too many movements. Let's wait until your injuries have healed before we talk. Ji-Yun shook his head and said with a calm smile. He understood Ryukong, who, as long as he could spar with a master, he would be willing to pay any price. However, he currently had injuries, and one fight would likely take some time. Ryukong scratched the back of his head awkwardly and laughed, then turned to Piccolo beside him and asked Piccolo, "Do you want to join? I know you must be unwilling too." Piccolo let out a proud snort. He was still somewhat arrogant. The mighty demon king Piccolo, who could not even defeat Raditz alongside son Ryukong, felt his pride wounded. This hurt his self-esteem significantly, and now, with someone even stronger appearing, it was even harder for him to accept. Ji-Yun, fine, I'll remember you. Even though you are strong one day, I will defeat you myself. Goodbye. Without further ado, Piccolo, whose pride had already been severely struck today, left with a harsh parting remark. He left with a faint white aura surrounding him, flying towards the horizon. Ji-Yun could only shake his head. Having already inherited the bloodline of a transcendent, let alone dealing with Piccolo, even the protagonist of this world, Ryukong, would find it very difficult to catch up to him. Haji, don't mind Piccolo, he's just that kind of person, but he's not inherently bad. Wukong explained with a silly smile, while looking at the already departed Piccolo. Previously, the two of them could be said to be sworn enemies. However, after this battle, their relationship had evidently grown much closer. Surprisingly, they were even joking about Piccolo. In the depths of the distant universe, on an unknown planet, Vegeta and Nappa sat around a campfire chewing on the chunks of meat in their hands. Raditz is dead killed in a single blow, Nappa said to Vegeta beside him. His face showed no change due to the death of his comrade, as if he were merely stating a mundane fact. Trash is just trash. I never expected there would be someone on that trash planet capable of killing Raditz. Vegeta said coldly. He did not care about Raditz's life or death. If one was inferior, then death was just death. Not to mention him, even the nearby Nappa could casually kill Raditz. Indeed, Raditz was just a low-level warrior. His life or death is none of our concern. Nappa said, biting into his meat, his expression indifferent. He that said, based on the information from Raditz, that planet called Earth seems quite suitable for habitation. If we could take it down, it might fetch a good price. Vegeta tossed away the bone in his hand, smirking slightly as he spoke. Since we have nothing else to do, let's go take a look and have some fun with this Ji-Yun character. Nappa finished the meat in his hand, grinning maliciously at Vegeta. Vegeta nodded, slightly narrowing his eyes as he gazed towards Earth in the universe. He was the proud prince of the Saiyans, a genius among geniuses. Even the cosmic emperor Frieza didn't. However, on a low-level planet, the fact that someone could kill Raditz, who was also a Saiyan, piqued his curiosity to get to know who this individual was. Due to Ji-Yun's intervention, the two were unaware of the Dragon Ball news, yet the plot continued to develop as per the original timeline. Thus, the two did not linger on this planet. They directly boarded the small spaceship, set the coordinates, and flew towards Earth. On Earth, after resolving Raditz, Ji-Yun and Wukong chatted cheerfully. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Ji-Yun's mind once again. Ding Science, Vegeta, and Nappa are set to invade Earth in a year. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, retreat, and stay uninvolved, reward Spirit Bomb skill. Choice 2, kill Nappa and Vegeta, become the Guardian of Earth. Reward, controllable Great Ape. Choice 3, defeat Vegeta, and let him go respecting the plot. Reward, tenfold Kaioken, no side effect. Ji-Yun was slightly taken aback. His presence had already affected the plot, and he didn't expect Vegeta and Nappa would still come to Earth in a year. After thinking for a moment, he silently murmured in his heart, I choose 3. Host choice, successful, defeat Vegeta, and let him go. After completing the task, the system will automatically distribute the task rewards. Please pay attention to check. After he confirmed his choice, the system's prompt tone sounded again. His consideration was quite simple. Spirit Bomb. Can this thing kill? The charging time is too long and requires others' assistance, not practical at all. As for the controllable Great Ape transformation, that was indeed useful, but it looked somewhat ugly. He was someone who paid much attention to external beauty, so he directly passed on that. The last option, the tenfold Kaioken, especially the no side effects version, was practically tailor-made for him, and he decisively chose 3. The only downside was that the task was rather challenging. Not only did he need to defeat Vegeta, but he also had to let him go. That was a technical job. If he misjudged the strength, then it would be. Thinking of this, Ji-Yun could only smile wryly. Yi-Yun. Wukong looked at Ji-Yun, who was lost in thought, and kept shaking his shoulder. Ji-Yun finally came to his senses. He had been so immersed in his own world that he forgot there was still someone beside him. My companion has arrived. Wukong pointed to a huge flying vehicle in the sky. Ji-Yun looked in the direction he was pointing. Hearing Wukong's voice, Krillin hurried over panting and said, It's great that you're all right. What about Piccolo? Isn't he here too, along with that detestable guy? Krillin asked, curiously, pointing at Ji-Yun beside Wukong before he could respond. He'll explain everything when everyone arrives. Wukong replied with a grin. Ji-Yun also kindly observed Krillin while feeling a strong urge to say, I'm sorry. He'll take care of your wife. This refers to no one else but the android 18, who would appear years later. He could disregard others, but 18 was the goddess of his dreams. Since she was here, he couldn't let anyone else have her. As Ji-Yun pondered deeply, Master Roshi and Bulma arrived. Seeing Wukong unscathed, they both let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, their curious gazes fell on Ji-Yun. Upon seeing them, Ji-Yun smiled slightly. Wow, so handsome! Bulma exclaimed when she saw Ji-Yun's handsome face, paired with that sun-like smile, her heart blooming with affection. Wukong, can we talk now? Krillin poked Wukong. After all, they had already experienced the horror. If they weren't eliminated, it would always be a hidden danger, causing them to live in constant fear. Raditz is dead, defeated by this mister. Ji-Yun beside me, and it was a one-hit kill. Wukong pointed to Ji-Yun, standing next to him, his expression excited. This. Upon hearing Wukong's words, everyone present was shocked, all gasping in astonishment. Master Roshi swallowed hard, staring at Ji-Yun in disbelief. He never expected this seemingly harmless youth to possess such powerful strength. Then Wukong recounted the events of their joint battle with Piccolo and how Ji Yun had easily defeated Raditz. After everyone finished listening to Wukong describe the battle, they turned their eyes back to Ji Yun, regarding him as if he were a monster. Mr. Ji Yun, you're too strong. A Saiyan that Wukong and Piccolo couldn't defeat was killed by you in one hit. How did you train? Krillin's expression was very excited, and he spoke with great respect. Do I still need to train? Isn't strength something that automatically increases? Ji Yun scratched his chin, looking at them with confusion. Every word he said was true. He had never trained deliberately, only awaiting system tasks to gain rewards and increase his strength. When he first arrived on Earth, the system would issue small tasks like catching a bad guy or fighting a dinosaur. But as his strength gradually increased, the system's tasks became fewer. This. Krillin appeared a bit awkward, wanting to say something, but finding himself at a loss for words. Wukong also scratched his head, expressing his confusion. Is it really like that? No way. I've lived for so many years and never seen anyone's strength increase automatically. He then looked at Master Roshi. Although his strength was no longer formidable, he was still his teacher and undoubtedly had a deeper understanding. Master Roshi, what does Ji Yun mean by that? I don't understand. Cough cough, this might just be an issue of perspective. Those who understand will understand. Krillin, Wukong, you still need— Master Roshi was taken aback at first, then pretended to be calm as he slowly explained. Hearing Master Rose's words, Ji Yun was slightly taken aback, then gave him a thumbs up, suppressing a smile as he said, You really understand, old man. Master Roshi, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his beard, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his bald head. He understood Ji Yun's words clearly. He was clearly just pretending, yet he had to force himself to explain. How come young people nowadays don't adhere to martial ethics? It almost embarrassed this old comrade. Mr. Ji Yun, where do you live? We can take you home. Bulma finally couldn't hold back and spoke. She simply couldn't find a topic to engage him in facing such an outstanding and powerful man. Most importantly, he was so incredibly handsome. Her heart raced. I don't have a home. I don't have a place to stay for now. Ji Yun scratched his nose and chuckled helplessly. That's great. No, that's not. Bulma's heart leaped with joy, then she blurted out her thoughts only to realize she had misspoken. Seeing Ji Yun's astonished expression, she quickly explained, What I meant was if you don't have a place to stay, you can stay at my place. It's very spacious. All right, then I'll trouble you. Ji Yun smiled gently at her, thanking her. He was currently troubled by not having a place to stay and had suffered quite a bit over the years. Seeing Bulma looking like a little fangirl, he didn't want to refuse, so he agreed directly. Not a bother, not a bother. Bulma quickly waved her hands, excitedly responding. She hadn't expected Ji Yun to agree so easily, which left her a little flustered. She had thought such a powerful person would have a very aloof personality, but unexpectedly, he was quite approachable. Most importantly, she would be able to see this handsome guy every day, and perhaps she could take the chance to win him over. As everyone chatted for a while longer, they didn't linger too much. They boarded Bulma's flying vehicle and headed toward the Universal Capsule Company. In the flying vehicle, Wukong began to ask Ji Yun about the Saiyans. Ji Yun, I heard from Raditz that I'm not an Earthling, but a Saiyan, and besides the eliminated Raditz, there are 2 other companions. Is that true? Wukong asked Ji Yun about what Raditz had told him earlier. He believed that with Ji Yun's strength, he must know things they were unaware of. The others present were also very curious about this matter and looked toward Ji Yun. Ji Yun looked at the eager gazes and slowly began to explain. That's right, Wukong, you are indeed a Saiyan. What Raditz told you is true. Your original name is Kakarot. Ji Yun did not hide anything. This was not a secret. He explained everything he knew to Wukong and everyone present. Wukong felt a heavy weight in his heart as he lowered his head. Looking at Gohan, who had fallen asleep in his arms, he felt a sense of loss. He had already confirmed he was not an Earthling upon seeing Raditz's tail. He was indeed the so-called Saiyan. However, he didn't want it to be true. Just as Wukong felt disheartened, Ji Yun dropped a bombshell. Additionally, I need to inform you that those 2 Saiyans will land on Earth in a year, and their power will be over 10 times that of Raditz. Ji Yun's words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly exploding among the crowd. Almost everyone was gripped by fear. The news was simply too shocking. No, it can't be. Krillin was left in a daze upon hearing this. Goku and Piccolo had been unable to defeat Raditz, and now there were 2 more, each exponentially stronger. Is this not a joke? Really? Goku asked excitedly. He displayed a demeanor unlike anyone else's, seemingly eager to engage with the 2 Saiyans right away. At the same time, the gloom in his heart was dispelled, and his mind was already envisioning the confrontation. Yiyung nodded affirmatively. Seeing Goku's expression, he couldn't help but smile wryly. After all, he was renowned as a martial arts fanatic in the Dragon Ball world. Hey Goku, this isn't the time to be happy. 1 Saiyan is already a tough challenge, and in a year 2 more will descend upon Earth. What are we going to do? Krillin covered his face, speaking despairingly. Master Roshi wore a grave expression. If what Ji Yun said was true, Earth was indeed in danger. After finishing his words, he glanced at Ji Yun without leaving a trace. Master Roshi looked at Ji Yun's relaxed expression, secretly astonished. It seems this person is not worried about the other two Saiyans at all. His smile shows no hint of fear. If he can take action. Master Roshi began to calculate in his heart. He could sense the profound chi within Ji Yun. If he could act, their chances of victory might greatly increase. Meanwhile, Bulma, who was piloting the aircraft, was unfazed by it all. Her mind was filled with Ji Yun's face, and she occasionally stole glances at him through the rearview mirror. Regarding the crisis facing Earth, it was less about indifference and more about powerlessness. Moreover, she didn't know why, but looking at Ji Yun's calm demeanor filled her with an inexplicable sense of security. Ji Yun observed the varied expressions among the crowd and recalled the mission assigned to him by the system, feeling quite helpless in his heart. Why must I, who is not the protagonist, have to do the protagonist's work? Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at the sky outside, noticing a gaze watching him from above. Perhaps it was the god of Earth. On Earth in the divine temple, the god, leaning on his staff, had indeed been observing the movements of the crowd. The appearance of the Saiyans and Ji Yun compelled him to pay attention to what was happening on Earth. Fortunately, with Ji Yun's timely arrival, the evil Saiyan was eliminated, which gave him a sigh of relief. As the god of Earth, protecting Earth was his responsibility and obligation. However, his strength was too weak. The enemies he was now facing were beyond his handling capabilities. When he heard Ji Yun mention the arrival of two powerful Saiyans in a year, his heart tightened and his face turned ashen. At this moment, the crowd had already arrived at Bulma's home. Ji Yun was not polite. He found a sofa and lazily lay down, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, being rich is truly wonderful. The house of the world's richest is remarkably large. Everyone must be hungry. I'll go prepare something to eat, Bulma said with a smile. After stealing another glance at the leisurely Ji Yun, she left the hall and headed to the kitchen to prepare food. Great! I was starving, Goku shouted happily. Krillin looked at Ji Yun lying on the sofa, then at the carefree Goku, and a shadow of despair crept back into his heart. We're doomed. If what Ji Yun said is true, in a year, we're all finished. Krillin clutched his bald head. Master Roshi looked at Ji Yun with a face full of hope, wishing Ji Yun would say, I was just joking. Earth is perfectly safe. Ji Yun directly ignored the gazes of the two. He understood that it was he who mentioned that Vegeta and Nappa would come to Earth, not Raditz, according to the original plot. So in their despair, everyone hoped that all of this was just his fabrication. Things aren't that bad, we still have besides, I will fight alongside you, Ji Yun replied nonchalantly. Nappa's strength was not a concern, and Vegeta was currently a mere trash. What was there to worry about? He had already accepted the system's task. If these two weren't coming, he wouldn't mind either. That's right. Ji Yun is right, we still have time. I believe that with your potential under the pressure of this year's crisis, you will definitely achieve substantial breakthroughs. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. His tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a bit. He didn't believe that in just 1 year everyone would make significant progress, but Ji Yun's last words relieved him. Similarly, in the distant temple, a sigh of relief echoed. Goku, come to the temple when you have time. I will take you to a place to train. Suddenly, Goku heard the voice of the god in his mind. Okay, I'll be there right away. Goku responded excitedly, displaying a sense of urgency. After saying goodbye to everyone, he flew towards the horizon. He even left his son with Krillin, asking him to help take him to Shishi. Krillin watched as Goku flew away. His heart was also inspired, and he decided to immerse himself in training to prepare for the challenges a year later. Master, please take Gohan back. I need to start training too. Krillin's eyes were now determined, completely free of the previous despair. Master Roshi took Gohan, who was still sound asleep, and looked at his disciple with satisfaction. Without saying much, Krillin gently leaped into the sky, heading towards the horizon. Mr. Ji and I will take my leave now, Master Roshi said as he bid farewell to Ji Yun. At the same time, Master Roshi cautiously stated that he hoped to be present in a year to jointly resist the invasion of the Saiyans. Rest assured, I will take action. Take care. Ji Yun casually responded while glancing at Master Roshi. He did not dislike Master Roshi. Although the man was somewhat lecherous, he was still principled and often willing to sacrifice himself to protect his companions. Thank you very much. Master Roshi did not linger. He activated his portable aircraft and headed towards the direction of the Kame house. In an instant, the once lively hall became empty. In the vast hall, only Ji Yun remained, and he drifted into slumber in the quiet environment. Where is everyone? Bulma looked at the empty hall, puzzled. When she saw Ji Yun still lying on the sofa, her heart finally settled. Slowly, she quietly approached Ji Yun, gazing at him as he slept, and an unusual feeling arose in her heart. Then she gently lowered her head. A year quickly passed. The plot continued to develop at its original pace, unaffected by the arrival of Ji Yun. Although Wukong did not die, he still went to train with the North King. After Krillin left that day, he also took Tianjin Fan and Yamcha with him to the Divine Temple for training. Even more unbelievable was that Gohan actually ran away from home actively seeking out Piccolo to become his disciple. When Jian learned of this, he couldn't help but sigh. This is destiny, and no matter how the wheels of fate turn, one cannot escape the chariot of fate. The only thing that changed was Bulma. According to the plot, she was supposed to be the object of the god of T's affection, but later she happily became a family with Vegeta. With Ji Yun's involvement, this segment of the plot completely changed. Ever since he moved into her home, he had hardly ever left, and Bulma had developed a strong affection for him. In his past life, he was a single man for 20 years. In this timeline, although he had been restraining himself, regrettably, he could not hold back. A lonely man and a woman together, sparks flying as feelings developed over time. Even a small spark ignited a fervent blaze. Bulma, it's time, those two Saiyans have arrived. Ji Yun said in a calm tone. He could clearly sense two powerful auras suddenly appearing on Earth, far surpassing Raditz. From this, it could be inferred that it was Vegeta and Nappa. Be careful, Bulma said worriedly as she watched Ji Yun get ready to leave. Ji Yun smiled, lightly patted her head, and softly said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. During this time, Ji Yun did not engage in any training. He discovered that even without training or fighting, his energy continued to grow steadily. After a year, his combat power had increased by about 10,000, which was the benefit of the Super Bloodline. Even without training, the growth rate of his energy was extremely fast. Otherwise, in the original storyline, Wukong and Vegeta went through great trials, yet when Broly was born, they still couldn't handle him. At this moment, two circular spaceships flew out of the sky. It was Vegeta and Nappa who had just landed on Earth. Upon seeing two aliens emerge from the spaceship, the people on Earth were filled with curiosity and flocked to, this is ridiculously weak. Nappa scoffed disdainfully as he looked at the numbers on the battle power detector. He raised his finger, instantly releasing a massive amount of energy centered around him. This obliterated a large area, turning the bustling city into a wasteland. "We plan to sell this planet. If you destroy it, how will we sell it?" Vegeta said coldly. Sorry, I was too excited. I'll be more careful next time." Nappa nervously apologized, looking at Vegeta. "Forget it, let's find the one who killed Raditz." Vegeta glanced at him and said indifferently, "Yes, I'll find him right now." Nappa hurriedly replied, pressing his detector to start searching for Prince Vegeta, there's a fluctuation in battle power over there, and it's already surpassed 1,000. It should be them. Nappa pointed in a direction towards Vegeta. "Only 1,000. Vegeta frowned slightly, clearly not satisfied. "A battle power of 1,000. How could that possibly defeat Raditz? Are you kidding me? Forget it, regardless of whether it's them or not, let's go play with them." Vegeta looked dismissively. In a planet of such low power, achieving 1,000 battle power was already considered strong. Perhaps they could extract some information from them. Whoosh! Two figures swiftly vanished into the sky like shooting stars. The warriors on Earth also sensed the aura of these two. They all hurriedly made their way towards the source of the energy. In a plain surrounded by mountains, Piccolo and Gohan were training, and Krillin happened to be there too. The three sensed two enormous auras approaching at high speed, and their hearts raced, the tense atmosphere instantly enveloping the surroundings. Whoosh! Before they could collect themselves, Vegeta and Nappa appeared above them. It should be them. Nappa repeatedly pressed his detector to confirm. Upon seeing the attire of the two, Piccolo's pupils shrank suddenly. Saiyans. They were similarly clad in battle suits and equipped with battle power detectors. Most importantly, they had tails wrapped around their waists like Gohan. Such powerful energy. Just as Ji Yun said, these two are incredibly strong. Krillin's body trembled slightly, beads of sweat appearing on his bald head. Is this the opponent we are supposed to fight? Gohan felt a bit intimidated. The overwhelming aura even left him speechless. Vegeta and Nappa slowly landed, gradually approaching them. The three prepared themselves for battle, as if facing a formidable foe. Isn't that person a Namekian? Vegeta looked at Piccolo and murmured to himself. Yes, that's right, a Namekian. It's rumored they have some special abilities. Do I wonder if it's true? Nappa nodded. Piccolo, hearing their words, was left stunned in place, recalling various memories. He had always thought he was just an oddly looking earthling. He never expected that he was a Namekian. "Piccolo, so you're an alien too?" Krillin looked at him in surprise. Gohan was also curiously examining his uncle Piccolo. "Enough chit-chat. Where's the one who killed Raditz? Let him come out and die with you," Nappa said fiercely. He scanned the three, noting their battle power was only around 1,000, and it was impossible for them to defeat Raditz. Piccolo gradually calmed down from the immense shock. Thank you for helping me discover my identity. However, to deal with you two, I can manage on my own, so prepare to fight." Piccolo sneered, then assumed a combat stance. "Since we're going to kill everyone on this planet, let's just have some fun." Vegeta crossed his arms, looking disdainfully at Piccolo. Nappa, receiving orders, took out a bag from his pocket and scattered several seeds onto the ground. He also dripped a few drops of liquid onto the ground. Following that, the ground trembled as 6 green-skinned, fang-toothed monsters burst forth. "Let these vegetable people play with you for a bit," Nappa said harshly. As 6 monstrous figures burst forth from the earth, all 3 warriors instantly sharpened their focus. The vegetable man cracked his knuckles, casting a malevolent gaze upon his prey. "It seems we must deal with them first." Krillin's eyes suddenly hardened with resolve. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa watched with faint mocking amusement. The vegetable man's combat power hovered around 1200. Subduing these fighters would be effortless. Just as Krillin prepared to strike, 3 silhouettes descended from the sky. "Yamcha, Teen Shinhan, and Kaiatsu, you've all arrived." Krillin cried out, overjoyed. "Of course, we couldn't let you hog all the glory at a moment like this." Yamcha laughed heartily. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu nodded with quiet, warm smiles. Piccolo observed the newcomers coldly, regarding them with undisguised disdain. "Humph, more trash. Perfect, I'll dispose of them altogether." Vegeta spoke indifferently, his gaze fixed on the scouter's readout. No ripple of emotion stirred within him. None among them exceeded 1500 in combat power. Such weakness warranted only contempt. After brief pleasantries, the group braced themselves, staring resolutely across the field. "Kill them." Nappa sneered, his scornful laugh slicing through the air. Abandoning any pretense of unknown combat, the vegetable men surged forward en masse. "Humph. Do you truly believe, creatures like you, could kill me? Dream on." Piccolo's gaze remained haughty. He held no fear that mere monsters could end him. The battle had officially begun. With no preliminary duels, the battlefield erupted into chaotic melee. Dust billowed, explosions thundered without pause. A year of rigorous training had elevated each fighter to remarkable heights. To everyone's astonishment, the tide did not turn decisively against them. The exchange was fierce, balanced, unrelenting. Even Vegeta raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised by their tenacity. No rout occurred. Notably, these vegetable men possessed strength rivaling that of Raditz himself. Yet unexpectedly, the fighters held their ground firmly. The vegetable men, overwhelmed by relentless assaults, began faltering, dodging frantically, barely keeping pace. Boom! With a violent detonation, Piccolo swiftly eliminated his opponent. Then his gaze swept toward Gohan, who fought with visible strain. In an instant, Piccolo vanished and reappeared before the vegetable man engaged with Gohan, seizing the creature's slender arm and hurling it skyward with brutal force. A searing energy wave erupted from Piccolo's mouth, striking the airborne foe with pinpoint precision. The vegetable man disintegrated instantly into ash. "Your combat technique remains too crude. You'll get yourself killed this way," Piccolo remarked coolly. "Yes, Uncle Piccolo. I'll be more careful," Gohan replied, earnestly, deeply grateful for Piccolo's timely intervention. As the tides shifted, the others swiftly dispatched their own adversaries. "Didn't expect it to end so easily. Hardly impressive at all," Yamcha said, glancing down at the fallen vegetable man before calling out to Krillin nearby. "Watch out!" Krillin shouted, but it was already too late. The supposedly defeated vegetable man had been feigning. Now he sprang up and locked Yamcha in a crushing embrace. Boom! He detonated, embracing Yamcha in self-annihilation. By the time Krillin rushed over, a small crater scarred the ground. Yamcha lay slumped sideways within it, lifeless. "Damn it, you bastard!" Krillin dropped to one knee, voice low and trembling with fury. His fingers dug deep into the earth, clenching handfuls of soil as he stared unblinking at Yamcha's. Yamcha had been his senior martial brother. His sudden brutal death ignited a storm of rage, surging hot and uncontrollable through Krillin's veins. Tien Shinhan stood frozen, watching the horror unfold, then sighed heavy with sorrow. Though his time with Yamcha had been brief, he was still a comrade, and grief, quiet yet undeniable, stirred within him. "So, you're not entirely useless after all," Nappa muttered, stepping forward to take matters into his own hands. He'd assumed the vegetable men would eliminate them all effortlessly. Instead, they'd been swiftly dismantled, yet one life claimed served its purpose. "Prince Vegeta, leave the rest to me." Nappa smirked. Vegeta offered no reply. He knew well that once Nappa engaged, their fate was sealed. Boom! A colossal surge of energy erupted from Nappa. The hill trembled, the earth itself quaked. Even the surrounding atmosphere warped under the pressure. An oppressive aura unleashed gale force winds across the mountains. Those present staggered backward, unable to withstand the sheer force. This is the power of a Saiyan. Tien Shinhan strained to keep his 3 eyes open, his voice strained with awe. It was his first encounter with a Saiyan, and its terrifying magnitude left him breathless. Even Piccolo, the strongest among them, shuddered involuntarily, recalling his earlier boast that he alone could handle them. All seemed bitterly absurd now. Krillin's thirst for vengeance dissolved beneath that suffocating dread. There was no recourse. It was simply too overwhelming, too devastating, too utterly despair-inducing. As the gales subsided, Nappa's aura continued to loom over the entire battlefield. Which of you will step forward first to die? Nappa's gaze swept dismissively across the group as though surveying insects. The crushing weight of his presence left them gasping. No one dared advance. Oomph. Trash pure and simple. Vegeta shook his head, murmuring to himself, his contemptuous glance sweeping over them all. Piccolo, pride stung, stepped forward defiantly. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. A bright, confident voice shattered the tense silence. Who dares interrupt? Nappa whirled about, scanning left and right. Vegeta, too, cast sharp, searching glances around the battlefield. No need to search. I'm above you. All heads tilted upward. It's Master Jiun, Krillin exclaimed, face alight with exhilaration. Piccolo exhaled deeply, relief flooding through him, only to be swiftly replaced by acute shame. The indomitable warrior had needed saving after all. So, this is the legendary master. Tien Shinhan stared intently at Jiun, curiosity flaring. Having never met him before, his sudden appearance ignited profound intrigue. Oomph. I expected something formidable. Just another piece of trash, Nappa scoffed, glancing at his scouter's read. Jiun descended calmly beneath their collective gaze, then regarded the two figures before him, one tall, one short, and said simply, both of you, come at me together. Nappa and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback, then burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, you crack me up. I could crush you with a single finger. Nappa laughed heartily, clutching his stomach as he mockingly taunted. Do you really think so highly of yourself? Do you think you're worthy of making me move? Vegeta sneered, his tone laced with irritation. A mere insect daring to challenge the dignity of a prince was akin to courting death. Let me teach you a lesson, Nappa declared, removing his scouter and glaring menacingly at Jiun. The noble scion was not someone to be trifled with. All right, then I'll humor you. Jiun shrugged casually. He originally intended to resolve things quickly, not wanting to waste too much time, but then he thought, what if he accidentally killed Vegeta by not holding back? So he decided to deal with them one by one. You're still talking tough when death is at your doorstep. Just watch how I deal with you. At that moment, Nappa's aura became even more powerful, radiating an immense and terrifying pressure. Nappa leaped forward, appearing right in front of Jiun, his expression fierce, as he threw a punch directly at him. Jiun stood his ground, showing no intent to dodge. After a year of growth, his battle power had reached 60,000. Nappa's punch seemed ferocious and yet in Jiun's eyes it appeared as soft as cotton, moving as slowly as a snail. He calmly sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding Nappa's punch. What a... Nappa was instantly shocked as his punch missed. Before he could react, Jiun launched aside. The kick landed squarely on Nappa's side, sending him flying away. His massive form skidded along the ground for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. No way, this can't be happening. Nappa flipped over and got back up, staring incredulously at Jiun. Not only had his punch missed, but he had also been struck back, sent flying such a distance. Is this something achievable with a battle power of 1,000? Or is the exchange rate for Earthlings different? Vegeta, standing nearby, was equally astonished and pressed his scouter. Beep beep. Vegeta's scouter suddenly beeped loudly. What? This guy's battle power has suddenly surged to 6,000. That's right, during the previous battle between these Earthlings and the Vegetans, their battle powers had also spiked, though not by much. That's right, during the previous battle between these Earthlings and the Vegetans, their battle powers had also spiked, though not by much, so he hadn't paid it much attention. Could it be that these Earthlings can freely boost their battle power? Nappa, that guy's battle power isn't 1,000, it's 6,000. Use all your strength or you'll be killed. Vegeta yelled loudly. He knew Nappa's capabilities. If he focused, his battle power could reach 7,000, and even if Jiun had 6,000, he would still not be Nappa's opponent. 6,000? What a joke. Nappa scoffed. How could a mere Earthling be that strong? He found it hard to believe that such a trash planet could produce a being with a battle power of 6,000. Regardless of disbelief, Nappa couldn't afford to be careless anymore. He summoned all his energy and charged at Jiun. So, it's Jiun, is it? You've successfully enraged me. Nappa's gaze turned fierce, his voice deep. He was a proud warrior, a scion, and a member of a prestigious... Being toyed with by an Earthling was undoubtedly a challenge to his dignity. I will make you feel despair, I will tear you to shreds. Nappa's anger mounted as he spoke, and he unleashed a terrifying aura, once more enveloping him completely as he charged at Jiun. As Nappa rushed towards him, Jiun remained calm, his expression as tranquil as still water, showing not a hint of disturbance. Boom! In the next moment, Jiun caught Nappa's punch with his palm, causing the ground beneath them to crack. A terrifying wave of energy rapidly spread outward from the two of them. Nappa realized that his attack had been blocked and tried to break free. But Jiun suddenly tightened his grip on Nappa's fist. No matter how hard Nappa struggled, he couldn't pull his fist away. Jiun looked at the struggling Nappa, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he exerted a bit of force. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Ah! Immediately after, Nappa let out a horrifying scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. The bones in his hand had been crushed to pieces by Ji-yun. You bastard, you bastard. I will kill you, I will kill you. Naba's expression contorted with pain as he screamed hysterically at Ji-yun. At the same time, a massive shockwave erupted from his open mouth, forcefully directed at Ji-yun. This attack from Naba used all of his strength at such close range he believed no one could evade it. Too bad you won't have the chance, Ji-yun said calmly, swiftly slapping his hand over Naba's face, perfectly blocking his mouth. The shockwave that had been unleashed was instantly pushed back. Ugh, ugh. Naba stared wide-eyed, producing gurgling sounds as he desperately struggled with all four limbs. However, regrettably, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape Ji-yun's grasp. His body began to inflate continuously with the shockwave, rampaging inside him, wreaking havoc on his internal organs. His eyes were bloodshot, seemingly on the verge of popping out. Boom! With a muffled sound, Naba ceased to struggle. His pupils slowly dilated and the overwhelming aura he exuded dissipated. He was no longer alive. Ji-yun casually tossed Naba's massive corpse aside, as if it were garbage. This shocking scene struck the souls of everyone present. Is this the power of Mr. Ji-yun? Tianjin Fan, with his 3 eyes, stared in disbelief at everything before him. He couldn't believe that an earthling could cultivate to such a level. Gulps! Krillin swallowed hard. Today was the first time he had seen Ji-yun in action. Previously, he had heard rumors about how powerful Ji-yun was, but he hadn't believed it. Now witnessing it firsthand was far more shocking than he had imagined. Damn, is the gap really this wide? Piccolo gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, unwilling to accept. Since that day they parted, he had dedicated himself to training in hopes of narrowing the gap with Ji-yun, but instead of closing it, the gap had only widened. Had that been him fighting Naba just now, he would have been the one to explode on the spot. Ji-yun shook his wrist and turned his gaze towards Vegeta, pointing at him. It's your turn. Vegeta stood there in a daze, his heart surging with waves of shock. Just a second ago, while he was checking Ji-yun's combat power with the detector, the number suddenly jumped to 1200. This made him doubt whether the device had malfunctioned. However, the corpse of that Ba revealed to him that everything could indeed be true. Raditz was likely also killed by this person's hands. At this moment, he felt an immense sense of pressure from Ji-yun, sensing that the other's strength was likely beyond this. Of course, Vegeta was only slightly shocked. After all, as the Prince of the Saiyans, he had considerable confidence in his own strength. Don't confuse me with that useless fool. Ooh, I will make you know what regret feels like. As Vegeta's cold voice fell, his body suddenly burst forth. A more terrifying aura radiated from him, directly attacking Ji-yun. Whoosh! Vegeta's movements were swift, almost instantaneously appearing in front of Ji-yun. There are few who can make me personally intervene. You are one of them, so you should feel fortunate. Vegeta's proud voice echoed as he unleashed a ki blast toward Ji-yun. Ji-yun reacted quickly, swatting the ki blast away with a single hand. Boom! The ki blast struck an empty patch of ground, causing a violent explosion. The entire ground shook and a massive gust of air uprooted the surrounding flowers and trees. In the explosion's aftermath, a deep and unfathomable crater appeared. Heavens, this is terrifying. This incredible energy is enough to destroy Earth. The crowd's hearts raced again, their faces filled with shock. They had thought this short guy was about as strong as that bald-headed one. Yet the power unleashed was unexpectedly several times stronger than that of the bald man. Especially that ki blast, which was casually thrown out. Had he concentrated his energy, everyone present would likely face death. While everyone was still in shock, Ji-yun had already engaged Vegeta in combat. The two began a fierce, close-quarters brawl. Their speed was so fast that the crowd could hardly see their figures. All they could hear were the sounds of punches colliding. At this moment, Vegeta's attack frequency increased, using both hands and feet with extreme ferocity. One must admit that Vegeta's offensive techniques were outstanding, precise, and ruthless, without a single unnecessary movement. In contrast, Ji-yun was now in a defensive posture. Although Ji-yun dodged all of Vegeta's attacks, his movements appeared somewhat rough, as if he was overexerting himself each time he dodged. Every dodge could have been easily accomplished with a slight twist of his body, yet he always seemed to overdo it if not for his superior strength and speed. He would have likely taken several punches from Vegeta by now. Bang! But in the next moment, Ji-yun effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist. What? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. His attack had been so easily intercepted. How could this be possible? Wasn't this guy just struggling to dodge moments ago? Is this all you've got? If so, I will be disappointed. Ji-yun replied in a calm tone. Deep down, he resolved not to blindly increase his power anymore. He must hone his combat skills. TCH, don't get too full of yourself. I haven't even used my full power yet. Vegeta gritted his teeth and angrily responded. Vegeta drew back his palm and roared to the heavens, a terrifying aura enveloping the entire world. Such powerful energy, even stronger than before. As the crowd felt the changes in the atmosphere, their faces turned pale, their bodies trembling. Could Ji-Yun still withstand Vegeta now? Although they could not see the situation on the battlefield clearly, when they saw Ji-Yun block one of Vegeta's attacks, nearly everyone wore expressions of joy. They thought Vegeta was finished, that Ji-Yun's strength was greater than his. Little did they expect that Vegeta had not yet shown his true power. His current burst of energy once again instilled despair in everyone. This time he unleashed all his strength, a combat power of a full 18000 completely released. Then, come. Ji-Yun's expression remained unchanged, speaking very calmly. His combat power was as high as 600. Facing a fully unleashed Vegeta, he was in no way intimidated. Bang! The fists of the two collided once more, causing mountains to crumble under the force of their clash. In this exchange, Vegeta was directly sent flying by a single punch. Ji-Yun, however, remained steady as a mountain, not even swaying slightly. Vegeta's body crashed heavily to the ground. His entire arm lost feeling, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. What the hell? What is happening? How could he be this strong? Vegeta was stunned. With one hand remaining, he pounded the ground, repeatedly feeling quite indignant. As the Prince of the Saiyans, being knocked away by a mere earthling would surely be the subject of ridicule. No, his combat power must have exceeded mine, otherwise he couldn't be my opponent. Vegeta suddenly realized. Although he knew Ji-Yun might be hiding his strength, he was confident that it could never exceed his. But the facts lay before him, leaving no room for doubt. Vegeta quickly pressed the button on his combat power detector. The detector emitted a short series of beeps. Beep, beep, beep. Bang! Suddenly the detector exploded. However, fear had already begun to spread within Vegeta's heart. 40,000. Vegeta felt a bit dazed, staring blankly at Ji-Yun, who was slowly walking towards him. This can't be possible. Vegeta muttered to himself. His detector was an old model, and it could only show a maximum of 4000. This meant that Ji-Yun's strength could very well exceed 4000, which was something Vegeta found. I'm the Prince of the Saiyans. How could you trash be my opponents? Vegeta's eyes were filled with pain, and he felt extremely unwilling. It must be that the device is malfunctioning. Yes, it must be broken. Vegeta stubbornly insisted. Seeing Vegeta in this state, Ji-Yun frowned, slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. He hadn't heard the system prompt indicating mission completion. Could it be that the mission wasn't complete yet? Ji-Yun sighed, feeling quite helpless, and continued to ask Vegeta, "Do you want to continue?" "What?" Vegeta looked somewhat bewildered, staring blankly at Ji-Yun. "What I mean is the renowned Saiyan Prince shouldn't be this weak. Do you have any hidden skills left? If so, let's continue quickly," Ji-Yun slowly explained. Logically speaking, Vegeta should have been considered defeated given his current state. However, the system's notification sound had yet to appear, which could only mean one thing: Vegeta had more tricks up his sleeve. He had not been completely defeated yet. "Damn it, you piece of trash." Vegeta's teeth were nearly grinding to dust, filled with fury. He was the proud Saiyan Prince, and even in defeat, he would not admit it. However, Ji-Yun's words seemed to mock him in his ears. "What is going on? Can someone tell me what is happening?" Krillin asked, dumbfounded. He could not comprehend how the two had engaged in battle. All he saw was Vegeta, who had been full of momentum, suddenly flying backward, his aura significantly weakened. "I don't know. Vegeta's energy is enough to destroy the world, but it's clear that Ji-Yun is stronger." Piccolo said, his furrowed brow slowly easing as he spoke with a hint of relief. He was now convinced, realizing Ji-Yun's power was unfathomable, a level he would likely never be able to catch up to. "I didn't expect Mr. Ji-Yun to be this strong. We are bound to win this time." Tianjinhan's troubled expression vanished, replaced by excitement. "Uncle Ji-Yun is truly amazing. When can I become this strong?" Gohan looked at Ji-Yun in the distance with innocent eyes, sparkling with a different kind of brilliance. At that moment, Vegeta glared angrily at Ji-Yun. His eyes were filled with dark flames. If looks could kill, Ji-Yun would have been torn to shreds by now. "Stop cursing and think carefully. Did you forget any ultimate moves? Seeing you like this makes me anxious too." Ji-Yun's frown deepened. His tone seemed genuinely urgent, making one wonder if he was Vegeta's friend. "Bastati just die." Vegeta cursed viciously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With his remaining hand, he madly fired spherical energy blasts at Ji-Yun. In no time, hundreds of energy spheres erupted, bombarding Ji-Yun all at once. However, such an attack posed no real threat to Ji-Yun. "Is this your ultimate move?" Ji-Yun said, dissatisfied. "Come on, isn't this just the legendary prince's battle?" Though famous, it seemed it had never killed anyone. Huff huff. Vegeta panted heavily. The recent attack appeared to have exhausted all his strength. At this point, he could barely speak, his furious gaze fixed on Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun looked at the indignant Vegeta, feeling helpless. He had a nagging feeling that Vegeta still had moves left, but at this moment he couldn't recall what they were. Ji-Yun paced back and forth, constantly hovering in front of Vegeta. "Right?" Ji-Yun's mind sparked as if he had thought of something. He lunged forward, grabbing Vegeta by the collar and lifting him up. Bastard, let go of me. Vegeta struggled desperately, but could not break free from Ji-Yun's grasp. Slap, slap. Ji-Yun unceremoniously slapped him twice across the face. Vegeta, wake up. Can't you still transform into a great ape? Hurry and use it. Ji-Yun echoed excitedly. Having spent so many years in the Dragon Ball world, he almost forgot that Saiyans could transform into great apes. If he were to blame someone, it would be for the rarity of this transformation's appearances. Vegeta, dazed from the 2 slaps, suddenly had a spark of clarity upon hearing Ji-Yun's words. Right? I could transform. I just got too angry earlier and forgot about the Saiyan trait. Seeing that Vegeta had finally come to his senses, Ji-Yun released his hold on him. He nodded lightly, thinking to himself, this child can be taught. It seems you know quite a bit. Next, I will make you understand what it means to regret your past actions. Vegeta regained his former confidence, staring intently at Ji-Yun. He did not delve into why Ji-Yun knew this. Hurry up, don't waste any more time. Ji-Yun said calmly to Vegeta. To be honest, if it weren't for the system's task, he wouldn't bother saying so much. Had it not been for the task of defeating Vegeta and making him return, he would have slapped him dead long ago. Even after being beaten so badly, he still dared to be so arrogant. I hope he can remain this calm next. Now I will show you the true, terrifying power of a Saiyan. After Vegeta threw down his harsh words, he gathered a sphere of silvery energy with one hand and then hurled it into the air. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, knowing that in this form he was no match for that guy. But once he transformed into a great ape, victory was guaranteed. Although his size and appearance would become quite hideous after the transformation, that no longer mattered. As long as he could successfully transform, his battle power would increase tenfold, giving him an impressive combat strength of 180000. Washing away the humiliation and defeating this bastard would be a piece of cake. What are those two doing? Tianjin Han asked in confusion, somewhat at a loss. Yeah, why not just defeat the Saiyan directly? Krillin also looked perplexed, completely unclear about what these two were up to. Ji-Yun must have his reasons for doing this, and let's keep our distance and not disturb him, Piccolo said in a low voice to the others. After that, he pulled Gohan back and retreated a considerable distance. Ji-Yun's request for Vegeta to transform into a great ape was heard clearly. His ear structure was quite special, allowing him to pick up their conversation, even from a distance. Although he did not understand why Ji-Yun was doing this, he wisely kept his distance while discreetly glancing at Gohan, because just a short while ago he had witnessed the terrifying nature of the great ape. Krillin and Tianjin Han exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about the current situation. However, seeing the strongest Piccolo retreating far away, Krillin, Tianjin Han, and Dumpling did not dare to be presumptuous. After glancing at Ji-Yun's position, they flew in the direction Piccolo had left. Ji-Yun watched Vegeta's movements with an utterly calm expression. Humph, you wretched fool, I shall make you pay for your foolishness. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, a maniacal laughter echoing in his heart. His eyes were fixed intently on the energy ball that had just been thrown into the air. Suddenly his pupils vanished, and his eyes filled with a blood-red glow. Vegeta bellowed angrily, his body beginning to swell. Thick fur sprouted from his skin-sharp canine teeth, protruded from his mouth, and his features became incredibly ferocious, resembling a demon. His body continued to expand, and in just a few seconds Vegeta's physique had grown as towering as a giant. Clad in black fur, Vegeta had completely transformed into a gorilla form. Ha, do you see? This is the true power of Vegeta, prepare to die. Vegeta opened his cavernous mouth and said proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun's figure flashed, deftly evading Vegeta's attack. Boom! The massive fist slammed into the ground, triggering a significant earthquake. A gigantic fist imprint formed on the ground. God, that guy has transformed into a gorilla, just like Goku did before. Klin's face was filled with terror. He couldn't blame his fear back, then he had nearly perished under Goku's gorilla. Seeing this scene, again the buried fear in his heart resurfaced. Tianjin Fan's expression was solemn, but he did not appear as panicked as Klin. Ji-Yun had brought him too much shock for some reason. He believed Ji-Yun could definitely defeat this behemoth. Piccolo let out a breath. He had seen a giant gorilla before, and seeing it again, the sense of oppression was still overwhelming. His gaze inadvertently swept over Gohan. Saiyans, what kind of race are they? Is this the power level of 180000? The pressure is truly extraordinary. After dodging an attack, Ji-Yun exhaled lightly and said quietly, the real show has just begun. Vegeta confidently declared, looking at the ground. He had destroyed his pride, radiating. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he finished speaking, 4 or 5 punches rained down again. Mountains crumbled into pieces and the dust obscured the sky. Ji-Yun flitted about like a butterfly, nimbly dodging all of Vegeta's attacks. You bastard, do you only know how to run? Vegeta shouted in frustration. Although his attacks were immensely powerful, he could never touch Ji-Yun. What can I do? I can't just stand here and let you hit me. Am I just a mere waste, a proud prince of science, only able to strike stationary targets? Yun retorted mercilessly. He only had a battle power of 600, while Vegeta had 1800. If he wasn't allowed to dodge, did Vegeta really think he was a fool? Damn it, watch me take care of you. Vegeta shouted, angrily feeling like his lungs were about to explode. In his gorilla state, he had immense strength and directly lifted a mountain peak in his hand. He swung the mountain peak like a baseball bat, trying to achieve some effect. This won't work. Ji-Yun's speed was incredibly fast, and Vegeta's attack frequency simply couldn't keep up. He quickly opened a distance and gathered energy with both hands. A powerful energy wave capable of destroying the earth struck Vegeta's chest. The giant gorilla remained completely still, its fur-covered body showing no signs of damage. Both attack and defense are impeccable. Ji-Yun nodded and praised. "For you just tickling me." Vegeta scoffed dismissively. At the same time, he opened his massive mouth and fired a destructive laser. The only regret is that it's too slow. Ji-Yun shook his head and casually dodged the laser. No wonder Vegeta abandoned this move later on. His giant ape form was only suited for large-scale destruction. In individual combat, it was far inferior to his normal state. Seeing his attack miss again, Vegeta grew anxious and continuously released lasers from his mouth. However, they were all dodged one by Ji-Yun. This made him even angrier, and in a fit of rage, he pounded his chest repeatedly. "It's time to end this, Vegeta. You are no match for me." Ji-Yun hovered in front of him, speaking with an indifferent tone. "Bastard, aren't you speaking too soon?" Vegeta replied, unwillingly. He was clearly so strong now. If this guy dare not fight him, how could he possibly lose? "How about this? He'll give you a chance." Ji-Yun looked at the unconvinced Vegeta, intending to tease him a bit more. Sure enough, the fiery redness in the gorilla's eyes intensified. "What do you mean?" "Very simple. You said you couldn't keep up with my speed. So let's have a direct confrontation. I'll hit you once, and you can't dodge. You hit me once, and I won't dodge either. However, I need to strike first. Oh, what do you say?" Ji-Yun smiled slightly, his eyes crescent-shaped, looking quite cunning. Vegeta looked at Ji-Yun's expression, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. However, he had no choice. He could never hit Ji-Yun, and if this dragged on, he would eventually run out of energy and meet his doom. Thinking of Ji-Yun's previous attack that had left him unscathed, he made up his mind. "All right, well, do it your way, and no one is allowed to back out." Seeing his scheme succeed, Ji-Yun chuckled. He then raised his hands above his head, and a golden energy gathered from his palms, transforming into a rapidly spinning light wheel. "Watch me Chi-Yuan slash." Ji-Yun forcefully flicked his hand, and the Chi-Yuan slash was unleashed directly. This move had been a divine skill in the early stages, capable of slicing even Frieza. Ji-Yun had practiced this move for a full 20 minutes in an open area before arriving. Thanks to the bloodline of the Ultra Instinct, his understanding of martial arts training surpassed that of ordinary people. This was also why he had left home early, but was the last to reach the battlefield. This. Vegeta stared intently at the Chi-Yuan slash, his eyes filled with trepidation. Though he didn't know what this move was, its appearance seemed like it could slice through space itself. It sent a deathly aura his way. If hit by this move, he would die. As he watched the Chi-Yuan slash draw ever closer, cold sweat poured down Vegeta's face, and he no longer cared about any agreements. He dragged his massive body, leaping high to hastily evade. Swish! The Chi-Yuan slash flashed by, and Vegeta reacted in time to successfully evade, letting out a silent sigh of relief. However, his tail behind him was not so fortunate, having been cleanly severed in two. His body began to shrink rapidly. Within just a few breaths, Vegeta had returned to his normal state, the old wounds on his body compounded by the energy he had expended while transformed into a gorilla. At this moment, he was utterly weakened, lying on the ground, struggling to keep his eyes open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Vegeta. After Vegeta departs, rewards will be automatically granted. The long-awaited system notification finally rang in Ji-Yun's ears. Have I finally completed it? Ji-Yun felt an overwhelming joy, even if the system's voice was synthesized electronically. To his ears, it sounded crisp and delightful. At this moment, Vegeta was extremely weak, his aura faint, on the brink of collapse. On the other side of the battlefield, Krillin the gorilla is gone. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan looked at Krillin, his face lit up with ecstatic joy. Yes, the gorilla is gone, and that Scion's aura has become extremely faint. Krillin initially paused, then said excitedly, "Indeed, it seems Ji-Yun has dealt with that Scion." Piccolo nodded, his gaze directed into the distance. "That's great, we are saved." "Yes." Sun Wukong danced with joy. Although he wished to be as strong as Ji-Yun, he ultimately still disliked fighting. At this time, the crisis on Earth had been averted, bringing him immense joy. "Let's go over," Tianjin Fan suggested to everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement and quickly rushed towards Ji-Yun's direction. In almost 2 breaths' time, all had gathered around Ji-Yun. "Uncle Ji-Yun, are you okay? You are so strong." Wufan looked at Ji-Yun with excitement. I'm fine, it was merely a Saiyan, nothing to worry about. Even if I hadn't come, I believe you all could have handled them. Ji-Yun gently patted Wufan's head, smiling warmly at him. His modest words, however, carried a different flavor in the ears of everyone. Piccolo crossed his arms and awkwardly turned his head to one side. Krillin and Tianjin Fan smiled awkwardly. All right, let's talk later. I need to handle the matter at hand, Ji-Yun said with a cheerful smile. Although he had defeated Vegeta, the task was not yet completely finished. He now needed to ensure that Vegeta could leave safely. Everyone nodded seriously. Ji-Yun swiftly appeared in front of Vegeta. Did we not agree to one move, each no dodging? After all, you are the Prince of the Saiyans. Why can't you handle this? Ji-Yun feigned anger as he spoke indignantly. You. Vegeta struggled for a long time, unable to articulate his thoughts, for he truly did not know how to refute Ji-Yun's words. All right, I'm different from you. I keep my word. Although you cheated first, I will still honor our agreement. You can attack me. I absolutely won't dodge. Ji-Yun declared with righteous fervor, exuding an aura of integrity. One might think he was a true gentleman. Vegeta finally couldn't take it anymore. His anger surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt dizzy and disoriented. Damn it, could you be any more shameless? I can barely stand. Am I supposed to throw rocks at you? This spurt of blood startled Ji-Yun greatly. Goodness, don't you dare die here. The task isn't complete yet. Calm down. You can leave now, hurry up. Ji-Yun waved his hand as if shooing away a fly, urging him to leave quickly. Vegeta was slightly stunned. He thought he had misheard, wondering if it was an illusion. He actually let me go. No, we can't let him go. Yamcha's revenge has not been avenged. Krillin suddenly rushed over, looking at Vegeta with a face full of hatred. Ji-Yun frowned. The death of Yamcha should not be blamed on others, as it was entirely due to his own carelessness. Neither Baba nor Vegeta had acted directly. Krillin, let him go. He is still of great use to me. Yamcha can be revived with the Dragon Balls. Ji-Yun placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking in a calm tone. Krillin was greatly puzzled upon hearing Ji-Yun's words. He could not understand why they should let this guy go. Wouldn't it be better to eliminate him directly? Ji-Yun patted his shoulder and nodded seriously. Seeing Ji-Yun's determined gaze, Krillin, feeling dejected, said, All right, I'll listen to you. With that, he stepped back. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get lost. Ji-Yun refocused his gaze on Vegeta, speaking with annoyance. Upon hearing their debate, Vegeta realized that this bastard was genuinely letting him go. Although he was proud, he understood the principle of being flexible. He hesitated no longer and pulled out a remote control from his pocket. After pressing a button, the spaceship parked at a distance instantly flew in front of him. Vegeta stumbled and sat inside. You just wait for me. After today, I will become stronger. I will return to personally kill you and everyone on Earth to avenge today's grudge. Vegeta uttered a fierce threat and directly closed the cabin door, swiftly flying away from Earth. TCH'd. Ji-Yun paid no heed to Vegeta's threat. He possessed the bloodline of a Super Saiyan, and his cultivation speed would only surpass that of Vegeta. When they met again, it was likely to be even worse for him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning the task reward, Tenfold King, Kai, Fist, non-side effect version. The moment Vegeta left Earth, the system's voice echoed in Ji-Yun's mind once more. Simultaneously, he gained knowledge about the usage of the King Kai Fist. Just as Ji-Yun was still immersed in his own world, Krillin suddenly shouted with joy, That aura, it's Wukong. Wukong is coming. Ji-Yun was abruptly pulled from his thoughts by Krillin's voice, and then sensed Wukong's aura in the air. He met his son Wukong's aura stronger than a year ago. Ji-Yun murmured to himself, Whoosh! A sound of breaking air echoed as Wukong, dressed in an orange martial arts uniform, descended from the sky before everyone. Wukong, Daddy! Upon seeing the familiar figure, everyone called out excitedly. Although the crisis had been averted, they had not seen each other for a year, and the sight of Wukong brought them immense excitement. Krillin, Tianjin, Fan, Piccolo, Dejia, and Wu Fanyu are all still alive. That's wonderful. Where are the Saiyans? Bring them out. I want to battle them. Son Wukong, seeing that everyone was safe, was also very happy. Then, with a serious expression, he indicated that he wanted to fight the Saiyans to the death. Cough cough, it's like this Wukong, the Saiyans have already been driven away by Mr. Yi-Yun. Krillin looked at the spirited Wukong and recounted the battle between Ji-Yun and the Saiyans. Ji and you are too cunning, actually defeating them first. Wukong was greatly disappointed and complained his life creed was battle. If he couldn't fight, it would drive him mad. Sorry Wukong, it's their fault for being too weak. If they could have held on a bit longer, you might have caught up. It's true, Ji-Yun said with a smile. This statement left everyone speechless. Big brother, we know you are strong, but can you not be so discouraging? If they are considered weak, what should we call ourselves? Are we just garbage? No way, Ji-Yun. Since the Saiyans are gone, let's have a match, or I will feel miserable. Wukong grabbed his hair, distressed. He had just completed his training, his strength had greatly improved, and he had learned the King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb. If he couldn't fight, he would truly feel miserable. This might be. Ji Yun thought for a moment and was about to refuse, but the system's voice once again echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has received a challenge from Sun Wukong. Please make a choice. Option 1, accept the challenge and defeat Sun Wukong, reward 100 CN beans. Option 2, refuse the challenge and leave this place, reward title of Hermit Expert. Ji Yun was momentarily stunned, then quickly made a judgment. What on earth is the title of Hermit Expert? Even a small fly is still meat. I choose option 1. Ding. Host chooses successfully accepting the challenge to defeat Sun Wukong. Upon task completion, system rewards will be automatically issued. Please check. After finishing the last sentence, the system prompted. Ji Yun continued with the previous sentence. This may be possible. I also want to witness the results of your training over the past year. Great. Seeing Ji Yun accept the challenge, Wukong was ecstatic. Although the Saiyans had been defeated and fled now, he could actually spar with Ji Yun. Ji Yun had single-handedly defeated 2 exceptionally strong Saiyans. Wouldn't it be exciting to fight him? Come on, you, make the first move with your strongest power. Ji Yun said calmly. Upon hearing this, Wukong quickly assumed an attacking stance. His eyes sharp as blades looked at Ji Yun. The others around saw that the two were about to engage. They hurriedly stepped aside, clearing the entire area. Krillin watched the two on the field and wanted to persuade Wukong. After all, Ji Yun was a monster with terrifying strength. Fighting him would undoubtedly be self-inflicted suffering. However, seeing Wukong's serious expression, he estimated that even if he spoke up, he wouldn't be able to dissuade him. Gohan was also very worried, hoping his father would know when to stop and avoid any accidents. At that moment, almost everyone was sweating for Wukong. Back to the battlefield. The two were still in a tense standoff. Wukong's footsteps began to shift slightly, and his gaze started to grow serious. He noticed that Ji Yun was full of flaws. However, he felt that these flaws were traps. If he attacked recklessly, he would surely suffer heavy injuries. Swish! Wukong's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ji Yun. At this moment, he didn't care about any traps and attacked Ji Yun with punches and kicks. Ji Yun moved his body, dodging Wukong's rain of attacks. Truly, after countless battles, his combat skills are on par with Vegeta. Ji Yun secretly praised Wukong's skills. Adadada. Seeing his own attacks all being neutralized, Wukong immediately increased his attack speed. Every strike became fiercer. Bang! A loud sound echoed. Wukong's fist struck Ji Yun's. Wukong's face lit up. Did I hit? Soon the joy on his face vanished. He realized that his fist had struck like hitting a stone. Not only did it cause no damage, but he also felt a sharp pain in his hand. Wukong's attacks slowed down. Ji Yun seized the opportunity and delivered a whip kick to Wukong's head. After receiving a heavy blow, Wukong's figure flew backward. He crashed into a nearby mountain. Boom! The mountain collapsed, burying him instantly. Krillin and the others saw the figure flying out and hurriedly called out in concern. Wukong! Wukong! From the rubble, he cleared the stones on top of him and leaped back to Ji Yun. Ouch! That hurts! Wukong grimaced and said, I told you to use all your strength. Ji Yun smiled slightly. Wukong had this habit. He always tested his opponent first and never went all out. Hee, then let me show you the results of my training. Wukong grinned. Then his expression turned serious again. The energy within him began to accumulate. King Kai Fist. Wukong shouted loudly. He was now surrounded by a layer of red energy. His energy doubled. In terms of combat power, it was around 16,000. Not bad. Come on. Ji Yun smiled gumly. He waved his hand at Wukong, signaling him to come at him. Whoosh! Wukong's power and speed underwent a qualitative leap. Every punch contained terrifying power. However, standing before him was the even more unfathomable. His attacks still couldn't touch Ji Yun. Ji Yun's movements became incredibly light. After the battle with Vegeta, his combat skills had significantly improved. Learning in battle was a trait of the Saiyans. Wow, so strong. Wukong felt unprecedented pressure, sweat already appearing on his forehead. Triple King Kai Fist. Wukong shouted, loudly doubling his energy. His muscles surged immensely and the red aura became even denser. Swish, swish, swish. The shadows of his fists moved like the wind. The sound of breaking air never ceased. With a battle power of 240, he could barely keep up with Ji Yun's speed. Most of his punches landed on Ji Yun, yet they still failed to inflict any damage. Seeing that he had toyed around, he struck out like lightning, landing a heavy blow on Wukong's chest. Wukong suffered such a heavy hit that his red aura dissipated and his body flew over 10 meters away. The strike made him roll his eyes back, spitting blood. The crowd hurriedly rushed to check on him. Wukong lazily opened his eyelids, and through his narrowed eyes, he saw the blurry figures of the crowd. His vision darkened, and he fainted. Universal Capsule Company. Ji Yun lay on a rocking chair wearing a pair of sunglasses and sipping fresh orange juice, looking utterly content. A week had passed since the Saiyan invasion of Earth. After the last battle, Ji Yun's strength had undergone tremendous enhancement. He was also astonished to discover that he didn't need to cultivate intentionally. Aside from a daily increase in his chi, it seemed that as long as he engaged in battle, his chi would experience explosive growth. His combat power had already reached the threshold of 100,000, a speed of improvement that could only be described as terrifying. Bulma, are you ready? We need to go. Ji-Yun lazily called out. All right, coming right away. Bulma responded with a crisp voice. Women are such a hassle, they take forever to get ready every time they go out. Ji-Yun rolled his eyes while lying on a rocking chair, helplessly saying, their main purpose today was to visit the hospital and check on Goku, who had been injured by Ji-Yun. He intended to deliver a senzu bean to him so he could hurry and be discharged. Since that confrontation, Goku had been hospitalized as no one had senzu beans on hand. He had remained there until now. Ji-Yun had obtained 100 senzu beans through system tasks. However, after the battle, he found his chi continuously increasing. So he left the scene directly to stabilize his own strength and didn't have time to feed Goku. About 10 minutes later, Bulma finally came out. Darling, let's go. Bulma gently tapped Ji-Yun's head and said softly. Ji-Yun looked up and saw Bulma dressed fashionably, her makeup meticulously done. She appeared youthful and vibrant, playful and adorable. All right, let's go. Ji-Yun smiled lightly, then wrapped his arms around Bulma's waist and leaped lightly into the sky. In Shidu at the Third People's Hospital, Sun Wukong, dressed in a hospital gown, was doing push-ups. It looks like you're recovering quite well. Ji-Yun slowly pushed open the door with Bulma, and the first thing that came into view was Goku lying on the ground. Ji-Yun, Bulma, you're here. Goku greeted the two, with joy, showing no concern for being injured by Ji-Yun. Look what I brought for you. Ji-Yun smiled and waved the green bean in his hand. Senzu bean. Goku's eyes lit up. He had long been unable to endure the hospital's environment. Other than that, particularly during treatment, there were needles. It was simply unbearable, nearly costing him his life. Goku took the senzu bean from Ji-Yun's hand without a second thought and stuffed it into his mouth. Once the senzu bean was consumed, his previously weak body instantly returned to normal. Great. Ji-Yun back to normal. Let's fight again. Goku moved his body, regaining his former vitality. The first thing he wanted to do after recovering was to challenge Ji-Yun once more. Ji-Yun shook his head with a smile and said, I can't dare fight you again. You should focus on cultivating well first. When you become strong enough, I will spar with you again. All right, it's a deal. Goku said earnestly. He knew that his previous statement had been a spontaneous outburst. His combative nature was ingrained in his bones. While the two were chatting happily, Ji-Yun paused slightly. Then he spoke to Goku mysteriously. Do you want to fight someone stronger than me? Huh? Goku was taken aback by Ji-Yun's words. Is there anyone in this world stronger than you? He asked. To him, Ji-Yun was undoubtedly the strongest representative. If someone were stronger, how exaggerated would their power be? In the vast universe, there are all kinds of wonders. Many are stronger than I am. I am merely a speck of dust in the cosmos. Ji-Yun said calmly. In his eyes, there seemed to be a longing for another world. Gulp. Goku swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with excitement, even more than when he saw a beautiful woman. Where is it? Goku quickly pressed, his mood becoming urgent. Don't rush, that place is far away on another planet. Ji-Yun smiled calmly, continuing to maintain the mystery. No matter where it is, I want to go. Goku's eyes erupted with determination. The more Ji-Yun said this, the more excited Goku became. All right, that place is on planet Namek, which is where Piccolo, Ji-Yun spoke in Akamtone. Bulma had been listening to their conversation from the side. Upon hearing Ji-Yun mention planet Namek, her brows furrowed slightly. Bulma understood that Ji-Yun wouldn't suddenly bring this up for no reason. He surely had other plans for mentioning it. Her guess was correct. He didn't randomly talk about this out of the blue. It was because his system had suddenly activated earlier. Ding! Detected that Frieza has obtained information about the Dragon Balls through other means and is about to invade planet Namek. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, go to planet Namek and defeat Frieza. Reward 0, 1 second of flash time. Choice 2, I don't know, I won't go even if I die. Reward Solar Fist. Ji-Yun felt conflicted upon seeing the task. Although he was powerful this time, he would face the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, and if he wasn't careful, he might really die. He had considered choosing the second option and abandoning this mission. However, his heart told him that future enemies would only grow stronger. If he didn't have that spirit of adventure, he would eventually meet his end. At the same time, he decided to bring Goku along. If the situation became critical, he might still rely on Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan and take down Frieza. Just then the door to the hospital room was pushed open suddenly. Please take me with you. Huh? Ji-Yun glanced at the newcomer, who was none other than Piccolo. He had also come to visit Sun Wukong and happened to overhear their conversation at the door. Upon hearing about planet Namek, memories buried deep within Piccolo were stirred. It's you, Piccolo? That's great, we can fight side by side again. Goku said happily. The friendship between the two had unknowingly undergone subtle changes. Ji-Yun, however, was slightly surprised. Piccolo was not part of his plan. Bringing him along was less favorable than bringing Krillin. After all, Krillin could offer a sacrifice, while Piccolo might not be as effective. Ji Yun initially thought to decline, but when he saw the sincerity in Piccolo's eyes, he couldn't refuse. Alright, we need to find out the location of planet Namek. Goku, this task is up to you to ask King Kai. Also, we need a spaceship to get there, so Bulma, this is up to you. Ji Yun looked at the others and directly assigned it. Hey, I haven't agreed yet. How can you just decide? Bulma could no longer hold back. She was very worried about Ji Yun's safety and didn't want him to take too many risks. Sigh. Yi Yun helplessly sighed. It seemed he would have to explain things thoroughly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. After a night of persuasion, Ji Yun finally convinced Bulma to agree to create flying ships for them. Raditz and Nappa's flying devices were all intact. As long as they're scaled up proportionally, they could be used normally. However, this project is quite massive and will require 3 days. Ji Yun chose not to sit idly by. Instead, he decided to use these 3 days to thoroughly cultivate. Suddenly, Ji Yun vanished from his spot and reappeared in the Hall of the Gods. It was his first time here. Mr. Ji Yun, may I ask what brings you here? A nervous man with a dark face, thick lips, round eyes, and a cloth wrapped around his head asked. The name of the person before him was well known. He was the #1 powerhouse on Earth and a major contributor to its defense. It's nothing, Bobo. I need to borrow your time chamber. Yi Yun replied casually. 3 days was indeed too short. However, the time chamber in the Hall of the Gods could perfectly resolve this issue. Huh, this? Bobo looked shocked. He didn't remember Ji Yun ever coming to the temple. Yet he accurately called out his name, which startled him. I need to consult the god. Bobo didn't dwell too much on this issue, as someone at Ji Yun's level was not someone. However, as a servant of the god, the necessary procedures had to be followed. Ji Yun nodded, lightly indicating his understanding. Let him use it, he is not a bad person. The elderly god, leaning on a cane, walked slowly out of the palace. Ji Yun observed his appearance, thinking to himself, he really looks just like Piccolo. The god was also scrutinizing Ji Yun. Although he didn't know what this young man wanted to do, he had saved Earth multiple times. Allowing him to enter the time chamber was not unreasonable. Moreover, the god had been paying attention to him. He was somewhat aware of the conversation that day in the hospital. After all, Piccolo would be traveling with him soon, and helping him was equivalent to helping himself. Thank you. Ji Yun politely expressed his gratitude. Upon receiving permission, Bobo gestured for Ji Yun to enter. Ji Yun followed him, slowly walking deeper into the temple. The two quickly arrived outside the time chamber. Please enter. This room allows each person to stay for only 2 days in their lifetime. If you exceed 2 days, you will not be able to come out. There's plenty of water and food inside. Bobo explained to Yi Yun. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Ji Yun nodded with a smile. Then he stepped into a pale space came into view, stretching endlessly. The gravity in the time chamber was 10 times that of Earth. Ji Yun's strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, but he did feel somewhat uncomfortable upon entering. However, he quickly adapted. Let's see how far I can go. Ji Yun muttered to himself. He had no intention of staying for long. After all, remaining in such an environment for too long could indeed cause some mental strain. Ji Yun shouted, angrily gathering chi from his entire body and striking out with a ki blast. After launching it, he quickly withdrew his hand and chased after the trajectory of the ki blast. In an instant, his figure stood in front of the ki blast. He made no defensive posture and took his own attack. PFF. Ji Yun spat out a mouthful of blood as the powerful ki dissipated instantly. He felt his vision blur, and the scent of charred flesh filled the air. Not daring to be careless, he shakily pulled out a round, plump bag from his body. He took out a senzu bean and swallowed it directly. In an instant, all his injuries healed, and he was back to full strength. His aura became even more profound. Phew, this method of cultivation is really good, but it's too dangerous. Ji Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. His goal was simple: to utilize the Scion's near-death revival ability to enhance his strength in a short period. This was the legendary self-harm cultivation method. However, when he felt his power, he couldn't help but be astonished. This ability is indeed insane. Oh, it has tripled my chi. Ji Yun clenched his fist, filled with power, feeling an explosive energy surging within him. He chose not to continue using it. He needed to first adapt to the strength within his body. If he couldn't control it, well, he might really end up killing himself. Thus, after his enhancement, Ji Yun continuously released his power within the time chamber. Destructive waves of light and mundane martial arts techniques were all used. After adapting for 3 full days, he finally mastered the power within his body. Come on, continue. Ji Yun repeated the actions from 3 days ago. He launched a ki blast, intercepting the wave of light directly. This time he feared he wouldn't have enough time to retrieve a senzu bean, so he placed one in his mouth. When he felt his life in danger, he swallowed it and stood up again, full of vitality. His aura once again surged explosively. He repeated his previous techniques to solidify his. However, this time, the stabilization process took much longer. Day after day, Ji Yun continuously repeated the self-harming actions within the time chamber. Time passed swiftly. Half a day had already gone by outside. Inside the time chamber, Ji Yun had stopped cultivating. It wasn't that he couldn't improve any further, but rather that life here was simply too dull and monotonous. His chi had grown to an unmeasurable level. Roughly estimating, it should be around 8 million battle power. If it weren't for the excessively long stabilization time, he could have remained inside until he was invincible. However, from 100,000 to 8 million, this speed of cultivation was simply more intense than any cheat. It seems I can prepare to set sail. Ji Yun's eyes sparkled brightly. He pushed open the door of the time chamber. After greeting the god, he flew away from the Hall of the Gods. He didn't go anywhere else and directly returned to Bulma. This time he left, he didn't know how long it would take to come back. Taking advantage of these 2 days, he spent quality time with Bulma. The 3 days had finally come to an end. After much persistence, Goku finally learned the exact coordinates of planet Namek from King Kai, in addition to informing Bulma of the spaceship's specific operation methods. The three boarded the spaceship. Amidst Bulma's reluctant gaze, the spaceship gradually ascended, leaving Earth and heading into the depths of space. Ji Yun looked ahead with determination. Planet Namek, Frieza, here I come. Months later, in the vastness of the universe, a spherical spaceship traversed the endless starry sky, advancing through the dark expanse of space. We're only 3 days away from Namek. Ji Yun glanced at the coordinates displayed on the monitor. Whoosh! In a flash, 2 figures clashed repeatedly within the ship. The violent impacts caused the spaceship to shake incessantly. The interior of the ship had become quite dilapidated, looking as if it could fall apart at any moment. The 2 figures were none other than Son Wukong and Piccolo. The long journey through space had led them to engage in sparring to train and pass the time. If it weren't for the ship's trajectory correction system, they would have long since strayed from their intended path. 3 days later, Ji Yun and the others successfully landed on Namek. The fresh air, lush greenery, and warm sunlight made the surface temperature extremely comfortable. Is this my homeland? Piccolo murmured as he looked around at the scenery before him. Wow, this place is truly beautiful. You can't find such an environment on Earth. Wukong couldn't help but exclaim. All right, enough marveling. Ooh, I sense several weak energies nearby. That must be our target. Ji Yun interrupted their awe at an opportune moment. Their task was about to become quite challenging as they were directly confronting the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, which was no small feat. His current battle power was 8 million, and with the Kaioken times 10 it reached 80 million, which seemed quite exaggerated. Ji Yun knew that this was still far from enough, because his opponent could achieve a staggering battle power of 120 million in full force. Ji Yun, is this what you call weak energy? Piccolo said in shock. He sensed the energy and noticed that a large group of people had gathered. Each individual's energy was stronger than his. One of them had an energy so overwhelming that it induced a sense of suffocation from a distance. Piccolo felt his legs weaken and cold sweat began to pour down. If things went awry, the 3 of them might not make it out alive. Oh, my God, are you talking about this group? This is too outrageous. Wukong also looked shocked. His excited heart felt like it had dropped into an ice pit, causing him to tremble in fear. Oh, it should be fine, they don't seem too strong. Ji Yun rubbed his chin and said seriously. This group was likely Frieza's entourage. Their battle power ranged from 500 to 300, and among them was one with an energy vastly exceeding his likely Frieza. Wukong and Piccolo exchanged glances upon hearing Ji Yun's words. Not too strong. Big brother, how strong are you then? However, this statement provided them both with some reassurance. If he didn't have absolute strength, he wouldn't say such things. Stop dawdling, the enemy is coming. Wukong and Piccolo focused their minds, noticing someone approaching them with a very strong presence. Or should we run? Piccolo spoke first. His current strength was only around 500 battle power, and he knew that engaging would mean certain death. Wukong shifted his gaze to Ji Yun. As the strongest among them, the 3 awaited his command. Run. Why not just kill him? Let's wait here for him to come. Ji Yun said with a smile. Here, he was the strongest aside from Frieza. Everyone else was merely a chicken. After a dozen breaths of time had passed, whoosh, a red figure broke through the air, hovering above and looking down at the ground. Who are you? The red figure looked sternly at the 3 below, speaking in a harsh tone. He was Dodoria, a capable assistant of Frieza. As Ji Yun and the others landed on Namek, they had already been detected by their scanners. As Frieza's General, Dodoria naturally had to come to check. So it's you? Ji Yun smiled, nonchalantly recognizing the familiar face at a glance. He didn't take Dodoria too seriously, as this individual was at most slightly stronger than the previous Vegeta. So you know me, Dodoria said coldly, his gaze filled with disdain as he looked at Ji Yun. His scanner had already shown that the battle power of these 3 was at most 3000. He had never seen them before and could not have dealt with such trash. Of course, everyone knows Frieza's loyal underlings. Ji Yun said, covering his mouth with a smile. Upon hearing this, anger instantly appeared on Dodoria's face. He never expected that a piece of trash with a battle power of only 3,000 would dare to provoke him, and his fists unconsciously clenched. Isn't that right? That's not a universally accepted fact. Ji Yun continued with a smile, as Frieza's subordinate Dodoria had stained his hands with the blood of countless individuals. Although he was no righteous messenger, eliminating such people posed no psychological pressure at all. Bastard, how dare you be so arrogant before me? I will make your death very ugly. Dodoria was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shot down from above, diving straight at Ji Yun. In the blink of an eye, his red fist was already in front of Ji Yun. Bang! A punch was thrown, landing precisely and powerfully on Ji Yun's head. Wukong and Piccolo hadn't reacted yet when they saw Ji Yun already take the hit. Yun? Wukong exclaimed anxiously. Dodoria, seeing that he had landed a hit, revealed, trash, just trash. Bang! In the next moment, a deep collision sound suddenly rang out. Dodoria's words were cut short, and his smile froze instantly. His pupils dilated, filled with fear of death. Dodoria's punch had not inflicted any harm on Ji Yun. Instead, Ji Yun's counterpunch directly sank into his abdomen. A surge of intense pain engulfed him. Then the fist that had sunk into his body emitted a golden beam, instantly piercing through Dodoria's body. This is impossible. Dodoria struggled to utter his final words. Shortly after, his entire body exploded, turning into dust in the air, falling to the earth. Wukong and Piccolo stood by, completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the guy had brought them immense pressure. In the blink of an eye, he was killed by Ji Yun. Now, they began to understand what Ji Yun had meant when he said there were several weak energies nearby. Killing such a powerful individual with just one punch, was that not what weak meant? Shall we strike first? Ji Yun said calmly to the two of them. After eliminating Dodoria, Frieza would undoubtedly dispatch more envoys. He had no time to indulge these petty underlings in games. Frieza maintained his first form year after year. His battle power, merely 5,300. So long as Frieza was denied the chance to transform, he stood no chance against Ji Yun. Mivanoib Yikshin. Goku replied indifferently. He now understood he had likely come merely as an observer, his intervention wholly unnecessary. Yet he remained eager to witness Ji Yun's clash with other formidable warriors. Might we wait a moment first? Piccolo spoke up. Ji Yun and Goku turned toward him, puzzled. What is it, Piccolo? Are you visiting family? Goku asked half-jokingly. He knew Piccolo had grown up on Earth, where of course no such kin existed. In a manner of speaking, in that direction, I sensed something extraordinary, a persistent, resonant call, drawing me inward. Piccolo spoke slowly, gesturing toward a distant quadrant. Goku remained unruffled. His destination mattered little, all hinged upon Ji Yun's decision. Ji Yun fell silent for a moment, then murmured thoughtfully, Very well, let us go and see. Thank you. Piccolo hastily expressed his gratitude before leaping skyward, streaking swiftly toward the horizon. Ji Yun and Goku exchanged wry glances, then followed, resigned yet dutiful. Meanwhile, in a Namekian village, dozens of Namekian corpses lay motionless upon the earth. Beside them stood several alien warriors, each distinct in appearance, yet uniform in bearing. Their armor gleamed with lethal precision, identical battle suits clung to their forms. All gazed upward, reverent and still, at the diminutive figure seated within a hovering craft. This was Frieza, the tyrannical emperor of the universe, whose very name sent tremors across the cosmos. Your Majesty, Frieza, Dodoria's scouter has gone silent. He has most likely been slain. A tall, green-haired warrior, handsome, sharp-featured, delivered the report. He was Zarbin, one of Frieza's most trusted generals. Oh, it seems our guests arrive with ill intent. Could they too be seeking the Dragon Balls? Frieza's lips curled into a cold, razor-edged smile, his gaze piercing, predatory. That remains uncertain. Your Majesty, those individuals have begun moving. Zarbin announced, eyes fixed on the scouter's display. No matter their purpose, if they have come, let them die. You shall handle this, Zarbin. Frieza spoke with eerie calm, yet his sinister, slanted eyes froze the air with dread. Yes, Your Majesty. Zarbin bowed, placed the Dragon Ball gently upon the ground, and shot off toward the scouter's coordinates. Let us proceed to the next village. With that command, Frieza ascended first, vanishing into the cerulean void. His entourage dared not linger. Gathering the collected Dragon Balls, they surged after him. Piccolo, nearly there. Goku flew alongside him, voice light with curiosity. Yes, we are close. Piccolo's gaze remained unwavering, fixed upon horizon. Ji Yun trailed silently behind the two, calm, watchful, unobtrusive. Having read the original Chronicle, Ji Yun surmised with quiet certainty whom Piccolo sought, the Grand Elder of Namek. His assent to Piccolo's request carried a subtle motive. The Grand Elder possessed a rare, miraculous ability to awaken latent potential and amplify one's strength. Ji Yun bore the bloodline of Ultra Instinct, his dormant power boundless. If even partially awakened, victory over Frieza would shift from perilous to probable. We've arrived. Piccolo braked sharply midair. Below loomed a colossal edifice. The three descended, slowly landing side by side before its grand entrance. Ji-Yun gazed upon the towering structure, and a quiet thrill stirred within him. So it is true. Now, let us see whether the Grand Elder chooses to aid me. Piccolo stepped forward, only for the massive doors to swing open. A Namekian emerged, blocking their path. Huh, another Piccolo? Goku blurted out astonished. I am Nail. The Grand Elder sent me to greet you. Nail introduced himself plainly, then turned and strode inside without another word. Nail. He looks just like Piccolo. Goku vispered conspiratorially to Ji-Yun. Shall we enter? Ji-Yun smiled, faintly watching Piccolo disappear through the threshold, then followed unhurried into the vast chamber. Inside, a gargantuan Namekian filled the hall, so immense that even Ji-Yun prepared as he was felt a jolt of awe. Goku, meanwhile, let out an outright cry of astonishment. His outburst instantly drew Nail's disapproving glare. Goku offered a sheepish grin in return. Come here, child. I wish to see you. The Grand Elder's voice flowed with gentle warmth. As sovereign sage of Namek, nothing transpired upon his world without his awareness. The moment Piccolo set foot upon Namek, the Grand Elder sensed his presence, and wondered deeply how had a Namekian born beyond their stars found his way home. To unravel this mystery, he employed his unique spiritual resonance, guiding Piccolo here. Piccolo, sensing no malice, walked forward without hesitation. The Grand Elder placed his palms upon Piccolo's brow. For nearly a minute silence reigned, until suddenly his expression softened into revelation. Ah, so you're the son of Katas. Truly astonishing. I never imagined you would reach Earth alive. The Grand Elder exhaled, slowly, breath heavy with wonder and sorrow. Confusion deepened on Goku's face, while Piccolo stood equally bewildered, adrift in a fog of unanswered questions. Ji-Yun, privy to the tale's arc, remained composed. Noting their perplexity, the Grand Elder began, his voice serene, deliberate, to unveil Piccolo's origin. I see. Piccolo nodded slowly, as if awakening from a centuries-long dream. A profound, bittersweet ache swelled within his chest. And thank you, traversing the vast expanse of space to aid us against our foes. The Grand Elder addressed Ji-Yun and Goku with sincere kindness. Through Piccolo's memories, he had witnessed their journey. Regardless of motive, he perceived clearly both were souls rooted in compassion. We are grateful, Grand Elder. Our mission is to eradicate Frieza. Yet he is overwhelmingly powerful. I fear I may fall short. Ji-Yun spoke with measured gravity. I sense your strength is considerable, and your inner potential vast beyond measure. Step forward. Let me help you awaken it. The Grand Elder smiled, warm, knowing, and infinitely patient. Ji-Yun felt a surge of joy in his heart as he strode forward. This was exactly his intention, and he was pleasantly surprised that the Grand Elder had brought it up himself. Thank you, Grand Elder. Ji-Yun expressed his gratitude as he approached the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, placing his hand atop Ji-Yun's head. Time passed slowly. Ji-Yun felt no change in his body, leaving him greatly puzzled. How the potential within your body is tremendous. I may not be able to fully guide it out. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. Ji-Yun felt a bit disheartened. He had thought it would be simple, but was it still not achievable? However, I can help you draw out a portion. The rest will depend on you. The Grand Elder paused for a moment before continuing. Suddenly, Ji-Yun felt as though his body was being pulled upwards. A refreshing sensation coursed through his blood. An unprecedented sense of comfort spread through his bones. All right, child. The Grand Elder withdrew his hand and spoke to Ji-Yun. Thank you, Grand Elder. Ji-Yun expressed his thanks, once more excited. He realized that the energy within him had doubled, meaning his combat power had also doubled. It had surged from 8 million to 16 million. Moreover, this was just a portion of his potential. How terrifying would it be if all of it were unleashed? No wonder Klin in the original work was so excited. With such a sudden increase in energy, how could one not be happy? You two come here too, the Grand Elder said to Wukong and Piccolo. Seeing Ji-Yun's joyful expression, Wukong couldn't wait to step forward. In no time, their potentials were also being guided out, and their rate of increase was even more abnormal than Ji-Yun's. Is this the energy within me? So strong. Wukong's expression was even more excited than Ji-Yun's. He was astonished to find that his energy had surged more than 5-fold. Before arriving on Namek, his combat power was around 200. Now, it had directly transformed to 100. Piccolo also wore a look of joy. However, his increase was not as significant as Wukong's. His combat power was only around 600. Ji-Yun looked at the two with happiness. Because of his involvement, the two strengths had not increased as they did in the original work. However, they had also gained benefits that did not exist in the original. As their companion, Ji-Yun sincerely rejoiced for them. Don't get too excited, Yeti enemies are coming, Nairu said solemnly to everyone. Ji-Yun had already noticed this. Because the incoming individuals were not very strong, he did not pay them much mind. Just as Nairu finished speaking, a harsh voice came from outside. Listen, those inside come out and die. The speaker was none other than Frieza's subordinate Sabo. He had used a detector to lock onto their positions and follow them here. How did another one come to seek death? Jian said lazily. Ryukong, Piccolo, and the others also appeared at the same time. Nairu stayed by the Grand Elder's side, ready for any contingencies. Was it you who killed Dodoria? Sabo questioned sharply. I did it. What's it to you? Do you want to join him? Jian responded without backing down. Sabo saw from the values on the detector that their strengths were only in the thousands. He felt disdainful and wondered how Dodoria had fallen to these people. I don't think that by killing Dodoria, you become my opponents. Sabo sneered, his gaze filled with contempt. It must have been Dodoria's foolishness or that he had been ambushed by these few. Otherwise, Dodoria's strength was enough to crush all of them. It seems you're eager to accompany your companion. Hey, let me send you on your way. Ji-Yun said with a faint smile, his gaze teasing as he looked at Sabo. Hey, Ji-Yun, this time, let me take the lead. I haven't fought in a long time. Ryukong stepped in front of Ji-Yun, his eyes shining as he looked at Sabo. Ever since Ji-Yun appeared, he had hardly been involved in any battles. With this sudden surge in power, Ryukong regained his confidence and was determined to fight. Stop chattering, this guy is my prey, no one is allowed to touch him. Piccolo waved his hand, dismissively speaking without mercy. He had also endured for a long time. He needed a good fight to vent his restlessness. No, Piccolo, I proposed at first I must take him down. Ryukong insisted, arguing his case. Piccolo no. He'll do it. Thus the two began to argue over one enemy. Sabo, standing aside, had a dark expression. What does this mean? Do I look weak? Am I some kind of pushover? Am I that easy to bully? He was a capable subordinate of Frieza. Now being fought over like this was simply an insult. Shut up, you bunch of trash, you two can come at me together. Sabo pointed at the two and shouted angrily. Ryukong and Piccolo exchanged glances. In this situation, they could only comply. Ji-Yun looked at Sabo with somewhat sympathetic eyes, silently praying for him. Whoosh, whoosh. The two rushed towards Sabo like lightning. Sabo clearly did not expect these two to be so fast, catching him completely off guard. In the next second, they surrounded him, launching simultaneous attacks, rendering him unable to retaliate. Perhaps because they had just gained a tremendous boost, their control over their strength was not particularly precise. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Both of their hands struck Sabo's head at the same time. He fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open like bells filled with crimson veins. He seemed unwilling to accept it, dying with his eyes open. How could two trash with only a few thousand combat? Ji-Yun looked at the corpse that fell to the ground without any change in expression. He was already a dying man. Nothing. Hey, Piccolo, you hit too hard. You killed him. Ryukong said, looking at the dead body with great dissatisfaction. It was clearly you who killed him. I control my strength, otherwise that punch could have exploded his head. Piccolo snorted coldly, speaking proudly. Enough, this was just a warm-up. You'll have your turn later. Ji-Yun helplessly rubbed his forehead. At the same time, his expression grew serious again as he pointed in a direction, speaking in a deep voice. Over there are stronger enemies. That is our true foe. With that, his body transformed into a streak of meteoric light soaring toward the horizon. Ryukong and Piccolo, seeing this, erupted with energy and rushed toward that massive presence. Meanwhile, in another Namekian village, Frieza stood with a livid ashen face, listening to his Lord Frieza, Mr. Zarbin's signal has vanished abruptly. He appears to have been slain. One subordinate stammered, voice trembling faintly, fearing Frieza might erupt in fury and obliterate him on the spot. So these intruders are bolder than I imagined, daring to slay two of my foremost generals. Frieza narrowed his eyes, slightly, speaking with palpable displeasure. A deeper frost hardened across his features. His voice, though low, brimmed with lethal intent. His subordinates quaked in unison, paralyzed by dread. Scour every corner. I demand their immediate location. Whoever they are, I shall make them wish for death over life. Frieza spoke impassively, his eerie gaze radiating glacial malice. His purpose on Namek was clear: to gather the Dragon Balls and secure eternal life. This unforeseen catastrophe had already impeded his progress. Thus, regardless of their origins, they must die. No sooner had his command echoed than every scout device chimed in unison. Oh, my dear Lord Frieza, do you speak of us? Before anyone could react, another voice rang out, calm, resonant, and utterly unexpected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures materialized before Frieza in a blur of motion. Jiun's son Goku and Piccolo having arrived at full speed. Daring to appear before this sovereign. Who are you? Frieza sneered coldly, his gaze locking onto Jiun with predatory intensity. Who we are is none of your concern. Your only task is to prepare for death. Jiun smiled faintly, a wry, disarming tease directed squarely at Frieza. So, it is you who slaughtered my two elite warriors. And now you dare confront me, and even provoke me? Your audacity is truly staggering. Frieza's tone turned savage in an instant. His frigid stare seemed to lower the ambient temperature. Though the air remained warm, all present felt the bite of winter's heart. Truly, terrifyingly strong. This foe's power lies far beyond our comprehension. Goku, standing beside Jiun, broke into a cold sweat. He had never imagined such overwhelming strength existed in the universe. We underestimated him. Gravely, Piccolo murmured, his expression grim and heavy. The euphoria of newfound power evaporated instantly. He had not anticipated the sheer, suffocating pressure this being would exert upon him. Truly, beneath boundless heavens there exist even greater heavens. Beyond extraordinary mortals dwell even more extraordinary ones. One of Frieza's attendants, glancing at his scouter's reading, hastily reported, "Lord Frieza. Their battle powers register at 100,000, while the other two range between 60 and 100,000. Jiun and his companions had arrived at full velocity, their auras still unmasked, unrestrained." Oh! Frieza raised a brow in mild surprise, then composed himself with serene indifference. No wonder they dispatched Zarbin and Dodoria so effortlessly. They possessed genuine, formidable strength. Yet such power alone remained woefully insufficient to fell him. His subordinates stared in stunned disbelief, awestruck and unnerved by the trio's staggering combat prowess, utterly unprepared for such sudden, terrifying arrivals. "Listen well, I offer you a chance. I shall overlook Zarbin's and Dodoria's deaths. Your insolence toward me may also be forgiven. On one condition, swear fealty to me, and enjoy boundless wealth, glory, and dominion." Frieza smiled, serpentine, calculating, and eerily amused. Though they still fell short of his own exalted tier across the cosmos, they were undeniably masters in their own right. Zarbin and Dodoria, after all, barely surpassed 20,000. These three vastly eclipsed them. If harnessed wisely, they could spare him considerable trouble. Jiun burst into laughter, unrestrained and irrepressible. Was Frieza truly that endearingly naive? Did he not grasp they had come solely to kill him? Instead, he extended a recruitment offer, complete with promises of inexhaustible opulence. "How delightfully bold of you, Lord Frieza." At Jiun's open mirth, Frieza's expression darkened, suddenly profoundly lethally. He had extended clemency, only to be met with contemptuous ridicule. To mock him so brazenly before his very court. He had never witnessed such arrogance. "Excellent. Arrogance demands recompense, and yours shall be death." Frieza's laugh was sharp, venomous, his words laced with killing intent as he fixed Jiun with a glare. "Is that so? I'd very much like to see how you intend to extract that price from me." Jiun replied with a tranquil smile, utterly unmoved by the threat. His base battle power stood at 16 million. With tenfold Kaioken activated, it surged to 160 million. Even at absolute peak, Frieza's power capped at 120 million. This battle held but one inevitable outcome: Frieza's utter defeat. "Very well, very well, very well. How utterly deluded you are." Frieza laughed, a brittle, furious sound, then vanished in a flash of motion. "The rest is yours to handle," Jiun instructed Goku and Piccolo. The rank-and-file soldiers numbered many, but their individual strength was negligible, none exceeding 10,000. It was the perfect opportunity for the two to hone their skills. "Leave it to us," Goku declared, pounding his chest with conviction. Instantly the pair surged into the fray. Jiun, meanwhile, leapt lightly, vanishing midair before reappearing directly before Frieza. What if? Frieza recoiled in astonishment. Jiun's speed defied perception, striking before thought could form. With a single, devastating blow, Rising Dragon Strike, Jiun struck Frieza square beneath the jaw. Boom! An explosive force launched Frieza skyward, helpless and airborne. Whoosh! Before Frieza could stabilize his flight, Jiun shot upward like a comet, reappearing above him in an instant. Crash! Jiun unleashed a colossal energy wave, downward, precise, overwhelming. The blast engulfed Frieza entirely, its crushing impact driving him deep into the earth, burying him beneath layers of shattered bedrock. Wounds already marred his body. From initial confusion to subterranean entombment, less than half a second had elapsed. In his first form, Frieza's battle power measured a mere 530,000. Jiun could extinguish him with effortless ease, yet he chose not to. His strength already surpassed Frieza's ultimate state. No risk of counterattack remained. Moreover, as a transcendent bloodline cultivator, each battle refined and amplified his power. Such an exceptional crucible for growth must not be discarded carelessly. Is this a joke? King Frieza has been defeated and buried underground. How could this be? Frieza's subordinates were utterly shocked. After all, he was the emperor of the universe, a being capable of annihilating the world with a mere flick of his finger, and yet this fellow managed to inflict substantial losses on King Frieza right from the start. Who on earth is this person possessing such formidable strength? Everyone found it hard to believe, even doubting whether they were dreaming. Hey, you guys are facing us. Losing focus in battle is not a good habit. Goku said, frowning at the group. Of course, his own shock was no less than that of these guys. He could sense that Frieza's power was as unfathomable as an abyss. However, after encountering Ji-Yun, Frieza's abyss felt like a stinking ditch, utterly insignificant. Boom! Crash! Piccolo unleashed a powerful technique, annihilating a group of cannon fodder. These individuals with only a few thousand battle power were no match for Piccolo. With just one move, he could take out a large number of enemies. Piccolo's every strike was nearly fatal, leaving almost no survivors in his wake. Goku was not to be outdone. His movements were swift and agile, knocking down a bunch of people in a flash. Unlike Piccolo, however, he appeared more merciful, refraining from excessive killing, merely knocking enemies unconscious before stopping. Meanwhile, on the other side, Frieza flew out of the pit and slowly descended to the ground. At this moment, his jaw throbbed with pain, his body was charred, and he was covered in countless dust particles. Damn it, you have successfully enraged me. The fury in Frieza's eyes was ignited instantly. This was the first time someone had injured him. He never expected that there could be someone in this world who could make him look so disheveled. This was absolutely unforgivable. Frieza was filled with rage, yet cautiously began to analyze the situation. A battle power of 100,000 seemed considerable, but to him it was nothing at all. Even if he were to stretch his neck out for someone to attack him, well, they would never be able to injure him. He could sense that the recent attack was definitely not something someone with only 100,000 battle power could achieve. In that case, Frieza growled deeply, and a massive aura instantly coalesced. The ground beneath him began to fracture. Golden light enveloped his entire body, and then his frame began to swell with his limbs stretching outward. The two horns on his head twisted and sharpened like bull horns. As he started to transform now, Ji-Yun murmured softly. He did not step forward to interrupt Frieza's transformation, but simply stood aside and observed quietly. In a short while, Frieza's body had increased in size by 3 to 4 times. His aura suddenly doubled. What happened? How could that guy's aura suddenly increase so much? Piccolo said in horror. He and Goku had already dealt with a group of cannon fodder. The two intended to assist Ji-Yun, but now as they stood side by side and observed the transformed Frieza, they hesitated. Such a level of combat was not something they could participate in. Their expressions grew serious, realizing that the situation might become troublesome. Didn't expect this, huh? This is my second form, and you should feel honored that I am able to use it. Frieza's face revealed a proud expression. After transforming his battle power sword to over 1 million, no one could possibly stand against him anymore. Tisk, what is this? Is this it? I waited for you for half a day, and this is all you show me. Ji-Yun scoffed, dismissed. He had long known that Frieza would transform, and if he thought this was enough to defeat him, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream. How arrogant. Fine, let me show you just how ignorant and insignificant you are before this king. Frieza gritted his teeth and said fiercely. At this point, instead of kneeling and begging for mercy, he still dared to speak arrogantly. This was indeed the fearless ignorance, and he should be ready to bear the wrath. Then hurry up and come over, stop wasting time with useless chatter. Ji-Yun said disdainfully, beckoning him. Frieza let out a cold snort from his nostrils, and his body vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Ji-Yun. A massive fist accompanied by a cracking sound swung toward Ji-Yun's face. Bang! The collision of the fist and head produced a tremendous sound like thunder erupting from the ground. Ji-Yun did not dodge, taking the blow squarely. Haven't you eaten? Why is your punch so soft? His expression remained unchanged, still speaking with indifference. This 1 million battle power might sound intimidating, but in front of him, it was indeed somewhat lacking. Damn, your head is too hard, don't get too cocky. Frieza cursed inwardly. Following that, he launched several more attacks. A rain of fists relentlessly bombarded Ji-Yun's body. However, these attacks had no effect. All of them were absorbed by Ji-Yun. Do you have any more tricks? If not, I will be Ji-Yun continued to taunt. The seemingly powerful fists striking against him felt like a full-body massage. They were just a bit too light. How is this possible? Frieza began to panic. He quickly distanced himself by several dozen meters, gathering an impressive amount of energy in his hands. Then let me show you how this move works. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands transformed into a machine gun, unleashing countless purple energy spheres toward Ji-Yun. Boom, boom, boom. The energy spheres successfully hit Ji-Yun, exploding on the spot. In an instant, the sight of the explosion turned into a hellish fireball enveloped in a devastating energy storm. Tisk, ka. Arrogant, keep being arrogant. I want to see how you withstand this move. Frieza laughed, proudly, panting heavily. As the flames and smoke slowly dissipated from the explosion site, a massive pit with a diameter of over 100 meters was left on the ground. However, there was no longer any trace of Ji-Yun. I'm truly sorry. I went a bit overboard and even left no corpse. Frieza laughed maniacally. Did you see that? This is the power of this king. This is the dignity of the Emperor of the universe. This is the fate of opposing me, Frieza. Meanwhile, Goku, watching from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself, feeling anxious. Ji-Yun cannot be finished just like this, right? Piccolo said calmly. Don't be impulsive, Goku. Ji-Yun is... His aura is still present. Goku quickly sensed it, and indeed, as Piccolo said, he felt a sense of relief. Your laughter is truly nauseating. A cold voice suddenly rang in Frieza's ears. Frieza heard that familiar voice. His heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned to look. What greeted him was an incredibly swift sidekick. Crack! The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed. Ji-Yun's kick landed directly on Frieza's arm. Frieza's body was sent flying sideways. He crashed directly into a nearby building. The house collapsed with a roar, instantly engulfed in dust and flying debris. Impressive, Goku swallowed hard and set his eyes filled with admiration. Piccolo also wore a shocked expression. They had long known Ji-Yun was strong, but when Frieza appeared, they felt Frieza was even stronger, overwhelmingly so. They did not expect that such a powerful being could still be utterly defeated by Ji-Yun, as if he were nothing more than a weak chicken. No way, Ji-Yun is so strong. I must train hard when I go back someday. I will surpass him. Goku's eyes shone brightly. Seeing Ji-Yun's displayed strength deeply impacted him. The hot blood within him felt ready to burst forth at any moment. Stop dreaming against a monster like him. We can only look up to his back. Piccolo crossed his arms, mercilessly delivering his harsh critique. He was much more realistic than Goku. When Ji-Yun first appeared, there was perhaps some reluctance in his heart, a desire to defeat him. However, as time passed, that urge faded more and more until it completely disappeared. With the increase in strength, he realized that he and Ji-Yun were simply not in the same dimension. On another battlefield, Frieza stood up from the rubble. A trace of purple blood hung from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he clutched his left arm. Anger in his eyes seemed capable of turning Ji-Yun to ashes. Damn it, unforgivable. I will kill you, kill you. Frieza became somewhat deranged. He was a dignified cosmic emperor, yet he was being utterly toyed with by an insignificant nobody. It was a humiliation, a profound disgrace, and the blood of this person must be spilled to cleanse today's shame. I will use my strongest form to utterly tear you apart. I will scatter your ashes into space. Frieza completely lost his mind. Once again, a golden light emanated from his body. His battlesuit was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Then it fell off in pieces, turning to dust before it even hit the ground. A terrifying aura erupted, creating colossal waves of energy that spread outwards from him. Nearby houses were instantly blown away by the shockwave. Goku and Piccolo stumbled back, struggling to maintain their footing. They shielded their chests with their arms, their eyes obscured by the swirling sand. This pressure is terrifying. Is this something a human can achieve? Piccolo said with difficulty. He simply could not fathom how long it would take to cultivate to such a level. Incredible, truly incredible. The entire earth is trembling. Is this what Ji-Yun means by a true powerhouse? Goku was not panicked, but rather extremely excited. Today, he truly opened his eyes. It turns out there are such powerful beings in the world. This trip to Namek, at the same time, he turned his gaze back to Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun, let me see just how strong you really are. At this moment, Ji-Yun was already floating in midair. He stood there steadily, completely unaffected. After waiting for several seconds, Frieza finally completed his transformation, his body shrinking once again, appearing extremely smooth all over. Is this all your power? It seems rather lackluster. Ji-Yun coldly remarked, completely dismissing this form of Frieza. Are you ready to embrace death? Shh. Frieza looked up at Ji-Yun. His face was expressionless, but his gaze grew increasingly sinister and cold. Oh, it seems you think you're capable again. Fine, let's see what you can do. Ji-Yun chuckled lightly, still wearing a relaxed expression. Frieza's final form initially had a battle power of only around 3 million. When he exerted 50% of his power, his battle power would reach 60 million. His full power would be 120 million. Right now, he was still not a match for Ji-Yun. Ignorant fool, I want to see what gives you the confidence to speak so boldly. Frieza's expression grew even colder. Due to the overwhelming strength he possessed, he sometimes couldn't control it, which was why he chose to hide his power. Unexpectedly today, he was forced to reveal it. This was a sort of honor for this guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Frieza dashed towards Ji-Yun. His speed was astonishingly fast. In an instant, his fist was once again aimed at Ji-Yun's face. Whoosh! Ji-Yun sidestepped and grabbed Frieza's thin arm. Damn, why is his reaction so fast? Frieza was somewhat bewildered. Logically speaking, his current battle power had already reached 3 million. It was impossible for anyone to dodge this attack. Could it be that this person's battle power has exceeded 3 million? Frieza thought of this and quickly shook his head. That's impossible. If there were such a strong person in the universe, how could he not know? However, Ji-Yun did not give him much time to think. He yanked Frieza's arm and forcefully threw him down towards the ground. Sizzle. A sharp sound rang out, the sound of friction against the air. Frieza could not dodge at all and could only endure the burning sensation on his skin. Bang! Frieza crashed down onto the ground. Before he could recover, Ji Yun descended with righteous fury, delivering a heavy knee strike to Frieza's abdomen. Akug. Frieza coughed, violently spitting out a large mouthful of blood, feeling dizzy and his chest tight. Ji Yun stood up, gripping Frieza's head. He lifted him up. Now do you know what gives me the confidence? Ji Yun brought his head close to his own, speaking coldly. Frieza's face, which was already not very good, turned even more sinister. He had already transformed into his final form. Why was he still unable to defeat this guy? Just as he thought, this golden light emanated from Ji Yun's hand. Boom! A super energy wave was unleashed. Frieza's face turned ashen, and he was instantly sent flying far away. No. Forgiveness. Unforgivable. Frieza lay on his back, facing the sky, rolling his eyes. Blood flowed from his mouth as he muttered. His body was already covered in countless wounds, purple blood continuously oozing out. Frieza took a moment to recover. Finally, he stood up again. Let me end this boring battle. Frieza exhaled deeply, calmly stating. Frieza slowly approached Ji Yun and said, I never expected to encounter a powerful being like you. It truly surprises me. Killing you would be a regret. Please, King Frieza, don't be so humble. Just look at your disheveled appearance. Who gave you the courage to say such things? Ji Yun chuckled lightly as he spoke to Frieza. He certainly knew that Frieza still had many powers yet to be unleashed. But what would it matter? Had he himself fought with all his strength? I knew you would say that, but it's fine. Those who fail to recognize the situation can only meet their end. Frieza's previously calm face began to grow cold. All right, I want to see who fails to recognize the situation. Ji Yun smiled confidently. Frieza had no idea what Ji Yun's strength truly was. However, Ji Yun was fully aware of Frieza's power. If Frieza had no absolute confidence, he would not have had the chance to transform at all. He was long since doomed. Still as arrogant as ever, you will soon understand why I say this. Frieza said, a casual smile appearing on his face. At the same time, he extended 5 fingers towards Ji Yun. With 50% of my strength, I only need that to completely erase you, this ignorant fool. Frieza's face showed a look of disdain. His 50% strength was equivalent to a combat power of 60 million. No matter how strong this person before him was, it was impossible for him to surpass that number. 50%. Why not 100%? Ji Yun retorted slowly, pondering in his heart. A combat power of 60 million was indeed troublesome. He currently had only 16 million. If he sought a crushing victory, he would have to use the Kaioken. 100%. You overestimate yourself. For someone like you, 50% is more than enough. Frieza coldly replied. After saying this, suddenly a powerful aura erupted from Frieza's body. The blood within him surged, and a formidable flow of energy enveloped Frieza entirely. In that instant, a dazzling array of colors burst forth from his eyes. His aura, in just a few breaths, was completely released, reaching an immensely terrifying realm. His aura is starting to rise again. Goku watched the battlefield anxiously. He could hardly imagine how much more shock these two monsters could bring. Piccolo was completely stunned. Goodness, this is too overwhelming. This terrifying power was something he couldn't even dare to imagine. 60 million combat power is indeed impressive. Ji Yun's expression finally changed. This astonishing aura was not something an ordinary person could withstand. He currently had only 16 million combat power, which was completely insufficient to resist this pressure. In an instant, he felt an enormous weight bearing down from Frieza. After Frieza unleashed his strength, Ji Yun's change in expression did not escape Frieza's notice. What's wrong, kid? Are you scared now? However, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, now I want to save your life. Frieza said, smugly, clearly pleased by Ji Yun's expression, even if it was just for a moment. Ji Yun did not immediately refute Frieza's words. Frieza did have some strength. 60 million combat power was not much in the later stages of Dragon Ball. Even if he exerted his full strength of 120 million, it would only be enough to knock him out with a single punch. But in this era, Frieza was undoubtedly the strongest presence. Unfortunately, he had encountered Ji Yun, who was even more monstrous. I'm not scared, just a bit surprised. Ji Yun shrugged casually, pretending to be calm, and now, still daring to boast, let's see how I deal with you. Frieza chuckled coldly. He believed Ji Yun was merely putting on a brave front to save face. As soon as the words left his mouth, Frieza's body vanished in a flash. Bang! In the next second, a collision resounded through the sky. Frieza's speed was so fast that before Ji Yun could comprehend what was happening, his body was sent flying. He crashed into 2 distant mountains, only to stagger to a stop. Ji Yun found his mouth filled with dust and quickly spat it out. No martialesics. I wasn't even ready, and yet you resorted to a sneak attack. Ji Yun complained as he stretched his muscles. However, his eyes were filled with excitement, and every cell in his body was invigorated. This exhilarating feeling seemed to have transmitted from the depths of his genes to his brain. Perhaps this was the effect of his Saiyan bloodline. 5 times. Kaioken. Ji-Yun clenched his fists, tightly shouting resolutely. Instantly a red aura erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. The dust and debris beneath his feet were blown away in all directions. Ji-Yun's combat power had now reached 80 million, surpassing Frieza by 20 million, once again overshadowing Frieza's aura. That is actually the Kaioken. How could Ji-Yun know this technique? Goku was momentarily surprised, pondering to himself. This was a technique he had painstakingly learned from King Kai. Ji-Yun suddenly using it caught him off guard. It seems your power has increased somewhat, but in the face of absolute strength, all of this is futile. Frieza spoke in a cold tone. Although he could not sense energy, it was evident from Ji-Yun's state that he was significantly stronger than before. Oh really? Then let's see. Ji-Yun smiled confidently, and his body exploded forward. Is that all? Frieza disdainfully replied, his figure flashing as well. Bang! The two figures collided like shooting stars in midair. A terrifying energy erupted around them, and the very space seemed to twist. At the same time, the ground cracked rapidly, and the mountains exploded without warning, turning into fine dust. Amidst the fierce clash, Frieza's body was directly sent, flying, his face scraping against the ground as he slid for several dozen meters before gradually coming to a halt. Ji-Yun, on the other hand, stood firm as a mountain, unaffected. Clearly, he had gained a significant advantage in the previous clash. After all, that extra 20 million combat power was no small matter. Damn it. Frieza slowly rose, half kneeling on the ground, his face filled with rage as he hammered his fists against the earth. Immediately, the entire planet trembled. He could not comprehend why his full-strength blow with half his power had not only failed to kill this guy, but instead he was sent flying, completely exceeding his expectations. What kind of monster is this person? Thrilling, truly thrilling. Let's do it again. Ji-Yun's desire for battle was ignited after their... Frieza was unwilling to accept this humiliation, regardless of what monster the opponent was. He would absolutely not lose. Damn it. Frieza gritted his teeth and cursed. Then a powerful aura erupted from his body once more as he charged directly at Ji-Yun. Come on. In midair, Ji-Yun saw Frieza charging at him again, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With the enhancement of his strength, the number of opponents he could face had dwindled. Now Ji-Yun could finally enjoy a fierce battle. Frieza appeared in front of Ji-Yun in an instant, throwing a punch directly at him. Bang! Another loud noise erupted. Ji-Yun retaliated fiercely, and their fists collided. This time, Frieza's body was sent flying backward like a cannonball. He crashed through several mountains. The next moment, a cloud of rubble shot into the sky as Frieza's figure crawled out once again. Damn it. Frieza's arms felt numb, realizing at that moment that Ji-Yun's strength had surpassed his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't be getting beaten so easily. If that were the case, he could only unleash his full power to completely kill him. Kid, I cannot deny that your strength has shocked me time and again. But it seems you've forgotten that I've only used 50% of my power. Frieza's expression regained its calm. Is that so? I've said it before, why didn't you use 100% of your strength? How has a fool like you survived until now? Ji-Yun provocatively retorted, causing Frieza, who had regained his composure, to explode with rage once more. Very well, let's see how long you can remain arrogant, Frieza said through clenched teeth as a purple light swirled. Frieza's muscles began to swell rapidly. His petite frame instantly filled with power, transforming him into a muscular powerhouse. In that moment, Frieza's aura doubled again. This is all my power. I never expected someone would force me to use it. Kid, you can die without regret. Frieza clenched his fist and shouted at Ji-Yun. He remained confident in his strength. Then he launched another attack, placing both hands in front, unleashing a fierce purple shockwave imbued with lightning towards Ji-Yun. Finally here, his red aura became even more potent. The surrounding flora and fauna instantly lost their color, completely shrouded in red. At that moment, Ji-Yun's combat power skyrocketed to 160 million. This was the first time Ji-Yun controlled such immense power. Feeling the surging strength within him, his blood boiled to its peak. With a roar, Ji-Yun's shoulder muscles bulged. He pushed out a white shockwave equivalent to Frieza's. Bang! The two shockwaves collided. For a moment, blinding light filled the ground as bright as the planet Namek was affected by the tremendous impact. Cracks began to appear all over the planet, and the landscape was completely deformed. On the sea's surface, massive waves rolled one after another, resembling the apocalypse, with the sky collapsing and the earth sinking. Why can he still endure my attack? Frieza's heart was in turmoil. He could hardly believe what was happening right before his eyes. The energy wave he had unleashed was unexpectedly blocked. How strong could this person be? At that moment, Frieza panicked, a single thought flashing through his mind. Today, will I really die here? This time, Ji-Yun did not hold back. The immense aura within him was something he was activating for the first time. He was still completely unaccustomed to this situation, and if he continued to expend energy like this, he could very well suffer a backlash. "Ah, it's over, my foolish King Frieza." Ji Yun decisively gathered all of his energy in his hands, increasing the power of the white shockwave significantly. The impact intensified several times. Frieza felt the danger as he watched the purple shockwave being continuously dispelled. The white beam grew rapidly in his sight. Frieza's face went pale. "Stop!" Frieza shouted in fear. However, the white shockwave did not understand his words, and Ji Yun remained unmoved. "Ah!" In an instant, Frieza let out a chilling scream as the immense energy impact struck him. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by the shockwave. "Huff, is it over now?" Ji Yun exhaled and wiped the sweat from his brow. Just when he thought Frieza was fit, the system notification did not sound. Yi Yun frowned. Could it be that Frieza isn't dead yet? He then began to sense Frieza's aura. Indeed, he truly is a cockroach that cannot be killed. Ji Yun soared into the air, following the direction of the aura. Although it was very faint, it could not escape his eyes. Before long, Ji Yun found where Frieza was. The mighty cosmic emperor ends up like this. I wonder what others will think of it. Ji Yun shook his head in resignation and spoke to the barely alive Frieza. At this moment, Frieza's body had no unscathed skin. Except for his painfully opened eyes, his limbs could not move at all. "Please, I beg you, don't kill me. I still have value. I can be your subordinate. I can do anything." Frieza's will to survive was extremely strong, quickly begging for mercy, having lost all his previous arrogance. Although he had countless lives on his hands, he feared death immensely. His purpose for coming to the planet Namek was to find the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish for immortality. However, now, facing the threat to his life, he regretted it. He regretted coming to this planet. If he hadn't come, he wouldn't have encountered this person. He wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. "I'm sorry, King Frieza. I'm a lone wolf and not looking for a dog at them, so I'm very sorry. You just go in peace," Ji Yun said regretfully to Frieza. Even if he needed subordinates, he wouldn't want someone like Frieza. He was not the main character and could not tame his ambitions. If he were to bite the hand that feeds him in the end, who would he complain to? Ji Yun extended his finger, pointing at Frieza. Frieza stared wide-eyed, desperately shaking his head. Boom! Frieza managed to utter just one word, before he was obliterated with an explosion. "It's over, finally over." Ji Yun let out a sigh, and the red aura surrounding him slowly faded. 1 second flash skill. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. A smile finally appeared on Ji Yun's weary face. "Wei Yun." Wukong greeted excitedly, seeing that the battle here had concluded. He couldn't wait to fly over. Ji Yun smiled and nodded at the anxious Wukong. "Wow, your performance just now was incredible. How did you cultivate? And that guy, who is he? He's incredibly strong. When can I be as powerful as you?" Wukong seemed very excited, asking several questions in quick succession. Ji Yun waved his hand with a smile and said slowly, "Wukong, don't rush. You're very powerful too, you just haven't realized it yet. Perhaps one day you will become my equal." This statement was not empty talk. Son Wukong's talent for cultivation was indeed exceptional. Even without Ji Yun, Frieza's fate would ultimately be defeated by Wukong. "Really? But I'm not just going to be your equal. I intend to surpass you." Wukong was very happy to receive Ji Yun's affirmation. Hearing Wukong's words, Ji Yun merely smiled without contradicting him. Surpassing Ji Yun, if nothing unexpected happened, was fundamentally impossible. "Let's not talk too much, we should leave now," Ji Yun reminded Wukong. Frieza was already dead, and staying on Namek had no meaning. He also missed his Bulma a bit. It might be better to return early and enjoy a few more days. "Yeah, I have no objections," Wukong said nonchalantly. Having witnessed the awe-inspiring battle between two powerful beings today, he was quite satisfied. "What about Piccolo? Aren't you going to say goodbye to the Elder?" Ji Yun turned his head to inquire about Piccolo. "No need," Piccolo replied, indifferently, still as cold. "Well then, if there are no issues, let's go." Ji Yun looked at the two and made a decision. Just as the three were about to head back to the spaceship landing site, a sudden voice interrupted their steps. "Please wait a moment." A Namekian carrying a bag descended from the sky and approached the three. The newcomer was Nailu, who stood beside the Elder. "The Elder asked me to thank you for saving planet Namek," Nailu said, looking at Ji Yun, his previous cold demeanor replaced by an awkward smile. No need. The Elder helped us unlock our potential. We're even now, there's no need for thanks." Ji Yun smiled slightly. The Elder had effectively doubled his power. Such a generous gift was more useful than any thank you. Moreover, he was originally here to complete a task, so it couldn't really be considered helping them. "No, mister. Ji Yun, if it weren't for you, planet Namek would surely be doomed. Therefore, the Elder, in gratitude, can allow you to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill 3 wishes," Nailu said, pouring a large Dragon Ball out of the bag he was holding. Ji Yun was slightly taken aback. Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls from planet Namek. He hadn't expected to receive an additional reward today. "Is this the real Dragon Ball? It's really big." Wukong exclaimed in awe upon seeing the Dragon Ball from planet Namek for the first time. Along with the 6 Dragon Balls left by Frieza, the Dragon Balls were now gathered ready to summon the Dragon Piranga at any moment. Before Ji-Yun could agree, Nailu had already gathered the Dragon Balls. Speaking in the special language of planet Namek, he began to chant. Whoosh! A golden light streaked across the sky. The long daylight planet Namek was suddenly plunged into night. The Dragon Balls shimmered with dazzling light. A large green monster slowly emerged from the Dragon Balls. Piranga has appeared. Feel free to state your wishes, Nailu said to Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun scratched his head, genuinely unable to think of any wishes. After all, with his current strength, whether his wishes could be fulfilled was still uncertain. Just as Ji-Yun remained silent, a little figure suddenly darted out in a flash. The others had no time to react, only feeling a gust of wind pass by them. Only Ji-Yun sensed something unusual, his heart racing. What the heck was that? With that speed, could there be another expert hiding nearby? Suddenly, the figure roared at Piranga. Please grant me immortality. The loud voice echoed throughout the vast mountain gorge. However, Piranga did not respond. Only a cool breeze blew past. Ji-Yun, Wukong, Piccolo, and Nailu all focused their gaze on that figure. The little figure was none other than Vegeta, who had invaded Earth. At this moment, he was under the scrutiny of everyone, feeling extremely awkward. It's you. Piccolo scoffed disdainfully upon seeing the newcomer. Cough, cough, it's me. What's the matter? Vegeta coughed lightly, trying to hide his inner embarrassment. After returning to base, he immediately underwent treatment. Upon learning that Frieza had come to planet Namek, he was quite curious. After some inquiries, he discovered that the Dragon Balls on planet Namek could actually help grant wishes. He couldn't help but feel restless and decided to come to planet Namek, hoping to steal the Dragon Balls after Frieza had collected them all. However, he never expected to witness the battle between Ji-Yun and Frieza. Even more unexpectedly, this kid who had caused him great losses was so terrifyingly powerful. Frieza had been annihilated by him. I didn't expect you to show your face again after letting you run on Earth back, then, Piccolo said coldly. At this moment, he was completely unafraid of Vegeta. The two glared at each other on the verge of a fight, while Wukong watched completely bewildered. Who is this person? Do I know him? What is going on? Piranga is about to disappear. If you have any wishes, state them quickly. Nailu was unfazed by the new arrival. To make a wish, one must use the language of planet Namek. My wish is to attain immortality. Hurry up. Vegeta, ignoring his confrontation with Piccolo, loudly commanded Nailu. I didn't ask you. Nailu replied calmly, maintaining his aloof demeanor. However, internally, he cursed Vegeta. Damn it, who do you think you are? Did I ask you? I see you're looking for trouble. Vegeta was extremely anxious inside. As he spoke, he was about to make a move. Cough. Oh, so it's Prince Vegeta. It's been a while. Ji-Yun lightly coughed, looking at the absurd scene before him, and reminded. Vegeta stiffened slightly, as if momentarily forgetting that Ji-Yun still stood beside him. His arrogant expression froze instantly. Long time no see. Vegeta struggled for words and simply echoed Ji-Yun's phrase, terrified of offending him and meeting a swift, ungraceful demise. You've improved your speed considerably these past days. You appeared so suddenly. I thought some formidable expert had arrived and nearly leapt out of my skin. If there's nothing else, please step aside. Ji-Yun spoke with serene detachment. He well understood Vegeta's desperate yearning for immortality. Yet Piranga could not fulfill that wish. Even if he could, Ji-Yun would never let Vegeta attain it so. Vegeta bristled with frustration, but upon meeting Ji-Yun's cold, unyielding gaze, he reluctantly fell silent. He had no desire to court death. He stepped aside, sullen and unwilling. Naila, my first wish is to restore the Namekian planet to its Ji-Yun paused briefly in contemplation before making his decision. Nailu blinked, startled, never expecting Ji-Yun to choose such a wish. Then, with deep gratitude, he cast a reverent glance toward Ji-Yun. Nailu began chanting an incomprehensible incantation. Instantly, Piranga's crimson eyes blazed anew with radiant light. The scarred, ravaged earth shimmered, and in an instant healed completely. Mountains rose anew, rivers and streams surged joyfully once more. Life surged across the entire Namekian planet, vibrant and teeming. Thank you, Master Ji-Yun. The Namekians shall never forget your boundless grace. Nailu declared, voice trembling with emotion. His admiration for Ji-Yun now transcended mere awe at his power. It had deepened into profound reverence for his character. No need for thanks, it was only right. Ji-Yun replied with a gentle smile. After all this devastation had been wrought by his own battle with Frieza, though not solely his doing, he bore responsibility nonetheless. Then, Master Ji-Yun, what is your second wish? Please speak it now. My second wish is to revive all the Namekians slain by Frieza and his forces. Ji-Yun deliberated longer this time before calmly uttering his second wish. At those words, Nailu nearly wept with overwhelming emotion. So moved, he longed to kneel before Ji-Yun and bow his head deeply in homage. A sage, Master Ji Yun, you are truly a sage. Nelu exclaimed, voice thick with reverence. In all his life, the Namekian Grand Elder had been his greatest idol. Today that pantheon gained a new member. From this moment on, Nelu would lay down his life without hesitation at Ji Yun's command. Ji Yun scratched his head, faintly embarrassed, inwardly questioning himself. Am I really that extraordinary? At that very moment, Nelu repeated the wish aloud. Upon confirmation, Piranga's eyes flared brightly once more, and countless slain Namekians stirred back to life. Slowly they rose from the ground. What? I'm alive again. Why is the sky so dark? Could it be the great Piranga himself who restored us? Thus Namekians scattered across the land returned to life. My third wish is... Wait, Master Ji Yun, please hold a moment. As Ji Yun prepared to voice his third wish, Nelu, what is it, Nelu? Ji Yun regarded him curiously. The debt we owe you, Master Ji Yun, can never be repaid in this lifetime. Please, use this final wish for yourself alone. Otherwise our conscience will never rest. Nelu spoke with solemn sincerity. After all, the Dragon Balls have been granted to him by the Grand Elder precisely to repay Ji Yun's kindness. Yet Ji Yun's selfless acts had only deepened the Namekian's debt. Very well, Ji Yun nodded gravely. Even without Nelu's urging, this third wish had always been intended for himself. He understood, well, the ancient principle cultivate virtue, first, then accomplish deeds. Excellent. Master Ji Yun, please speak your wish. Nelu exhaled in quiet relief and smiled warmly. My third wish is to master the instant transmission technique of the Yardrat people. Ji Yun stated calmly, without hesitation. Nelu nodded with a knowing smile, then conveyed Ji Yun's wish to Piranga. I understand, Piranga intoned, and his gaze flickered once more. A flash of insight ignited within Ji Yun's mind. The intricate mechanics of instant transmission flooded his consciousness seamlessly. Your wishes have all been granted. Farewell. Piranga's colossal form vanished instantly. The 7 Dragon Balls ascended into the sky. Sure 3. With a sharp sonic crack, they scattered in 7 directions across the heavens. The sky regained its natural hue. Vegeta watched the Dragon Balls streak away, jealousy blazing in his eyes, fists clenched tight. 3 perfect wishes, wasted on a pack of useless weaklings. Vegeta sneered. In his eyes, Ji Yun was a fool, squandering golden opportunity on trivialities. If you wish to die, I won't object to sending you off. A torrent of overwhelming aura erupted from Nelu as he glared coldly at Vegeta. Vegeta recoiled inwardly, shocked by the sheer magnitude of Nelu's power. Having mastered key control through Earth's battles, he had never imagined a Namekian could unleash such staggering energy. Vegeta snorted in disdain, but dared utter no further word. Against Nelu's 4-0 battle power, he stood no chance. Master Ji Yun, if you have no urgent matters, please remain on Namek for several days. We will be honored to... Nelu gazed at Ji Yun with heartfelt gratitude and even deeper admiration. Indeed, Vegeta's words held truth. Ji Yun could have claimed all 3 wishes for himself, yet chose compassion instead. That was the chasm between men, the very essence of cultivation. Thank you for your kind offer. We've gained much from our visit to Namek. But we have pressing matters elsewhere. No need to trouble you further. We'll surely meet again soon. Ji Yun shook his head with a warm smile, declining Nelu's earnest invitation. He was already deeply satisfied. Lingering here served no purpose. Better to return swiftly. Formidable adversaries awaited ahead. I see. Then may your journey be safe and smooth, and do visit us again whenever you wish. Hearing Ji Yun's reply, Nelu offered no further entreaty. Farewell. Ji Yun nodded, then turned to Vegeta, lifting him effortlessly like a chick beneath one arm, and soared toward their spacecraft. Wukong and Piccolo, after bidding farewell to Nelu, followed the pace of Ji Yun and rushed over. Vegeta angrily said to Ji Yun, "Let go of me, you bastard. Can't you hear me? You better behave, or you'll suffer the consequences," Ji Yun said calmly. His mood was exceptionally good, having not only obtained the system reward of instantaneous movement, but also learned it. Moreover, after the battle with Frieza, Ji Yun's aura had once again been enhanced. He could vaguely feel that this time it had increased his battle power by about 5 million. In other words, Ji Yun's basic combat power had now reached a staggering 21 million. Shortly after, Ji Yun arrived at the location of the spaceship, which still stood tall. "What the hell do you want?" Vegeta said angrily. After all, it was quite unpleasant to be held like this. Hearing Vegeta's words, Ji Yun casually let him go. "Frieza is dead, so you no longer need to serve him." Vegeta appeared somewhat shocked at Ji Yun's words. What did you say? How do you know we Saiyans have a grudge against Frieza?" Ji Yun chuckled lightly, then continued, "You don't need to worry about that. You should know how to pilot a spaceship. I need to take Wukong and Piccolo back to Earth." Ji Yun had just learned instantaneous movement, so there was no need for him to take the spaceship back to Earth. Although instantaneous movement can carry many people at once, since he was still mastering the skill, it was inevitable that something might go wrong. If he were to drift in space, he could barely survive relying on his Saiyan heritage, but Wukong and Piccolo might not be able to. What if I refuse? Vegeta coldly snorted, unwilling to comply. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans. How could he easily obey someone else's orders? That's none of my business. As long as you convince Piccolo and Wukong, you can do whatever you want. Ji-Yun said nonchalantly. TCH Vegeta looked very disdainful. Convincing them. That's simple, a good beating would do. How could I not deal with these two trash? About 3 minutes later, Wukong and Piccolo finally arrived at the location. Ji-Yun shared his thoughts with the although the two were somewhat reluctant, they still reluctantly accepted Ji-Yun's suggestion. Ji-Yun originally intended for them to pilot the spaceship back themselves. However, recalling the original story, both had some difficulty driving and piloting a spaceship felt a bit unreliable. For safety's sake, it was better to let Vegeta be the driver. Oh, by the way, Ji-Yun, Wukong suddenly asked curiously, did you use the Kaioken when you fought that guy before? How did you learn that technique? That. Ji-Yun hadn't expected Wukong to ask this. He casually fabricated a reason, brushing it off. Well, when we were fighting, I saw you use that move, and it seemed great, so I thought I'd try it out. I didn't expect to pull it off. Ji-Yun clearly didn't foresee Wukong would ask this question. He made up a reason to evade it. Yoda amazing Yi-Yun. I took a long time to learn it. I can't believe you learned it just by seeing it once. Wukong looked at Ji-Yun in admiration, clearly convinced by this explanation. After all, Ji-Yun had become the god in Wukong's eyes, an all-powerful deity. After chatting for a while, it was getting late, and everyone began to arrange their return. Let's go, Prince Vegeta. This time, I'll trouble you, Piccolo said coldly to Vegeta. Sorry, I refuse. Vegeta said proudly. He had his own dignity. If it weren't for Ji-Yun being nearby, he would have long since dealt with these two himself. You recall Vegeta, right? Don't worry, we won't harm you. Just take us back. Wukong was clearly unaware that Vegeta was also a Saiyan. He stepped forward to mediate. TCH Kakarot, do you think a low-class warrior like you along with a Namekian can harm me? Are you dreaming? Vegeta sneered dismissively. He had long recognized Wukong's identity, as he looked exactly like his foolish father. He didn't even know how he was born. Oh, you know me. You're that Saiyan, right? That's great. I've been wanting to fight you, Wukong exclaimed in surprise and joy. He had never met Vegeta before, so he was unaware of his background. If you're not worthy, Vegeta coldly huffed. As a prince, he was not allowed to battle a low-class warrior, as it would only stop wasting time with him. A guy like this can be dealt with in one good fight. Piccolo cracked his knuckles, eyeing Vegeta. He had been so arrogant back on Earth. Today he must teach him a lesson. Now what's the difference if you both come at me? My strength is not something you two trap. Vegeta spoke arrogantly, clearly unaware of his situation, still believing that Wukong and Piccolo were just weaklings. Piccolo, hearing this, slightly curled the corners of his mouth. He then suddenly flashed in front of Vegeta. Vegeta had not anticipated Piccolo's speed to be so fast, and he completely failed to react. What awaited him was a thorough beating. Moments later, a bruised and battered Vegeta lay on the ground, shouting angrily in his heart. When did he become so strong? But he did not dare yell it out loud, fearing Piccolo would give him another round. Piccolo, you went too hard. What if you break him? Wukong said, discontentedly from the side. The real issue was that he was complaining about Piccolo's speed. Kakarot, this is none of your business. What are you? Vegeta suddenly stood up furious. His pride as a prince did not allow him to take orders from a low-class warrior. With that, he swung his fist, intending to teach Wukong a lesson. Ji-Yun shook his head helplessly. It seemed Vegeta still did not understand his current situation. Seeing this, Wukong's hands itched to fight, and the two began to brawl. Bang! Bang! Another round of thorough beating ensued. Both of them were relatively restrained in their attacks. Although Vegeta was knocked to the ground, he only sustained moderate external injuries. Vegeta is truly unfortunate. If Goku and Piccolo had not improved their strength, perhaps they would not be his opponents. However, their strength has long since surpassed his. Being beaten is to be expected. Ji-Yun looked at Vegeta with sympathy. They held no deep grudge against each other. It would be better for him to follow them back to Earth, as there might be better opportunities for growth in the future. No, impossible. Vegeta gritted his teeth. After such humiliation, he had his limits. He would rather die than agree to Ji-Yun's request. Well then, don't you want the Dragon Balls? Ji-Yun said. There are some on Earth, though. They can only grant one wish. Fortunately, they are all unclaimed. Whoever is capable can obtain them. If you don't want them, then forget it. Ji-Yun said regretfully. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's spirit jolted, and it felt like life had hope again. The Dragon Balls on Namek were indeed promising, but they are distributed among various elders. Even if they were gathered, one would need to understand the Namekian language to. Additionally, with that bastard Naru around, wanting to fulfill a wish seemed like a pipe dream. Well, actually I can. Vegeta stammered. It seemed he had set aside his pride as a prince lured by this immense temptation. Ji-Yun revealed a satisfied smile. All right, it's settled then, Ji-Yun said with a smile. Thus, under Ji Yun's watchful gaze, everyone boarded the spaceship heading towards Earth. Finally gone, Ji Yun watched as the spaceship gradually faded into the distance, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. At last he had sent them off. Immediately after, Ji Yun did not remain idle. He began to attempt sensing the chi on Earth. To use instant transmission, one must have a target to teleport to. Unfortunately, Earth is too far from Namek. Ji Yun only knew the approximate direction. It would be easier said than done to successfully lock onto it. Found it. After searching for most of the day, Ji Yun finally confirmed the location of Earth. He placed his finger on his forehead. In an instant, Ji Yun vanished from his original spot. On Namek, Ji Yun's presence was no longer felt. What the hell, where is this? This is too unreliable. Ji Yun looked at the scenery before him and couldn't help but curse. He had not arrived on Earth, but rather on a planet filled with magma and storms. The raging winds spewing magma and the air filled with the scent of carbon dioxide and sulfur made it feel like a hell on Earth. For a moment, Ji Yun found it hard to breathe. Although the bloodline of the Saiyans allowed him to barely survive in such a harsh environment, he felt overwhelmed. Without hesitation, Ji Yun used instant transmission to escape this planet. This place doesn't seem right either. Ji Yun furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. It was a frigid. Due to the extreme cold, the gases on the surface had turned into ice. Is this even going to work? Ji Yun couldn't help but complain. After all, this was not a system-produced item. The margin for error was too low. Ji Yun attempted several times. His proficiency in using instant transmission increased. Finally, after numerous attempts, he returned to the Earth he had longed for. People nearby looked at the suddenly appeared figure with curiosity. It had already been a whole week since he left. Having traveled through countless planets, his clothes had become tattered and worn, resembling a beggar. Ji Yun paid no mind to the gazes of others and headed straight to the universal capsule. Ji Yun have finally returned. Ji Yun strode toward the entrance. The security guard at the door frowned upon seeing him and blocked him outside. Go away, this is not a place for begging, go somewhere else. The security guard shouted loudly, clearly mistaking Ji Yun for a beggar. Ji Yun replied. Even though he was humiliated by the guard, he had no intention of holding a grudge. After all, his current appearance was indeed somewhat unseemly. Then Ji Yun activated his flash technique, instantly disappearing from a spot. The security guard was left dumbfounded, clearly unaware of what had just occurred. How could a person just vanish into thin air? At that moment, Ji Yun had already returned to his familiar home. Although flash technique only took 0.1 seconds, that was enough time for Ji Yun to circle around the company. Darling, I missed you to death. Ji Yun suddenly appeared behind Bulma, embracing her as she stood in a daze. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing who it was, she wept with joy. The two embraced each other tightly, in the depths of the universe on a picturesque and serene planet. What? You say Frieza has been killed? King Cold Frieza's father looked at his subordinate's report in shock. Yes, King Cold. After several days of verification, we have confirmed that King Frieza has indeed been killed. The reporting subordinate did not dare to breathe, speaking with a trembling voice. Who did it? Is there any news? King Cold regained his composure, but his expression remained grave. His son harbored great ambitions. If not for his suppression, he would have revolted long ago. Yet after all, he was still his son. To be killed like this, the Frieza race would not let it go so easily. Yes, that's right. King Frieza was on Namek, searching for something called the Dragon Balls. The subordinate reported everything he knew in detail. So King Frieza was killed on Namek. King Cold's expression turned cold. Yes, that's correct. The subordinate hurriedly replied. This shouldn't be possible. I know the strength of the Namekians. They couldn't have killed Frieza. There must be others involved, King Cold said with a serious face. He was very clear about Frieza's strength. The mere Namekians were certainly not his opponents. That's right, King Cold. We have learned from special detectors that a group arrived on Namek. After King Frieza's death, this group left. Their flight path has already been locked. The subordinate reported the information he had gathered. Meanwhile, a large circular spacecraft appeared on the big screen behind him. It was the very ship Ji Yun and the others had taken to Namek. King Cold stared intensely at the spacecraft and snorted coldly. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye 6 months had swiftly gone by. During this time, Wukong, Piccolo, and Vegeta had already returned to Earth. The first thing Vegeta did upon arriving on Earth was to search for the Dragon Balls. Coincidentally, Master Roshi and others were also collecting the Dragon Balls, intending to resurrect the slain Yamcha. Vegeta rudely claimed the Dragon Balls for himself, but when he made the wish for immortality, the response from the dragon left him in despair. I'm sorry, that wish is beyond my capabilities. Upon learning this, Vegeta was furious. He suddenly felt deceived and immediately sought to settle the score with Ji Yun. However, remembering Giant's strength, he hesitated. Thus, under Vegeta's unwilling gaze, everyone successfully resurrected Yamcha. Vegeta did not choose to leave Earth. Frieza was dead, and the Frieza force was certainly in chaos. He had no desire to meddle in those affairs. Instead, he decided to stay on Earth. Although he greatly disliked Jiun Wukong and Piccolo, their combined strength was sufficient to help hone his own abilities. When Vegeta approached Jiun resolutely refused and clearly stated, "Fight with me." Hearing this, Vegeta was furious but dared not speak out. Instead, he shamelessly proposed to use Jian's training facilities and requested him to build a gravity training chamber. Jian's face turned cold upon hearing this. With a grim voice, he angrily shouted, "Get lost." Vegeta was left humiliated after his encounter with Jiun. He left the place directly and found Wukong. The two shared a mutual understanding and immediately expressed their willingness to train and fight together. Thus, after several months of combat, both saw significant improvements in their strength. Jiun was not idle either. During this time, he visited the hyperbolic time chamber in the sacred world of the Kai. He knew that new enemies would soon appear. His time was limited. This time he stayed for half a day, directly raising his base combat power from 21 million to 35 million. Meanwhile, as everyone on Earth lived their lives in an orderly fashion, a massive spaceship sped through space heading towards Earth. Numerous smaller ships followed alongside the main spaceship. The owners of these ships were of course the warriors seeking revenge for Frieza, led by King Cold. At this moment, he was staring grimly ahead. As he looked at the increasingly close Earth, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. On Earth, Wukong and Vegeta were training on a remote island. The two exchanged blows, each making. One cannot deny that both Wukong and Vegeta possessed exceptional talent. In just a few months, they had developed a power level not weaker than Frieza's. Perhaps this is the fate of protagonists. Bang! The two collided, the fierce impact, sending them both several steps back. "What's wrong, Kakarot? Can't you handle it?" Vegeta looked at Wukong with pride. Just a few months ago, he was no match for Wukong, who had initially dominated their training sessions. Now he was on equal footing with Wukong, which made him feel even prouder. Wukong, however, ignored Vegeta. Instead, he looked up at the sky, pointing in the direction of the horizon, and said to Vegeta, "There are several extremely powerful energy signatures approaching Earth. Can you feel them?" Wukong sensed the energies and frowned slightly. He felt that one of the energies was very evil and exceptionally strong. It even surpassed Frieza's power for back then. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Vegeta also began to sense the energies. Indeed, many individuals were approaching Earth. "What's going on?" Vegeta's expression suddenly became serious. From that evil energy, he sensed a fear reminiscent of the terror he had felt under Frieza's command years ago. "It seems another fierce battle is upon us." Wukong couldn't help but exclaim. This new enemy could be considered the strongest he had ever faced. Just from the level of energy, it was clear that he was no match for this opponent. Someone like that can be dealt with by me. After a brief moment of surprise, Vegeta smirked slightly. He then flew towards the direction of the energy. "Don't be reckless, Vegeta. This enemy is not to be underestimated." Wukong couldn't afford to think too much. He closely pursued Vegeta. This guy was just a bit too arrogant. Knowing full well that their strength was no match for those enemies, he still had to put on a show. After a few minutes, Wukong and Vegeta arrived at an open valley. The ominous and powerful energies were drawing closer. Whoosh! Shortly after they arrived, Piccolo descended from the sky. "What's going on, Wukong? Why are such powerful energies suddenly appearing?" Piccolo asked Wukong with a serious expression. "I don't know, these individuals likely don't come in peace. We might be facing a fierce battle ahead." Wukong. Just then, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha also appeared one after another. In an instant, the warriors of Earth had gathered once more. "Hey, what are you useless guys doing here? We don't need you. A group of trash has no reason to meddle here," Vegeta said, disdainfully, his cold gaze fixed on the group. In the past, he looked down on these individuals. Now, he was even more contemptuous. Hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin and the others clenched their fists unconsciously. "What do you have to be arrogant about? A stray dog that's been lost for a few days has learned to bite," Piccolo said coldly. He had no good feelings toward Vegeta. Every time he was left battered and bruised, yet Vegeta still loved to act tough. Someone like him wouldn't change, even after suffering a few more beatings. "You trash, if you dare to talk back, do you believe I will kill you?" Vegeta's face grew angry. He also looked down on Piccolo, and he still remembered the beating he took on Namek. This grudge had always been buried in his heart. Although Piccolo had also made considerable improvements during this time, he was still a far cry for Vegeta. The gap between their strengths was immense. "All right, stop arguing with a great enemy at hand. Let's not start an internal conflict. We can talk after this battle is over." Wukong interrupted their dispute. "By the way, hasn't Mr. Jian shown up?" Krillin looked at Wukong. Everyone then realized, "Right? Where's our strongest warrior, Mr. Jian? How could he miss?" At this moment in Bulma's home, a sound of ugh echoed throughout the room. At this time, Ji-Yun and Bulma were in the room dealing with matters that young people should handle. He had long sensed that enemies were approaching Earth. This time the enemies were not to be underestimated, although they were still not his match. They posed a significant threat to Wukong and the others. He really wanted to provide support, but he simply couldn't pull himself away. No, he couldn't separate himself. Ji-Yun lowered his head, looking at Bulma, whose cheeks were flushed. Instantly returning to clarity, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I'm clearly busy with important matters. How could I get distracted? This is truly infuriating. Ji-Yun shook his head and quickened his pace. Sweat of labor covered his forehead, much like an old ox tilling the fields. On the other side, as everyone wondered why Ji-Yun had not yet arrived, rumbling sounds echoed. A massive spaceship descended from the sky. Accompanied by a piercing roar, it slowly landed near the crowd. Boom, boom. Following that, more than a dozen small spacecraft appeared in everyone's sight. They landed sequentially around the large spaceship. Creak, creak, creak. All the spaceship hatches opened. A group of uniformly equipped, well-trained individuals stepped out of the spacecraft. At the forefront was none other than Frieza's father, King Cold. Is that Frieza? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. How could Frieza still be alive? He had personally witnessed Ji-Yun defeat him. What on earth was going on? Wukong hesitated a bit, unable to believe that this guy who had clearly been eliminated had suddenly come back to life. That should not be Frieza, Vegeta said with a grave expression. He had followed Frieza for a long time. The person before them, although resembling Frieza, should not be the same individual. Moreover, this guy clearly had a larger build than Frieza. Such a strong aura, how is it possible to win against them? Krillin nervously stared at them, his voice trembling. Not to mention the leading guy, even the subordinates around him exuded a very powerful presence. This planet is quite nice, but unfortunately, it is about to be destroyed. King Cold just got off the spaceship scanning his surroundings. Were it not for avenging his son, he would truly be reluctant to destroy this planet. Whether for living or selling it off, it was a good choice. King Cold, the murderer of Frieza, might not be found right away. Why don't we just kill all the people on this planet first? A person with horns on his head and purple skin suggests this person was none other than the captain of the Ginyu Force Ginyu. They had not yet had the chance to go to Namek, thus avoiding death. This time, they had followed King Cold to Earth to avenge their beloved Frieza. That proposal is good, go ahead. King Cold said blandly. Yes, we will obey. Captain Ginyu said, excitedly preparing to go on a killing spree in the city with his teammates. Wait, Wukong shouted, stepping in front of the departing Ginyu Force, simultaneously exposing the location of everyone. Kakarot, that idiot. Vegeta frowned, cursing inwardly. With his current skills, he was completely unafraid of the Ginyu Force. However, they were still facing the unfathomable King Cold. Before figuring out the depth of the opponent, covert observation was the best strategy. Oh, haha, looks like we don't need to trouble ourselves. Someone has already jumped out. Captain Ginyu looked at son Wukong and smiled coldly. Forget it, we will have to face it sooner or later, let's go. Krillin gritted his teeth and quickly moved out, standing directly beside Wukong. This was a critical moment for Earth's survival. Regardless of their strength, contributing a bit of power was already commendable. The others saw Krillin take the lead and charged forward. They stopped hiding and gathered around Wukong. It seems there's still a lot of trash to deal with. King Cold raised his head, looking at the sky, dismissively. He observed the few individuals appearing. Their combat power was ridiculously weak, and they clearly could not be the ones who killed Frieza. What are you doing on Earth? You are not welcome here. Wukong did not look at Ginyu in front of him, but loudly questioned King, what do we want on Earth? Upon hearing Wukong's words, King Cold's expression suddenly darkened, coldly addressing Wukong. Who killed my son Frieza? King Cold's gaze swept over everyone. Although he did not believe these people could kill Frieza, they surely... You should go back. That person is not someone you can provoke. After all, a person cannot come back to life. You still have time to leave. Don't follow the same path as Frieza. Upon hearing King Cold's words, Wukong instantly understood what he meant. Meanwhile, he started to persuade with, not someone I can provoke. Ha ha. King Cold was slightly taken aback, then burst into loud laughter. His subordinates, including the Ginyu Force, also laughed wildly. Did you hear what that garbage said, telling me to leave quickly? Haha, I must say the people on this planet are quite... Hey kid, do you know who stands before you? I'm about to die, my stomach hurts from laughing. King Cold also laughed heartily for a while. Then he tried to maintain seriousness. That joke was pretty good. I will consider killing you last. King Cold mockingly said. He did not believe that anyone on this planet could kill Frieza. It must have been Frieza's carelessness that led to his downfall through schemes. Unfortunately, he was not Frieza and would never give this group any chance. King Cold stopped wasting time with them. Just kill them. Captain Ginyu had long been impatient. All right, you guys can play with him for a bit. King Cold nodded, agreeing to his subordinate's request. Don't worry, King Cold, our Ginyu Force will definitely ensure they have a good time. Ginyu said with a sinister... Then they each engaged in battle, seeking out their own targets. Everyone be careful. Wukong suddenly shouted, reminding his companions. In almost an instant, Ginyu appeared right in front of Wukong. Without saying a word, the two immediately clashed. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Shin, and Yamcha, and others also encountered their own opponents. They all joined the chaotic battle. Vegeta, however, remained hidden in the shadows, quietly waiting for the right side. This bunch of trash, do they even have a brain? With those skills, how could they possibly defeat the Ginyu Force? Vegeta sighed helplessly from behind a rock. Having previously been a member of Frieza's army, he naturally understood the terror of the Ginyu Force, knowing that only Goku and Piccolo could reliably suppress them. The rest were clearly overestimating themselves, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But this is good. Everyone is distracted by the battle. That guy must be unprepared. Let this prince send you on your way. Vegeta directed his gaze at King Cold, secretly calculating his next move. He remained as confident as ever in his own strength. As long as he could land a hit, this guy was undoubtedly doomed. With that thought, Vegeta immediately sprang into action, leaping directly in front of King Cold. Adadada. Vegeta's hands surged with golden light. Countless energy spheres rained down upon King Cold, each golden sphere brimming with violent energy. Boom! 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 In that instant, the sound of explosions echoed throughout the area. Some of the nearby lackeys couldn't even let out a cry of despair before being obliterated into fragments. King Cold was instantly engulfed by a series of explosive flames. In an instant, thick smoke rose, rendering visibility impossible. Great Eye succeeded. Vegeta clenched his fists, halting his assault, and a heavy disdain filled his eyes. What? The others turned to look back at the constant explosions. Vegeta, so it was you, traitor. Captain Ginyu shouted angrily at Vegeta upon seeing the situation. He wished he could rush over immediately and slay the traitor. Unfortunately, his opponent was Goku, whose strength left him unable to pay attention elsewhere. TCH, what of Frieza's father? To die at this prince's hands is an honor. Vegeta sneered, his eyes filled with pride. He seemed quite pleased at the prospect of personally exterminating King Cold. You insignificant ant daring to ambush this prince, you're quite bold. A cold voice emerged from the smoke. Soon as the smoke dissipated, King Cold's massive form reappeared before everyone. Clearly, Vegeta's prince strategy had failed once again. King Cold's face darkened significantly. In his many years of life, it was the first time someone had dared to take the initiative against him. He was simply asking for trouble. Sigh, this fool is indeed more of a hindrance than help. Piccolo shook his head helplessly at the shocked Vegeta. After all, he was Frieza's father. His strength was certainly not weaker than Frieza's. It was not so easy to take. Damn it, I miscalculated. How could he be completely unscathed? This is a joke. Vegeta's gaze showed signs of panic, and his facial muscles began to twitch slightly. If you do wrong, you must face punishment. Do you agree? King Cold said coldly, then vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Vegeta. Whoosh! In the next moment, King Cold's tail struck like a whip. It struck directly across Vegeta's face. Ah! Vegeta screamed, his entire body slammed to the ground, a blood-red mark appearing on his cheek. Blood gushed from his mouth, several teeth knocked out, and he instantly lost his fighting capability. Damn it! Goku murmured in indignation upon witnessing this scene. Ah! Triple Kaioken. Goku decided it was time to stop playing around and resolved to give his all to end this battle. Captain Ginyu was thoroughly astonished by the sudden surge of power from Goku. Before he could react, a piercing pain shot through his chest. Goku's fist struck directly against his chest. Captain Ginyu instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, losing all combat ability. The people of Earth saw that Goku had dispatched one enemy. Instantly, morale surged, and they gave their all to protect Earth's safety. They utilized all their skills they could muster. West City Capsule Corporation. Ji-Yun was also struggling. The sweat on his face was enough to illustrate the difficulty of this battle. He exerted himself to the fullest. The situation had reached a boiling point. Ji-Yun put all his strength into his attacks, preparing for the final push. On the opposite side, Bulma seemed unable to hold on and was retreating step by step. The ocean's waves rolled and surged, crashing endlessly against the shore. Suddenly, the sea water surged out, violently sweeping across the entire land. Oh! Ah! Accompanied by two strange cries. Ji-Yun ceased his assault as the sea calmed, leaving the air tinged with the scent of the ocean. Bulma, am leaving first. There's an urgent situation with Goku. I will be back to accompany you soon. Ji-Yun gave Bulma a gentle kiss. Then, sensing Goku's energy, he used instant transmission. He vanished from the spot, heading to the next battlefield. Huh, a man. So you just leave me here unattended. Bulma pouted, dissatisfied. However, she didn't dwell on it too much, as Ji-Yun had left in quite a rush. Perhaps Goku and the others were indeed facing a major issue. At this moment, she was also a bit tired. Her flushed face still hadn't returned to normal. After changing the sheets, she fell directly into a deep slumber. On the other end of the battlefield, the Ginyu Force was being taken down one by one thanks to Goku's cooperation collapsing and losing their fighting capability. Oh, not bad. King Cold looked at Goku and the others in surprise. Clearly, he did not expect them to defeat the Ginyu Force. I still advise you to leave quickly, or it will be too late. You really will die. Goku looked at King Cold with his. He had just used Kaioken and his stamina was severely depleted. If he forced a battle, it could be life-threatening. King Cold disdainfully scanned the crowd. At the same time, his powerful tail struck once more at the fallen Vegeta. Vegeta, covered in wounds, howled in agony. I'll die, just because of you lowly trash. King Cold sneered at Goku and the others. While they were fighting, Vegeta's bones had already been shattered. He wanted to show this group of trash what happens when ants provoke a king. Sorry to interrupt, but I believe what Goku said is complete nonsense. Ji-Yun suddenly appeared behind King Cold, patting his shoulder, smiling as he continued. Because whether you leave or not, you are going to die now. When did this happen? King Kurd was taken aback. With his strength, he was unable to detect someone appearing behind him. King Kurd suddenly turned around and spoke in a low tone, "Who are you?" The people of Earth saw that it was Ji-Yun. A breath of relief washed over him as if a savior had descended. "Me? I am the person you have been desperately—" Ji-Yun said with a faint smile. "I didn't expect you to dare to show up truly unaware of your own mortality." King Kurd regained his composure, speaking with disdain. Ji-Yun shook his head helplessly. "No wonder you are family. Your tone is just the same. Logically speaking, at this point in time, the future tenants should be arriving, easily getting rid of this guy." However, Ji-Yun had received a mission from the system several days ago. Thus, he had to carry it out, as the rewards for this mission were exceedingly generous. As long as he could eliminate King Kurd, his combat power would double. This was the system's reward. Looking for death, King Kurd's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Then his massive body moved with great speed, instantly appearing before Ji-Yun. His enormous fist unleashed a bottom fist strike, ruthlessly smashing down towards Ji-Yun's head. Ji-Yun looked coldly at the descending fist. The aura within him suddenly condensed, and red flames erupted from his body. Tenfold King Fist. Ji-Yun suddenly unleashed his energy, creating a fierce gust around him. King Kurd's fist was held aloft by the gusts, unable to descend. Ji-Yun possessed a base combat power of 35 million. With the enhancement from the King Fist, his combat power reached a staggering 350 million. King Kurd's strength was only slightly higher than that of Frieza. It was completely insufficient to match Ji-Yun. How is this possible? How could his strength be? King Kurd's eyes were filled with terror. He could not fathom how a human could possess such immense strength. Just relying on the aura emanating from him was enough to counter his attack. Boom! With a muffled sound, King Kurd was knocked to the ground. Throughout the entire process, Ji-Yun had not even made a move. He simply overwhelmed King Kurd with the aura he had unleashed. The spectators were left speechless in shock. Goku and Piccolo were fine, as they had witnessed the earth-shattering battle on Namek. However, for the others, it was their first time witnessing such a powerful Ji-Yun. They were completely stunned into silence. Ji-Yun, on the other hand, appeared even more composed, believing this was perfectly normal. He slowly approached King Kurd and said in a calm tone, "You will soon see your son." Hearing this, King Kurd felt regret deep in his heart. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have sought revenge for his unfortunate son. "Please don't kill me. I can give you this Oh no, I will give you the entire star system. There's no problem. Just please don't kill me. I promise I won't come back here again." King Kurd frantically begged for mercy. As the saying goes, a true expert can tell the difference with one move. Though he was uninjured, he understood very well that he was definitely no match for this young man. "As for my son's vengeance, whoever wants to take it can go ahead. The way your Frost Demon Clan begged for mercy is quite unique. Have you all been specially trained for this?" Ji-Yun teased as he looked at King Kurd. Previously, when Frieza was dying, he insisted on being his dog, which Ji-Yun had refused. Now his father was also begging for mercy and offering to give him a star system. What about dignity? What about pride? Where is the bottom line of the Frost Demon Clan? How do you know we are the Frost Demon Clan? King Kurd was shocked. Their clan was sparse, and no one in the universe knew what kind of race they were. Why did this young man know so clearly? I have no need to explain too much to a dead man. Ji-Yun shook his head, slightly looking at him with a sinister gaze. "Don't I? Bang." Before King Kurd could finish his words, his body was punctured by Ji-Yun's punch. His eyes were filled with blood, and a trickle of blood flowed from his mouth. Ji-Yun withdrew his fist. With one hand, he grabbed his body and forcefully hurled it toward the sky. Ji-Yun casually unleashed a wave of energy. Boom! A magnificent firework appeared in the sky. The aura of King Kurd no longer existed on Earth. Just like that, another major crisis for Earth was instantly resolved. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task and receiving the reward. Combat power doubled. The system's prompt echoed in Ji-Yun's mind. Simultaneously, the chi in his body surged explosively once again. A faint smile appeared on Ji-Yun's lips. 70 million base combat power, truly splendid. The rest of the crowd cheered and celebrated the resolution of this crisis. However, poor Vegeta had his bones shattered by King Kurd. Swish! Just as everyone was celebrating, a strange, flying vehicle suddenly appeared out of nowhere, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The flying vehicle slowly descended under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The hatch opened from above, and suddenly a blue-haired boy appeared, jumping down from the vehicle. He looked around at the crowd with an expression of shock. Then he slowly spoke, "We're Frieza and King Kurd. They should have arrived on Earth." "Huh? Are you here to defend Earth too?" "No need. Frieza is already dead, and King Kurd has been eliminated by Ji Yun." Goku stepped forward, patting the boy on the shoulder with a smile. "What?" The boy's eyes were filled with shock. How could this be? They should have just arrived at this time, only to be eliminated by Goku afterward. How did everything change? And who is Ji Yun? In the future, this person didn't exist at all. Also, wait a minute, is this person Goku? Uncle. The boy looked at Goku in surprise. The doubts in his heart grew larger. This was not scientific. Goku shouldn't be here at this point in time. "Mister Goku, can you transform into a Super Saiyan?" The boy looked at Goku before him and said slowly, "Huh?" Goku was momentarily stunned by this question. What is a Super Saiyan? From its name, it sounds quite imposing. At this moment, the boy was completely dumbfounded. This was entirely different from the history he had experienced. Why did Sun Wukong not even know what a Super Saiyan was? "Hey, Ji Yun, do you know what a Super Saiyan is?" Goku shouted loudly towards Ji Yun, who was not far away. Ji Yun had already noticed the situation over there and jumped over. On the ground, Vegeta weakly opened his eyes, murmuring, "Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, of course I know," Ji Yun said with a smile, carefully examining the boy. The young man scrutinized Ji Yun earnestly. The two gazed at each other while the onlookers were intensely curious about the identity of the youth. However, a storm surged within the young man's heart. What on earth is happening? I have never seen this person before. Why doesn't Wukong know about Super Saiyans? If that's the case, the future is truly doomed. Wukong noticed the young man's silence and shook his shoulder, saying, "Hey, what's wrong? Didn't you say you knew?" Then the young man suddenly came back to his senses, his eyes filled with confusion as he murmured, "My name is Trunks. I come from the future, and my mind is a blank right now. I don't know what to do." Everyone was startled by Trunks' words. "What? From the future? You must be joking." Ji Yun smiled mysteriously. It seemed that his appearance had completely disrupted Trunks' judgment. "It's okay, Trunks, I believe you. If you're from the future, then there must be something going on. You can speak directly, and we'll see if we can think of a solution for you." Ji Yun slowly spoke. He certainly knew Trunks' purpose for coming. However, seeing Trunks' bewildered expression, he felt it was necessary to guide him a little. "Sigh." The young man let out a heavy sigh, his voice barely audible, as he said, "It seems time really is irreversible. I was too naive." Everyone was left in a haze by Trunks' words. "Just say what it is, and maybe we can help you." "Even if we can't, isn't Ji Yun here? He's incredibly powerful." Krillin stepped forward, smiling. Trunks looked at the crowd, and then at Wukong. His gaze was complex. He had come to seek Wukong's help. But currently Wukong seemed too weak. He estimated that he could knock him down with a single punch. However, when he turned his gaze to Ji Yun, his heart suddenly trembled. "Sir, may I speak with you privately?" Trunks respectfully addressed Ji Yun. Ji Yun nodded slightly, and the two flew to the other side of the mountain. "May I ask, sir, how do you know about Super Saiyans?" Trunks asked seriously, as he could sense that the alteration of historical events was due to the person before him. In the future, there was no such person. "This question is simple. I am also a Saiyan." Ji Yun squinted his eyes and replied lightly. This is impossible. How could?" Trunks said, astonished. Everything was in chaos. This was definitely a different dimension. This was certainly not the past of his own world. "All right, just get to the point. I'm quite busy," Ji Yun said indifferently. Having talked for so long, he wanted Trunks to hurry up. If he didn't hurry, he might as well speak for him. "Well, I came here to find Uncle Wukong." Trunks took a deep breath and slowly stated his purpose. At the same time, he disclosed the news about the androids appearing in the future, the powerful beings on Earth being slaughtered, and Wukong's untimely demise. "This is how things are, but this time and space is completely different from what I know," Trunks said regretfully. He had hoped Wukong could resolve the crisis of the androids in the past, indirectly saving the future. Unfortunately, this plan was falling apart. Ji Yun looked at the dejected Trunks, feeling a pang of sympathy. He remembered watching Dragon Ball and felt this guy had it particularly tough. The weight of the future rested entirely on his shoulders. Someone even joked that his name should be truly Hard Trunks. The future was indeed too difficult. However, even if he hadn't appeared and had just eliminated the androids, the androids in the future wouldn't disappear when he traveled back in time. The time and space had already split into two different realms. "By the way, Mr. Ji, and everyone mentioned how powerful you are. Many of the enemies on Earth were defeated by you." Trunks looked at Ji Yun and asked. Ji Yun had previously stated that he was also a Saiyan, so he must be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps he could place his hopes on him. It's just a trivial task, just a way to stretch my muscles," Ji Yun said with a smile. Seeing Ji Yun's confident expression, Trunks was also filled with belief. Before the androids emerged relying on the power of Super Saiyans, no enemy could stand against him. "Then Mr. Ji Yun, please transform into a Super Saiyan and fight me," Trunks said with unwavering determination. He desperately hoped that Ji-Yun was truly powerful, as that would give hope for the future. Ji-Yun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, and said, "Of course we can fight, but let's skip the transformation. I'm afraid the power might be too great to control, and I could accidentally hurt you." However, the smile on his face was quite awkward, because he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan yet. The prerequisite for Saiyans to transform is anger. Ji-Yun was cheerful every day, though finding a reason to get angry was quite difficult. "All right then, Mr. Ji-Yun, be careful." Trunks' gaze sharpened, and an unparalleled aura erupted from him in an instant. His entire body was covered in a golden flame, and his vertical hair stood on end. His pupils turned light blue, staring intensely at Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun was amazed at the sight, and thought, this is the legendary Super Saiyan. No, the Super Saiyan. So incredibly cool, he thought, while a powerful aura erupted from his own body. The Kaioken times 10 activated, and red flames appeared around Ji-Yun. The golden and red lights shone brilliantly together at that moment. This energy, is this the strength of Mr. Ji-Yun? So astonishing. Trunks exclaimed inwardly, this is without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. If he does transform, what would happen? Feeling the aura emanating from Ji-Yun could only be described as exaggerated. Instantly, it captivated Trunks, this little fanboy. At this moment, he truly wanted to shout to the sky, "Mom, our family is saved." Ji-Yun shook his head helplessly at Trunks' excited expression. Actually, he couldn't blame him. Ji-Yun had just received a system reward, doubling his combat power, coupled with the enhancement from the Kaioken times 10 that amounted to 700 million combat power. "Hey kid, we can start now," Ji-Yun said, observing that Trunks had yet to take action. Trunks was jolted awake by the call, and immediately dispelled his Super Saiyan state. Fight? What's there to fight about? With this power, even the two androids from the future together would not be a match. Seeing Trunks had reverted from his transformed state, Ji-Yun directly asked, "What's wrong? Aren't we going to fight?" Trunks scratched his head with a smile, and replied, "No more fighting. I've realized your strength. There's no point in—" "All right then, what do you plan to do next?" Ji-Yun also returned to his normal state, having cancelled his Kaioken technique. "With you here, defeating the androids should be a piece of cake, right? As long as you handle the androids here, in advance the future will be peaceful," Trunks said cheerfully, seemingly filled with beautiful fantasies about the future. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun frowned, feeling as if a cold bucket of water had been poured over him. "You're being too naive, aren't you? This timeline has nothing to do with yours. Even if the androids here are destroyed by me, it won't matter to you, will it?" Ji-Yun responded, somewhat speechless. Even without his appearance, the androids in the future would still need Trunks to deal with them. Trunks suddenly realized, and his hopes were dashed. "That's right, there won't be a Ji-Yun in the future. We aren't even in the same timeline. What was I thinking?" Ji-Yun looked at Trunks' despondent expression. He felt a deep sympathy for him. After all, the future was not easy. Just then a familiar voice echoed in Ji-Yun's mind once more. "Ding, Android 17 and 18 are currently disrupting the future. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, respect history and go with the flow. Reward body fusion technique. Choice 2, save the future by eliminating the androids. A reward controllable Super Saiyan transformation." Upon hearing the second option, Ji-Yun's eyes widened. "Wow, Super Saiyan, it's finally here. System, I choose option 2. Without a second thought, Ji-Yun decisively chose the second option. The allure of transforming into a Super Saiyan was simply too tempting to consider otherwise. Ahem. After making his choice, Ji-Yun lightly coughed while looking at the sorrowful Trunks. Immediately, Trunks turned his gaze towards him. "Although we can't change history, I can help you eliminate the androids in the future." Ji-Yun spoke earnestly, his face filled with a sympathetic expression towards humanity. Of course, all of this was an act done entirely for the mission. Can be done like that." Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed. "If we don't try, how will we know?" Ji-Yun shrugged nonchalantly. "Since the system issued this task, it must be feasible. Then, that would be great. If Mr. Ji-Yun is with us, our future will be saved," Trunks said excitedly. He had felt Ji-Yun's strength if he could successfully bring him back to the future. Those mere androids will be nothing to worry about. Let's go. I'm quite busy, so the sooner we leave and return the better, Ji-Yun said casually. "Yes." Trunks nodded solemnly. Then the two leaped lightly and appeared before everyone once again. "Everyone, I need to take this young man with me for a while. Piccolo will explain the details." Ji-Yun addressed the crowd. With Trunks, he directly entered the time machine. Ji-Yun knew that Piccolo's special ear structure would definitely allow him to hear their conversation clearly. Leaving the explanation to Piccolo was the best choice. The machine they were on slowly ascended, and as it reached midair, Trunks saw his unfortunate father lying stiffly on the ground. He felt as if he had been electrocuted, staring blankly at the scene. Ji-Yun noticed Trunks' expression and slowly spoke, "Don't worry, Vegeta is fine. He's just slightly injured. As long as we find a Senza bean, he will recover soon." In fact, Ji-Yun had Senza beans on him. He just didn't want to waste them on Vegeta. After all, he wouldn't die. Saving where he could was the way to go. Trunks gradually regained his composure and then shook off his worries. Controlling the machine, they vanished directly from midair. Back on Earth, Ji-Yun and the young man were no longer present. The others stared at each other in confusion, then turned their gazes towards Piccolo. Feeling the crowd's gaze, Piccolo slowly began to explain the young man's origins and the dangers that would appear on Earth. To everyone's shock, Ji-Yun turned out to be a Saiyan, which was unimaginable. As everyone processed this information, it was still somewhat hard to accept. Alright everyone, we need to start working hard. Goku remained spirited. Better to believe it exists than to doubt it. Piccolo reminded everyone, although they were unsure whether the young man's claims were true. But it was best to prepare early, as the world described by that young man was extremely tragic, and everyone just thinking about it was frightening. Yes, I agree with what Piccolo said. If there's nothing else, everyone, I will start my Goku said seriously. The gap between him and Ji-Yun was growing, which deeply stimulated his competitive spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly left the place. We'll take our leave too. Goodbye. Farewell. One by one, the people on Earth began to leave in succession. They sought their own training grounds to prepare for the upcoming battles. However, one person remained tragically. No one paid any attention. You bastards, what about me? Vegeta said with great difficulty. Unfortunately, no one heard his voice. The cold wind swept through the scene, leaving him alone in disarray in the wind. Whoosh! The time machine quickly moved without taking too long. It directly arrived in the future, slowly descending onto a wasteland. Creak! The cabin door slowly opened. Ji-Yun jumped out and began to observe his surroundings. The future humans really have it tough. Ji-Yun couldn't help but sigh. The area was filled with ruins. Remains of human bones scattered everywhere. Although the sun was shining, the sky was indeed overcast. It was as if the earth was on the brink of destruction. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Trunks' face turned somewhat grim as he shouted loudly. The sudden shout startled. What's wrong? What did you forget? Ji-Yun touched his heart, speaking calmly. Mister, Goku has a viral. I forgot to mention it earlier, and I also forgot to bring the medication for him. Trunks explained regretfully. Ji-Yun also realized that it was this matter. He remembered that in the original story, Goku indeed had this illness. It's alright, I can bring it to him when I return, Ji-Yun said with a faint smile. Bang! A sharp sound echoed. Just as the two were conversing, a bullet struck directly against Ji-Yun. What the hell? What's happening? Is someone ambushing us? Ji-Yun touched his face, helplessly remarking. The gunfire caused no harm to his sturdy body. The bullet merely grazed him without pain. Don't shoot at me, Tenix. Tenix shot Ji-Yun an apologetic glance, then began calling out to them. This was unavoidable. The future world was too cruel. People remained on high alert at all times, daring not to let their guard down in the face of any suspicious events. It's Tenix. Tenix is back. Everyone, don't act rashly. He is not the enemy. One by one, the survivors hidden in the ruins began to surface. Everyone was tattered and filthy, their faces marked by hardship. Tenix, we're sorry, we didn't know it was you. We saw two figures suddenly appear and instinctively thought you were androids. An elderly man with white hair said apologetically to Tenix. It's okay, uncle, it's a difficult time, I understand. Ji-Yun said calmly, feeling quite helpless. Please, I was the one attacked and the victim here. You should be apologizing to me. Who is this? The elderly man with white hair asked instinctively. In this world, Tenix was the only powerhouse. The others were ordinary people that gunshot, if it hadn't hit Tenix, would have either missed or killed an ordinary person instantly. Thus, they hadn't paid much attention to Ji-Yun. Well, let me introduce this person. This is Mr. Yi-Yun. He's a helper I brought from the past, incredibly powerful. Stronger than me. He can definitely defeat androids. Tenix introduced Ji-Yun to the elderly man. The crowd began to gather closer. When they heard that this young man was stronger than their savior Tenix, everyone looked at Ji-Yun with skepticism. Clearly, they didn't quite believe it. How could this guy be stronger than Tenix? A scruffy middle-aged man questioned. Stop trying to comfort us, Tenix. We haven't lost faith yet. The elderly man with white hair patted Tenix on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Yes, Lord Tenix, as long as you're here, we will fight against the androids to the end. That's right, fight to the end. The crowd shouted passionately. No, everyone, Mr. Ji-Yun really is. Tenix hurriedly tried to explain. However, Ji-Yun tugged at his clothes, interrupting his words. These people lived in a post-apocalyptic world, their fear of androids deeply ingrained, having lost all hope for life. If such a powerful person had existed in the past, how could they be living in such dire circumstances? It was evident they saw him as a mere comfort to their hopelessness. All right, everyone, whether you believe it or not, I have come from the past to fight against the androids with you. Ji-Yun said with a smile, completely unconcerned by their skepticism. The crowd nodded in agreement upon hearing. Whether his strength was substantial or not could be set aside. The fact remained that he had indeed come from the past to assist them. All right, then everyone, let's head back, and then we'll see how to proceed. Tenix said helplessly. Let strength prove everything. The crowd seemed to trust Tenix's words. At that moment, they withdrew from the area. They headed towards the underground base of the survivors. It took about an hour to walk. Everyone arrived at a concealed entrance. Cautiously, they descended the stairs. It's Lord Tenning's back. The children in the base saw their idol return and immediately surrounded him. In the lifeless underground, there was a joyful atmosphere. Ji Yun surveyed his surroundings. Most of the people in the underground base were the weak and elderly. Their main task was to provide logistical support for those fighting on the front lines. Mr. Ji Yun, let me take you to meet my mother, Tenning said with a smile, approaching Ji Yun. All right. Ji Yun nodded, lightly feeling a myriad of emotions. This is Bulma. The two slowly walked to the end of the base where a brightly lit room stood. This was Bulma's laboratory. Bulma was the only scientist in this era. Mom, come back. Tenix pushed the door, opened joyfully. Bulma was at a computer, her fingers constantly tapping the keyboard. Upon hearing Tenix's voice, she stopped typing and took off her glasses. She looked happily at her son. Tenix is back. How was it? Did you meet your father in the past? Bulma smiled as she asked Tenix. Yes, I saw him, but Tenix paused, becoming somewhat hesitant. But what? Is your father too indifferent? That's true, he's a proud man and very difficult to get along with. Bulma smiled, her eyes filled with memories of the past. Listening to his mother's words, Tenix recalled the first time he met Vegeta. When he traveled back, everyone on Earth was living peacefully. Everyone was laughing and chatting while he was the only one knocked to the ground, and no one came to check on him. Proud. It didn't show at all. It was rather pitiful. Mom, I didn't go back to the past. The time machine brought me to a parallel universe in the past. Tenix interrupted Bulma's reminiscence, explaining. Huh, a parallel universe. Bulma appeared somewhat confused, her brow furrowing slightly. That shouldn't be the case. She was very confident in her creation. It shouldn't have gone wrong. By the way, Mom, let me in. This is Ji Yun, a powerful individual from another parallel universe, very impressive. He came here with me on the time machine to help us. Tenix pointed to Ji Yun at the door. At that moment, Bulma noticed there was another person standing at the entrance. Her furrowed brow relaxed as she smiled and greeted him. Internally, she thought to herself that it seemed the time machine had indeed malfunctioned, as this person did not exist in the past. Meanwhile, Ji Yun was lost in thought. He stared blankly at this world's Bulma, feeling a mix of emotions. Though he knew this had nothing to do with him, this Bulma was also from another timeline. Yet seeing her haggard face, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. What happened to Mr. Yi Yun? This is my mother Bulma. Are you not familiar with her in that timeline? Ji Yun smiled and replied, I am more than familiar with your mother. I just can't help but feel a bit emotional. You've changed so much. Ji Yun looked gently at Bulma. She brushed her hair back and shook her head bitterly. In this world, just surviving is already quite fortunate. Ji Yun sighed, noting how much Bulma in this timeline had matured, completely shedding the demeanor of a young girl. How is the otherworld version of me doing? Is she doing well? Bulma curiously asked Ji Yun. She was aware of parallel dimensions, even if the history of her own timeline was different. It should be quite similar. You are doing well in that world. I will protect her, Ji Yun said with a resolute. Bulma looked at Ji Yun in surprise. Such words were not something an ordinary friend would say. She recalled the complex look Ji Yun had when he first saw her, and smiled knowingly. She observed Ji Yun's appearance carefully, secretly pleased. It seems that the other timeline version of me has good. I see. Then you must take good care of her, Bulma said with a smile as she looked at Ji Yun. I will. Ji Yun replied, firmly resolving in his heart that he would not allow his Bulma to suffer even the slightest harm. Trunks, listening to the conversation between the two, felt a bit confused. What does this mean? I'm still young. Can you speak more clearly? What about Vegeta? How is he? Bulma asked curiously. As her counterpart in this timeline, she cared deeply about Vegeta. He's doing quite well, still the same as always. Ji Yun pondered for a moment, and then slowly replied. Bulma smiled happily upon hearing this response. That's good, that's good. It seems everyone is doing quite well in the other timeline. Trunks looked at Ji Yun with he had seen Vegeta's condition. He had been beaten to such a state, and yet he could still be called quite well. Suddenly a dull sound echoed from below. The entire room shook and the lights on the ceiling flickered incessantly. Lord Trunks, the androids are coming. Suddenly a child burst through the door, shouting in terror. Mr. Yi Yun. Trunks turned his gaze towards Ji Yun. Ji Yun glanced at Bulma, and then said with a cold gaze, Let's go, I will meet them. Although Bulma in this timeline had no connection to him, he still couldn't bear to see her suffer. On the ground of the base, countless bullets rained down upon the two figures ahead. Rows of RPGs rained. Fierce flames burned amidst the ruins, emitting a stinging smell of gunpowder. Yet the two figures ahead continued to stride forward. That bunch of pathetic ants. A black-haired youth with his hair parted in the middle disdainfully laughed as he looked at the fiery scene ahead. With a light flick of his finger, a beam of energy shot out instantly. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions filled the air, turning countless beings to ashes. The sound of gunfire had diminished by half. Hey, number 17, you've killed a bit too many. If you wipe them all out, what will we? A blonde girl replied with displeasure. The two of them were the androids created by Dr. Vegeta number 17 and number 18. They were also the culprits who turned this world into hell. It doesn't matter. If you don't kill a few more, how will Trunks come out to play? After all, we haven't had a chance to play with him for quite some time. Number 17 smirked, revealing this time, let's be clear, Trunks is my prey. You're not allowed to steal him from me. Number 18 said, looking displeased. The last time they fought, Trunks number 17 had jumped in first, resulting in Trunks being incapacitated for 2 months. During that time, she could only kill ordinary people for fun. All right, this time, I'll let you have him. Let me just clean up these minions. Number 17 said cheerfully. Once again, he fired a beam towards the remaining crowd. It's over, it's over. A rebel, seeing the beam approaching, despaired and covered his head. In an instant, everyone in the trench gave up, resisting their eyes, losing their spark, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. After all, they were just ordinary people, completely unable to withstand the androids' assault. For a long time, their attacks on the androids were merely self-deception. They hoped that one day their attacks could kill the androids. But the reality was that every attack resulted in heavy losses, often with no survivors. Boom! A violente explosion érupted. However, the people in the trench remained unharmed. What happened? The crowd in the trench peeked up. It's Trunks. Trunks is here. Someone suddenly shouted loudly, just as the beam was about to hit everyone. The timely arrival of Trunks and Ji-Yun helped the crowd block the attack. Oh, the little mouse finally came out. Number 17 said, feeling quite displeased as his attack was thwarted. At that moment, Trunks was glowing with golden light, having transformed into a Super Saiyan. Androids, today is your day of reckoning. Trunks gritted his teeth and said, the harm they caused to humanity could only be repaid with death. Ha ha ha, what do you think you can do? You can't have forgotten how I knocked you silly last time, right? Number 17 laughed, uproariously, mercilessly. Trunks snorted coldly, not refuting number 17. He knew he was right, he couldn't defeat them. Only, Mr. Ji-Yun, they are the ones. Trunks pointed at the androids, addressing Ji-Yun. All right, I understand. Ji-Yun replied calmly, his gaze continuously observing numbers 17 and 18. He had to admit number 18 was indeed attractive. Unfortunately, Ji-Yun knew that the androids in this world were utterly sinister. They had no humanity left. So you were looking for help, it seems to be not much of a deal. Number 17 coldly laughed. In this world, they were the strongest. No matter what kind of help Trunks found, it would not be a match for the two of them. Not much, just a toy, I'll leave him to you, no. 18 said with a smile. I can't be helped. I hope this trash lets me enjoy myself, no. 17 replied with feigned resignation. They seemed certain they had Ji-Yun cornered. Hey kid, over there, I'm your opponent, one jeered. I can beat you with one hand. But let me be clear, if you don't make this fun for me, I'll kill you. No. 17 shouted at Ji-Yun, his eyes full of mockery. This fellow is too arrogant, Tainank-Si muttered, clenching his fists, itching to rush forward and kill him. What's the matter, Tainank-Si? You look like you don't accept it. Then the two of you go together, it'll take you both out. No, 17 said with a grin. He delighted in seeing others' angry faces. The angrier they became, the more pleasure it gave him. No, 17, I told you Tainank-Si is mine. Don't cross the line, no. 18 said coldly to no. 17, fine, I know no. 17 replied impatiently. Tainank-Si, keep your composure. Handling them will be a piece of cake. Ji-Yun said lightly to Tainank-Si, those mere artificial humans. Given my current strength, defeating them would be effortless. But killing them outright would be too cheap. No sooner had Ji-Yun spoken than suddenly time itself seemed to pause between heaven and earth. Yet none of those present perceived the halt in time. You're all already doomed. Stop squabbling. Ji-Yun's low voice sounded from behind no. 17 and no. 18. When did you? The two cried in alarm and spun around. Ji-Yun's icy visage stood before them. So fast. Tainank-Si was stunned into silence. Ji-Yun had been speaking with him moments ago. How had he suddenly appeared behind the artificial humans? His speed was beyond tracking. No. 17 and no. 18 exchanged a glance and immediately put considerable distance between themselves. It seems this one comes with ill intent. No. 17's expression finally grew grave. The other's speed exceeded his imagination. You have slaughtered all the innocent, Ji-Yun said. Doesn't that leave only a ruthless person like me, yeah? His airy voice echoed behind them again. The words struck like thunder on a still plain, detonating in their hearts. No. 17 and no. 18 turned once more to find Ji-Yun's frost-cold face before them. This is impossible. No. 18 cried, her gaze fixed on Ji-Yun. Yet in an instant he seemed to vanish as if from thin air. When he reappeared, he was behind them. Bastati. No. 17 roared in a fury, shaping a beam of light in his hand and hurling it at Ji-Yun. I'm right here. What do you think you're hitting? Ji-Yun appeared beside No. 17 and patted his shoulder. This. No. 17 looked as if he'd seen a ghost, his face pale with terror, for the light wave had been released instantaneously. Even granting this man's extraordinary speed, one would expect to see the light wave fired and then attempt to dodge. There must be reaction time. Yet when a man appeared at his side, he had only just lifted his hand. As Ji Yun patted his shoulder, the light wave had only just left his palm. It felt as if he had become desynchronized from the world, always half a beat behind. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a ghost, Ji Yun said, calmly meeting no. 17 sighs. He had merely employed Shansher Gong, a flash dime technique. A tenth of a second may seem trifling, but at his speed it was enough to complete a full set of military-style fists, plus a 360-degree aerial somersault. No. 18 strike together. No. 17 gritted his teeth. No. 18's expression turned extremely grim. This man was unnerving. If they did not take him seriously, their comfortable lives might truly end. No sooner had the shout fallen than the two swung their fists, attempting to attack Ji Yun from both sides. Ji Yun snorted and activated Shansher Gong once more. Before their attacks could land, they had been struck by hundreds of his punches. The two's fists froze, suspended, and they clutched their bellies and collapsed to the ground. What is happening? How did the artificial humans fall? Namekian licked his lips in disbelief. His eyes were filled with incredulity, for in his view, he had only seen no. 17 and no. 18 attacked Ji Yun simultaneously. Ji Yun stood motionless. The androids' fists hung frozen, as if their bodies had suffered grievous damage. They crumpled to the earth. If it were any other scene, Namekian would have thought they were staging a fake fight. The androids were knocked down. We have hope. Among the survivors watching the battlefield, eyes widened. When they saw no, 17 and no, 18 toppled, joy flared across their faces. Namekian wasn't lying. This young man is truly formidable. Those who had doubted Ji Yun now wore expressions of shame. Those were androids. No one had ever felled them, let alone both at once. It felt like divine weapons descending from the heavens. Don't celebrate too soon, Namekian warned. They're not dead yet. His gaze remained grave. So, want to continue? Ji Yun regarded the two sprawled on the ground with indifference. But with attacks like these, I expected more. No. 17 rolled and rose to his feet. He had not clearly seen how he was struck down, only that his chest and abdomen felt pummeled by hundreds of blows. Yet that force was insufficient to kill him. If your attacks are only of this magnitude, he said, they cannot kill us. No. 18 also rose, slowly, a cold sneer curling her lips. She did not understand why Ji Yun's power was so strange. However, from the blows they had just endured, it seemed he could not inflict them any substantial harm. Oh, is that so? Ji Yun said coolly, a trace of disdain in his eyes. His base combat power was 70 million. The tenfold Jia Wang fist could boost it to 700 million. Slaying the two in an instant would be effortless, yet he chose not to. You have brought so much suffering upon them. Simply letting you die would be too cheap for you, he continued. A quick blade is satisfying enough. But I prefer a blunt knife, slowly ending you, savoring your torment and the pleasure it gives me. Ji Yun smiled with a demonic expression. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, number 18 felt a shock in her heart and couldn't help but swallow. She was completely taken in believing that this person was the true devil. What a facade. Number 18, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy has some special skills. However, his attack power is insufficient to harm us. As long as we can endure until he exhausts his strength, we can easily defeat him. Number 17 said confidently, as if he had seen through Ji Yun's tricks. Huff. Number 18 also deeply exhaled, calming her inner turmoil. A cruel expression returned to her face. You're right, number 17, our energy is limitless. As soon as this guy runs out of strength, it will be his end. Number 18 spoke, resolutely, fully believing in number 17's words. At that moment, both of them assumed a fighting stance. It's good to have confidence. Then please accept my beating, Ji Yun said with a cold smile. Unexpectedly, these two artificial beings were quite optimistic. Even at death's door, they were still deceiving themselves. Whoosh! Ji Yun began to attack again. 1 seconds later, the recently risen number 17 and number 18 fell to the ground in pain once more. They still hadn't seen how Ji Yun had made his move, including the distant observer Tenex. He focused all his attention on Ji Yun, but still couldn't figure out how Ji Yun launches attacks. In his eyes, Ji Yun had not moved his body at all from beginning to end. How was it number 18? Didn't I tell you? This guy can't harm us at all. Number 17 climbed up from the ground again and said with difficulty, it seems he really is just bluffing. Number 18 also stood up, her face twisted in fury. Although Ji Yun's attacks had not caused them however, the physical pain was still particularly intense. Clap, 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 not bad, let's continue. Ji Yun encouraged as he saw the two stand up again. Upon hearing Ji Yun say to continue, their expressions suddenly changed, and they quickly took a defensive stance, guarding their hands firmly in front of them. Unfortunately, both fell again. Before they could block with their hands, Ji Yun unleashed hundreds of attacks on them. By the time they were ready, it was already too late. Are you guys okay? How about taking a break? Ji Yun suggested, looking at their disheveled appearances. The The two trembled as they got up, their eyes filled with rage. Number 18, did you hear that? He said to take a break. His stamina is almost at its limit. Let's hold on. Once he exhausts his strength, we can truly torment him. Number 17 grinned through gritted teeth. If he were to lift his shirt now, he would probably be bruised all over. Okay. Number 18 was a bit overwhelmed, but still nodded reluctantly. Jian appeared somewhat speechless. His basic combat power was 70 million. If he fought like this, he could go on for a month without tiring. Jian looked at their determination and stopped wasting words. Thud, thud, thud. Just like that, Jian beat them for a full half hour. The two repeatedly fell down, got back up, fell down, and got back up, endlessly repeating the same movements. Finally, after another attack from Jian, they could no longer stand. Meanwhile, over at 10X, what is this great person doing? Why not just eliminate the artificial beings directly? A voice from the crowd raised the question. This question left nearly everyone puzzled. The artificial beings have been knocked down so many times. Why not just finish them off in one go? I might understand. 10X said, his voice somewhat low. People immediately focused their attention on him. They wanted to hear what he had understood. I have witnessed Mr. Ji Yun's true strength. With his power, he could eliminate the artificial beings in an instant. Yet he has not done so, and the reason is simply that he wants the artificial beings to die more painfully. His current actions are a way to vent his frustration for us living people. 10X explained. He didn't know how Ji Yun attacked, but seeing the artificial beings in such a sorry state filled him with a sense of exhilaration. He recalled the people who had died because of the artificial beings. He thought of his father, whom he had never met. He remembered his master Gohan. You can rest in peace. 10X closed his eyes, silently praying for those deceased. Seeing 10X, the crowd was moved, and they all recalled their own deceased loved ones. In an instant, they embraced each other in tears, lamenting that this era had finally come to an end. You guys really can't take a hit, can you? How about getting up and holding on a bit longer? I'm about to reach my limit. Isn't it too much to give up now? This era's Bulma. The two slowly walked to the end of the base where a brightly lit room stood. This was Bulma's laboratory. But unexpectedly, it was indeed a case of a dull knife causing endless suffering. I refuse to accept this. If you have the guts, let's fight openly. Number 17 said painfully. This guy's abilities were too bizarre. He truly felt he was nearing the brink of torment. Are you sure? Jian asked lightly. He still wanted to torment these two for a few more days. What's wrong, afraid? Number 17 snorted coldly as long as he dared to confront him directly. This person was definitely not his opponent. As long as he took the opportunity to eliminate him, he would still be the ruler of this world. It seems you still don't understand your situation. Then, come on, I'll send you on your way. Ji Yun sneered dismissively, completely disregarding number 17. I see who is truly unaware of their situation. Number 17 confidently said, jumping straight up from the ground, filled with energy. At the same time, he glanced at 10X not far away. In his heart, he sneered again, 10X, after I kill this despicable guy, I will make sure to torment you. The pain I've endured will be returned to you tenfold. Number 17 blamed today's encounter entirely on 10X. If it weren't for the bastard 10X bringing him here, he and number 18 wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation. You go first. I'm afraid that once I make my move, you won't have a chance. Ji Yun said casually, yet his words were extremely arrogant. I will make you regret it. Number 17's eyes glinted with malice. After dropping that line, he swiftly appeared in front of Ji Yun. His hardened fist slammed directly into Ji Yun's detestable face. Puffed. A strong impact scattered beneath their feet. The ground began to crack. However, the result that number 17 imagined did not occur. Ji Yun, enveloped in a red aura, stared at him expressionlessly. What? N17 was utterly astonished to see Ji Yun unharmed. And is that all? NJI Yun asked calm. Don't get too cocky. N17 retorted defiantly, still refusing to concede. And simultaneously a Kai-based shockwave erupted at point-blank range, striking directly upon Ji Yun's fist. A dazzling golden wave engulfed Ji Yun's entire head. And this can't be real. N17 whispered in disbelief. His feet instinctively staggered backward, his attack having failed utterly against Ji Yun, who stood there unscathed and unmoved. Are you trying to blow-dry my hair? The wind pressure seems rather insufficient. NJI Yun replied with detached nonchalance, further shattering 17's confidence. 17 was now speechless, paralyzed by uncertainty. The situation had completely slipped. Now it's my turn to perform. NJI Yun spoke slowly. A chill of dread seized 17's heart. Ji Yun's voice resonated like that of the grim reaper poised to claim his life at any moment. Eyes wild with panic, 17 whirled to flee. Yet before he could fully turn, Ji Yun was already standing behind him, gripping his arm in an iron hold. Didn't you say you wouldn't use this technique? N17 stammered in terror, utterly disoriented. And this is merely my ordinary speed. NJI Yun said coolly. At the same time, he raised his other hand slowly before 17's face. And no, you can't kill me. I don't want to die. And 17 was utterly undone, terror flooding his eyes. Having spent years hunting and torturing others, savoring their desperate struggles, he now found himself the prey. Boom! Na radiant energy wave burst forth from Ji Yun's palm. N17 let out an ear-splitting scream. The scream dwindled into silence as Ji Yun watched expressionless while 17's figure dissolved into light, his gaze devoid of pity or remorse. 17's body was obliterated, reduced to scattered fragments. Only one arm remained intact, clutched tightly in Ji Yun's hand. He tossed it carelessly onto the ground and turned toward 18, who still lay motionless on the earth. Speak. How would you like to die? NJI Yun asked indifferently. And he had genuinely liked 18 in his own world. Yet this world's 18 was nothing but a deranged monster. Ji Yun felt no trace of sympathy for her. And isn't what we do here, what we enjoy, our right? And 18 glared at him with venomous hatred. She felt no remorse whatsoever. Ensai? NJI Yun exhaled deeply, a gesture of profound resignation, as if confronting someone beyond redemption. He knew full well that though both were artificial beings, this world's 18 was inexplicably, unfathomably foolish. Ji Yun had no patience left for her words. With a subtle flick of his finger, a searing laser beam lanced forth, striking 18's body with flawless precision. And boom! An explosion thundered across the air. 18 vanished instantly, leaving only a small crater behind. And ding! Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Reward granted: controllable Super Saiyan transformation. And the system's voice echoed within Ji Yun's mind. The androids are dead. And someone watching from afar shouted in exhilaration. Instantly, jubilant cheers erupted throughout the vast, silent expanse. The long reign of fear had ended. A bright future was finally dawning. Trunks bounded over joyfully to Ji Yun's side, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Yun. Thank you. You are our savior. No need for thanks. It was a promise I made to you. NJI Yun waved lightly with a gentle smile. Trunks' gratitude was heartfelt, but Ji Yun's actions had also been guided by his system's directive. He had traveled to this future solely to eradicate the androids. Even without his intervention, Trunks himself would have ultimately destroyed them. Thank you, Mr. Ji Yun, and thank you, Mr. Ji Yun. And amidst the roaring celebration, the crowd collectively honored Ji Yun, the true savior of humanity. Some wept with overwhelming joy, others beamed with radiant elation. Deep within the underground base, messengers had already rushed to deliver the glorious news. One by one, survivors emerged from the subterranean shelter, gazing upward at the sky they hadn't seen in years, hearts brimming with poignant reflection. Trunks, and Bulma, having received the news, joined the throng emerging from the base. Spotting Trunks and Ji Yun in the distance, she waved warmly. Mom, it's over. We can finally live in peace. And Trunks could no longer contain his emotions. He rushed into Bulma's arms and burst into unrestrained sobs. And you've endured so much, and Bulma murmured softly, her eyes tender as she stroked his back. Mr. Ji Yun, thank you for everything. And Bulma bowed respectfully toward Ji Yun. Ji Yun nodded with a quiet smile. And Mr. Ji Yun, if you're not pressed for time, and would you consider staying in our world for a few days, so we may properly express our gratitude? And wiping away his tears, Trunks extended the invitation with earnest warmth. Ji Yun paused in thought, then nodded silently. Very well. I'm free these days, but I'll stay and enjoy myself for a while. And Trunks lit up with delight at the reply. To train alongside such a master, even for just a few days, was an unparalleled opportunity. And Ji Yun too had his own intentions. Having just unlocked the Super Saiyan transformation, he intended to master it thoroughly, while Trunks would make an excellent sparring partner. Several days later, in Boom, in Rumble, in deep within a mountain range 100 li away, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, exchanging rapid fluid strikes with Ji Yun. Boom! And after a violent explosion, the two leapt apart. And I'm done, Mr. Yun. Your strength is simply overwhelming. And Trunks wiped sweat from his brow, breathing heavily. Ji Yun, observing Trunks' utter exhaustion, promptly released the Kaioken technique. By the way, Mr. Ji Yun, you mentioned earlier that you're also a Saiyan. And could you transform into a Super Saiyan and then unleash the Crimson Energy technique? I want to see just how formidable you truly are. And though defeated, Trunks remained fiercely curious, eager to witness the full extent of Ji Yun's terrifying power. You wish to know? NJI Yun smiled mysteriously. And yes. And Trunks perked up, instantly nodding with rapt attention. Very well, then witness it for yourself. NJI Yun spoke slowly. In truth, he too longed to discover the ultimate limits of his own strength. Just how far could he go? Ji Yun concentrated his energy, and a vortex began to form beneath his feet, stirring the wild grass on the ground. Ji Yun let out a low roar. A tremendous aura erupted from his body, and the clear skies were immediately shrouded in dark clouds. Accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder, Ji Yun's hair began to stand on end. This aura is astonishing. Trunks widened his eyes, staring at Ji Yun in amazement. Ji Yun unleashed another fierce shout, causing golden light to flicker around him. Brilliant light began to radiate from his body, crackling with explosive sounds. At this moment, Ji Yun's black pupils vanished, leaving only white eyeballs that looked extremely terrifying. His hair transformed into the unique yellow-green hue characteristic of a Super Saiyan. Mr. Yi Yun. Trunks swallowed hard, nervously whispering. He was already tense enough to transform into a Super Saiyan, not only frightened by Ji Yun, but also preparing to withstand the shockwaves caused by him. Ji Yun's current appearance was terrifying, resembling the emergence of a demon king, making it hard for anyone to approach. Uncertain how much time passed, Ji Yun's pupils returned, and his gaze became normal again, looking much more stable than before. Fortunately, it's a controllable version of a Super Saiyan. I nearly lost myself just now and was almost overwhelmed by my own power. Ji Yun sighed, confirming that this Super Saiyan bloodline was indeed incredibly domineering. Mr. Ji Yun, are you alright now? Trunks cautiously asked. He finally understood why Ji Yun had mentioned that transforming into a Super Saiyan might mean losing control over this power and potentially hurting himself. This is just too frightening. The aura emanating from him alone instills fear. It's nothing serious, it's just that this power is not easy to control. Ji Yun said lightly. The aura within him was incredibly domineering. No wonder in the original work Broly went insane after transforming into a Super Saiyan. He would attack anyone in sight, indiscriminately distinguishing between friend and foe. Mr. Ji Yun, what level of strength have you reached now? Trunks asked, curiously, feeling a bit relieved, seeing Ji Yun return to normal. Strength. Ji Yun slightly narrowed his eyes, not answering immediately. Because he too was unsure of his current strength, without an equally powerful opponent, it was difficult to assess. This can't be accurately described with a precise number for now. Ji Yun pondered and decided to voice his thoughts. In the storyline, Broly could challenge Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and Goku in his base form. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku and Vegeta could only match him when they fused. This alone demonstrates the domineering nature of this bloodline. Ji Yun dared not claim that he possessed such formidable power now, as his base combat power was not particularly high. Really impressive. Trunks also exclaimed sincerely. Feeling the aura emanating from Ji Yun, he felt like a leaf afloat on an ocean. Ji Yun was that vast ocean, boundless and unfathomable, resembling an abyss. Trunks now thought that if he had such immense strength back, then the world wouldn't have turned out so tragic. He also lamented the unfairness of fate. In a similar world, why was there no one as powerful as Ji Yun in his space? Setting aside whether I'm impressive or not, what do you think of my appearance now? Ji Yun curiously asked Trunks. Besides explosive power, he also cared about his appearance. Unfortunately, there was no mirror available, otherwise he would definitely want to admire his own style. The previous Mr. Ji Yun could be described in 2 words: handsome. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, 2 words to describe it: imposing. Trunks complimented with a smile. What he said was not mere flattery to curry favor with Ji Yun. It was a conclusion reached after careful observation. But Trunks hesitated. Hearing the praise in the first half, Ji Yun felt quite pleased, but when he heard the word "but," he couldn't help but tense up. What do you mean by "but"? Ji Yun asked with concern. It's just that your hair is quite unique. After my transformation, my hair is all golden, but yours has a hint of green. Is it that when one reaches your level, the hair becomes this color? Trunks asked with a smile, also voiced. Upon hearing Trunks' explanation, Ji Yun's face instantly fell. He had completely forgotten that the hair, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, was different from an ordinary Super Saiyan. His hair did have a bit of green. My heart is a bit uneasy. Cough, cough. This might be due to individual differences in physique. It should have nothing to do with strength. Ji Yun calmed himself down and casually provided an excuse. Yet he still felt somewhat disgruntled. As a traveler, he always believed that having green hair was not a good sign. Oh, so that's how it is. Trunks nodded, taking it at face value and not dwelling on the matter too much. Mr. Ji Yun, why don't you try that technique again? Trunks was referring to the tenfold Kaioken that Ji Yun had used before. Oh, Ji Yun shook off the jumble of thoughts in his mind and spoke with determination. In fact, he also wanted to see how far his strength could reach when using the tenfold Kaioken. Tenfold. Ji Yun let out a low growl. Then the mountain beneath their feet collapsed with a thunderous roar. A fierce wind whipped up dark clouds, and golden lightning continuously struck down from the sky. The earth shattered, and the sea crashed violently against the shore. In no time, the entire planet began to tremble, emitting a deafening rumble. It seemed to cower in fear of the power Ji Yun was emanating. Mr. Yi Yun. Trunks was horrified. If this continued, the Earth would surely be destroyed. Just as Trunks was filled with dread, the apocalyptic scene ended and the Earth fell silent once more. Ji-Yun was enveloped in a layer of fiery red aura. It contained the yellow-green energy and his entire being within it. So strong. Trunks was left speechless as Ji-Yun's strength was continually reshaping his understanding. If just moments ago he felt like a leaf floating on an ocean, then now he felt like a speck of dust in the universe, even less than that. Is this my full strength? Ji-Yun murmured, looking at his hands. Then he casually waved his hand towards the sky. In an instant, a violent storm swept across the land, and the very fabric of space seemed to show signs of tearing. This scene was merely the result of a light wave of his hand. Trunks had been watching in astonishment nearby. Is this something a human can achieve? With just a gentle wave of his hand, such immense power is unleashed. If he were to punch with all his strength, what would happen? Trunks, there's a little bug coming out. Ji-Yun said with a slight smile, his mouth curling up. Huh, a little bug? Trunks asked in confusion, perplexed by Ji-Yun's cryptic words. It's nothing, you'll find out soon enough. Just place your hand on me, and it'll take you to see it, Ji-Yun said with a gentle smile. Though Trunks was puzzled, he followed Ji-Yun's instructions. He placed his hand on Ji-Yun's shoulder, while Ji-Yun put his fingers on his forehead and performed instant transmit. Swish! In an instant, both of their bodies vanished from the spot, leaving only a pile of rubble behind. At a ruined cave, Trunks and Ji-Yun's figures were transported to this place. Where is this? Trunks surveyed the collapsed cave around them. Clearly unaware of why Ji-Yun had brought him here, he mused. If I'm guessing correctly, this should be Dr. Gero's former research lab. Indeed, Ji-Yun explained casually. The effects of the tenfold King Fist and Super Saiyan form were also lifted. How do you know? Trunks asked in surprise. He was well aware of Dr. Gero's name. It was he who created the androids that dealt devastating blows to humanity. In a sense, this guy is a historical villain among humans. Didn't I say? Just a guess. Ji-Yun chuckled lightly. In fact, Ji-Yun didn't know where Dr. Gero's lab was either. However, when he had just transformed into a Super Saiyan and used the tenfold King Fist, his senses had been heightened to their peak. Here he faintly sensed the chaotic aura that was about to emerge. Let's wait here for a moment. Oh, perhaps the little bug I mentioned will appear soon. Ji-Yun continued with a smile. Trunks scratched his head, somewhat dazed. Seconds ticked by. The two waited by the cave entrance for about 10 minutes. Suddenly the stones on the ground began to tremble, and the desolate land was suddenly filled with a strong, familiar, and evil aura. What is this? Trunks was startled. He hadn't expected such a powerful being to be hidden here. Haha, just as I thought, Ji-Yun said with a faint smile. With the only remaining strong warrior on Earth being Trunks, this chaotic aura was alarming. As a traveler familiar with the plot, the identity of this aura's owner was clear. Boom! The mountain rocks began to slide. The massive stones covering the cave entrance shattered into dust, and the cave collapsed as well. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot into the sky. The collapsing rubble was struck by waves of force, and amidst the ongoing impact, the debris began to float slowly. Ha! Cell have finally emerged. A hideous green creature leaped out, laughing maniacally. This grotesque being was none other than Cell, one of the major bosses in the subsequent plot. This aura, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, and Mr. Gohan. Trunks appeared somewhat dazed. He felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with Cell, all of which belonged to the powerful beings from Earth. Mr. Ji-Yun, what exactly is this guy? Why does he have everyone's aura? Trunks continued to inquire, his emotions seeming somewhat unstable. This guy should also be a creature created by Dr. Gero. From his earlier introduction, he should be called Cell. It's likely that he was made by referencing all the strong beings on Earth, which is why there's this sense of familiarity. Ji-Yun explained vaguely. Although it differed somewhat from the actual creation process, it was mostly accurate. There was no need to explain in too much detail, though after all, this guy wouldn't live long. Why waste too many words? So that's how it is. That bastard Dr. Gero is truly unforgivable. Trunks clenched his fists, angrily glaring at Cell. In his view, the androids created by Dr. Gero had caused massive disasters on Earth. The Cell before him was certainly no good, and indeed it was true. The unique environment had also shaped Trunks' decisive character. So today, unless something unexpected occurred, Cell would undoubtedly die. Trunks, how did you end up here? And who are you? Cell noticed the two and accurately called out Trunks' name. Cell was somewhat bewildered. He hadn't expected Trunks to be here. Didn't the androids not care about this guy? Or had the androids already been? Upon thinking this, Cell was startled and quickly asked, where are androids 17 and 18? They're waiting for you in hell. Trunks didn't beat around the bush and directly hurled out a harsh remark. In the next moment, a golden aura enveloped him. His hair turned golden once again as he transformed into a Super Saiyan form and charged straight at Cell. Not good. Cell was taken aback. He hadn't expected androids 17 and 18 to have been defeated by Trunks. He also hadn't anticipated that Trunks would attack immediately without giving him any time to prepare. Cell hurriedly attempted to defend himself, but in the blink of an eye Trunks severed one of his arms. Damn it, Cell cursed in a grim voice. His current strength was extremely weak, and he was not yet a match for Trunks. Coupled with being caught off guard, he was now in a very precarious situation. Take this! Seeing his attack had landed, Trunks did not pause for breath and launched another fierce assault. Wait, Trunks! Cell, seeing Trunks charging again, quickly spoke up. At this moment, Cell had no choice but to back down. After all, he didn't want to meet his end right after emerging. Unfortunately, Trunks did not relent in his offensive. Instead, his moves became sharper and more lethal. Cell struggled to cope. At least let me finish my sentence. Trunks, I'm not at my strongest yet. Even if you defeat me, it won't mean much. If you have the ability, wait for a while, and I will definitely become stronger. At that time, we can have a proper fight, Cell said while fighting, increasingly exhausted. Cell's thoughts were quite simple. He intended to exploit the Saiyans' arrogance, pride, and combative nature to seek a glimmer of hope. Within Cell flowed the genes of the Saiyans, and he understood their character perfectly. As long as he claimed he could become stronger, he was sure to incite the Saiyans' fighting spirit. Though from Trunks' tone, just now it seemed that androids 17 and 18 had already been eliminated. However, as long as there was a sliver of hope, the rest could be addressed later. Do you take me for a fool? Trunks scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. This monster's strength was no longer weak. If he improved further, Trunks would no longer be his match. The peace humanity had long awaited would be lost, wouldn't it? With this thought, Trunks did not hesitate, and his attacks became increasingly fierce, his aura growing stronger. Today, this monster must be crushed in its cradle. What's going on? Cell struggled to defend against Trunks' strike. As he sensed Trunks' rising aura, he cursed inwardly. Didn't they say the Saiyans are a warrior? Didn't they say the Saiyans are combative? The stronger the opponent, the more excited they become. Why am I so weak now, yet this damn thing seems to be getting more energized as we fight? Cell's judgment was not wrong. The Saiyans were indeed naturally combative, but unfortunately, he was facing the only Saiyan in Dragon Ball who wouldn't play around, Trunks. After experiencing so much, Trunks' character had long since diverged from that of a typical Saiyan. The arrogant demeanor and proud mentality ingrained in his genes had been smoothed out by life. Sizzle, the sound of a sharp object cutting through flesh. With Cell's agonizing scream, Trunks' sword severed a piece of flesh from Cell's rib. Purple blood dripped onto the ground, creating splatters of crimson. Cell suppressed the pain coursing through his body and hurriedly retreated 5 or 6 steps. Only then was he temporarily out of Trunks' attack range. If this continued, he would truly perish here. Beside him, Ji-Yun had been closely watching this battle. Tis Trunks is really ruthless. But I like this character. Ji-Yun smiled, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Trunks. If asked who his favorite character in Dragon Ball was, it would undoubtedly be Trunks. The reason was simple: he appreciated Trunks' seriousness and decisive nature. Goku was too kind-hearted and sometimes not very clever. Vegeta was arrogant and unruly, exceedingly proud. With their personalities, if it weren't for the protagonist's halo, they would have died thousands of times already, and there would be no subsequent plot. On the battlefield, Cell's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he was panting heavily. Trunks, I have no grudges against you, nor have I done anything wrong. Why must you come after me? Forced into a corner, Cell loudly questioned Trunks. Cell knew that Trunks had half Earthling blood. Earthlings were inherently kind. If he could reason with him, perhaps Trunks, how you've never done anything wrong. Once you've done something wrong, it will be too late. So I can only ask you to die before you do something wrong. Trunks replied coldly. He had had enough of his past life. He did not believe that Dr. Gero created such a monster for the benefit of humanity. Ji-Yun nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Trunks' response. He did not intervene in Cell's matter because he wanted to see how Trunks would handle it. The outcome did not disappoint Ji-Yun. After all, Trunks was his favorite character. Of course, these were secondary. The main issue was that damn system which failed to issue any tasks. He simply stood aside to watch the battle, enjoying the performance of others. Damn, am I really going to die? Cell murmured unwillingly, his hands unconsciously clenching tighter. He still had grand ambitions to conquer Earth and the universe. How could he die like this? He was unwilling and began to roar helplessly in his heart. Cell, accept your fate. If you want to blame someone, blame Dr. Gero for creating you, Trunks said with a blame. At the same time, he aimed his sword at Cell and summoned all his energy, planning to eliminate this monster in one decisive blow. Cell sensed Trunks' chilling gaze and felt a tremor in his heart. He realized that in the next round, he would undoubtedly. Suddenly, Cell recalled that there was another young man accompanying Trunks. He glanced at Ji-Yun with his peripheral vision. He had no impression of his appearance in his mind. His aura was also very weak. He seemed to be just an ordinary Earth warrior. Trunks travels with this person, so they must be very good friends. Cell's eyes flickered as if he thought of a clever escape plan. Cell D. Trunks shouted, his figure shooting forward, sword aimed directly at Cell's neck. Seeing Trunks move, Cell did not dare to slack off. He used all his strength to charge towards Ji-Yun recklessly. Whoosh! Though Cell was fast, his tail was still cut off by Trunks in one swift motion. The severed tail twitched a couple times on the ground before going still. Trunks was dissatisfied with his missed attack. We saw Cell rushing towards Ji-Yun. He froze for a moment. What is he trying to do? In an instant, Cell had circled around to Ji-Yun's back. His sharp claws hovered directly above Ji-Yun's head, ready to strike at any moment. Trunks, if you don't want him to die, let me go. I promise I won't harm him, even a little bit. Cell revealed a smile of success as he planned in his heart that if he successfully escaped, he would quickly, when the time was ripe, he would return to take revenge for today's humiliation. Trunks looked at what was happening before him, staring at Cell, as if he were an idiot. Using Mr. Ji-Yun as a hostage, how did Cell's mind work? Although Ji-Yun was being held, he felt no turmoil in his heart. In fact, he even wanted to laugh. I was wondering what Cell was looking at me for. It turns out he had this plan. Fine, since it's like this, let me send him on his way. It wouldn't be a waste for him to walk the earth. Upon thinking of this, Ji-Yun helplessly smiled and shook his head. Wait a moment. Trunks, seeing Ji-Yun shake his head, felt a sense of foreboding and quickly shouted, now you know fear. If you understand, quickly clear a path, and I guarantee I won't trouble this kid. Sheru said with a sinister smile, secretly feeling pleased. It seems this person holds significant importance in Trunks' heart. Thanks to his own wise decision, otherwise he would have truly capsized in the sewer. Trunks was momentarily speechless upon hearing Sheru's words. Big brother, who told you that? Trunks rolled his eyes and, after giving him a glare, turned to Ji-Yun and said, Mr. Ji-Yun, may I personally end this monster's life? Ji-Yun looked into Trunks' determined eyes and shrugged indifferently, saying, all right, I'll leave this guy to you. Ji-Yun understood Trunks' feelings at that moment. Whether it was the androids or Sheru, they were all creations of Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero was already dead, having been killed by the very androids he created, which could be considered a self-inflicted punishment. The android is dead, killed by Ji-Yun. Now, with only Sheru remaining, Trunks hoped to use his own strength to save this broken world. Thank you, Mr. Ji-Yun, Trunks said gratefully. At the same time, he cast a fierce glance at Sheru, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Sheru was in a state of extreme confusion. What does this mean? Just when Sheru's mind had not yet caught, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It felt as if he had been punched, and then Ji-Yun, who was under his claws, had already appeared on a nearby slope without him realizing it. No. It's impossible. How could he be so fast? Sheru looked at Ji-Yun, who had suddenly disappeared before him, his eyes wide in disbelief. That punch, just now, was delivered by Ji-Yun. He had activated his instant transmission technique. Unbeknownst to Sheru, he struck his abdomen and leaped away from the battlefield. Sheru, stop your pointless struggles. Capturing Mr. Ji-Yun. How did you think of that? If I hadn't spoken up in time, you would have turned to ashes. However, I tell LB soon. Trunks said disdainfully. You dare provoke Ji-Yun? You're just like an old immortal eating arsenic, wanting to live too long. How was that possible, that kid? Sheru looked in shock at Ji-Yun, who stood on the slope with his hands behind his back. He seemed to embody the aura of a grandmaster. Trunks saw that Sheru was somewhat distracted, and with a loud shout, he seized the opportunity and attacked. Sheru, watching Trunks charge at him, suddenly snapped back to reality. In a flurry, he attempted to block Trunks' attack. Unfortunately, Trunks had the upper hand and was stronger than Sheru. In an instant, he seized the initiative, stabbing Sheru 3 or 4 times. In a flash, purple blood splattered everywhere, appearing especially vibrant in the sunlight. Stop, Trunks. I beg you, let me go. I promise I won't do anything bad in the future. Sheru, already beaten to the point of desperation, pleaded with Trunks. Trunks, hearing Sheru's words, did not slow the speed of his sword. I don't trust your promise. The best guarantee is for you to die. Trunks replied firmly. He was no longer the boy he once was, having not changed even a bit. The pressures of life forced him to distrust all enemies' words. Before long, Trunks' sword was already stained with blood. At this moment, Sheru was on the brink of death, suffering continuous assaults. He was already severely injured with no part of his body unscathed. Although Sheru possessed the abilities of, however, he was so extremely weak that he could no longer continue to repair his body. Rest assured, you will soon meet Dr. Gero. You can ask him why he created you and made you endure so much pain. Trunks said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Trunks stomped hard on the ground. The hard surface trembled instantly, bouncing Sheru, who was lying on the ground, into the air. In his weakened state, Sheru had no power to resist and could only submit. Demon Flash, Trunks said in a low voice. He crossed his hands above his head and unleashed a golden shockwave that shot straight into the sky, directly crashing toward Sheru. This move was taught to him by his closest friend and most respected master son, Gohan. This time, Trunks exerted all his strength, making the attack even more dazzling. Boom! A loud explosion resonated in the air. Sheru didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Amidst the brilliant fireworks, Trunks seemed to see Gohan's smiling face. On the slope, Ji-Yun watched as Sheru was destroyed, and the stone in his heart finally fell. He knew that within Sheru's body there was a special cell. If it wasn't destroyed, Sheru could still utilize the Namekian's abilities to resurrect. Seeing that Sheru was completely obliterated, Ji-Yun felt relieved and couldn't help but sigh. Trunks really is reliable. Then Ji-Yun placed a hand on his head and instantly teleported next to Trunks. All threats on Earth have been eliminated. Oh, let's go back. Ji-Yun patted Trunks' arm and said with a smile, "All right." Trunks nodded happily and placed his hand back on Ji-Yun's shoulder. His eyes were filled with respect for Ji-Yun. Without Ji-Yun, humanity on Earth would not know how many more hardships they would have to endure. Just like Sheru if it weren't for Mr. Ji-Yun sensing his presence, humanity's hard-earned peace might have fallen back into hell, and the crisis on Earth would continue for a long time. From this moment on, Ji-Yun's importance in Trunks' heart has become second only to Bulma and Gohan. Ji-Yun used instant transmission again, and the two left the place. When they reappeared, they were already in a city that was ready for reconstruction. The two walked side by side on the well-paved ground. Wherever they went, the surrounding people looked at them with friendly and respectful gazes. Some even warmly greeted them and invited them to their homes. Naturally, both declined one by one. "Trunks, I've been here for a while. It's time to leave," Ji-Yun said to Trunks as they walked looking at the calm future. Trunks was slightly taken aback by these words, then slowly spoke up saying, "Mr. Ji-Yun isn't staying for a few more days." Trunks truly felt a bit reluctant. After spending a few days together, Trunks had unconsciously come to regard Ji-Yun as family. Suddenly having to leave, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. The time wasted isn't short, and there are many matters to attend to in that world. "I also need to return early," Ji-Yun smiled indifferently. You have a point." Trunks nodded slightly. He understood that Ji-Yun couldn't remain in this world indefinitely. "All right, then let's head back and let Mom prepare the time machine," Trunks said with a relieved smile. The two walked down the street chatting and laughing. In no time, they arrived at Trunks' new home. At that moment, Bulma was at the computer typing away furiously. The table was littered with numerous blueprints. Most of them were planning proposals for urban infrastructure. As the only scientist in this world, she had a lot of work. "Mom, we're back," Trunks shouted loudly. Subsequently, he and Ji-Yun pushed the door and walked in. "But Trunks is back. You two find a place to sit and we'll chat later," Bulma replied without turning her head, her eyes still focused on the computer screen. She had immersed herself completely in her work. "Mom, the thing is Mr. Ji-Yun is leaving," Trunks stated directly. The clattering of the keyboard abruptly stopped. Bulma stood up and looked toward Ji-Yun's position. "What's wrong, Ji? Aren't you going to stay a few more days?" Bulma asked Ji-Yun with a smile. "I've already stayed here long enough. I should return now," Ji-Yun replied. Ji-Yun slightly shook his head and said with a faint smile. He indeed missed home, especially seeing Bulma at this moment. The longing was quite strong. He wondered how Bulma was doing back home. Bulma noticed Ji-Yun's eagerness to return. However, she had disappointing news to share with him. "I'm sorry, Ji-Yun, although you want to hurry back, I need to tell you that the fuel for the time machine is running low. If you want to return, you might not be able to go back to the previous timeline," Bulma said slowly. She had come to this conclusion after checking the time machine. Hearing this news, Ji-Yun felt a heaviness in his heart. He then slowly spoke, "Is there no way to replenish the fuel?" He remembered that the time machine's fuel could be replenished. It can be replenished, but this type of fuel is very precious. Moreover, it requires a long processing time, possibly taking 7 to 8 months. Bulma adjusted her glasses and answered Ji-Yun's unspoken question. 7, 8 months. Ji-Yun was stunned. He never expected it would take so long. "Yes, so it seems you'll have to endure staying in this timeline a bit longer. I will do my utmost to prepare the fuel as quickly as possible," Bulma said earnestly. She had also checked the time machine as soon as Trunks returned. She soon discovered the issue of insufficient fuel. During this time, she had been working on resolving the situation. "All right, then I'll trouble you, Bulma." Ji-Yun sighed helplessly. He knew there was no point in getting anxious now. There was nothing to do but wait. However, the only thing Ji-Yun worried about was that nothing unexpected would happen in the past world while he was gone. "Of course I will prepare the fuel as quickly as possible," Bulma promised Ji-Yun. She then temporarily set aside her current tasks and began focusing entirely on the fuel production project. "Mr. Ji-Yun, it seems you'll have to stay a while longer," Trunks said with a hint of happiness. Of course, he wasn't relishing the misfortune, but was genuinely reluctant to see Ji-Yun leave. "It can't be helped." Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow and said somewhat helplessly. At this point, all he could do was hope for the fuel for the time machine to be ready soon. There was nothing else that could be done. As time passed day by day, half a year went by in the blink of an eye. Ji-Yun began to gradually adapt to this world. Seeing the people who had already gotten back on track, he felt a slight sense of satisfaction. "Mr. Ji-Yun, are we continuing to cultivate today?" Trunks still followed Ji-Yun closely. Of course, no matter when maintaining one's strength is essential to face unforeseen crises, Ji-Yun said solemnly. During this time, Ji-Yun did not idly wait. Instead, he chose to cultivate here. Trunks originally wanted to relax a bit. However, seeing Ji-Yun working so hard also motivated him. The two continuously trained and sparred, both making significant progress. Good, Trunks replied firmly. His strength continued to rise during his sparring with Ji-Yun. Suddenly it seemed he had reached a bottleneck stage as a Super Saiyan. Ji-Yun heard Trunks' response. Without giving him much time to prepare, Ji-Yun charged forward. Trunks did not dare to be careless and quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan to meet Ji-Yun. The two became a blur as they fought. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of thunder echoed as the collision noises rang out. Trunks, you've made progress lately, Ji-Yun said with a smile, yet his punches and kicks showed no signs of leniency. Mister, Ji-Yun, you're not bad either, Trunks replied in kind, because Ji-Yun was not using his full strength in their battle. Neither the Super Saiyan form nor the tenfold Kaioken was employed. He was only using his normal strength. At first, Trunks was able to suppress Ji-Yun steadily, but as time went on, Ji-Yun's strength surged daily. Now, he could match Trunks and even appear to have the upper hand. Their battle was intense, lasting from dawn, bang, bang, bang. After several more collisions, the two did not continue to entangle with each other. Instead, they separated quickly after the impact. No more fighting, no more fighting. Mister, Ji-Yun's talent is truly enviable. Just relying on normal strength can easily suppress me. Trunks waved his hand and said, somewhat exhausted. He really couldn't understand why Ji-Yun's cultivation talent was so exceptional. Although he had also made steady improvements during this time compared to Ji-Yun, it was still like heaven and earth. The next morning, Ji-Yun was about to begin his daily training. However, just as he was about to leave with Trunks, a crisp voice came through, halting Ji-Yun's steps. Ji-Yun, the fuel is ready. The time machine is fully fueled and ready for use. The owner of this voice was none other than Bulma. At this moment, she walked out of the laboratory with a beaming smile, holding a capsule and shaking it in front of Ji-Yun. Great! Ji-Yun's eyes brightened, his expression revealing joy, and he excitedly continued, thank you, Bulma. Oh, no need to mention it. This is something I should have done, though I have delayed you for quite a while. Bulma shook her head and said with a smile. Trunks, listening nearby, felt a bit uncomfortable. He had already considered Ji-Yun a friend. Suddenly having to leave felt a bit strange. Meanwhile, Bulma had already walked out the door. She pressed a button on top of the capsule and threw it on the ground. Boom! A cloud of smoke appeared and the time machine reappeared. There's no time to waste. How do you operate this machine? I need to hurry back, Ji-Yun said anxiously as he opened the cabin door. I jumped inside. I'll teach you. Bulma brought over a lift and climbed up next to the control seat. She taught Ji-Yun how to operate it, explaining the function of each button. Ji-Yun was very clever and quickly learned the basics of using the time machine. This is how you operate it. If you're ready, you can depart at any time. Bulma smiled at Ji-Yun. All right. Ji-Yun took a deep breath and then, with a determined gaze, said, I'm setting the departure time to 7 months after. Bulma and Trunks looked up at Ji-Yun. After spending so much time together, he was suddenly about to leave. They had many things to say, but didn't know how to express them. Trunks also remained silent, feeling downcast throughout this time. Ji-Yun noticed this. Partings were always sad, and feeling lost was normal. He looked at Bulma, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to start. After a moment of silence, Ji-Yun slowly said, Trunks, take good care of your mother. We will definitely meet again. After saying this, Ji-Yun closed the cabin door and slowly ascended. Bulma blushed upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, her mature beauty undeniable, exuding a unique charm. You must also take good care of her. Bulma murmured softly to herself. Goodbye, mister. Yi, I will take good care of my mom. We will meet again. Trunks suddenly looked up and shouted loudly into the air. Ji-Yun heard the shout, smiled at Trunks, and then gave him a thumbs up. Soon after, the time machine disappeared into the sky. In this world, the person Ji-Yun no longer existed. Let's go back, Trunks, Bulma said with a smile. Trunks gazed at the spot where the time machine had vanished and after a long while followed Bulma back inside. Whoosh! The speed of the time machine was incredibly fast. In another time and space, the time machine appeared in an open area on Earth. Aihuan San have returned. Ji-Yun opened the cabin door and jumped out joyfully. Breathing in the fresh air, even though the two Earths were identical, his heart was filled with joy. Because this was the Earth he was familiar with. Ji-Yun transformed the time machine back into a capsule and put it in his pocket. After tidying everything up, he began to search for energy signatures. He needed to visit Bulma. First, it had been so long since they parted, and he wondered how she was doing. What the heck this is? Ji-Yun was shocked when he began his search, because he sensed many powerful energies in the air. Son Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Son Gohan, their energy has become so strong. Ji-Yun couldn't help but exclaim as he sensed the energies of these individuals. Their power was certainly on par with Trunks, definitely the strength of a Super Saiyan. At the same time, he began to doubt whether he had entered the wrong space. Could it be the original timeline? Additionally, Ji-Yun sensed another familiar energy. Cell! Oh my, did I truly travel to the wrong time? The androids appear a year after Trunks left. I only left for 7 months. How could Cell already be here? Could they also have crossed over from another timeline? Ji-Yun was starting to panic. Although these energies were very powerful in his eyes, they were still nothing more than a bunch of amateurs. What he was afraid of was not being able to return to his own timeline. Ji-Yun shook his head forcefully. He couldn't think about that now. He needed to find his Bulma first. Got it. Ji-Yun confirmed Bulma's location in his mind and activated his instant transmission. Whoosh! Ji-Yun disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, Ji-Yun's body appeared in the room of the Capsule Corporation where Bulma was. At this moment, Bulma sat in front of her chair, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the blue sky lost in. She completely failed to notice that another person had appeared behind her. Ji-Yun couldn't be sure if this Bulma was the same one from his world. He was very conflicted at this moment. Finally, after several breaths, Ji-Yun slowly walked over. However, before he could say anything, he suddenly noticed Bulma's slightly protruding belly from the side. It was unmistakably a sign of pregnancy. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck from the clear sky, leaving Ji-Yun feeling charred and tender. This isn't my Bulma. I've really come to the wrong place. Ji-Yun squatted down, clutching his head, his expression one of great pain. He clearly remembered that when he left, Bulma was not pregnant. Bulma seemed to have heard the movement behind her and quickly turned to look. Ah, who are you? The sudden appearance of another person startled Bulma, causing her to scream. Her breathing became rapid. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Ji-Yun also heard the scream. He quickly got up and waved his hands, signaling that he meant no harm. I must have found the wrong person. I'll be leaving right away. With that, Ji-Yun looked apologetically at her and tried to leave. Huh, Yi-Yun. Bulma recognized his appearance and called out his name uncertainly. Ji-Yun's hurried steps halted, and he stood there in a daze. It's really you, Ji-Yun. Where have you been? Do you know how worried I've been about you all this time? Upon seeing that familiar face, Bulma confirmed it was indeed Ji-Yun. With tears streaming down her face, she embraced him tightly, incessantly complaining about Ji-Yun's various shortcomings. Ji-Yun at that moment was completely dumbfounded, utterly unaware of what was happening. Is it really you, Bulma? Ji-Yun gathered his thoughts and asked uncertainly. It wasn't entirely his fault the world had changed so drastically. It was completely different from what he knew. Who else do you think it could be besides me? You actually came back. Why didn't you die out? Bulma held Ji-Yun tightly, choked with emotion as she spoke. Upon hearing her response, Ji-Yun was also sure that she was the Bulma he knew. Because in other timelines, it was impossible for an outsider like Ji-Yun to exist. I'm sorry. Bulma, due to some matters, I went to a future timeline and didn't have the chance to say goodbye to you. I'm sorry. After confirming it was really her, Ji-Yun hurriedly expressed his remorse. I know Krillin told me everything, but I'm still worried about you. You were gone for so long, what if you didn't come back? What am I supposed to do now? After hearing Ji-Yun's apology, Bulma's mood eased a bit, but the tears continued to flow uncontrollably. It seemed she wanted to completely vent the emotions bottled up inside her. I'm sorry. Ji-Yun said, filled with guilt. He missed Bulma dearly, but he never expected to be delayed for such a long time. He sincerely acknowledged his mistakes to Bulma. However, despite his guilt, some things were better left clarified. After Bulma cried in Ji-Yun's arms for a while, her excited heart gradually calmed down. Tears had left several streaks on her face, making her look exceptionally charming. Bulma, your belly. Ji-Yun noticed Bulma's mood had started to stabilize. He finally voiced the question that had been nagging at him. The reason Ji-Yun once said he had the wrong person was because of that noticeable baby bump. Goodness, could it be? The more Ji-Yun thought, the more flustered he became, feeling as if his head might explode, though he wasn't quite sure of the color. Bulma released her hold on Ji-Yun and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. A look of happiness gradually spread across her face. You're going to be a dad, Bulma said with a smile, her hands continuously caressing her rounded belly, her eyes filled with a loving expression. Bulma, when did this happen? Why don't I have any memory of it? Ji-Yun scratched his nose, cautiously inquiring. It wasn't that he didn't believe Bulma. It was just that in such matters, it was best to clarify a bit more. They say men forget as soon as they pull up their pants, and it seems to be true. Bulma huffed in annoyance. Clearly, it was his doing, and now he pretended to forget. How dare he question her? I indeed can't remember when it was. Ji-Yun scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Bulma's belly was already so big it couldn't have been a recent pregnancy. If it were a recent pregnancy, then that would be a big deal. Let me give you a hint. I've been pregnant for over 7 months now. Bulma frowned, slightly, speaking with some dissatisfaction. Over 7 months. Ji-Yun desperately racked his brain. Over 7 months ago, he had just arrived in the future world. Going back, it was right after he met Trunks. Before that, he had been battling King Cold. Before the battle, he was at Bulma's house. It was that time before I left. Ji-Yun suddenly understood. His mood brightened as if clouds had parted. He finally sorted out his thoughts. You asked, so clearly you don't think the child isn't yours, do you? Bulma spoke with a sharp tone. She was incredibly intelligent and knew exactly what Ji-Yun meant by his detail. Darling, you're overthinking it. I absolutely don't think that. You have to believe me, I'm definitely not that kind of person. Yiyun vowed earnestly. Goodness, such matters cannot be casually acknowledged. If he wasn't careful, it could lead to a family breakup. However, inside, he was filled with joy. He never expected to be a father. The joy of having a child overwhelmed him. If I hope so. Bulma coldly huffed, still maintaining a skeptical attitude. But she also understood Ji Yun's concerns. After all, Bulma was a very understanding woman. Her current demeanor was merely to scare Ji Yun a little. Absolutely. Ji Yun patted his chest to assure her. He placed his hand on Bulma's belly, carefully caressing their child. Although Bulma still had a cold expression on her face, she did not push Ji Yun away. Darling, do you know, I met another version of you in the future. She had a particularly tough time in the future, facing danger at any moment. When I first saw her, I felt an immense sense of heartache. Her haggard face bore a few wrinkles, and she appeared utterly frail. As Ji Yun recounted his experiences in the future, Bulma quietly listened, absorbing the story he shared. When I saw her, the first thing that came to my mind was you. I don't want you to end up like her. In that world, I didn't exist, but in this world, I do. From that moment on, I swore in my heart that I would not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm. Ji Yun raised his head, looking intently at Bulma. Having witnessed her in that timeline, he would never allow the same thing to happen again. Bulma felt deeply moved by Ji Yun's words. In the past, a man like Ji Yun, who was typically so stoic, would never have said such things. Bulma felt that her man had matured significantly over such a long time. All right, from now on, it all depends on your performance. Bulma said with a smile, her previous grievances. Don't worry, what Ji Yun says will be done. Ji Yun said earnestly. After clearing the air, what remained was the sweet affection between the two. Unfortunately, since Bulma was now pregnant, the two could not engage in deeper exchanges. This was something Ji Yun regretted greatly. He had been holding back for several months, suppressing himself. He never expected that it would turn out like this. It seemed that for the next 2 months, he would have to rely on the fifth lady to take care of things. By the way, Ji Yun, I forgot to tell you. The androids have appeared ahead of schedule, as Krillin and the others said. And there's also a monster on the loose killing people everywhere, and it's all over the news. Goku and Piccolo have been defeated several times. Do you want to go help? Bulma suddenly remembered this matter, stopping her intimacy with Ji Yun, and slowly spoke up. If you want me to go, then I will go. If you don't want me to go, then I won't go, Ji Yun said with a playful smile. Now you're quite obedient. Bulma snorted lightly and continued. Then go ahead, but be careful. Bulma knew that Ji Yun was someone who couldn't sit still. No matter what happened on Earth, he would always get involved. Receive. Ji Yun stood up and said with a smile. Ding detected that Cell wants to absorb Android 18. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1, ignore it, desire nothing. Reward Vegeta's ultimate move, Final Flash. Choice 2, eliminate Cell, Guardian of the Goddess. Reward the ordinary ability of a god of destruction power, incomplete version. Just as Ji Yun was about to teleport to the battlefield, the system's prompt suddenly sounded announcing this mission. I choose 2. Ji Yun's expression was filled with excitement. He made his choice decisively in his mind. Final Flash. Isn't that just a large spirit bomb? And Vegeta's ultimate move, the introduction, sounds impressive. Destruction power. How ordinary. That's the ability of a god of destruction, and it's still considered ordinary. Ji Yun began to suspect if the system was malfunctioning. Host has successfully chosen to eliminate Cell. After completing the mission, the system rewards will be automatically distributed. The system's prompt sounded again. Oh my god, just thinking about it makes me excited. I'm about to possess the power of a god of destruction. Ji Yun stood in place with an expression of excitement. Ji Yun, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Bulma looked at Ji Yun, who was standing there with a foolish smile, and asked, Oh, I'm fine. I just feel like this aura is somewhat familiar. I didn't expect to have just taken him down in the future, and now I have to take action again. Thinking of this makes me find it quite amusing. Ji Yun came back to his senses and casually found a reason to explain. He indeed had gotten a bit carried away, but he couldn't be entirely blamed. The reward was just too tempting. Oh, in that case, I can rest assured. Make sure to come back early. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly. She had thought something was wrong with Ji Yun. We'll take care of these troubles soon. Ji Yun said with a calm smile. At the same time, just as he finished speaking, his body disappeared from the room. On a small island north of West City. Vegeta, you can't do this. Since you have the ability to kill him, you should eliminate him immediately. Krillin said angrily. Trash is still trash. I am a Super Saiyan, and no matter how powerful the enemy is, they won't be a match for this prince. Vegeta crossed his arms, speaking with pride and arrogance. At this moment, he had undergone rigorous training and was already able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although he initially couldn't defeat the monster before him, he further enhanced his strength through training in the room of spirit and time. He even boasted that he had surpassed the Super Saiyan level. Goku, say something. Krillin appeared very anxious and turned his gaze to Goku, hoping he could deal with Actually, Krillin, I also want to see just how powerful this guy really is. Goku scratched his ear. Like Vegeta, he had also been able to transform into a Super Saiyan with ease after training. His strength was even enough to firmly surpass Vegeta, which was quite terrifying. Damn it, Krillin said reluctantly. He understood Goku's character, fundamentally he and Vegeta were the same type of person. It's just that Goku was much purer and kinder than Vegeta. Could it really end in failure? Krillin glanced at Piccolo and shook his head helplessly. Piccolo's power was strong now, but still fell short compared to Goku and the others. All right, Cell, you can begin. Vegeta looked coldly at Cell and said disdainfully. Cell let out a sinister snort. Then, turning around, he prepared to absorb Android 18. Goku, the androids haven't done anything wrong. This monster wants to absorb them to become stronger. Can you bear to see a living person be absorbed by this monster? Krillin shouted desperately. In fact, he was also putting in a lot of effort for some selfish reasons. Because the moment he saw Android 18, he felt a stirring in his heart. What? Goku was startled upon hearing this. He had no idea about the situation because he had been in seclusion for a long time. He had just arrived and encountered Cell, who had already absorbed Android 17. Although this Cell had swallowed 17, he still wasn't a match for Goku. Goku had only agreed to let Cell try since he had heard that Cell could become even stronger, but he never expected that it was because he wanted to absorb the androids. Is that so? Vegeta. Goku questioned Vegeta. Vegeta turned his head away and coldly huffed, giving no explanation. Seeing Vegeta like this, Goku felt a weight in his heart, while he was eager to battle a strong opponent. As Krillin said, the androids hadn't done anything wrong since their creation. Goku couldn't bear to see a living life disappear before his eyes. Damn it, so that's how it is. Cell, wait for me. Whoosh! In the next moment, Goku appeared directly in front of Cell, shielding Android 18 behind him. You evil monster, I won't allow you to do this. This? Cell looked startled. He didn't expect Goku to be so straightforward. The androids were created to kill him. He never expected that now someone would defend her. Kakarot, get out of my... Vegeta angrily kicked Goku aside. He had reached the peak of arrogance, not believing that a fully realized Cell could defeat him. Goku didn't back down either, and the two immediately began to fight. Cell saw an opportunity. A look of excitement appeared on his face as he slowly approached the pale-faced Android 18. Android 18, it's your turn. I miss you so much. Cell grinned menacingly. Android 18 was accompanied by a tall man with red hair. It was Android 16, who had a piece of his head knocked off, revealing a mass of intricate circuits. The two were leaning against each other. Android 18, hurry up and run. You must not let him catch you. Android 16 hurriedly warned. But it was too late. Cell had already reached Android 18. It's over. Klin thought in despair as he saw Sheru approach number 18. However, his heart soared with joy when he saw Wukong step forward. Wukong was still the same Wukong, still so kind. But that damn Vegeta actually intervened. Now the two were locked in a fierce battle in the air. Damn it, I won't let you succeed. Number 16 slowly rose to his feet and started fighting Sheru. However, with his current abilities, he was no match for Sheru. Before long, he was defeated. Stop resisting, number 16. I'm not interested in you if you insist on seeking death. I can send you off first. Sheru said expressionlessly as he looked at number 16. Number 16's strength was greater than both number 17 and number 18. If he could absorb him, his power would greatly increase. It's just a pity that number 16 was a robot and could not. Damn it, you disgusting creature, get away from me. Number 18 saw a number 16 knocked down again. She instantly flashed to Sheru's side, launching a furious assault with punches and kicks. However, number 18's attacks were nothing to Sheru. They had no effect at all. Bang! Sheru kicked number 18 in the abdomen. He sent number 18 flying, crashing heavily against a rock. Submit, number 18. Your purpose is to become my nourishment. Sheru sneered as he appeared in front of number 18 in an instant. His tail suddenly curled up and the tiny needle holes instantly expanded. Like a gigantic suction cup, it descended upon number 18. It's over. What should I do? What should I do? Number 18 felt a surge of panic and unwillingness. But she had no way to escape as Sheru's power was too overwhelming for her to handle. Just at that moment of crisis, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Everyone put down what you're doing for a moment. I have a few questions to ask. The voice, though not loud, clearly reached everyone's ears. Vegeta and Wukong stopped fighting as soon as they heard the voice. Who is it? Come out! Vegeta shouted angrily. How dare someone play tricks in front of him? They must not want to live. This voice. It sounds a bit familiar. He felt the voice was reminiscent of someone he had heard before. Almost everyone was momentarily stunned, beginning to search for the source of the voice. Only Sheru continued his actions. Upon hearing the voice, he hesitated slightly. However, no matter who it was, they could not stop him from absorbing number 18. After all, that was the top priority. Whoosh! Suddenly a sound of breaking air rang out, just as Sheru's tail was about to touch number 18. In the next moment, a figure appeared before number 18. A hand grasped Sheru's tail, and a calm voice followed. I said, put down what you're doing, can't you understand? with that the hand that grasped Shera's tail jerked, then violently swung, slamming Sheru into the ground. Who are you? At that moment, all eyes turned towards the newcomer. To be able to stop Shera's actions was no ordinary feat. Could there be a hidden master on Earth? This was the thought shared by everyone at the same time. Soon, Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Klin all recognized a familiar face. Yi-Yun. Almost everyone exclaimed in unison. They had not expected Ji-Yun, who had been absent for 7 months, to appear again. It seemed that he had taken care of matters in the future. Number 18 turned to look at the handsome young man in front of her. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you. Vegeta was the first to speak, his eyes filled with fervor. He licked his lips, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He had been waiting for this day. For a long time, Ji-Yun had finally returned. Great mister. Ji-Yun is finally back. Klin shouted joyfully. So it's Ji-Yun. Wukong also expressed his happiness, his eyes reflecting. Who are you? Why don't I have you in my cells? Sheru climbed up from the ground, astonished. Anyone who could stop him must be someone significant on Earth. However, there was no record of this person in his genetic database. I haven't let you speak. Please keep your mouth shut. Ji-Yun glanced at him and said nonchalantly, Arrogant fool, don't think that just because you attack me unexpectedly you can ride on my neck and take a dump. Sheru's expression changed. Number 18 was right in front of him. He was about to become the strongest perfect form. No one could stop him. Oh, is that so? Yi-Yun scoffed. Suddenly it felt as though the world had paused for a moment. No one noticed. Ji-Yun stood still while Sheru clutched his abdomen, kneeling on the ground. When did? Sheru's eyes widened like copper bells. He had no idea when he had been attacked. He only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His legs buckled involuntarily due to the intensity of the pain. Ji-Yun, seeing Sheru sprawled on the ground, paid him no further mind. Hey, Wukong, long time no see. Ji-Yun waved at Wukong as if greeting an old friend. Wukong noticed Ji-Yun greeting him and immediately descended, leaping to Ji-Yun's side. Long time. What? What happened to him suddenly? Wukong greeted Ji-Yun and curiously inquired about Sheru, who was half kneeling on the ground. Seeing Sheru in such pain, he wondered how he had gone from fine to this state so suddenly. It's nothing. I just told him to shut up. He didn't listen and insisted on fighting me. I just played with him for a bit. Who knew after just 300 or 400 punches he couldn't take it anymore. He must be contemplating life now. Yi-Yun explained casually. Although he was only speaking to Wukong, everyone else clearly heard Ji-Yun's word. A storm surged within their hearts. 300 or 400 punches. You're kidding, right? Why didn't I see anything? This question echoed in everyone's minds, especially Vegeta. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, he immediately shook his head in denial. How could it be? You punched Sheru 300 or 400 times, and I didn't notice at all. Don't joke around. Do you think anyone would believe that? Is it possible? Stop spouting nonsense. Every move you make is laid bare before my eyes. Vegeta sneered. With his current strength bore no resemblance to his former self. He regarded Ji-Yun with utter contempt. Oh, fine. No need to waste words explaining further. Yi-Yun replied indifferently. Before him, Vegeta remained as insignificant as an ant, hardly worth the effort of explanation, especially for things beyond his comprehension. Yet, how are you still alive? Yi-Yun shifted asking calmly. He distinctly recalled leaving Vegeta half dead. By Earth's medical standards, recovery would have taken a decade or more. But with Senzu Bean's healing was swift and certain. TCH, no one capable of slaying this prince has even been born yet. Vegeta scoffed. Well, Ji-Yun, Goku, watching nearby, could no longer bear Vegeta's arrogant demeanor. He began explaining slowly. I was with Vegeta at the time. I simply forgot him when I left. At first something nagged at me, like a half-remembered thought. When I finally recalled Vegeta, he'd already lain motionless on that spot for a full month. Fortunately, his vitality proved astonishingly tenacious. He clung to life by a thread. So I returned to Lord Karen and retrieved several Senzu Beans, just in time to pull him back from death's threshold. Ah, I see. Yi-Yun remarked, enlightened. Truly remarkable, surviving grievous wounds without food or water for an entire month. Clearly Vegeta possessed an extraordinary will to live. Silence, Kakarot. Vegeta snarled, fury flaring. He still seethed over that humiliation. A whole month exposed to wind, rain, and biting insects. Had Kakarot not discovered him in time, the mighty Prince Vegeta would have perished in abject disgrace. Yet precisely because of that ordeal, Vegeta's power surged dramatically, and soon after he shattered the Saiyan limit, ascending to Super Saiyan. Through relentless training, his strength had since evolved far beyond its former bounds. Ji-Yun, dare you fight me? Let me tell you, this form is the Super Saiyan, and my power has long surpassed that of ordinary Super Saiyans. You are no longer my match. Vegeta declared haughtily. His very first act upon achieving Super Saiyan was to challenge Ji-Yun. Yet he knew well, his ki barely exceeded Frieza's at their final confrontation. Defeating Ji-Yun remained utterly impossible. So Vegeta endured another grueling phase of ascetic training. his power exploding once more. Confidently, he now claimed to transcend even the Super Saiyan state itself. I hold no interest, Ji-Yun replied, serenely, his expression unchanging. Vegeta was indeed formidable, but he had chosen the wrong opponent. Even now, let alone before, he stood no chance against Ji-Yun. Are you afraid? Vegeta sneered. Clearly he mistook Ji-Yun's indifference for cowardice. Fool, Ji-Yun murmured softly, and turned away, refusing further engagement. Kakarot, you've grown remarkably stronger. Ji-Yun smiled warmly as he addressed Goku. Flustered by the praise, Goku scratched his head and grinned. Well, I suppose my strength has improved immensely. Still, compared to you, it's probably nothing worth mentioning. Just now when you moved, I didn't sense it at all. Humbly self-aware, Goku knew full well that despite his growth, he remained immeasurably distant from Ji-Yun. In his heart, Ji-Yun was the undisputed divine warrior, the very notion of challenging him akin to shattering an egg against stone. Hearing Goku's words, Ji-Yun's lips curved faintly upward. Behold, the chasm between men. This was the hallmark of true strength, and why Goku consistently outshone Vegeta. Ji-Yun sensed clearly Goku and Vegeta stood nearly equal in raw power, yet overall Goku held the decisive edge. Seeing Ji-Yun dismiss him outright, rage flooded Vegeta's veins once more. I've become this strong, and yet he dares ignore me. His fists clenched, trembling with suppressed fury. Where are they? Didn't Piccolo tell you the androids wouldn't appear for another year? Ji-Yun asked Goku, curiously gesturing toward Android 18 behind him, and the still prostrate Cell. I'm not sure. Perhaps history has shifted. Half a year after you departed, the androids emerged. At first it was an old man and a portly man. They posed no threat to us. That old man was Dr. Gero himself. And so Goku recounted everything that had transpired over those. Ji-Yun frowned deeply as he listened. The events unfolded almost identically to the original timeline, save for subtle deviations and a drastically accelerated chronology. Piccolo had not fused with Kami, yet still matched Android 17 blow for blow. Cell had also emerged prematurely, or rather had arrived earlier in this timeline, quietly absorbing humans to grow stronger. Only this month did he suddenly appear before them, and immediately absorbed Android 17. Thanks to the compressed timeline, Goku's heart condition had yet to manifest, allowing him to join the battle. It was then Ji-Yun suddenly remembered, reaching into his pocket and tossing a small medicine box to Goku. What is this? Medicine for cardiac disease. Your heart is compromised. Earth's current medical science cannot. I brought it from the future, where you ultimately succumb to this ailment. By my reckoning, you'll fall ill in 5 months. You may take it preemptively, or wait until symptoms arise. Either way, it will suffice. Ji-Yun explained calmly. He refused to let negligence cost Goku his life. Thank you, Ji-Yun. Goku caught the box and tucked it away, skeptical yet grateful. He didn't doubt Ji-Yun's honesty, only his own health. He felt perfectly robust, utterly unlike a man stricken with illness. Still, he expressed sincere thanks and resolved to observe his condition before acting. If symptoms truly appeared, he'd take the medicine then. Now, it's your turn. You're from another timeline, aren't you? Ji-Yun gazed down at Cell, voice cool and detached. Wah, you're also a time traveler. Cell lifted his gaze, staring up at Ji-Yun. Cell appeared slightly surprised, but not truly shocked. He had been eavesdropping on Ji-Yun's conversation with Son Goku, and the word future had recurred repeatedly. This confirmed his suspicion Ji-Yun had either traveled from the future or had visited it before. What puzzled Cell most was why Ji-Yun's genetic signature was absent from his own genome database, despite such a temporal origin. Very well, it seems you are not that Cell. Ji-Yun spoke calmly, having just wondered whether this Cell had crossed over from the very world he himself had just returned from. Yet Cell's reaction made it clear. He did not recognize Ji-Yun at all. Indeed, Ji-Yun had already verified that the Cell from that world was utterly, irrevocably dead. There was no possibility of him rising again. This Cell, therefore, must have arrived from another timeline, one in which Trunks had already been slain. Thus, Ji-Yun existed solely within this world. None of Dragon Ball's pivotal storylines had shifted or diverged due to his presence. No matter where you hail from, you will not stop me from absorbing no. 18. Cell rose to his feet, eyes blazing with incandescent fury. No. 18 stood mere steps away. Had it not been for this intruder, fusion would already be complete. Is that so? No. 18 stands right behind me. But if you wish to touch her, you must first defeat me. And that, I assure you, is no trivial feat. Ji-Yun smiled faintly, then casually beckoned toward Cell with a slight wave of his hand. You wretched fool, D. Cell formed a searing energy sphere in his palm and hurled it straight at Ji-Yun. With a casual flick of his wrist, Ji-Yun deflected it effortlessly. Boom! The sphere detonated midair in a blinding flash, shaking the entire island to its foundations. In his base form, Ji-Yun's power had already reached the absolute zenith of Super Saiyan level 1. Unless Cell achieved his perfect form, victory against Ji-Yun was utterly impossible. Whoosh! In the instant the energy sphere was swatted aside, Cell launched himself forward like a streak of emerald lightning. A viridian fist hurtled toward Ji Yun's skull. Cell knew Ji Yun's strength was extraordinary, yet today fusion had to be completed. Only then could he ascend to the apex of this world. Crack! Another thunderous impact echoed across the island, as Ji Yun caught Cell's fist barehanded. Your strikes lack force. You cannot kill me with such weakness, Ji Yun murmured, shaking his head with quiet disdain. His words struck Cell like a blade to the heart. Fury ignited in a frenzy. Cell unleashed a tempest of blows, each one lethal enough to obliterate any ordinary warrior. Yet Ji Yun evaded and countered with serene, unshakable ease. Who is he? How can anyone be this powerful? Panic seized Cell. A cold dread coiled through his chest. Have you finished your assault? If so, I shall begin mine. Ji Yun's expression remained placid, yet to Cell it radiated terrifying finality, like standing at the edge of oblivion, one heartbeat from annihilation. And indeed, the moment Ji Yun's voice faded, he moved. A blur of motion faster than thought. His right fist drove deep into Cell's abdomen, piercing clean through his torso. Violet blood erupted, drenching his body in a violent shimmering cascade. Why are you so strong? Cell choked, crimson froth blooming at his lips. He could not fathom it. Victory had been within grasp, yet now slipped through his fingers like ash. Then, pray tell, who exactly might you appeal to? Yun replied solely. Then, with a subtle shift of intent, his right hand flared. Not with heat, but with radiant golden light. Boom! Cell's body detonated, reduced instantly to drifting motes of dust, vanishing as though he had never existed. Ding! Mission completed. System reward automatically distributed. The moment Cell ceased to be a crisp synthetic chime resonated within Ji Yun's mind, the unmistakable voice of the system. Instantly, an extraordinary force surged into Ji Yun's being. His consciousness sharpened, lucid, luminous, boundless. It carried an ineffable resonance, elusive and profound. It felt utterly unrestrained, like holding dominion over blank parchment. Reality itself lay malleable, fragile, and effortless to unmake. So this is the destroyer god's power of annihilation, truly transcendent. Ji Yun whispered, inwardly awed by the sublime force humming within his veins. The onlookers sensed nothing of this inner transformation, only witnessed Ji Yun shatter Cell with a single blow, their faces frozen in stunned disbelief. Incredible, truly worthy of Master Ji Yun. Son Goku gazed upon him with open admiration. Though he too possessed the strength to slay Cell, he could never have done so with such sovereign ease. The greater one's power, the more starkly one perceived the chasm between oneself and Ji Yun. He's so magnificent. No, 18 trembled with exhilaration, a survivor's euphoria, especially stirred by those words, if you wish to touch her, you must first defeat me. Her imagination soared, so much so that she forgot entirely no. 17, trapped within Cell's body, had perished alongside him in that silent, total dissolution. Phew, heaven be praised. Thanks to this gentleman, Earth has been spared. No. 16 leaned against a boulder, exhaling deeply in quiet relief. Impossible. How could he be this strong? Vegeta's throat tightened, disbelief etching deep lines across his face. Though his own might far surpass Cell's, he could never match Ji Yun's effortless dominance. He had trained relentlessly. Every drop of sweat, every scar forged for one purpose, to surpass Ji Yun. Yet now, no, impossible. I am the strongest in this universe. No one surpasses me, no one. His fist clenched until knuckles whitened. Then, without warning, he vanished, reappearing directly before Ji Yun. What is it, Vegeta? Dissatisfied, Ji Yun retorted bluntly, unmoved, unimpressed. He'd ignored him, yet now the prince dared step forward. Ji Yun bristled at the sight of Vegeta's scowling visage, half tempted to strike him. You insufferable wretch. Don't mistake killing Cell for true strength. Let me make this clear, I could have slain him, but he was simply too weak, beneath my contempt. Vegeta's voice cut like ice issuing a challenge without uttering a single formal word. Oh, I see. Ji Yun replied, tone flat and indifferent. That was precisely why he found Vegeta tiresome. Constantly posturing, clinging to hollow pride with brittle words while treating others' lives as disposable pawns. That was also why he admired Trunks, pragmatic, decisive, never reckless. You arrogant fool, still playing the aloof sage. Then witness my power now. Ji Yun's dismissive reply ignited Vegeta's fury. He had endured brutal trials, sacrificed everything, forged himself into what he was today. Yet to Ji Yun it sounded like nothing more than idle noise. Vegeta grew increasingly furious, his threats still hanging in the air as he lunged forward to confront. Goku noticed Vegeta's agitation and instantly stepped between them. Having trained side by side for some time, their bond had deepened far beyond that of ordinary comrades. As a friend, Goku offered measured counsel, only to be met with contempt. Get out of my way, Kakarot. With that, Vegeta drove a crushing blow into Goku's abdomen. Moments earlier, Goku had watched as Cell fell and promptly reverted from his Super Saiyan form. The impact sent him staggering backward, mouth twisted in sharp pain. How utterly ungrateful, Ji Yun remarked, coldly observing the scene unfold. Since you so desperately seek battle with me, I shall grant your wish. Take your time. Unleash your absolute peak strength. A faint, disdainful smile curled Ji Yun's lips. After all this time away, Vegeta remained as arrogantly self-assured as ever. If Ji Yun's intuition held true, Vegeta, now transformed, would be even more insufferably Just watch me crush you beneath my heel. Clenching his fist, Vegeta let loose a guttural roar, and the entire island trembled violently. Golden aura blazed around his body with terrifying intensity. Incredible, this power, it's monstrous. Krillin's face paled. Vegeta's overwhelming energy surged across the entire planet Earth. Though Ji Yun had just defeated Cell, the victory lacked visceral impact, almost rendering Cell seem pathetically weak. It evoked the unsettling illusion I could do it too. But Vegeta's sheer presence delivered raw, immediate shock, a seismic force that shook every soul to its core. Behold, this is my full power, the very transcendence of the Super Saiyan state. Vegeta declared, pride blazing in his voice. This strength was his crowning glory, unassailable, unrivaled by any being in existence. So this is it, Ji Yun replied solely. The power was formidable, but still woefully insufficient. Vegeta hadn't even reached the full output of first-tier Super Saiyan. To claim transcendence was sheer delusion, hubris born of ignorance. TCH, let me show you what real power looks like. In an instant, Vegeta vanished. He reappeared before Ji Yun in a flash, and launched a devastating punch. Yet before his fist could make, a sudden uppercut struck Vegeta's jaw, sending him crashing onto the ground. Wow, what just happened? Goku, standing closest, had clearly seen Vegeta launch his assault, blindingly fast, Yet how could Vegeta have been felled without even grazing Ji Yun? Goku stood baffled. Ji Yun hadn't moved a muscle. Could it be? Vegeta had staged a fall. What on earth just occurred? Krillin too stared in utter bewilderment. Vegeta's overwhelming aura promised absolute domination. Yet he couldn't even touch Ji Yun, yet collapsed as though struck. You claim no attack escaped your sight. So tell me, how exactly did I strike you? Ji Yun asked, voice calm. Once more he activated Shan Shigong. Not to obliterate, but to systematically dismantle Vegeta. He intended to break Vegeta's arrogance, ensuring that henceforth the prince would never dare raise his head in defiance again. Damn you! Vegeta roared, surging upright, golden aura erupting skyward. Gravel shards levitated around him, suspended by sheer pressure. Then, flash, he charged once more. Courage worthy of praise, Ji Yun scoffed. The Shan Shigong flared anew. Again, Vegeta never reached Ji Yun, hurled backward instead, skidding violently across the earth. A long, ragged furrow scarred the ground, blood trickled from his lip. What just happened? Vegeta had no memory of impact, only a violent crushing sensation in his chest before flying helplessly through the air. Could Ji Yun truly move at such incomprehensible speed? Remarkable, absolutely astonishing. Number 18's eyes shimmered with awe. Before this savior, who had spared her life, stood a power beyond description. No, that's impossible. Ji Yun did strike him. Otherwise, Vegeta would never have flown back on his own. He must have employed a method undetectable to ordinary perception. Piccolo murmured, silent until now, his gaze unwavering, his curiosity acute. He had observed every nuance of the clash, eager to decipher Ji Yun's unseen technique. And then Vegeta rose again. Fury burned white-hot in his eyes. Accursed wretch. Unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable. His voice tore from his throat, raw and feral. He refused to accept defeat, not when his strength remained unmatched yet left him paralyzed by impotence. Cease your shouting. Next I shall break your legs, then slam you head first into the earth. Ji Yun spoke with chilling precision, stating his intent plainly. Vegeta, enough. You're no match for Ji Yun. This fight serves no purpose. Goku could bear it no longer. This wasn't combat. It was merciless, one-sided annihilation. One more blow and Vegeta might not rise again. Mind your own business, Kakarot. Far from calming him, Goku's plea ignited Vegeta further. With another deafening roar, he hurled himself forward once more. Sigh. Ji Yun shook his head in quiet resignation as Vegeta closed in. In the next breath, Vegeta slammed headfirst into the ground. His legs dangled limply in midair, numb, perhaps shattered. His hair darkened, the golden aura dissolved entirely. Cursed! A low guttural groan escaped Vegeta's lips. Ji Yun had spared his life, merely stripping him of transformation and power. Boom! Ji Yun stomped hard upon the earth, jolting Vegeta's buried head upward. He lay sprawled, glaring up at Ji Yun with venomous hatred. Did you see? I speak only what I enact. You boasted no attack could elude your sight. So, tell me, how did I reduce you to this state? Ji-Yun's expression remained impassive, his tone serene, devoid of triumph or scorn. How about we just let it go, Ji-Yun? Vegeta is just like that. Although he can be a bit arrogant, he isn't truly bad. Goku looked at Vegeta's pitiful state and stepped forward to mediate. He was completely indifferent to the fact that Vegeta had just attacked him. Kakarot, shut up. Or have I been arrogant? I clearly rely on my strength. Vegeta gritted his teeth, stubbornly insisting. Although he was lying on the ground, his tone remained defiant. Vegeta, Goku was at a loss for words, unsure how to refute this. He could only mutter quietly, strength. That's right, you are indeed relying on your strength to get beaten up. All right, Goku, stop trying to persuade him anymore. Vegeta needs to take some hits to change his arrogant personality. Do you think I'm harming him? You are mistaken on him, helping him. If this personality does not change, he will inevitably suffer great losses in the future. Ji-Yun spoke earnestly like an elder. Goku nodded like a chick pecking at rice, believing Ji-Yun's words were very reasonable. Wow, so charming. Number 18 looked at Ji-Yun's silhouette, her eyes sparkling. Although she had been turned into an android, her emotions as a human remained intact. Listening to the sensible words of her savior, she couldn't help but feel a little moved. Damn it, stop, lecture. Who do you think you are? Vegeta was getting a bit frantic. Ji-Yun was younger than him, yet he made it seem like Vegeta was the one being unreasonable. Vegeta had only heard this sentiment from his father's mouth before. See, if you don't listen to good advice, I can only punish him a little more. Don't worry, Goku, I won't take his life. Ji-Yun said, helplessly preparing to strike again. Wait. Vegeta waved his hands in panic, clearly afraid of Ji-Yun's methods, fearing he might suffer another brutal attack at any moment. What's wrong? Now you realize your mistake. Ji-Yun said lightly, as if he truly had the flavor of a father educating his son. Vegeta felt extremely angry inside. He really wanted to say to Ji-Yun, I know who you are. But now he didn't dare. I just want to ask, what technique are you using? Your current aura isn't strong, or why was your attack on me so fast? It was so fast that I couldn't even perceive it. Vegeta blurted out all his doubts. He couldn't understand why Ji-Yun's attack speed was so fast. Why couldn't he capture the trajectory of his attack? He felt confused and was beaten up badly. Yes, Ji-Yun, this is what I want to ask too. How can your speed be so fast? I can't even see how you attacked. Goku also looked at Ji-Yun with curiosity, hoping to get some answers to his questions. Piccolo and the others, upon hearing the discussion, also gathered around, their eyes all fixed on Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun smiled at the multitude of gazes directed at him. However, before he could speak, a voice came from behind him. From my perspective, he didn't move at all. Although I don't know how this person named Vegeta ended up like this. But I'm quite sure that, mister. Ji-Yun never made a move from start to finish. Number 16, who had been silent, slowly began to speak. When everyone heard number 16's explanation, their confusion deepened. Their attention was drawn to his. Number 16, what do you mean by that? Mister. Ji-Yun, if he never attacked, could it be that Vegeta? Krillin asked impatiently, clearly filled with skepticism. The others shook their heads in disagreement upon hearing number 16's analysis. Ji-Yun watched number 16 with great interest, wanting to see how he would explain further. Of course, Vegeta wouldn't hit himself. He's not an idiot. Number 16 said calmly. At these words, Vegeta, lying on the ground, became even angrier. Damn it, if I weren't unable to get up right now. How could you all point fingers at me? However, Vegeta didn't interrupt number 16's words because he wanted to hear how number 16 would explain the situation. Everyone now knows that I am a robot. I was created to defeat Son Goku. Number 16 continued, glancing in Goku's direction. Goku scratched his head and smiled. It seemed that he still had quite a few enemies in this world. So, I still possess. Of course, in front of this gentleman, it's not worth mentioning. Just due to my special structure, my eyes can slow down any high-speed movement for playback. Number 16 explained methodically. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that as a robot, number 16 could replay in slow motion, which allowed him to see much clearer than others. Everyone listened quietly to his explanation. I initially thought this gentleman was indeed very fast, which is why we couldn't see his movements during the attack. However, I replayed everything that just happened from start to finish. I still didn't see any action of Ji-Yun appearing and attacking. Even when slowed down 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or even 100 million times, Mr. Ji-Yun never moved from his spot. All that was visible was the scene of Vegeta being unilaterally hammered away. Number 16 recounted everything he had seen. While others were still confused, Vegeta couldn't hold back anymore and shouted in anger, "What use is your broken scroll? Stop making things up here." Vegeta's question was clearly directed at Ji-Yun. Yet now, everyone, regardless of who they were, felt the need to chime in. Say what you want, but stop kicking me while I'm down. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Don't be angry, I'm just sharing what I observed with everyone. Number 16 said kindly. Although he was a robot, he longed for peace. As long as no one crossed his bottom line, he wouldn't get angry. You clap. Just as Vegeta was about to retort again, he was interrupted by the sound of clapping. Well analyzed, number 16. Ji Yun smiled and praised. Everyone's attention shifted back to hearing Ji Yun's encouragement. A unified thought emerged in everyone's hearts. Could it be that everything number 16 said is correct? Then Ji Yun, what method did you use to injure Vegeta? Number 16 is both right and wrong. Seeing the puzzled looks of the crowd, Ji Yun slowly began to explain. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Wukong scratched his head asking. Not just him, but nearly everyone present failed to comprehend. From your perspective, I indeed seemed unmoving. No one could perceive my attack. Ji Yun explained with a faint smile. Everyone perked up their ears, listening intently to what came next. That is because I have mastered it can freeze time in this world for 0.1 seconds. Or rather, it allows time to stop for 0.1 seconds. I only need to strike within that 0.1 seconds and return to my original position. Then no one can discover how I executed my attack. Ji Yun smiled at the crowd. Upon hearing Ji Yun's explanation, everyone gasped, their faces displaying shock. What the hell is this godly skill? It's simply divine. Piccolo couldn't help but curse. Not just him, almost everyone felt an urge to curse. Ji Yun's strength was already formidable, and with this skill, he was simply unstoppable. How could such a divine skill exist in this world? Vegeta had been listening to Ji Yun's words. When Ji Yun explained how he attacked, Vegeta's eyes sank deeply into despair. He even felt a desire to die. As long as Ji Yun could use this skill, he would forever remain undefeated. In the future, would there still be a chance to surpass him? Impressive as expected of Ji Yun. To be able to use such techniques, no wonder he is the one I want to surpass. Wukong said enviously, his eyes filled with admiration for Ji Yun. The others saw Wukong's fighting spirit and could only smile wryly. Everyone believed that wanting to surpass Ji Yun was simply a fantasy. Vegeta, do you still want to? Ji Yun said lightly to Vegeta. The crowd looked at Vegeta, lying on the ground, all sighing heavily. It seemed that in the future, choosing opponents would require a clear understanding of their strength. Otherwise, one would only injure themselves in vain. Vegeta, who had been in despair, suddenly lifted his head upon hearing Ji Yun's words. He shouted loudly, I still refuse to accept this. You can only defeat me relying on that skill. Your true strength could never be my opponent. Vegeta still refused to back down. His pride wouldn't allow him to submit so easily. All right, then I'll let you see what despair truly is. Ji Yun said with a cold smile. The flashing skill may seem a bit underhanded, but it is after all a part of his abilities. If he truly went all out, Vegeta could only complain to hell. Wukong, give him a senzu bean, Ji Yun said nonchalantly. He wanted to let Vegeta recover completely before shattering his confidence once more. Okay. Wukong responded, immediately pulling out a bag. He took out a green bean and walked over to Vegeta, offering it by his mouth. Vegeta did not hesitate and bit down directly, startling Wukong to quickly retract his hand, fearing that Vegeta might bite his fingers off. Vegeta chewed and swallowed the senzu bean. His broken bones healed almost instantly. Vegeta stood up full of vitality. Vegeta roared to the sky. Golden flames enveloped him once more, and his black hair turned golden. The Super Saiyan state was activated in an instant. Do you see this? As long as you don't use that skill, you can never defeat me in this state. Vegeta remained confident in his strength, still speaking with arrogance. But the crowd looked at Vegeta's. They couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Every time this guy acted tough, he would end up getting badly beaten. They had no doubt that Ji Yun would not lose to Vegeta. Rather, they wondered if Vegeta would face an even worse fate than before. Then come and see my Ji Yun's tone remained calm. Then a yellow-green aura surged around Ji Yun. An unparalleled momentum erupted from him, causing the surrounding space to begin to warp. The immense energy began to impact in all directions. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath Ji Yun's feet. Soon the entire island started to break apart. The ground became unstable, and everyone began to rise into the air. Ji Yun's hair also transformed into yellow-green in that instant. What is this? A Super Saiyan? Vegeta's eyes filled with shock, his mouth agape, clearly in disbelief. Wukong, seeing Ji Yun's current state, also showed a surprised expression, excitedly saying, So Ji Yun is truly a Saiyan. Everyone was equally astonished at this sight. Previously, when they heard Piccolo say Ji Yun was a Saiyan, they all didn't believe it, thinking Ji Yun was just talking nonsense. For that reason, Wukong even asked Vegeta for confirmation. Vegeta had firmly stated, impossible. He's lying to you. But now it seemed that Ji Yun was indeed a Saiyan. Impossible, you're definitely not a Saiyan. And it's even more impossible for you to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta shook his head vigorously, his voice growing less confident. He couldn't understand why Ji Yun could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet now the truth stood before him. An identical form of familiar aura, it couldn't be fake. It's just a transformation, no need to be so alarmed. Ji Yun said calmly. After his transformation, Ji Yun's demeanor became even more heroic. Every gesture exuded an intimidating aura of authority. You can come and strike me now, Ji-yun said, nonchalantly pointing at Vegeta with a beckoning gesture. Upon hearing Ji-yun's words, Vegeta licked his dry lips and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Despite not having started fighting, yet Vegeta's legs began to tremble. A pressure emanating from the soul instilled fear in Vegeta. The two had not yet formally begun their battle, but Vegeta was clearly at a disadvantage. It wasn't just Vegeta who felt this way. Sun Wukong, facing Ji-yun in this state, felt all his excitement evaporate. Just a glance at Ji-yun's appearance filled him with an inexplicable terror that suddenly seized his mind. "Are you planning to run away, Vegeta?" Ji-yun said, calmly, his gaze fixed on Vegeta's trembling legs, as if the Saiyan Prince were truly about to bolt. Gulp! Vegeta swallowed hard. His mouth opened and closed, yet no words emerged. Utterly, it wasn't merely Ji-yun's oppressive aura that paralyzed him. It was the very air itself, thick with an unnerving, bone-chilling presence. To persist in defiance would be tantamount to suicide. Though Vegeta was arrogant and he was far from foolish. "If you won't strike first, then I shall," Ji-yun remarked, frowning with faint impatience. "You challenged me. Now that the moment has come, you stand frozen. Make your choice, fight or yield." "Well, could we perhaps skip the fight altogether?" Vegeta stammered, his cheeks flushing crimson as he uttered those humiliating words. To him, surrendering felt like a profound disgrace. SSSSH. Before Ji-yun could reply, murmurs erupted among the onlookers, especially Krillin, who stared in stunned disbelief as if hearing a cosmic revelation. Is this truly Prince Vegeta? Piccolo recoiled inwardly, unprepared for such abject capitulation from one who moments earlier had radiated fury and dominance. Only Goku exhaled, softly relieved. To him, Vegeta had just made the most pivotal decision of his life. Piccolo and Krillin, not being Saiyans, could not fathom the crushing weight of pressure Vegeta now bore. "No, you demanded the fight. Now you refuse it. If I acquiesce, what becomes of my dignity?" Ji-yun spoke indifferently. At those words, Vegeta's heart plummeted into despair. He lacked even the will to raise a hand. Beads of sweat burst forth across his brow. Does he truly intend to spare me nothing? Helpless Vegeta clenched his jaw and ground out the words between gritted teeth. "You leave me no choice. Take this." Two searing energy spheres coalesced instantly in his palms before hurtling toward Ji-yun. Boom! 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 The spheres detonated in blinding concussions, fire and light swallowing Ji-yun whole. Hadavida. Seizing momentum, Vegeta unleashed volley after volley of energy blasts, turning the azure sky acrid with smoke and ash. Thick plumes of dust veiled the blazing sun, casting a hazy shroud over the heavens. He sustained the barrage for 5 full minutes before collapsing into ragged breaths, exhausted, drained to the marrow. The assault had sapped every ounce of his strength. As the dust settled, Ji-yun stood motionless, unmoved and scathed. His composure remained unruffled. The onslaught had left no trace upon him. Seeing Ji-yun utterly unharmed, Vegeta's spirit sank deeper still. He'd anticipated his attacks would fail, but never imagined such utter futility. Not even a single thread of Ji-yun's clothing had been singed. The chasm between their powers gaped immeasurable. "Now that you've finished, my turn begins. Rest assured, I'll hold back. I won't kill you." Ji-yun's voice fell cold and precise. A sharp whoosh split the air. Before anyone could register his movement, he stood before Vegeta. Thud! A fist crashed into Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta crumpled under the blow, searing agony erupting in his gut, blood erupting from his lips in a violent crimson spray. He retched again and again, racked by excruciating pain, every organ within him seeming fractured, bruised, or ruptured. In the next instant, his golden hair faded, his blazing aura dissolving, reverting to his base form. "Had I truly wished to end you, you'd already be a corpse." Ji-yun deactivated his Super Saiyan state and spoke quietly to Vegeta. With that deactivation, the suffocating pressure lifted from both Goku and Vegeta alike, relief flooding their limbs. Yet Vegeta remained curled tightly, enduring waves of torment. "He's overwhelmingly strong." Piccolo shook his head, resigned. This outcome was unexpected, yet in that Vegeta could not defeat Ji-yun was irrefutable. Only the former Vegeta, blinded by hubris, had ever fancied himself the strongest under heaven. All had assumed Ji-yun would triumph, yet none foresaw how swiftly Vegeta would fall. It was scarcely believable. Even in this peak state, Vegeta couldn't withstand a single blow. "Thank you, Mr. Ji-yun." Vegeta gasped, barely able to speak. "Goku, if you have a sense of being, give him another. If not, get a medical aid immediately. Delay any longer, and his life may hang in the balance." Ji-yun spoke with detached calm. He carried Senzu beans himself, but adhered to his earlier resolve, not wasting one on Vegeta. I do have one." Goku replied. From his pouch, he withdrew the last Senzu bean and tossed it to Vegeta, who caught it midair and swallowed it whole. Vegeta expelled a long, shuddering breath. His wounds sealed instantly, his vitality surging, his aura swelling anew. Yet he dared not provoke Ji-Yun again. With a lingering, weighted glance, Vegeta shot skyward, vanishing like a meteor, fleeing in quiet shame. As Vegeta vanished, the onlookers collectively exhaled. The ordeal was finally over. Yi, Mr. Ji-Yun, thank you. As Ji-Yun turned to depart, Android 18 stepped forward, halting. Her cheeks flushed faintly. Her eyes shimmered with quiet, liquid warmth. Oh, you're welcome. It was my duty. Ji-Yun rubbed his nose, lightly smiling faintly. He hadn't expected the aloof 18 to address him. Already intrigued by her, he felt an unexpected flutter, especially when contrasting this gentle version with the fiercely unpredictable 18 of future years. This 18, in truth, was nothing short of an angelic elder sister. Since your crisis is resolved, I'll take my leave, for now. We'll meet again someday. Ji-Yun smiled serenely, then leapt skyward, soaring into the distant horizon, leaving behind only a silhouette of effortless grace. Just gone like that. 18 murmured, voice tinged with quiet disquiet. Her gaze lingered on the fading figure, her heart inexplicably hollow. It is not that Ji-Yun has lost interest in number 18. It's just that now that Bulma is carrying a child, if he were to flirt at this moment, it would be somewhat inhumane. Thus, Ji-Yun had to employ a strategy of feigned indifference, waiting for a more opportune time. Otherwise, he could have simply teleported away. Why leave behind an impressively carefree back? They haven't even properly thanked you yet. Number 18 murmured softly, her gaze lingering on the direction Ji-Yun had flown off, reluctant to depart. Indeed, Ji-Yun's method was effective. Sometimes women are like that. The more you flatter them, the more indifferent they may become. The more you distance yourself, the more they may become interested in you. The warriors on Earth saw that Cell had been defeated. Ji-Yun and Vegeta had also already left. Piccolo and the others also had no intention of lingering here. After greeting Goku, they left this place to continue their rigorous training. In an instant, only number 18 and number 16, Goku and Krillin, remained at the scene. Number 18, let's go to... Number 16 said, lightly looking at number 18, who was lingering. Although he was a robot, the emotions within him were even more complex than those of real humans. He had been observing number 18's demeanor and had long sensed something was amiss. Oh, are we leaving? Okay, but can you still move now? Yeah. Number 18 snapped back to reality, looking worriedly at number 16. Number 16 slowly rose, sparks occasionally flickering from his body. The metal on his body had also become uneven. It's fine, we just need to find a place to fix it. Number 16 said with a smile. Fortunately, he was made of metal. Although his injuries were serious, he felt no pain. This was a small blessing in misfortune. Also, it seems that number 17 was eliminated by that person as well. Is that really okay? Number 16 continued slowly. Upon number 16's reminder, number 18 paused slightly, only then realizing. A trace of annoyance crossed her expression. Right, how could I forget about number 17? Number 18 covered her mouth, speaking self-reproachfully. She had been so focused on looking at handsome guys that she had forgotten her own brother had died. If number 17 saw this, he would surely lament the coldness of the world. It's alright, there are still Dragon Balls on Earth, we can use them to revive number 17 later. Krillin hurriedly stepped forward, fawning. The reason he did this was to win number 18's favor. If it were in the past, number 18 might have truly been swayed. Unfortunately, poor Krillin did not know that at this moment number 18 had developed a different kind of feeling for Ji-Yun. Yes, I can see that you are not bad people. At least you haven't done anything bad yet. If you need help, we can assist you. Goku said with a smile to the two. The nature of the good-hearted person was once again evident. Son Goku, we don't need your help. Once we recover, the first thing we'll do is kill you. Number 18 said unceremoniously. They were created specifically to eliminate Son Goku. This was also the genetic code Dr. Gero had inscribed within them. That's right, Son Goku. Although I know you are a good person, I am also a lover of peace. However, my mission, please try to understand. Number 16 said seriously, his gaze appearing very kind. The words were exceedingly civilized, yet the meaning sounded somewhat strange. You want to kill someone, yet ask them to understand. Does this even sound like human language? Oh, is that so? In that case, once you recover, you can come and kill me at any time. As long as you have that strength, I will welcome you. Son Goku said, nonchalantly, his face still beaming with a smile, completely unfazed by the words of the two. Perhaps it was due to his carefree nature, or maybe it was confidence in his own strength. Upon hearing Goku's words, the two fell silent. Number 18 hooked her arm around number 16's, and the two staggered, preparing to leave. Krillin, let's go too, Goku said casually to Krillin. However, Krillin's gaze remained fixed on number 18, unwilling to leave. Hey Krillin, Goku called out again when he saw Krillin's lack of response. Goku, what are you thinking, Krillin? We should go. Ji-Yun has finally returned, and I was planning to spar with him. I estimate he has already arrived at Bulma's house. Are you going, Krillin? Goku said with a slight reproach. However, when it came to sparring with Ji-Yun, his eyes sparkled. It won't go, Goku. Krillin responded absent-mindedly, seemingly lost in thought. All right then, take care of yourself, Krillin. Goku nodded and said to Krillin, I will go first. Wait. A female voice abruptly interrupted Goku's words. He was about to leave, also halted his steps. Goku and Krillin turned around to look, realizing that the voice came from number 18, who had not yet departed. What do you say you are going? A ripple appeared on number 18's face. She wanted to confirm what Goku had just said. I want to find Ji-Yun to spar a bit. He should be at Bulma's house now, and I was planning to go over. What's wrong? We want to go with you. Number 18 said calmly after confirming. However, her mind began to wander. Why are you going? Goku was quite puzzled. Suddenly, before number 18 could respond, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had thought of something. You want to ask Bulma to help repair number 16's body, right? That's definitely no problem. Bulma is a top-notch scientist, Goku said with a smile. Yes. Number 18 initially did not grasp it. She had planned to come up with a casual excuse. Now it seemed unnecessary, as Goku had provided a reasonable and justifiable reason. Number 18 couldn't help but admire son Goku's cleverness. Goku saw number 18 nodding in agreement, without denial indicating her acceptance. All right then, wait, I'm going too. My goodness, am I not getting away today? Goku really wanted to shout, could you please give a clear answer on whether you're going or not? The voice belonged to Krillin, who at this moment looked quite unwell. Krillin, didn't you say you weren't going? Goku asked, looking at Krillin beside him with a puzzled expression. I haven't seen Bulma for quite a while. After thinking about it, I think I will go, Krillin said with a heavy expression, because he sensed a different vibe from number 18's reaction. At this moment, Ji-Yun had already returned home. Accompanied by Bulma, he was enjoying a delicious meal. If only life could be like this every day. Ji-Yun raised a glass of juice, leisurely sighing. The crisis on Earth has been resolved. Wouldn't every day be like this from now on? Bulma looked at Ji-Yun with a smile. Ji-Yun gazed at her smiling face and gently shook his head. If only that were the case. Ji-Yun said with a smile. He knew that the future would not be smooth sailing. The enemies to come would be stronger. However, he now possessed the power of destruction. Except for the god of destruction and higher-level beings, Ji-Yun was no longer afraid. It seems I will need to find an opportunity to test this move. Ji-Yun silently thought to himself. Although he had gained the power of destruction, he lacked suitable subjects for experimentation. This was quite troubling. Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, I will always support you, standing behind you, Bulma said firmly. Upon hearing these words, Ji-Yun felt warmth in his heart. If it weren't inconvenient now, he would have wanted to express his feelings right then and there. Thus the two of them enjoyed their food and sang songs. The entire atmosphere became comfortable and pleasant. 10 minutes later, a very familiar figure appeared before Ji-Yun and Bulma. To be precise, it was a group of people. Goku, haven't you eaten yet? Ji-Yun sat at the table looking at the energetic Goku. Since Goku was a regular at the Universal Capsule Company, the guards at the door did not stop him. They let this group of people pass without further ado. Just in time, I was getting a bit hungry, Goku said, sheepishly rubbing his belly. He didn't hold back anymore, found a spot, and began to eat ravenously. You all don't need to be polite, find a place to sit, Ji-Yun said warmly, inviting the others. Number 16, number 18, and Krillin remained silent, and after taking their seats, they did not pick up their chopsticks. Number 16, being a robot, naturally did not need to eat. Number 18 stared intently at Ji-Yun. Krillin looked at number 18 with a gloomy expression. The atmosphere was quite strange. It instantly affected Ji-Yun's appetite. After about half an hour, the dishes on the table had been devoured cleanly by Goku. Goku burped contentedly. Rubbing his round belly, his face was filled with happiness. All right, we've eaten enough now. What exactly do you all need? Or is there something you wanted to help with? Ji-Yun said with a smile to the group. His gaze occasionally glanced at number 18 without him realizing it. Yet he managed to suppress his impulses constantly, reminding himself, Ji-Yun, hold on, do not show your inner feelings. It's nothing. I came spar with you, Goku said with a grin, scratching his nose. Those two are here to have Bulma repair number 16. Goku pointed at number 18 and number 16, continuing, sure, sparring with me is fine, I welcome it any time. But repairing number 16, that might not be possible. Bulma is pregnant now, and I don't want her to do anything, Ji-Yun said with a faint smile to Goku. However, the last sentence sounded more like it was directed at number 18. Ji-Yun was very clear that he was now a family man. He did not want to hide anything, but was better to make things that makes things complicated, Goku said, scratching his chin with a troubled expression. Number 18's face suddenly changed upon hearing Ji-Yun's words. However, she quickly regained her composure. Ji-Yun noticed this subtle expression. It seems number 18 does have some feelings for me. What a pity, I can only see if there is any possibility for development in the future. Ji-Yun thought helplessly in his heart. With a wife and child, he couldn't hide it, even if he wanted to. In that case, I'll take my leave. Number 18 was now on edge. For some reason, she felt a dull pain in her heart. Saying this, she was about to get up and leave. No need to leave, no need to leave. This little matter, just leave it to me, Bulma said cheerfully to number 8. With her pregnant belly, she intentionally leaned forward. It seemed like a provocation to number 18. Bulma was incredibly clever. She had long seen that number 18's gaze was not quite right as Ji-Yun kept looking at her incessantly. As a woman, how could she not know what was going on? At first, Bulma was very angry. If Ji-Yun had really asked Bulma to repair it, she would have refused with great fury. However, when she heard Ji-Yun refuse, saying, "Bulma is pregnant now, and I don't want her to do anything," her anger immediately dissipated. In its place was deep affection. Since Ji-Yun had said so, she might as well be more generous. It would also show the other party the gap between her and herself. "No need, we can figure out ourselves," number 18 said coldly. She also noticed Bulma's provocative actions. Number 18 was a proud person. If she knew Ji-Yun already had a partner, she would never disturb their lives. However, Bulma's provocation stirred her stubbornness as a woman. Unconsciously, she regarded Bulma as her competitor or perhaps a rival. Accepting help from a rival, whether man or woman, who can treat it calmly. "Oh, aren't you friends?" I said, "It's no trouble. Don't you consider your friend at all?" Bulma continued smiling. Although the words were very plain, Ji-Yun understood the underlying tension clearly, especially the last sentence, which was a moral high ground, indiscriminate attack. Most people would be left speechless. This is a woman swore no less fierce than the cannon fire on the battlefield. Number 18 truly did not know what to say. If she refused Bulma's help, she would be the villain abandoning her companions. If she accepted Bulma's help, she would owe it. In the future, no matter what she did, she would be bound by this. Ultimately, number 18 was still thinking about Ji-Yun. If she were not, she could have accepted Bulma's help with peace of mind. Of course, the most conflicted one was Ji-Yun. He wanted to say a few words, but didn't know where to start. "It's okay, don't feel pressured because of me." Number 16 patted number 18's shoulder and said with a smile. When Ji-Yun heard this, he felt even more conflicted. "Big brother, that line should be mine." Number 18 looked at number 16, who had transformed into this state to save him. He glanced at Bulma's faint smile. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. "All right, then I'll trouble you with this." Number 18 smiled faintly at Bulma, thinking to himself, "Come on, let's hurt each other. Carrying a big belly, I hope you don't tire yourself out." Bulma hadn't expected the originally stubborn number 18 to agree to her help. "Bring him to my laboratory," Bulma said lightly. Since she had agreed to help, she would certainly follow through. However, she decided to accept this. "Why don't you take a break first? You mustn't overexert yourself." Ji-Yun looked at Bulma, who was carrying a big belly, as she was about to enter the laboratory. He grabbed her hand, expressing concern. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Bulma raised her eyebrows slightly and coldly replied, "They'll settle the score with you later." Then the three of them walked straight into the laboratory. It was clear that Bulma was still preoccupied with the matter concerning number 18. Whether Ji-Yun had any intentions or not, this situation arose because of him, so he bore some responsibility. Ji-Yun felt a bit helpless. He had some inappropriate thoughts about number 18, but he hadn't made a move yet. Helpless Ji-Yun could only look up at the sky and shout, "Heaven, is it a sin to be handsome? If that's the case, am I not deeply flawed? Will you calm?" Krillin. The two gave Ji-Yun a disdainful glare to shout. If they weren't afraid of getting beaten up, they would have directly scolded him with the word shameless. "Ji-Yun Wukong, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Seeing this, Krillin felt he had no part in it anymore, said his goodbyes, and left without looking back. Krillin had already understood number 18's intentions. He might never have hope again. After all, his competitor was Ji-Yun, who was not someone just anyone could contend with, even though he already had a Bulma. But which man would complain about having too many women around him? Instead of sitting here anxiously, it would be better to leave early, though perhaps he might encounter his true love sooner. "Sigh, this is strange. I always feel like Krillin is a bit off." Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. Although he was somewhat dull regarding emotions, he noticed that Krillin's state today was rather odd. Maybe he has something on his mind. Ji-Yun smiled lightly. How could he not know Krillin's thoughts? If number 18 really did have an interest in him, Ji-Yun wouldn't snatch her away. Unfortunately, the process from the original work was missing. Number 18 was destined not to have feelings for him. All he could do was wish him luck in finding true love. "Oh," Wukong said, somewhat understanding. Then his eyes regained their sparkle as he excitedly said, "Look, I almost forgot the main thing. Let's hurry and spar." Seeing Wukong's eager expression, Ji-Yun smiled and nodded. "Let's go. I want to go too." Number 18, who had just walked out of the laboratory, said lightly. Bulma unceremoniously pushed her out. After all, Bulma didn't like being disturbed while she was working. "Don't misunderstand, I have no ulterior motives. I just want to see how son Wukong fights. It will also make it easier to deal with him next time." Number 18 crossed her arms in front of her chest, speaking coldly. Whether she actually thought that way remains unknown. "All right, then let's go." Ji-Yun didn't think much more about it. With a wave of his hand, the three of them leapt high into the sky, transforming into 3 flashes of light, disappearing into the horizon. The three of them flew for a while, finding an empty, deserted area. Number 18 flew to a mountain peak of her own accord. She found a flat area, directly sat down on the ground, quietly watching Ji-Yun and Wukong. Ji-Yun and Wukong stood opposite each other. They looked at each other. "Go ahead, Wukong, show me all your strength," Ji-Yun said with a light smile. Then I won't hold back." Son Wukong wiped his nose and said with a grin. Then Wukong's aura began. The earth began to shake and the flow of air quickened. Accompanied by Wukong's earth-shattering roar, a golden aura enveloped his body. His black hair stood on end, instantly changing to a unique golden color. His light blue eyes, which looked down on everything, were extremely sharp. Whoosh! After transforming, Son Wukong launched an attack in an instant. With the sound of air being sliced, his fierce punches and kicks were aimed at Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun's gaze sharpened as he clearly saw the trajectory of the punches. He deftly dodged, causing all of Wukong's attacks to miss. Just like that, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of punches and kicks for over half an hour. Bang! With a dull sound, their fists collided. An astounding force erupted immediately, causing birds and beasts to flee in all directions. "Not bad, Wukong, you actually managed to block my punch," Ji-Yun said with a faint smile, acknowledging Wukong's strength. "There's still a long way to go," Wukong said with a confident smile. Then a red aura enveloped the golden flames. Fivefold Kaioken. A power far beyond before surged forth. Wukong's battle power instantly increased several levels. Well done. The combination of Super Saiyan and Kaioken is impressive. Its power is indeed not to be underestimated. Ji-Yun praised. No wonder Son Wukong's combat talent is something that ordinary people cannot compare to. With just this, Vegeta was no match for Wukong. "Watch out, Ji-Yun," Wukong shouted in a deep voice. After saying this, a red figure like lightning rushed towards Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest. Bang! Wukong's tremendous power exploded instantly. Ji-Yun in his normal state was no match for Wukong and was directly sent flying. Rumble! Ji-Yun's body propelled away, crashed into a mountain. This time he barely managed to stop. Number 18, who had been sitting instinctively, stood up, her eyes filled with concern as she watched Ji-Yun. "TCH, what am I doing?" Number 18 shook her head self-deprecatingly and then sat back down on. Ji-Yun was hit hard by this blow. After all, his normal strength was only equivalent to that of Super Saiyan 1. In this state, he was far from Wukong's opponent. Whoosh! Ji-Yun flew out of the rubble, instantly returning to Wukong's face. "Well, but next Ji-Yun's words were cut off abruptly. Just as he spoke halfway, the rest got stuck in his throat. "What's wrong, Ji-Yun?" Wukong looked at Ji-Yun, who seemed a bit off, and asked urgently. Could it be that he had heard him? That's impossible. Ji-Yun, upon hearing Wukong's words, appeared oblivious, as if he hadn't heard. Gulp! Ji-Yun swallowed, then glanced toward his diagonal behind. Wukong noticed Ji-Yun's abnormality, following his gaze towards the side and back. A purple figure appeared, casually speaking, after catching the attention of the two. This being had a slender figure dressed in peculiar attire, and a long tail trailing behind. The head resembled that of a jackal with pale yellow eyes and vertically slit pupils, appearing quite bizarre. "Not too slow to react, but your strength is rather mediocre," a tall figure remarked nonchalantly. This individual had blue skin and long white hair, with purple pupils and lips, and wore a large light blue halo around his neck. In his right hand, he held a long staff topped with a black orb, exuding no aura that could be discerned. "Who are they?" Son Wukong was extremely shocked. With his current fighting power, he couldn't believe that someone was nearby without him noticing. If it weren't for Ji-Yun noticing in time, he might not have sensed anything at all. Unless they were like androids without any aura, it was simply impossible. The red flames surrounding Wukong began to slowly fade. He couldn't maintain this state for long, and the intentions of the two before him were still unclear. Preserving his stamina and remaining unyielding in the face of uncertainty was the wisest choice. Ji-Yun was also somewhat shocked, at a loss for words. He never expected these two to arrive. "Ji-Yun, who exactly are they? Do you know?" "I don't know why, but I feel an immense pressure from both of them," Wukong said, slightly shaken. In this time and space, aside from Ji-Yun, there was actually someone capable of exerting such pressure on him. It was clear that the strength of the opponents was formidable. Destroyer, Beerus, Angel, Whis. Ji-Yun's face turned grave, and in surprise he slowly uttered the names of the two. Destroyer, Angel, what the heck are those?" Wukong exclaimed in confusion upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, unable to grasp the meaning of these unfamiliar titles. Ji-Yun's expression remained heavy, showing no intention to explain. He was unsure why these two had come to Earth. "Lord Beerus, that person knows our identities," Whis said, casually glancing at the much shorter destroyer. Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus raised an eyebrow slightly, and then said indifferently, "I didn't expect that someone on this small planet would know of our existence. Shall we go say hello, Lord Beerus?" Whis suggested with a faint smile. "Whatever." Beerus yawned and responded casually. Their main purpose was not to come to Earth. They merely felt the aura of battle as they approached, prompting them Of course Beerus wouldn't be so bored. This suggestion came from Whis. The two slowly flew closer to the positions of Ji-Yun and Wukong. Ji-Yun, they're coming closer. What do we do? Should we fight? Wukong, watching the two approach, said nervously to Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun almost choked on his own saliva upon hearing Wukong's words. Fight? What are you joking about? What do we fight with? With our heads. Wukong don't taktashi. No matter what they're here, for absolutely avoid any conflict with them. Ji-Yun urgently prevented Wukong's ridiculous thoughts and solemnly warned him not to engage in any confrontation. This was not Ji-Yun being cowardly, but rather with his current strength, he was no match for the destroyer. Additionally, there was the formidable Whis. Under such circumstances, it was best to avoid conflict, if possible. It didn't matter if he died. Even if Earth were destroyed, that was fine, but his Bulma, an unborn child, were still on this. He didn't want to drag his family into the abyss due to his impulsiveness. Just as Ji-Yun was lost in thought, Beerus and Whis had already arrived before him. Hey kid, what are you thinking about? You wouldn't be thinking about how to kill me, would you? Beerus said with a slight squint his tongue. As the destroyer, Beerus' task was to destroy. If the person before him showed any disrespect, he wouldn't hesitate to make him disappear along with the planet, though it would depend on his mood. Ji-Yun was suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing Beerus' words. The cat-like face of Beerus appeared before him, startling him greatly. However, Ji-Yun still forced a calm expression, smiling, as he explained, No, I was just lost in thought. I had no intention of doing anything to either of you. Although Ji-Yun was quite nervous internally, he managed to maintain a composure that was neither servile nor overbearing. This made Whis nod in approval inwardly. Don't be nervous, let me introduce you. This is the destroyer, Lord Beerus. In this universe, he is the strongest, capable of erasing anything he desires at any time. Whis said with a faint smile. Ji-Yun was aware of the situation and felt no surprise. However, Wukong, when he heard that Beerus was the strongest in the universe, his eyes suddenly sparkled with desire. Hey, Whis, don't forget, I have a mission. If there's nothing else, let's destroy this planet. It will be best to finish the mission quickly, so I can go back and have a good sleep. Beerus said, casually stifling. It seemed that casually destroying a planet was such a trivial matter. Lord Beerus, please don't rush you. Whis said with a smile, but before he could finish, the excited son Wukong loudly interrupted his words. Are you really the strongest in this universe? But you don't look like it. Can you fight with me to try it out? Wukong appeared extremely excited, circling around Beerus, occasionally pinching Beerus' slender arm. This fool. Ji-Yun covered his forehead, feeling somewhat speechless. Not only Ji-Yun, but even Whis was amused by Wukong's antics, stifling a laugh. Ji-Yun could only silently pray for Wukong in his heart, hoping he wouldn't get killed later. Beerus remained silent, though his expression was somewhat displeased. Beerus slowly extended a finger, bending it and pressing down with another finger. Suddenly, he released his finger, flicking it toward Wukong. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Before Wukong could react, he was knocked unconscious by Beerus. His golden hair instantly turned back to black, and his body shot backward. With a loud crash, Wukong's body slammed heavily into the ground. A small crater formed on the surface. The dust that rose enveloped son Wukong's figure. He could no longer be seen. Only a faint breath could still be felt. Is this the power of a god of destruction? Ji-Yun exclaimed in astonishment. He could certainly achieve such a feat too. However, it required him to transform into a Super Saiyan first. He would never be able to do it as effortlessly as Beerus. Bastard, die for me. Before Ji-Yun could recover from his shock, a loud shout rang out. It was the voice of Android 18 not far away. Android 18 instantly approached. A series of energy blasts were fired from her hands. The target was none other than Beerus. Beerus let out a cold snort from his nostrils. Facing the incoming waves of light, he casually blew out a breath. Suddenly the waves of light changed direction and shot upward. Boom, boom, boom. The sky reverberated with several loud explosions, which were the sounds from Android 18's energy blasts. Little girl, are you seeking death? Beerus' face was icy and his tone was filled with murderous intent. Android 18, seeing her attack had been ineffective, was secretly startled, not expecting her opponent to resolve it so easily. Beerus' mood was at its worst. He was a dignified god of destruction. No matter where he went, he was respected. Yet today, someone dared to challenge his authority repeatedly, not putting him in their eyes at all. Not good. Seeing the murderous glare from Beerus, Ji-Yun's expression changed, feeling that things were turning dire. He hadn't anticipated that Android 18 would act rashly. Moreover, being an android, he hadn't sensed her approach at all. Had he known, he would have certainly prevented her from acting. Indeed, in the next second, a purple energy sphere expanded at Beerus' fingertips. Without any warning, the energy sphere flew out like a purple lightning bolt. It surged towards Android 18's position. It's over. Android 18 screamed in terror within her heart. She desperately wanted to avoid this attack. However, the destructive power contained within the energy sphere filled her with dread, making her body completely uncontrollable. As she watched the energy sphere draw nearer, Android 18 hopelessly closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of destruction. Ji-Yun looked at Android 18, who was facing imminent danger. Oh, whatever. He couldn't care too much anymore, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot. He'll risk it. It was as the energy sphere was about to make contact with Android 18. A slender, fair hand swatted the purple energy sphere away. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion pierced through the ozone layer of the sky. The sun's ultraviolet rays directly shone on the earth. Instantly, the vegetation withered, leaving a barren landscape. The scorching sensation burned every living creature. This person is quite interesting. Weiss chuckled, lightly, his eyes beginning to glimmer with a different light. Android 18 heard the sound of the explosion. The death she had imagined did not occur. Feeling the stinging pain from the ultraviolet rays burning her body, Android 18 slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood a magnificent figure, with yellow-green hair and well-defined muscles. It was Ji-Yun transformed into a Super Saiyan. It's him, he saved me again. Android 18 felt deeply moved, not knowing what to say at that moment. Are you okay? Ji-Yun did not turn around, but asked with concern. He knew that Android 18 would not act recklessly. She must have seen Beerus knock Wukong away, thinking she was in danger too, and acted. Although the following might be very troublesome, Ji-Yun didn't blame Android 18, because everything she did was for him. I'm fine. I'm sorry. Android 18 spoke with a hint of guilt, her voice very soft. She had wanted to help Ji-Yun. Unexpectedly, she ended up in danger herself after failing to help. She had caused Ji-Yun trouble and saved herself once again. Ji-Yun did not continue speaking. His mind remained highly tense, because the opponent he was about to face was the strongest existence in this universe. Well done, kid. You managed to deflect my attack. You're quite remarkable. Beerus said in a calm tone, his voice low and icy. Lord Beerus, do you now understand why I brought you to this planet? Weiss smiled, gently speaking to Beerus with a calm demeanor. Beerus nodded silently in response to Weiss' words. Then he turned coldly to Ji-Yun and said, Kid, where did you acquire your destructive power? Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun's expression showed no change, even carrying a hint of confusion. However, his heart suddenly jolted. Could it be that he had this ability all along? How did Beerus know, given that he had never used it? Ji-Yun didn't understand the intent behind Beerus' question. He decided to put on an act, maintaining an expression of confusion while seriously pondering in his mind. Then, with a puzzled expression, he asked, Destructive power? What is that? Sounds quite intimidating. Beerus looked at Ji-Yun's expression without suspicion. He then turned his gaze to Weiss. Weiss cast a brief glance at Ji-Yun, nodded slightly, and said with a faint smile, Destructive power is a capability that only gods of destruction can inherit. Ordinary people cannot master it at all. Of course, there are those formed through acquired means, but that is extremely difficult, almost impossible. He should be one of those formed through acquired means. He just hasn't realized it yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deflect Lord Beerus' energy sphere. Instead, upon contact, it would have shattered into pieces, disappearing from this world. Beerus nodded in agreement as he listened to Weiss' analysis. Now he finally understood why Weiss insisted on bringing him to this planet. It was for this kid. As an angel, Weiss possessed many miraculous abilities. While traveling through space, Weiss sensed the energy emitted from the battle between Ji-Yun and Wukong. Curious, he investigated, and to his surprise, he sensed that one of them contained the power of destruction. Without a second thought, Weiss brought Beerus down to Earth. However, before Weiss could explain this to Beerus, Beerus had already attacked Wukong. Ultimately, a series of subsequent events unfolded. When Ji-Yun deflected Beerus' energy sphere, there was no need for Weiss to explain. Beerus had already understood everything. It seems that this time the harvest is quite abundant. Not only that, Lord Beerus, this kid can even control time. Beerus suddenly shouted. His drowsy eyes widened. You must know that time is a formidable thing. Even he, as a god of destruction, cannot control it. Yes, your previous strike had already reached that little girl's. A normal person's speed simply cannot be stopped. Even I, relying on my own speed, cannot prevent such a close-range attack. However, that kid paused time for 0.1 seconds. Thus, he saved that little girl. Weiss explained he can control time himself. He can even reverse time. Therefore, regarding matters of time, he is much more perceptive than ordinary people. I didn't expect such an existence in this universe. Beerus chuckled. Even he who has seen much couldn't help but admire Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun had been listening to their conversation, feeling somewhat lost and completely unaware of what these two were planning. Weiss looked at Ji-Yun, who had a puzzled expression, and said with a smile, You are Ji-Yun, right? Ji-Yun cautiously looked at Weiss and nodded slightly. Don't be nervous. When you saw the two of us earlier, I should have heard your words and already know our identity. I want to inquire further about this. There are quite a few in this universe who know of our existence. I only want to ask you one thing. Do you want to become the next god of destruction? Weiss maintained a smile and spoke lightly. It seemed as if he was talking about something trivial. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun froze, mumbling in disbelief. God of destruction? Yes, god of destruction, Weiss affirmed while continuing to remind. It's the next god of destruction because Lord Beerus is still around. So if you agree now, you can start as an apprentice god of destruction. Jian listened to Weiss' speech, still unable to recover from a shock. He kept asking himself deep down, what merits do I have? How could I be asked to become a god of destruction? Is it just because I mastered the power of destruction? Hey, kid, make a clear choice. Why are you still hesitating? Beerus said somewhat impatiently. As a god of destruction, there are many tasks to perform. His purpose for this trip is to destroy planets. Recently, the number of planets has exceeded the quota significantly. Jian was pulled back by Beerus' voice. Cautiously, he tentatively asked, can I think about it? I'm not ready yet. Jian actually thought about it briefly. He did not want to be a god of destruction. He just wanted to live a peaceful life. But he was also afraid of angering Beerus, who might destroy the earth in a fit of rage. Think, not aloud. You must give me an answer now. Beerus frowned and said domineeringly. The energy fluctuations in his hand appeared and disappeared. The meaning of the threat was self-evident. Weiss looked at Ji Yun's troubled expression and smiled as he said, Ji Yun, do you know how Frieza died? Ji Yun looked up at Weiss upon hearing his words. He did not understand the meaning behind Weiss' question. Could it be that Frieza is your relative? Of course, Ji Yun did not dare to say that. Frieza was killed by me, what's wrong? Ji Yun replied flatly. Frieza was a notorious villain, and killing him was a just act. There is no need to conceal this matter. That's good. Weiss nodded with a smile. Ji Yun looked at Weiss' smile, feeling somewhat strange. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Lord Beerus, did you hear that? Weiss looked at Beerus again and quietly I know. Beerus nodded with a gloomy expression, then said to Ji Yun, Kid, if not today, you should obediently be an apprentice god of destruction. Or you can go pay for Frieza's life. Ji Yun was greatly shocked upon hearing this, looking at Beerus, who seemed ready to explode at any moment. His mind was filled with questions. What is going on here? Could it be that you are Frieza's relative? But he doesn't look. What is all this about? Even if you want me to be an apprentice god of destruction, or die, you must make it clear. Ji Yun asked Weiss with a face full of bitterness. Weiss chuckled a couple of times before slowly explaining. The task of the god of destruction is to destroy planets. You already know this. Frieza is known as the Emperor of the Universe, a complete villain. You should be aware of it. However, although Frieza was evil, he helped Lord Beerus a lot. The number of planets destroyed by Frieza is countless, saving Lord Beerus a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun vaguely understood why Beerus was so angry. So it turns out that he killed one of Beerus' capable subordinates. Since Frieza's death, Lord Beerus has been he has to handle every matter personally. It's been a long time since he has had a good night's sleep. Weiss, when he reached an emotional point, he kept wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. After listening, Ji Yun understood everything and all became clear. This is not about finding a successor for the god of destruction. This is clearly about finding a successor for the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, to do the work of a god of destruction. Then let Beerus sleep. After all this, they just want to find someone to do the work. Now that the conversation has come to this, it's up to you to decide. Weiss dried his somewhat feigned tears. He restored his smiling expression and said, so, there's no choice, right? Ji Yun said speechlessly. Weiss did not respond, just smiling continuously in place. Beerus' eyes also burned with flames of rage. As long as I dare to say no, I will probably be erased in the next second. Now Ji Yun has no way out. Weiss, as an angel, is supposed to assist Beerus in completing his work. Even though he disagrees, he won't kill me. But Beerus might not be the same. Can't you see the expression of hatred on his face? I agree. However, let me make it clear. It's not that I'm afraid of death. I'm just doing it for the safety of the... Ji Yun spread his hands, finding a reason to maintain his dignity in a situation with no other choice. Upon hearing Ji Yun's response, Weiss gently nodded. He didn't care what Ji Yun's true thoughts were. As long as he could bring the person here, that was enough. Lord Beerus, do you find this satisfactory now? Weiss said with a faint smile to Beerus. Their original intention was to destroy the unnecessary planets. Finding a replacement for Frieza's work was also part of the plan. However, they did not expect to accidentally encounter Ji Yun. Moreover, they discovered the power of destruction within him. If that were the case, it would not be so simple as just replacing Frieza. They could very well train Ji Yun as the next god of destruction. Well, it's good enough that you agree, but your strength still needs to be evaluated. Beerus said, his expression somewhat more pleasant. Well, how does Lord Beerus intend to evaluate it? Weiss asked, curiously looking at Beerus with a smile. Upon hearing Weiss' words, Beerus glanced at Ji Yun with a strange smile. Ji Yun looked at Beerus' expression and couldn't help but shiver. His demeanor became tense again. In his heart, he shouted, haven't I already agreed? What more do you want? Beerus coldly stared at Ji Yun for a long time before retracting that strange gaze. It's simpler. Let me give it a try, and it will be clear. Beerus said calmly. The cold smile seemed to carry a hint of cruelty. Oh, is that so? Weiss said as if he suddenly understood. He was well aware of Beerus' nature. He knew perfectly well that this was not about testing Ji Yun's strength. This was clearly just an excuse to vent his frustrations. Weiss understood this, but did not expose Beerus. After all, as his servant, it was his responsibility to maintain the dignity of the god of destruction. Jian, you heard that too. Lord Beerus wants to test your strength. To spar a bit with Lord Beerus. Weiss maintained his smile, looking kindly at Ji-Yun. It seemed that the upcoming battle was really just a simple sparring match. Upon hearing Weiss' words, Ji-Yun felt somewhat displeased. How clever was he? He had already discerned other meanings hidden in Beerus' words. Spar a bit. Wouldn't that just be asking for a beating? As the saying goes, even a clay Buddha has some temper. Being constantly provoked was frustrating. Ji-Yun was already dissatisfied. Even if he wasn't Beerus' match, he had to face the challenge this time. If he didn't show some real strength, would they really think he was easy to bully? Fine. Since Lord Beerus has such exquisite interest, then I will offend you, Ji-Yun said lightly with a polite smile. Today he would test just how powerful this legendary god of destruction truly was. Beerus sneered inwardly. He did not expect Ji-Yun, who knew his title, to accept. However, it suited him just fine. He had been sleeping soundly. If nothing unexpected happened, he could sleep for several more decades. However, he did not expect to be disturbed from his peaceful slumber. Today he would teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Since there are no issues, you can start any time. Weiss said, calmly stepping aside. With a swift movement, he arrived at a cliff several hundred meters away. Ji-Yun saw that Weiss had moved far away. He then turned to the figure behind him, number 18, and softly said, "You should step aside. It's best to hide far away, otherwise you might get caught up in this." Number 18 looked at Ji-Yun. However, she still followed Ji-Yun's instructions. Instead of running elsewhere, she stood next to the surrounding crowd had dispersed. In the empty sky, amidst the ultraviolet radiation, only Ji-Yun and Beerus remained. The two stared at each other with no words exchanged. In this silent environment, Beerus' lips moved first. He spoke to Ji-Yun in a flat tone, "Don't say I'm bullying you. You go first." Ji-Yun did not respond to Beerus' words. At this moment, he kept his attention highly focused, his gaze constantly sweeping over Beerus. About a minute passed. Ji-Yun showed no signs of making a move. Beerus, somewhat impatient, said, "Kid, I said for you to go first, you don't. Now is the time." Beerus' words were interrupted. Ji-Yun seemed to see an opportunity and suddenly lunged at Beerus. Whoosh! In an instant, Ji-Yun was already before Beerus. Without a second thought, a hardened fist suddenly struck out. Beerus did not continue speaking, but looked at Ji-Yun's attack with indifference. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Not bad for battle experience. But that's all there is to it. Beerus observed the fist approaching him. He slightly shifted his body, skillfully dodging the blow. Ji-Yun saw his attack miss and did not feel to. Instead, he quickly halted his body, stabilizing himself in midair. Although his attacking fist grazed Beerus, Ji-Yun began to change his move from a fist to an open palm. He struck horizontally towards Beerus' neck. Bang! A loud sound echoed in the sky as Ji-Yun's palm collided with Beerus' neck. However, Beerus was unaffected. Instead, Ji-Yun felt a subtle pain in his palm, as if an ordinary person had struck their hand against a steel pipe. TSK. Still like this, the technique is good. Just lacking a bit of strength. Beerus clicked his tongue, slightly shaking his head as he spoke blandly. Ji-Yun's heart became even more solemn. He slowly withdrew his palm and gradually retreated 3 or 4 meters. He did not expect this god of destruction to be so outrageously powerful. That last strike had used up 70 to 80% of his strength. Even a god of destruction shouldn't be so unruffled. It seemed he had still underestimated Beerus' power. Do you have any other moves? If not, I might have to take action. Beerus, you are indeed formidable, Ji-Yun said with a smile on his face. Beerus showed no response to Ji-Yun's compliment. Did he really need others to point out that he was strong? Wasn't that an accepted fact? Beerus continued to watch Ji-Yun, saying nothing. Ji-Yun's face was not as flustered as one might expect. However, how will you respond to this move? Ji-Yun said slowly with a smile. Oh. Beerus raised an eyebrow, looking at Ji-Yun with great interest. Ji-Yun smiled, fighting thought. His hidden cards were not yet exhausted. If anyone dared to underestimate him, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Suddenly Ji-Yun let out a low roar. The aura around him grew increasingly intense. The yellow flames grew more arrogant, crackling with the sound of lightning. Clearly, he had revealed the strongest power. It seems you have yet to exert your full strength. Beerus observed the changes in Ji-Yun with a calm demeanor, his tone slightly surprised. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed his kid's strength was quite commendable. However, if it was just like this, then it would end here. Come on, let me see how far you can go now. Beerus beckoned to Ji-Yun with his finger. Ji-Yun heard Beerus' words. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth, forming a pleasing arc. In the next second, Ji-Yun's figure flashed. Bang! Beerus hadn't even reacted. His body flew back uncontrollably for several steps in the air. He completely failed to catch Ji-Yun's movement. How about that, Lord Beerus? Does this move suit your taste? Ji-Yun smiled casually. This move was the flash time technique he had just. Beerus' strength was overwhelmingly powerful. Even if he used this move, it was possible that he couldn't shake. Therefore, Ji Yun had pushed his Super Saiyan state to the limit, achieving just a hint of effect. On a cliff 100 meters away, Yun, number 18, who had been watching from a distance, clenched her hands tightly. Seeing Ji Yun repel Beerus, she excitedly waved her hands. Whis, holding his staff, looked into the distance and smiled, saying, Ji Yun's performance is quite impressive. Utilizing the skill of time pause, he was actually able to shake Lord Beerus' body. Indeed, Ji Yun will soon give this ugly brute a good beating. Whis nodded in praise after witnessing Ji Yun's recent display. Upon hearing Whis' commendation, number 18 seemed to feel as though he was praising her expression instantly beaming with pride. Whis, hearing the girl's boastful words beside him, kept a calm smile on his face. However, he subtly shook his head. This alone won't be enough to defeat. This skill is quite effective against opponents of the same level. However, when facing a god of destruction, it becomes. In the battlefield above the sky, Beerus rubbed the spot on his chest where he had been attacked, gazing at the currently charging Ji Yun. Beerus said slowly with no expression, Kid, your move is indeed remarkable. The one you used to knock my energy ball away was this technique, right? Ji Yun nodded affirmatively, his eyes fixed intently on Beerus' position, ready to strike again. Kid, if I'm not mistaken, the time you can pause should be 0. 1 second, right? Beerus said nonchalantly. He had unraveled the secret of Ji Yun's flash time technique. Ji Yun was momentarily stunned, his heart racing, and didn't respond to Beerus' words. He hadn't expected Beerus to see through his technique. Seeing Ji Yun remain silent, Beerus continued to speak to himself. 0. 1 second is a very short time. However, as a top-tier powerhouse, you can accomplish many things. But what exactly did you do just now, eh? After saying this, Beerus looked at Ji Yun, who had fallen into a daze. Ji Yun's heart was now stirred by a great storm. When he heard Beerus' words, he began to recall the situation during his recent attack. Activating the flash time technique, time stopped. He rushed in to attack Beerus and successfully knocked him back. It was a seamless execution without a hint of problem. However, Ji Yun had overlooked a crucial issue. Having successfully repelled Beerus, he was filled with joy, not carefully considering this matter. Now that he thought back, his heart was filled with shock. Just as Beerus had said, 0. 1 second is indeed a very short time. However, those who have reached his level can accomplish a great many things. Whether dealing with future androids, or the world's Cell, or even Vegeta, they were all ruthlessly beaten by him in that 0. 1 second with various punches and kicks, utterly powerless to resist. But now, reflecting back on the battle, he realized he had only thrown a single punch at him. Indeed, just one punch, and Beerus had staggered back a few steps. This was all he accomplished in 0. 1 second. Gulp. Having figured this out, Ji Yun swallowed hard. As he looked at Beerus, his eyes were now filled with caution. Now, it seems you're not entirely foolish. Beerus sneered dismissively. As a god of destruction, what strange techniques had he not seen? However, in the end, no matter how miraculous a power might be, as long as one's own strength is sufficiently formidable, it can all be completely ignored. Those abilities are utterly without effect. Ji Yun exhaled heavily, looking gravely at Beerus, and slowly spoke. Even if I can only strike once, that will be enough. Upon hearing this, Beerus shook his head in disdain. Just as Ji Yun finished speaking, he activated the flash time technique once more. The wind ceased to blow, and the flowers and grass ceased to sway. Everything in the world stopped functioning. The world suddenly grew quiet. Ji Yun's body shot forward like a bolt of golden lightning. He quickly rushed to Beerus' face. Looking at the unmoving figure, Ji Yun gathered all his strength, and with a fierce punch, he aimed directly at Beerus' face. As his fist was about to hit Beerus, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Beerus' mouth, revealing a cruel smile. What? Seeing Beerus smile, Ji Yun instantly became flustered. He did not know when the wind began to swirl and the flowers and grass began to dance. Time resumed its original flow, and the world once again became noisy. Beerus extended his claw and caught Ji Yun's fist. Bang! The collision between the two generated a tremendous wave of energy. Centered around them, the space began to twist violently. A fierce wind whipped up around them, and the ground began to crack with deep chasms. Countless fragments of stone and trees soared into the air, caught in the twisted space. They were directly reduced to dust. Now I'm going to strike, Beerus said calmly. Then he suddenly exerted force with the fist he was holding. Ji Yun felt his body become uncontrollable, suddenly pulled close by Beerus. Beerus' other hand formed a fist and slammed down from above onto Ji Yun's head. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Ji Yun, who had been attacked, felt dizzy stars exploding in his eyes. His body plummeted vertically like a bullet. Boom! Dust rose from the ground, creating a crater even larger than the one from Wukong's meteorite. Ji Yun was buried deep underground. Yun, on the cliff 100 meters away, number 18 saw Ji Yun being knocked to the ground, and anger surged within her. Rolling up her sleeves, she prepared to charge forward and engage in a life-and-death battle with Beerus. Bang! Whis tapped the ground lightly with the bottom of his staff. Number 18's body was restrained in place, unable to move at all. Don't be impulsive, Ji-Yun is fine, Whis calmly said to the anxious number 18. However, the restraints placed upon her did not lift. Damn it, let me go. Number 18 clearly did not believe. Her expression was extremely agitated as she struggled incessantly. If you don't believe me, you can take a look, Whis said calmly, pointing in the direction where Ji-Yun had fallen. His perception of energy was far superior to that of an ordinary person. Ji-Yun appeared to have taken a heavy blow, and the situation seemed dire. However, he knew that Ji-Yun was actually unharmed. Sure enough, number 18 looked in the direction Whis pointed. Among the swirling dust, a bright light began to flicker, illuminating the unfathomable abyss. Suddenly, the light shot up into the sky, stopping midair precisely at the position opposite Beerus. Kid, you could take a beating, huh? Beerus spoke in a nonchalant tone to the golden light. Immediately, the light dispersed, revealing Ji-Yun standing firm in midair. After seeing that Ji-Yun was safe and sound, number 18's heart slowly settled. On the other side, Ji-Yun gazed at Beerus and smiled, saying, "As expected of Lord Beerus, it's the first time someone has made me look so disheveled. My head still hurts." Beerus remarked, seemingly impressed by Ji-Yun's resilience, yet maintaining an expressionless face. "No worries, there's more pain to come." Beerus replied coolly, then transformed into a stream of purple light and shot forward. His target was directly aimed at Ji-Yun, who did not dare to be careless. Gathering all his strength, he began to resist fiercely. Bang! 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 In no time, the sound of collisions echoed in the sky, with two beams of purple and yellow light shaking incessantly. Beerus' attacks were very artistic, giving a leisurely feel, while Ji-Yun on the defensive was struggling immensely. Beerus' movements were exceedingly swift. This caused Ji-Yun to often neglect one side while defending against another. After blocking one punch, he would often take two in return. "Kid, if you keep this up, you might just die." After landing two punches on Ji-Yun, Beerus said casually. Bang! Ji-Yun now bore two bruises on his face. It seemed that swelling was also beginning to appear on his eyelids. Beerus' attacks grew increasingly fierce. Though not fatal, they were still very painful. "Damn it, this is too much." Ji-Yun's expression showed some anger, as if he had been provoked. Thinking back since arriving in this world, when had he ever been humiliated like this? It was always him beating others. Who the hell dared to hit him like this? "Take this, tenfold Kaioken." Ji-Yun shouted angrily, his expression furious. Red raging flames enveloped his body, and his aura surged tenfold in an instant. Beerus threw another punch at Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun's expression changed. He no longer remained passive, but instead countered with a punch. Boom! The clash of fists felt as if two nuclear bombs had collided, resulting in a violent explosion. The searing fireball turned the sky crimson, its flickering light even overshadowing the sun's brilliance. Ji-Yun roared angrily, and the red flames surrounding him became even more vivid, while the inner layer of yellow light grew increasingly violet. Whoosh! With Ji-Yun's burst of power, a purple figure was sent flying backwards. It was Beerus, who had just exchanged punches with Ji-Yun. Ji did not give him much time to breathe. Pointing at his head, he instantly moved to launch an attack before Beerus could fly too far. Ji-Yun was already waiting behind him. Ji-Yun's right leg struck like a red whip, violently hitting that purple figure. Smack! Beerus was sent flying forward again, now feeling a soreness in his arm and a burning pain in his... "This kid can still keep improving," Beerus said, gritting his teeth, feeling a bit of pain. Just as he thought this, Beerus felt as if someone had kicked him in the butt, and his body began to shoot straight up into the sky. Da-da-da-da! Below, Ji-Yun continuously fired light waves. At this point, he had no choice but to use the prince's fighting style. However, these light waves were not ordinary. Ji-Yun infused the destructive power within him into the attack. If an ordinary person were to touch it, they would surely be obliterated. Ji-Yun stopped his attack, greedily breathing in the air. Thick smoke billowed in the sky, blocking out the sun. The scorching sun had vanished, and the entire scene seemed as dark as night. "Haha, I really didn't expect this kid to have such skills," Whis remarked with a bright smile after witnessing Ji-Yun's recent offensive. Suddenly boosting his energy caught Beerus off guard. "I didn't expect that the mighty god of destruction would actually be at a disadvantage against a human," Whis said, enjoying the spectacle. As Beerus' teacher, he naturally knew how powerful Beerus was. The strength Ji-Yun had just unleashed was at most around 60% of Beerus' power. Even with the added destructive force, it was not enough to kill Beerus. However, making him look flustered was certainly sufficient. After all, Beerus had been taught by him for such a long time, though if he died, that easily he wouldn't deserve to be called the god of destruction. Simultaneously, Whis increasingly admired Ji-Yun. Given his guidance, it would only be a matter of time before Ji-Yun surpassed Beerus. Even surpassing himself was not impossible. perhaps even reaching a higher realm. Whis' eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if he could see Ji Yun's future achievements. So, this is Ji Yun's power. Number 18 stared blankly at Ji Yun, completely awed by this terrifying power. She could not imagine whether the one she liked was a human or a demon disguised as one, for this power completely exceeded her understanding of humanity. In the battlefield midair, Ji Yun's breathing gradually returned to normal. Then he looked up at the high sky and shouted loudly, "Lord Beerus, aren't you coming down yet? It's fine, you've already beaten me like this. Let me see what you look like now." Ji Yun gazed at the vast sky, his bruised and battered appearance eliciting a chuckle. "Damn little brat." Beerus gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he spoke with fierce indignation. At this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. His once clean skin was now smeared with dirt, and numerous abrasions adorned his body. After all, he was a dignified god of destruction. Like Ji Yun, he used to be the one dishing out beatings. Who dared to lay a finger on him like this? He merely intended to teach Ji Yun a lesson. Unexpectedly, he ended up being schooled instead. As Beerus thought of this, his anger only grew. Whoosh! A purple lightning bolt struck down once more in front of Ji Yun. "Kid, let me show you what it's like to be unable to take care of yourself after I'm done with you. He'll just hand over my title as god." Beerus' expression finally changed before Ji Yun. The calm demeanor he had maintained was replaced by intense fury. "Then let's see if Lord Beerus has the capability." Ji Yun replied with a calm smile. The two almost instantly shifted their offensive stances. Ji Yun regained his previous nonchalant demeanor. "Sharp-tongued brat seeking death," Beerus exclaimed with anger. In an instant, there was no visible change in Beerus' appearance, yet the aura within his body surged to several new heights. The next second, he charged directly at Ji Yun. Zulfast. Ji Yun was taken aback by Beerus' speed, watching as Beerus rushed towards him. Simultaneously, he prepared himself for the encounter. Suddenly, the two clashed once again, and the air was filled with a scorching energy. Still, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the afterimage. At this moment, the gap between the two had begun to show. Ji Yun, who could previously trade blows with Beerus, was now being overwhelmed. In an instant, he was suppressed. Bang! A clear collision sound resonated through the skies as one of Beerus' fists slammed into Ji Yun's chest. The struck area sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through Ji Yun. Gritting his teeth, he endured the intense agony as a sphere of light formed in his hand. Without aiming precisely, he hurled it at Beerus. Boom! Beerus didn't dodge, allowing the sphere of light to explode against him, filling the air with smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Yun quickly retreated a few steps. Wow! Ji Yun felt a sweetness. A mouthful of fresh blood surged forth. The state of the Super Saiyan dissipated, leaving only a layer of the red aura of the Kaioken. Ji Yun clutched his chest, his expression twisted in agony. It felt as though his internal organs had been shattered, sending waves of cramping pain through him. Clearly, Beerus had controlled his strength, otherwise that punch could have cost Ji Yun his life. "Kid, can you... I'm still not done having fun." Beerus felt a surge of comfort upon seeing Ji Yun heavily injured. Just this punch was enough to shatter galaxies. In this universe, few could withstand such a blow. While he felt good about this, Beerus couldn't help but admire Ji Yun's impressive physique. "It's still too early." Ji Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking in a feeble tone. He then produced a senza bean and placed it in his mouth. Gulp. Without chewing much, he crushed it and swallowed. Ji Yun's wounds completely healed, and the pain within him vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Ji Yun felt a terrifying power burgeoning within him. "This is amazing. This power is truly astonishing. It seems that battling Beerus isn't entirely a bad thing." Ji Yun's expression was filled with excitement as he clenched his fists tightly. He reveled in the surging power within him. What's going on? What did this kid eat? How did his injuries recover so quickly?" Beerus said in shock, watching Ji Yun, who had fully returned to form, with disbelief in his eyes. That punch he just dealt, even without killing him, should have been enough to inflict heavy injuries. How could he suddenly eat something and appear unscathed? On the other side of the battlefield. "Oh, it seems Ji Yun has quite a few good things on him." Whis mused to himself with a faint smile. Though standing at a distance, he had witnessed Ji Yun consuming the senza bean. Android 18 saw Ji Yun escape danger once again. Her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled again. At this moment, she felt as though she were on a roller coaster, constantly rising and falling. Not bad. Not only did this kid recover from his injuries, but his energy also received a huge boost. "Lord Beerus, if you don't resolve this quickly, you might face trouble," Whis thought to himself as he watched the two from a distance, his smile growing in the sky over the battlefield. "Kid, no matter what you ate, it won't matter in the face of absolute power." Beerus stood confidently with his hands behind his back. However, he had begun to take Ji Yun seriously, for he sensed a significant surge in Ji Yun's aura. "Is that so, Lord Beerus? Then let's find out." Ji Yun said confidently, his gaze locked onto Beerus. He even felt a thrill of excitement. If this continued with a few more such instances, he might just surpass Beerus. Beerus scoffed. After his words fell, his body suddenly shot out. The surrounding space warped instantaneously. His figure vanished from sight. Ji Yun saw Beerus making his move, and the energy around him gathered once more. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, the Super Saiyan form activated again. As his power surged, Beerus' figure became clear in an instant. Beerus launched a punch, the force of this strike being dozens of times stronger than before. Ji Yun met the challenge head-on, colliding directly with Beerus' fist. Bang! A powerful shockwave radiated outward. The mountains, once majestic, collapsed in an instant. The ground sank 3 feet deep. The battle raged on, their punches and kicks clashing. Boom, boom, boom. The punches moved like wind, and the fragile space began to crack in countless places. They fought with earth-shattering force. The battle lasted for about 5 minutes, with Beerus' onslaught showing no signs of slowing down. His aura seemed limitless, gathering more and more. Ji Yun, however, began to slow down. The power he had just gained had not been fully mastered before he was thrust into this high-intensity battle. His body was continuously subjected to the backlash of the energy, teetering on the brink of collapse at any moment. I can't hold on any longer. My body is about to give out. This power cannot be fully adapted to yet. Ji Yun gritted his teeth. The battle that was once evenly matched. As Beerus continued to increase his aura, Ji Yun became more passive. It seems I can only eat another sen. He took out another senza bean to gather his strength. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, Beerus saw Ji Yun take out the bean again. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Without giving any chance, he unleashed all his power. The overwhelming aura instantly crushed forward. This rendered Ji Yun unable to move. Boom! Beerus threw a punch. A destructive perpel beam sharply attacked Ji Yun. The speed was incredibly fast. Ji Yun couldn't react in time, the senzu bean still not placed in his mouth. His body was pierced by the purple beam. It's over, Beerus said lightly as he looked at Ji Yun, whose body was pierced. The senzu bean in Ji Yun's hand fell uncontrollably. The surrounding red flames extinguished. The explosive muscles on his body disappeared. His hair returned to black. Ji Yun completely lost his combat power. Unable to circulate his chi, he fell from the sky. His body heavily smashed into the uneven ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and consciousness in his mind began to fade. The scenes in his eyes also began to blur. Yi Yun. Yi Yun. Finally, a hurried voice reached his ears. A blurred figure held his unconscious self. Accompanied by a shaking, Ji Yun's eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. Lord Beerus, it seems the battle lasted a bit longer. Weiss appeared beside Beerus, at some point teasing, I just wanted to play with him a little longer. If I had used my full strength from the start, it wouldn't have been interesting at all, Beerus said, lightly. His calm expression contrasted sharply with his body full of wounds. Yes, Lord Beerus is correct. Now what is your assessment of Ji Yun's skills? Weiss smiled at Beerus, calmly asking. Beerus looked at Weiss, whose face was full of smiles, feeling as if he felt quite displeased. He's okay. Just passable, Beerus said lightly, even with his body covered in wounds. He still had to maintain his dignity as a god of destruction. Weiss nodded with a smile, and then slowly walked. At that moment, number 18 was holding Ji Yun, who had lost all signs of life, crying heartbrokenly. When she saw Weiss walking over, she shouted without reservation, Get away, he's already dead, what more do you want? Weiss remained unfazed by number 18's words, continuing to walk his own way. Little girl, don't be too sad. He isn't dead yet, Weiss said, smiling as he approached number 18. Number 18 was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Then an angry expression appeared on her face. He has no breath. How can you still lie to me? Don't think that just because I can't defeat you, I won't dare to be rude. Number 18 gritted her teeth and said, logically, she shouldn't be so agitated. But for some reason, seeing Ji Yun, who showed no signs of life, made her feel as if her world was collapsing. Weiss shook his head helplessly. Then he tapped his staff on the ground. A mysterious energy swirled around Ji Yun's body. After about 10 seconds, the lifeless Ji Yun suddenly twitched his eyelids. A faint breath appeared at his mouth and nose. Now you should believe my words, right? Weiss said with a calm smile. Although Beerus' previous attack was lethal, it posed no life-threatening danger to a robust body like Ji Yun's. As long as the treatment is appropriate, he would be completely safe. Ji Yun had not entirely lost breath. It was just very subtle, so subtle that most people couldn't perceive it. Thus it appeared as if he were dead. Number 18 felt the breath coming from Ji Yun, which slightly eased her heart that was filled with sorrow. Little girl, step aside. We need to take him away now, Weiss said to number 18, who was still holding on tightly to Ji Yun. Number 18 suddenly felt a tightness in her heart. Warily looking at Weiss, she said with some resistance, What are you going to do? Ji Yun cannot go with you. Weiss saw the stubborn number 18 and was somewhat troubled. He wasn't a barbarian like Beerus. Naturally, he wouldn't force a little girl. Little girl, do you want to die? Beerus appeared beside number 18, saying coldly. Number 18 was startled by Beerus' sudden appearance, but she still refused to back down, saying, "Even if it means death, I won't let you take Ji-Yun. Unless you take me with you." Number 18's insistence had its reasons. She had heard their earlier conversation about making Ji-Yun the next god of destruction. Although she had never heard of it, was this the way to cultivate someone? According to their training methods, even 10 Ji-Yuns wouldn't be enough for them to cultivate. Now that Ji-Yun was still in a coma, there was no way he would yield to them. "So it seems you can only die," Beerus said lightly, his tone filled with icy killing intent. A purple energy ball enlarged in his hand. "Why take this kid and leave first? I want to destroy this planet entirely," Beerus said indifferently. He had already wasted enough time here. He didn't want to stay on this planet that had caused him so much humiliation any longer. Number 18 held Ji-Yun tightly, refusing to let go no matter what. Lord Beerus, wait a moment. Weiss frowned and stopped Beerus' actions. "What's wrong, Weiss? As a god of destruction, can I not make my own decisions?" Beerus questioned Weiss, is somewhat displeased. However, the energy ball in his hand had already disappeared. After all, Weiss' words carried some weight. This little girl is also concerned about Ji-Yun's safety. From her behavior earlier, it seems they share a deep bond. "Little girl, are you and him a couple?" Weiss asked number 8. Upon hearing this, number 18's face turned slightly red as she slowly shook her head. Weiss looked surprised at number 18's denial, feeling a bit confused. "Not a couple. That doesn't make sense. Their relationship doesn't seem to fit anything else. They don't look like siblings either. Then it must be husband and wife." Weiss continued to probe. Number 18's blush deepened. She didn't expect Weiss to suddenly ask this question, but thinking about it being a couple didn't seem too bad either. Thus number 18 shyly nodded. Deep down, she scolded herself for being so shameless. Seeing number 18 shyly admit it, Weiss also nodded faintly. "Weiss, why are you asking this? Why not just take this?" Beerus picked his nose and asked. Hearing Beerus' words, Weiss' face showed a hint of disdain. "Lord Beerus, someone like you, a single god for billions of years, does not understand the wonders of love." Beerus' eyes widened at this. "What does that mean? Are you mocking me? As if you understand it so well. I've never seen you teach me. What use is love? Can you eat it? How do you eat it? Is it delicious?" Weiss helplessly shook his head, seeming disinclined to explain this issue to Beerus. "All right, little girl. I agree to your request. If Ji-Yun wakes up and finds you missing, he probably won't feel at ease," Weiss said with a smile, appearing very reasonable. Completely the opposite of Beerus. "Hey, Weiss, I'm the god of destruction. How can you decide this on your own?" Beerus said somewhat unhappily. He now felt that Weiss had started to ignore his presence, seemingly treating this kid as the true god of destruction. Weiss covered his mouth and chuckled. Then he waved his staff in the air, and the four of them vanished without a trace. On Earth, a whole day had passed. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta were searching for Goku, Ji-Yun, and number 18 in the area where battles occurred nearby. They had sensed that a tremendous battle was happening on Earth for a while. However, when they approached this area, it seemed they were isolated by a barrier. No matter how much power or techniques they used, they could not break through this barrier and enter the area. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, when the barrier disappeared, everyone rushed in. However, at the scene apart from the broken terrain, there was no trace of Goku, Ji-Yun, or number 18. Everyone searched. Finally, in a deep pit, they dug out Goku, who was on the verge of collapse. However, there was still no sign of Ji-Yun and number 18. After searching for a while longer without results, everyone had no choice but to return empty-handed. They could only take Goku back and learn the details from him. The next morning, at the Capsule Corporation, the warriors on Earth saw Goku gradually waking up. They all surrounded him. Krillin hurriedly took a Senzu bean from his bag and placed it in Goku's mouth. At this moment, Goku was extremely weak, but still managed to eat the Senzu bean. Instantly, Goku, who was barely alive, fully revived and jumped up from the bed energetically. "Goku, where's Ji-Yun? Wasn't Ji-Yun with you when you went out? Where is he?" Bulma rushed over, first her expression extremely agitated. Ji-Yun had been missing without a trace after searching all night. She was very worried about Ji-Yun's safety. I'm sorry, Bulma, I don't know." Goku scratched his head, speaking somewhat awkwardly, because before this he had been taken down by someone. He really didn't know what happened afterward. "What about number 18? Number 18 should have been with you too. Where is she?" It was number 16 who spoke, and he was now completely repaired. He was also eager to ask about number 18's whereabouts. I'm sorry, I don't know either," Goku said apologetically, looking at number 16. At that time, he only remembered fighting and then suffering a crushing defeat. The rest he truly did not know. "Who was it that defeated you like this? Kakarot, you must know this." Vegeta crossed his arms and asked indifferently. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku was trying hard to recall. The person he fought seemed to have been mentioned by Ji-Yun. However, now, he couldn't remember. "I'm sorry, I forgot." Goku rubbed the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. The others nearly fell to the ground upon hearing Goku's response. "Goku, what do you know? You should tell us." Bulma was now in a state of confusion, but she still tried to keep calm. The only way now was to see if they could extract any useful information from Goku. Alright then. At that time, Ji-Yun number 18 and I went together. Goku began to speak slowly. However, most of what he spoke about was the time when he and Ji-Yun first sparred. Goku spoke animatedly, describing their battle as earth-shattering. Everyone listened to this useless information, feeling a wave of irritation in their hearts. Yet they could only endure and let Goku continue. In the end, I activated the 5 times Kaioken. As a Super Saiyan, I unleashed the 5 times Kaioken. That power I still remember. The more Goku spoke, the more excited he became, spitting everywhere as he excitedly recounted how he had knocked Ji-Yun away with a hint of pride in his expression. It seemed like a remarkable achievement. He even repeated the praises Ji-Yun had given him. After finishing all this, Goku took a breath and was about to continue when his gaze went blank as if he thought of something. "What's wrong, Goku? Did you think of something?" Bulma said softly. Although she was extremely anxious, she did not dare to urge him, fearing that Goku might lose his train of thought again and forget whatever it was he was about to recall. Goku slowly nodded in confirmation, his excitement fading away and replaced by a sense of dread. At that time, 2 people suddenly appeared. I couldn't sense their aura at all. If Ji-Yun hadn't discovered them in time, I would never have noticed. At this point, Goku's expression became more serious. "That person defeated me with just a finger." Goku continued in a low voice, extending a finger to demonstrate vividly. "With just that one strike, I lost my ability to fight. If you hadn't discovered me in time, I might have been dead." Listening to Goku's description, everyone present couldn't help but take a gasp. They all exchanged glances, discovering unparalleled shock in each other's eyes. With just a finger flick, they weren't doubting the truthfulness of his words. Instead, they were questioning whether Goku's mind. I heard Ji mention their names, but I really forgot. I only remember that Ji-Yun seemed to have said something about the god of destruction. Angels, something like that. Goku thought for a moment and mentioned the titles of Beerus and Weiss. The expressions of those present showed signs of confusion. Only Vegeta's heart suddenly shook and filled with fear as he heard the words God of Destruction. God of Beerus. Vegeta murmured the name with a somewhat trembling voice. Vegeta's voice was not loud. However, everyone present heard it clearly. Almost all gazes were focused on. Yet Vegeta remained silent for a long time. In his eyes was an indescribable fear. Goku seemed to be inspired by Vegeta's words. Suddenly a flash of brilliance struck him, and he quickly spoke up. "Yes, it seems that Ji-Yun mentioned this name back then. There's no doubt about it," Goku proclaimed, earnestly patting his chest and assuring everyone. "The god of destruction, Beerus. Who is this person? Vegeta, if you know, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense here." Bulma asked anxiously. However, upon seeing the terrified expression on Vegeta's face, she couldn't help but worry for Ji-Yun. She didn't want the child in her womb to lose its father before even being born. Everyone looked at Vegeta with curiosity. The vast environment felt silent. Only anxious breaths could be heard. The god of destruction, Beerus, is an existence that cannot be provoked. Vegeta finally began to move his lips, slowly explaining. At the same time, his thoughts drifted back to decades ago. "Actually, I don't know much about Beerus, the god of destruction. Only after Kakarot mentioned this title did I recall it from the depths of my memory. Back then, he merely pointed at the air, and it rendered my younger self powerless." Vegeta continued to explain tremulously. However, he only briefly mentioned Beerus' terrifying nature, omitting many details. For instance, his father kneeling on the ground, being trampled under Beerus' foot. The reason was merely a pillow. Vegeta secretly observed from a corner. Unable to bear it any longer, he rushed forward, only to be subdued by Beerus' finger. "Is he really that powerful?" Krillin asked nervously, because he saw a fear that didn't belong to Vegeta in his proud expression. "I originally thought I was just a child back then, and that was why I was no match for him. But now with what happened with Kakarot, I realize that no matter how strong I become now, I am still worlds apart from him." Vegeta exclaimed despairingly. That encounter with Beerus had undoubtedly become a shadow over his childhood. They had long been under the rule of Frieza. Yet all the Saiyans stood united. Including his father, they believed that one day they would be able to topple this colossal being. However, when facing Beerus, the mighty King Vegeta actually knelt like a dog praying for mercy. He had no intention of resisting. That Ji-Yun he wouldn't possibly. Bulma's breath became hurried. Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, she felt that Ji-Yun might be in grave danger. "Bulma, don't worry, Ji-Yun will be fine," Goku reassured, noticing Bulma's worried expression. However, the more he said this, the more anxious Bulma became. She truly feared that Ji-Yun might encounter some accident. At this thought, she couldn't help but cover her face and cry. Goku was at a loss for what to do. The others witnessing the scene fell into silence, silently praying for Ji-Yun. Goku, can you hear me? Yeah." Just when Goku was feeling troubled, the voice of the North Kai suddenly, "It's Lord Kai. I'm here. I almost forgot about you, by the way. I have something to ask you." Goku suddenly exclaimed excitedly to himself. When the others heard Goku mention the Kai, they immediately became interested. Even Bulma stopped sobbing and turned to listen. Right, maybe the Kai knows Ji-Yun's whereabouts. You shut up and listen to me. The Kai, usually serious, abruptly interrupted Goku's inquiry. All right, you go ahead. Goku replied, feeling the Kai's stern tone, immediately becoming respectful. And has the god of destruction, Lord Beerus, been to Earth? The Kai asked seriously, his voice filled with respect towards Beerus. Wow, as expected of Lord Kai. You really are insightful. Indeed, Lord Beerus has been to Earth. Stop flattering here. Tell me who the hell made you act against Lord Beerus. Do you know how angry Lord Beerus is? He scolded us North Galaxy folk for being barbaric and rude. When he comes next time, it will be the day of destruction for the entire North Galaxy. The Kai shouted angrily. His two antennae stood up straight. It was clear that he already knew what had happened on Earth. Goku looked very innocent. He had endured the Kai's storm of complaints for a full 20 minutes. It seemed that the Kai was finally tired of talking. He was panting heavily from the other end. His round head was flushed from anger. Goku, noticing that the Kai had stopped shouting, tentatively spoke up. Lord Kai, isn't Lord Beerus too petty? I hadn't even had a chance to retaliate before being knocked back. At this moment, Goku looked particularly aggrieved. Not only had he been hit, but now he was being scolded. Look at how this situation has unfolded. Shut up, you rascal. Don't slander Lord Beerus. And who said you could talk? I was talking about Ji-Yun. That kid dared to injure Lord Beerus. That's a serious crime. He has already been taken away, and we will wait to see what kind of punishment he will receive. The Kai quickly interrupted Goku when he dared to say that Beerus was petty. Although he had never met Ji-Yun face to face as the North Kai, he had heard a bit about Ji-Yun's deeds. From his perspective, the North Kai still felt very proud. Sometimes when gathering with the other Kai, he would occasionally bring up Ji-Yun to show off. Look, this is the talent for my North Galaxy. However, after this incident, the North Kai's fondness for Ji-Yun had significantly decreased. Now he even felt a deep resentment. He was even a bit angry at Ji-Yun for not trying harder. Having already fought, why not put in some effort? Why not just defeat Beerus directly? Then he wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. Of course, these thoughts could only be kept, but he dared not say them out loud. This Ji-Yun is too strong, isn't he? Goku's mouth dropped open, looking very surprised. For someone as powerful as Beerus to actually be injured by Ji-Yun, as expected of him, truly terrifying. Or are you quite pleased? The King of the Worlds smirked coldly, reminding, without courtesy. How can Goku's way of thinking be so peculiar? Offending Lord Beerus, yet showing no fear at all. Then, how will Ji-Yun be dealt with in the future? Goku asked with some concern. As a friend, he naturally did not wish to see Ji-Yun come to harm, especially since this incident was instigated by him. At that time, Ji-Yun had already said not to take action, yet he still rashly stepped forward to challenge. Naturally, he bore some responsibility in this matter. I was told to wait for processing, and how was I to know? Don't worry, once the results are out, you will be notified in advance. The King of the Worlds spoke with irritation. He had already vented most of his anger. Now he was solely worried about Ji-Yun's future. What an outstanding young man. What a pity. After hearing this, Goku's expression became somewhat strange. Notifications about the results. This sounded so much like waiting for someone to collect a corpse after death. All right, I've finished discussing my matters. You still have something to say? Hurry up. I'm about to go mad from anger. The King of the Worlds suddenly remembered that Goku had more to say, asking impatiently. Oh, I have nothing, King of the Worlds, I'm fine now. Goku hurriedly stated that he had no issues now upon hearing the King's inquiry. He had initially wanted to ask about Ji-Yun's whereabouts. Now that everything was clear, there was naturally no problem. He got Goku's reply. The King of the Worlds snorted coldly and cut off the connection. At this moment, on North King, Star, the King of the Worlds, truly gazed at the sky. Complex emotions swirled in his heart. What he had just said was all relayed to him by Whis. When the King of the Worlds heard this news, it felt like a bolt of lightning striking him. He really did not expect that in the region he managed there would be so many issues. Now, it was even worse having beaten up the God of Destruction. All he could do was hope that Ji-Yun would be properly reformed by the God of Destruction and come out to start anew. Of course, Whis did not tell the King of the Worlds the whole truth. He did not mention that Ji-Yun had become an apprentice God of Destruction either. He simply fabricated a story to placate the king. After all, he was the administrator of the North Galaxy and needed to give him a heads up to explain Ji-Yun's situation. He did not expect that this fabricated story would lead the North King to live in anxiety for decades. On Earth, after Goku finished the call with the King of the Worlds, everyone began to chatter. Without exception, they all asked what the King of the Worlds had said. How is Ji-Yun doing now? All right, everyone, don't panic. Ji-Yun is fine for now. He has only been taken away by Lord Beerus. Goku slowly said to everyone. Upon hearing that Ji-Yun was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was fine. However, Bulma's worried expression still did not ease. Goku, what do you mean by temporarily fine? And what do you mean by how Ji-Yun will be dealt with in the future? Bulma said with concern. These words clearly indicated to her this matter would not be so simple. Goku scratched his head, unsure of how to respond, especially since Bulma was pregnant. He couldn't just say to wait for news and prepare for Ji-Yun's corpse right. If he said that, how could that be acceptable? Anyway, that was how Goku understood this statement. After all, Ji-Yun injured Lord Beerus. There must be an explanation, but don't worry too much. The King of the Worlds said that as long as he stays with Lord Beerus for a few days until the anger subsides, Ji-Yun will naturally be released. Goku said with a dry laugh, his eyes filled with sincerity. Now, he could only fabricate a story, just to get this matter past, and then he would see. This was also the first time in Goku's life that he spoke a lie so earnestly. If that's the case, then I'll be relieved. Bulma let out a long sigh, and the stone in her heart finally. She now completely believed Goku's words. As long as they patiently waited for a few days, everything would pass. However, Bulma did not expect that this wait would be one of monumental change. Wait, Kakarot, did you just say that Ji-Yun injured Lord Beerus? Vegeta could hardly believe. He even doubted whether he had heard wrong. Injured Lord Beerus. What dream was he having in broad daylight? That's right, that's what the King of the Worlds told me. I knew Ji-Yun was strong, but I never expected him to be this strong to actually injure such a powerful being. Moreover, he's still alive. It's too hard to believe. Goku said excitedly. Clearly, Ji-Yun's strength had won. This is impossible. That guy. Vegeta was a bit hysterical. He suddenly realized something. Catching up to Ji-Yun. That is probably an impossible task for the next life. Everyone did not pay much attention to the already stunned Vegeta. Everyone was rejoicing for Ji-Yun's safety. At this moment, the previously silent number 16 stepped forward. Suddenly, he asked Goku, what about number 18's whereabouts? Upon hearing number 16's words, everyone finally reacted. Indeed, what about number 18? They had only focused on Ji-Yun's safety and completely forgot that another person was currently missing. Goku also seemed to wake up from a dream, clearly having forgotten about this matter. I forgot to ask. Goku opened his mouth and finally spoke honestly. Upon hearing Goku's response, number 16's anthropomorphic face frowned slightly. It was obvious that he was not satisfied with Goku's answer. Goku also lowered his head in slight embarrassment. Just now, the King of the Worlds had asked if there was anything else, and he had completely forgotten about number 18. Although number 16 was dissatisfied, he did not explode. He knew Goku did not mean to. Moreover, since he was brought here for repairs, it was only right to feel grateful. Even though he was a robot, he would not repay kindness with enmity. Alright, it's fine. The Dragon Balls will be used. If we can't find her, we can summon the Eternal Dragon and ask him. Bulma suggested to number 16. Now that she knew Ji-Yun was fine, her mood had also improved. In that case, thank you very much. Number 16 bowed his head humbly to Bulma. Thus the matters on Earth finally came to a conclusion. Where am I? Ji-Yun slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings as he murmured softly. Just as he was looking around the environment, a cute blonde face came into view. Ji-Yun, great. You finally woke up. This person was number 18, who looked quite happy to see Ji-Yun awaken. Ji-Yun, upon seeing number 18's face, made an effort to open his eyes a bit wider. Lying on the grass, his body instinctively wanted to rise. I'll help you. Number 18 exclaimed as she hurried to assist him. Yes. Ji-Yun slowly sat up, but the pain in his body was still excruciating. The gaping wound in the center of his body had ceased bleeding. His tattered clothes were stained with blood. Number 18 noticed the agony on Ji-Yun's face and immediately adjusted her movements to be gentler. Finally, after enduring the intense pain, Ji-Yun managed to sit up. After rising, his trembling hands searched incessantly around his waist. Where are the celestial beings? Ji-Yun thought in confusion. He remembered that his celestial beings were hanging at his waist. Had he lost them? What are you looking for? Let me help you. Number 18 observed Ji-Yun, rummaging around, surely searching for something very important. At that moment, a transcendent voice sounded. He should be looking for this. Y said with a faint smile, floating gracefully to Ji-Yun's side. Simultaneously, a burlap sack floated in midair. Ji-Yun's injuries had yet to recover, and his vision was still somewhat blurry. Yet he could still discern that this was the bag containing the celestial beings. Instantly, he nodded vigorously. Y smiled calmly. With a gentle wave of his staff, the string tied around the sack seemed to come alive. It untied itself. A green bean flew out from the sack and slowly floated in front of Ji-Yun. Without hesitation, Ji-Yun grasped it and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The celestial bean was swallowed, and his injuries began to heal. His body regained its abundant strength. The sickly appearance of Ji-Yun vanished without a trace. He immediately stood up brimming with vitality and felt his energy surge significantly. Thank you, Lord Weiss. Ji-Yun clasped his fists in gratitude. Although they had brought him here, they had ultimately saved his life. Such thanks cannot be overlooked. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Weiss smiled and shook his head. He gently said to Ji-Yun, don't call me Lord. Just call me by my name. You are now an apprentice god of destruction. Here, aside from Lord Beerus, you are the... Of course, if you inherit the position of god of destruction in the future, I will have to change how I address you to Lord. Ji-Yun nodded slowly at Weiss' words. That seemed fine. After all, he didn't like calling others Lord all the time. It would feel too distant. However, I cannot give this to you yet. I need to study it. Oh, perhaps I could plant some in the future. Weiss pointed at the celestial being floating in front of him, expressing immense interest in it. He never imagined such a miraculous thing could exist on Earth. No problem. You can study it for as long as you want. Ji-Yun replied with a cheerful smile, though inwardly he began to feel uneasy. Now that he was in their territory, could he dare to refuse? However, the environment here was quite nice. Beerus truly knew how to enjoy life. Ji-Yun, regaining his spirit, began to admire the scenery. The blue sky made it hard to tell whether it was day. The starry sky looked like countless mysterious and beautiful crystal beads. The colorful gigantic planets adorned the scene, appearing so close that it seemed he could reach out and touch them. The sea of flowers blooming in myriad colors was exhilarating. The rich fragrance of the blossoms filled the air, making it feel like a paradise on Earth. Weiss, seeing Ji-Yun enchanted by the breathtaking view, asked with a smile, "Isn't this place wonderful? There is no more comfortable environment in the entire universe." Ji-Yun's heart was pulled back to reality. Hearing Weiss' words, he involuntarily nodded. "Indeed, it is quite nice." Ji-Yun praised, sincerely thinking even more that if only there were a few more women, he could have a few children. Living here in peace would indeed be a good choice. Oh, by the way, where is Lord Beerus? Ji-Yun asked curious. Wasn't it said that he had tasks to destroy planets? Had he gone to complete them alone? Lord Beerus he plans to catch up on the sleep he missed during this time. Weiss explained with a smile, causing Ji-Yun's heart to... He then carefully added, "Wasn't it said that Lord Beerus had tasks? Isn't he going to do them?" Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Weiss chuckled. "Aren't you here? From now on, these duties will fall to you." Weiss smiled lightly, patiently explaining. Ji-Yun felt somewhat exasperated. Wasn't it too reckless to just bring someone in and then leave them to handle everything? Is it still possible to catch up? Ji-Yun was extremely unwilling in his heart. At least let him familiarize himself with the work environment before starting. Who starts working right after an interview? It's fine, there's still time. Weiss replied. Those planets were meant to be cleaned up gradually. It's just that Lord Beerus is too lazy and doesn't want to get up frequently. So every time he wakes up, he takes care of everything at once. Now that he has come across you, this work will no longer continue. From now on, everything will be entrusted to you. Weiss slowly explained. The work of a god of destruction is relative. You don't need to worry about time constraints. Ji-Yun felt a sense of relief. What I need to do now? Prepare to set off and complete the remaining tasks. Ji-Yun shook his head, feeling a bit of a headache. Not yet. There is still plenty of time. No need to rush. We can handle it together when the next task comes. Weiss smiled, and upon hearing this, Ji-Yun nodded in agreement. This is how it should be. No need to rush with work. As the saying goes, tomorrow is another day, and there are many tomorrows. Since there are so many days, why not delay a little longer? After saying this, Weiss continued, Today you should take your time to familiarize yourself with the environment here. Tomorrow, I will begin guiding you in cultivation. Upon hearing about cultivation, Ji-Yun's eyes lit up. If that were the case, then this trip would be worth it. Weiss guiding him in cultivation was indeed a teacher of the god of destruction. In the future, his strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. Additionally, I've already arranged a room for you. You two as a couple will live there. Weiss pointed to a courtyard ahead and, after speaking, floated away, leaving behind a bewildered Ji-Yun and a blushing number 18. A couple. This Weiss. He really has a keen eye. Ji-Yun's heart was filled with joy as he couldn't help but curse. No wonder he would be his future teacher. He could see through this little thought. The next morning, Ji-Yun stepped out with a vigorous spirit. Clearly, he had enjoyed a wonderful night. The 18th showed no particular resistance and casually established their relationship. Good morning, Ji-Yun. Weiss greeted politely upon seeing Ji-Yun. Good morning, Weiss. Ji-Yun responded sortosely. Today marked the beginning of new training. Deep down, he still felt a flicker of anticipation. Where is the 18th? Why isn't she with you? Weiss asked curiously. Ji-Yun smiled mysteriously and replied, nonchalantly, she hasn't gotten up yet. Weiss was slightly taken aback, then understood Ji-Yun's implication. He then gave a knowing look. Young man, you need to practice moderation. Weiss said blandly. Ji-Yun nodded in agreement upon hearing Weiss' words. To be honest, he really should moderate himself going forward. Last night, he had almost fought the entire night. Although he felt quite all right, there was a vague soreness in his lower back. I understand. How should we train today? Ji-Yun asked with a smile, curiosity lighting up his face. Weiss observed Ji-Yun's eagerness. He decided not to waste more words. Today you will practice how to wield the power of destruction. Previously, when you fought Lord Beerus, you already managed to crudely use some of this power. However, that is still far from enough. The condition to become a god of destruction is to be able to wield this power freely. Weiss said to Ji-Yun in a calm tone. Ji-Yun slightly nodded, indicating he understood. His current strength was already undeniable. After recovering from his injuries, even if he were to fight Beerus again, he might not win, but he certainly wouldn't be as helpless as before. All right, how should I practice, Weiss? Ji Yun asked earnestly. He had come to regard Weiss as a true mentor and friend. If he could learn more here, it would be fantastic. After all, this was someone who could defeat Beerus with a single move. Weiss listened to Ji Yun's words and shook his head slightly. This can only rely on you. You need to sense it yourself. As angels, we cannot comprehend the mysteries of this power of destruction. Ji Yun felt a deep disappointment upon hearing this. After all that, it still came down to relying on himself. So to what extent does one need to practice to truly master it? Ji Yun asked again. Weiss had just pointed out correctly that during his battle with Beerus, he had indeed used some of the power of destruction. However, it was not the ability he had truly mastered. He had actually fully grasped the power of destruction, albeit in a flawed form. Weiss furrowed his brows, slightly stroking his chin as he pondered for a moment. He then pointed to a giant planet in the sky. Do you see that planet? Do not use any other power. Just use the power of destruction within you to obliterate it. Doing so will allow you to initially wield the power of destruction freely. Weiss said in a somewhat hushed tone. In truth, he was not fond of Ji Yun being overly ambitious. The primary task now was to first sense the power within himself. Start by destroying things within reach, then gradually increase the quality of the objects destroyed. That is the normal process of cultivation. Is that so, Weiss? Ji Yun asked, puzzled. Huh, what do you mean? Weiss looked up at Ji Yun, confused. He had just been deep in thought about how to teach Ji Yun, emphasizing the importance of grounded cultivation. Unexpectedly, Ji Yun interrupted his train of thought. Ji Yun looked at him curiously, raising his right hand in the direction of the planet he had just mentioned. Weiss quickly looked up and saw that the planet had vanished without a trace. In the sky, only traces of purple destruction energy remained. Weiss was taken aback, completely stunned. He had no idea what to say. Weiss, you need to speak. Is that how it is? Ji Yun lowered his hand, watching Weiss fall silent, and hurriedly asked. His eyes were filled with curiosity. He wondered if perhaps he was just too powerful. Did he scare Weiss? After this thought crossed his mind, Ji Yun quickly shook his head in denial. That was impossible. Weiss was unfathomably strong and had seen countless situations. It definitely wasn't like that. He must have done something wrong, which was why Weiss was silent. He was surely trying to think of a way to correct his mistake. Yes, it must be like that. Weiss, please don't stay silent. Tell me what I did wrong, and let me know. Don't think alone, maybe I can come up with a solution myself. Ji Yun said sincerely, since he was currently under someone else's roof, learning from a master. His attitude was crucial. If he was wrong, he had to admit it promptly. Only then could he demonstrate his. It would also encourage others to impart their knowledge to him. Cough, cough. I took a general look, and there are indeed some minor shortcomings, but they can be corrected. Weiss finally regained his composure after hearing Ji Yun's inquiry. He quickly cleared his throat to mask his shock. He continued, in that case, why don't you demonstrate that move again and observe closely? Let's see if I can offer you some instructive feedback. Ji Yun's heart sank upon hearing this. Sure enough, it seemed he indeed had made mistakes earlier. Now, Weiss hadn't even formally taught him how to train, and he was already embarrassing himself, which was quite mortifying. It was all his fault for wanting to show off. At the same time, he began to admire Weiss' character. Look how eloquently he spoke. That is the charm of language. Minor shortcomings. It takes such a long time to think of a minor shortcoming. It seemed he still left himself a considerable amount of face. All right, Weiss, will try again. If I do anything wrong, please let me know. Ji Yun said respectfully to Weiss. Although it was a flawed demonstration now that Weiss had pointed out, Ji Yun had no choice but to repeat it, as he too wanted to know where he had gone wrong. Following the instructions, Ji Yun raised his right hand, once more casually aiming at a dark red planet. The power of destruction within him was instantly activated. On the surface, Ji Yun appeared tranquil as a still lake, without any sign of energy fluctuations, as though he was merely raising his hand foolishly. At that moment, the dark red planet began to shatter. A web-like pattern of purple light appeared on its surface. Boom! No sound resonated in the sky. The entire planet disintegrated like fragments. It vanished from sight in an instant. Ji Yun accomplished all this in less than half a second. Weiss was taken aback by what he saw before him, the shock in his heart beyond words to express. If it weren't for the fact that he had just brought Ji Yun here, he thought Ji Yun had already become a destroyer. And here he was still thinking about having him practice steadily. But Ji Yun had already mastered it, so what was there to practice? Vice. After demonstrating, Ji Yun quickly called out. At this moment, he was already prepared to be criticized at any moment. As the saying goes, humility leads to progress. Weiss heard Ji Yun's voice and couldn't help but smile wryly. Did I just find a prodigy? For a brief moment, Weiss even doubted that Ji Yun was hiding his true destructive power. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. The emergence of destructive power within a human is a miracle among miracles. Coupled with Ji Yun's eager demeanor, it certainly didn't seem like an act. It was evident that this was the first time he was using such a technique. Weiss could only attribute this phenomenon to Ji Yun's exceptional talent. There were no other possible explanations. Though he felt helpless inside, Weiss still had to maintain his composure on the surface. He nodded slightly, his face revealing no joy or sorrow. Generally speaking, your execution was quite good. It is more than sufficient for your current strength. However, there are still some shortcomings, but explaining it purely with words might not be sufficient. Therefore, you will need to comprehend this on your own. Or perhaps once your strength reaches a certain level, you will naturally understand. Weiss said calmly. In truth, Ji Yun's application of destructive power was already quite impressive. There were no flaws to be found. He could even be compared to Beerus. Yet having just mentioned that there were some deficiencies, if he couldn't point out one or two issues, Ji Yun would surely look down on him. Thus, he could only speak in vague terms for now. For the time being, he could only muddle through. Oh, I see. Ji Yun scratched his head, feeling quite perplexed. Weiss' words implied that those who understood would understand, and those who didn't simply had yet to reach that level. If it were someone else saying this, Ji Yun would have cursed them out long ago. He might even suspect that the other person was a fraud. But then again, this is Weiss, Beerus' teacher. What he said must hold profound truth. Since he said so, it was indeed likely that it was his own realm that had not yet. Nevertheless, Ji Yun still felt quite pleased inside, because Weiss' comment that he was generally quite good already exceeded his psychological expectations. Weiss saw the expression on Ji Yun's face, which seemed to grasp the situation, yet not fully comprehend it. He secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, he managed to deceive him. Otherwise, he would really have lost face. So why should I continue to comprehend? Or should I do some other training? Ji Yun humbly asked Weiss. Yes, next you should follow the method just demonstrated. Practice repeatedly to see if you can comprehend a deeper level on your own. Now, I have a few matters to attend to. When I return, I will teach you other things. Weiss said with a light smile. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of nebulae began to gather in this area. Ji Yun noticed Weiss' actions, looking up at the sky, and was instantly captivated by the spectacle above his eyes, shining brightly. The beautiful sky was breathtaking. After completing these actions, Weiss silently vanished from the spot. Weiss, this move is quite good. Could you teach me? Hey, why did you just leave? I haven't learned anything yet. Ji Yun complained with a frown, feeling distressed. Weiss had left without any farewell, just like that. Hidden in the shadows, Weiss heard Ji Yun's complaints. He bitterly muttered, "Learn. What are you going to learn? You already know everything. What more do you want?" However, at this moment, he found Ji Yun increasingly pleasing to the eye. He was simply a natural destroyer, saving Weiss a lot of effort. Meanwhile, Ji Yun looked up at the vast starry sky and began practicing aimlessly. With every gesture, planets erupted into beautiful fireworks. For a moment, the sky was illuminated brightly. Feeling a bit tired, Ji Yun laid down on the ground, moving his fingers with a thought. Once again, a planet transformed into a purple light point and vanished into the air. After about 2 hours, Ji Yun moved his fingers restlessly. Instantly, several stars in the sky turned into purple particles, simultaneously blooming into beautiful fireworks. Something's not right. Ji Yun gazed at the myriad stars and seemed to notice something unusual. His strength this time was nearly the same as before. Yet previously, each time he acted, he could only destroy one planet. But this time, he had completely destroyed several planets at once. At first, he hadn't paid much attention, but now, suddenly realizing this, he became interested again. He moved his fingers once more. Wow, wow, wow. Rows of planets were obliterated in unison, transforming into a large expanse of purple light. Wow, what's going on here? Ji Yun suddenly sat up, gazing at the scene in the sky, his heart filled with astonishment. Clearly the force was the same, yet why was the power increasing? Ji Yun hurriedly sensed the destructive power within him. Upon sensing it, the destructive power within him had surged several times over. What is going on? Ji Yun's face was filled with confusion. He had done nothing and hadn't practiced deliberately. He had merely destroyed a few planets. How did his destructive power increase so much? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ji Yun. Weiss' earlier words began to echo in his ears. There are still some shortcomings. However, explaining it purely through words may not suffice. Therefore, this aspect requires you to comprehend on your own. Or perhaps when your strength reaches a certain realm, you will naturally understand. These were Weiss' previous words. As Ji Yun recalled them, now his eyes widened. So, this is what Weiss meant by self-comprehension. Practice repeatedly to see if you can comprehend a deeper level yourself. This was what Weiss asked him to do before leaving. Ji Yun kept mumbling the last sentence, deeply grateful for Weiss' training. Looking at the vast starry sky, he couldn't help but sigh. I thought Weiss was being irresponsible. He left without teaching me anything. It seems I was narrow-minded. I was wrong. Suddenly, Ji Yun's sense of shame no longer surged. Perhaps this is what it means to be a teacher who nurtures quietly. After realizing Weiss' kind intentions, Ji Yun no longer dared to be negligent, gazing at the stars above him. His body was instantly filled with energy. At this moment, he was full of vigor. He could not disappoint Weiss' cultivation of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several planets vanished under his sweeping motion. Ji Yun's other hand was equally busy. With the same motion, many more planets in another area disappeared. Ji Yun wielded his hands skillfully. He felt no fatigue at all. The destructive force within him continued to increase alongside the annihilation of the planets. About half an hour later, through Ji Yun's relentless efforts, the sky, full of stars, fell silent. The colorful world became monotonous. Phew, finally done. Ji Yun placed his hands on his hips, gazing at the clear sky with immense. At the same time, he was very pleased with the growth of his power. How's the practice coming along, Ji Yun? Have you Weiss said with a faint smile, having appeared beside Ji Yun without him noticing. Upon hearing Weiss' voice, Ji Yun quickly turned his head and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Weiss, I have comprehended it. Weiss nodded slightly and said, if you haven't, it doesn't matter yet. Wait, what did you say? You comprehended it. Weiss' heart jolted, thinking he misheard, and raised his voice slightly to ask. Ji Yun bowed deeply to Weiss's face, filled with excited joy as he said, I have fulfilled my mission. Thank you, Weiss. If it weren't for your guidance, I would never have grasped this realm. Upon hearing Ji Yun's confirmation, Weiss was momentarily stunned. He was screaming internally, what is happening? Why is he thanking me? What did I teach him? What has he comprehended? Well, that's good. Since it's like this, let me see the results of your comprehension. Weiss nodded calmly. He maintained a facade of elegance and amiability on his face. He was genuinely curious and could not fathom what Ji Yun could have comprehended. He could only take the opportunity to let Ji Yun try. All right, good. But Weiss, I may need to trouble you a bit more. Ji Yun smiled, confidently pointing to the sky. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words and seeing his gesture, Weiss felt utterly confused. Trouble me? What do I have to be troubled about? However, he still looked up at the sky. This sight shocked Weiss greatly. What were those planets? The planets he summoned, he probably couldn't even count them. How could they suddenly vanish in just a few hours? Weiss found it particularly unbelievable. He turned to glance at Ji Yun, who stood by with a faint smile. His heart suddenly jolted. Could it be that this kid destroyed all those planets? After this thought arose, Weiss desperately tried to dismiss it. Because even for Beerus, it would take 3 full days without eating or sleeping to completely annihilate them, using just destructive power. But now the evidence was right before his eyes, leaving no room for other thoughts. Ji Yun, did you destroy all these planets? Weiss cautiously asked Ji Yun, holding his breath in anticipation of Ji Yun's answer. Ji Yun smiled, confidently, the corners of his mouth curling upward. That's right, I destroyed them all. Of course, the main reason is still your careful guidance. Ji Yun said confidently, while also flattering Weiss. Weiss swallowed hard, still processing this unbelievable answer. Then he raised his hand and gestured toward the sky. Immediately, the silent sky became lively again. The myriad stars reassembled, surrounding this land. Come on, let me see the realm you've comprehended. Weiss looked at Ji Yun seriously. Today, he wanted to see how this guy did it. All right, keep your eyes wide open. Weiss. Ji Yun smiled at Weiss. The destructive power within him continuously surged. Previously, he could annihilate a large group of planets with just a flick of his finger. This time, Ji Yun was determined to do something spectacular to make Weiss look at him with newfound respect. Ji Yun exerted all his strength, forcefully waving his hand toward the sky. Whoosh! A gentle breeze rustled. All the planets in the sky exploded in perfect alignment. Purple light united into a vast expanse. The sky was painted purple. Although the spectacle above was magnificent, the brilliant light vanished in an instant. Gradually, the sky returned to its original color. Gulp! Weiss swallowed hard, watching the stars disappear in an instant. His pupil shrank, unable to conceive. At this moment, he only wanted to curse. He wanted to pull Ji Yun over and question him face to face. Are you even human? With this thought, a notion suddenly flashed in Weiss' mind. He began to seriously scrutinize Ji Yun. Could it be? Is this guy a relative of Zeno? But he had never heard of Zeno having relatives. Moreover, he clearly did not resemble one. Ji Yun, of course, sensed Weiss' intense gaze. However, he did not think too much about it. He simply believed that Weiss was amazed by his talent. Weiss, you don't need to look at me like that. I know my talent is high, so there's no need to be shocked. Ultimately, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have my current achievements. Ji Yun said cheerfully to Weiss. He clearly attributed all the credit for this achievement to Weiss. Weiss was somewhat speechless at the moment. He did not understand what Ji Yun meant. He felt as if this kid was insulting him. Was he mocking Weiss for not teaching him well? And now hitting his own, recalling how this kid had been polite to him earlier, now showcasing his abilities while subtly mocking him. It was obviously a case of pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. Ji Yun, you don't have to speak like that. I already understand your meaning. But I hope you remember, as an apprentice destroyer, this alone is far from enough. Mastering destructive power is good, but you must avoid arrogance and impatience. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly in the future. Weiss said calmly to Ji Yun. Although he was shocked by the terrifying power of Ji Yun's destruction, as an angel, he would not be annihilated by destructive power. Weiss had no reason to fear anything. Facing Ji Yun's mockery, Weiss candidly began to admonish Ji Yun. Yes, I understand, Weiss. Ji Yun did not grasp the precise meaning behind those words, only assuming Whis was imparting a lesson on humility and restraint. His expression turned solemn, and he nodded earnestly. Seeing Ji Yun's respectful demeanor, Whis gave a slight, approving nod, and let the matter drop. This matter ends here. There's nothing further today. Tomorrow we begin combat training. Whis spoke flatly, his face impassive. He could no longer bear to linger. He felt utterly humiliated by today's performance. He had taught nothing, yet been subtly mocked by Ji Yun. No matter what, tomorrow's session had to be a rigorous Hansen practical lesson to reclaim his dignity. Having said this, Whis departed hastily. Thank you, Whis. Tomorrow I'll strive even harder. Though Whis had already left, Ji Yun still spoke with sincere gratitude. At that moment their perceptions diverged. Whis believed he had imparted nothing, and thus suffered profound embarrassment. Ji Yun, however, felt deeply instructed, and held Whis in profound reverence. A minute passed. Noticing it was still early, Ji Yun made no move to return. Tomorrow's sparring session with Whis loomed large. Better to prepare early, loosen his limbs, awaken his body. Without hesitation he began. Chi surged within him, his form twisted, leapt, and pivoted in fluid motion. Fists and kicks carved through the air with thunderous force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crisp whistle of displaced air filled the serene surroundings, now charged with raw, untamed energy. An overwhelming aura erupted from his frame, radiating outward in all directions. Hiya! Ji Yun threw back his head and roared skyward. A pale golden aura enveloped him, his hair blazed upward, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan state. In an instant his power soared to an inconceivable level. Had this occurred on Earth, he would not even need to strike. His mere presence, his unbridled aura, would have cleaved the planet asunder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fist blurs multiplied. Ji Yun launched into another relentless round of practice. Each punch tore through the air, summoning gales in its wake. Again, H. Ji Yun seemed unsatisfied, even now, with the magnitude of his strength. Crimson energy coiled around his body like a living mantle. Tenfold Kaioken flared to life, power surging beyond mortal comprehension. The once steady earth trembled faintly beneath his feet. Inside the main fortress in the Destroyer God's chamber, Beerus, deep in slumber, jolted awake, incensed by the commotion. He sat up, sharply furious. Who the hell dares disturb my sleep? Rage boiled within him. He'd barely drifted off, yet was ripped from rest. His fury had peaked. Beerus sprang from his bed. Storming out of the fortress, he felt the air vibrate with palpable energy, and the ground shuddered more violently than before. Shush! 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 No figure stood outside, only the howl of wind-cutting motion. Beerus narrowed his eyes, and Ji Yun's silhouette materialized before him. There he was, exuberantly unleashing punches and kicks. Oomph! So it's you, Brad. Beerus barked. With the culprit identified, resolution came easily. A sphere of violet energy coalesced in his palm, dense with annihilating force. Beerus snarled. The violet sphere shot forth, hurtling straight toward Ji Yun in the distance. Beerus's attack was lightning swift. Just as the energy sphere neared impact, something uncanny occurred. It struck Ji Yun and vanished without trace, as if absorbed seamlessly, dissolving directly into his body. Beerus stared, disbelief freezing his features. He rubbed his eyes, watching Ji Yun leap and spar, utterly unharmed, vibrantly alive. His mind reeled, unable to process what he'd witnessed. What in the world is happening? Why is that boy completely unscathed? Shock, confusion, and bewilderment flooded Beerus's thoughts. He knew Ji Yun harbored destructive power, so his own assault wouldn't kill him. Yet it should have left him staggering, breathless, reeling. But reality defied all logic. He'd never heard of a Destroyer God's attack being absorbed. Not one. Beerus refused to accept it. Another violet sphere crackled into existence, more volatile, more ferocious than the last. Beerus growled low and fierce. The sphere hurtled toward Ji Yun and struck him again with perfect accuracy. Yet again it sank silently into his body, leaving no ripple, no recoil. Damn it, what is this? Beerus, now wide awake and stunned, murmured aloud. He stared at Ji Yun, as if gazing upon even more unnerving than a ghost. Am I still dreaming? He whispered under his breath. Slap. A sharp, resounding slap landed squarely on his own rosy cheek. Ouch, painful. It's real. Wincing, he massaged his stinging face. Yet his bewilderment only deepened. How? Could his attacks produce no effect whatsoever? He'd seek Whis's counsel. Turning on his heel, Beerus strode away, hurrying toward Whis's quarters. Sleep was now the furthest thing from his mind. After finishing his sequence of combinations, Ji Yun paused. The surrounding air settled into silence. Refreshing, truly exhilarating. He shook out his wrists, rolled his neck, and declared with unshakable bravado. He remained entirely unaware of Beerus's earlier assault. Too distant for detection, too subtle to... And since Beerus's strikes elicited no reaction, Ji Yun had sensed nothing. No malice, no ambush. No threat at all. Something's off. Preparing to leave after his workout, Ji Yun turned inward, sensing the flow of his inner energy. Suddenly he detected that his destructive power had increased, slightly yet unmistakably. He felt could ordinary cultivation truly amplify destructive power? He pondered deeply, then abruptly inspiration struck. Recalling Whis' words, "Tomorrow we begin combat training." Clarity dawned. So that's it, truly worthy of Whis. Every act he guides me toward carries such profound intent. Ji Yun's eyes widened with sudden understanding, his voice tinged with awe. His reverence for Whis deepened immeasurably. Yi Yun. Just as Ji Yun was still admiring, Whis, a bright voice came from afar. It was none other than No. 18, who had fought with him all night yesterday. Ji Yun greeted her with a smile, while teasing, "Why aren't you sleeping a bit more?" "I was busy all night yesterday. Have you recovered now?" Hearing Ji Yun's words, No. 18's pretty face flushed red as she recalled what had happened last night. She shot Ji Yun a playful glare. "If I'm not tired, I'm actually quite happy." No. 18, blushing, replied defiantly. After the warmth they shared last night, she and Ji Yun had grown closer. Seeing Ji Yun speechless, No. 18 looked at him triumphantly, as if declaring her victory. Seeing Ji Yun speechless, No. 18 looked at him triumphantly, as if declaring her victory. Had such a well, No. 18. You see, do you want to have a bit more fun? Ji Yun rubbed his hands together, a wicked smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. No. 18 felt something was off. She unconsciously took a few steps back, turning to run. Ji Yun pounced like a hungry tiger, directly knocking her to the ground. "Hey, wait. Let's talk about this later." No. 18 lay on the ground, panic rising in her heart. Given Ji Yun's demeanor, he wouldn't be doing this right here, would he? No. 18 found it hard to cope. She hadn't expected Ji Yun to be so bold. Now you're afraid. Don't worry, we won't do it here. We'll go somewhere else. Ji Yun grinned, brightly pointing toward a nearby grove. No. 18 looked at where Ji Yun was pointing. Her pretty face turned as red as a ripe apple, as if it might drip blood. "Can we just go back?" No. 18 shyly murmured, her voice barely audible. "A grove? Isn't that a bit too stimulating? You won't feel this way when we go back. Don't worry, Beerus is sleeping. Whis just went back, and he probably won't come out until tomorrow. It's just the two of us here, and the grove is quiet," Ji Yun said with a smile filled with excitement. He felt the blood within him surge wildly toward... No. 18 saw Ji Yun's insistence. Lying on the ground, she turned her head away, remaining silent. Ji Yun noticed her actions. He was overjoyed knowing that he had succeeded. Ji Yun no longer hesitated, picking No. 18 up in his arms. No. 18 nestled against Ji Yun. The two flew straight towards a grove, not far away. After about 2 to 3 minutes, the two in the woods had ignited a fire. From time to time, soft sounds of "in" and could be heard. Though the sounds were very soft and restrained, they could still be faintly detected. In a secret chamber, Beerus was slouched on a sofa, while Whis stood opposite him. At that moment, Beerus was recounting the strange events he had encountered. After 5 minutes, Beerus was parched from talking. He finally finished recounting what had just happened to Whis. "Is that all?" Whis asked expressionlessly. He seemed to find nothing strange about Beerus' encounters. "Yes, that's it. Don't you feel shocked?" Beerus retorted, clearly dissatisfied with Whis' reaction. Could be that Whis thought he was trying to fool him. "What's so shocking about this? You are making a big deal out of..." Whis remained expressionless, finding a spot to sit down, completely uninterested in the matter. I'm making a big deal out of nothing." Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Whis, completely taken aback by Whis' response. He directly absorbed the light waves containing destructive energy without any issue. This was not something a normal person could achieve. How could that be called making a big deal out of nothing? Yes, Lord Beerus, you are the one making a big deal out of nothing. The world is vast, and there are wonders everywhere. We should calmly address every matter. That is the mindset a qualified deity should possess, Whis continued in a bland tone. His weighty words seemed to come from a senior teaching a junior, expressed in a nonchalant manner. "Whis, do you have some issue with your brain? I feel like something is off with you today." Beerus asked cautiously. He sensed that Whis was acting a bit strange today. This matter would be explosive news in any universe. However, Whis' demeanor was far too calm. Whis smiled lightly at Beerus' words, shaking his head slightly. His mind was perfectly fine. He had absorbed the energy of the god of destruction. What was so major about this? He had witnessed powers comparable to the Omni King today. Compared to this, what Beerus was talking about was nothing. Seeing that Whis didn't respond, Beerus began to frown tightly. His dissatisfaction grew. Just as Beerus was about to, Whis finally spoke up. "Lord Beerus, have you ever seen someone who could destroy a meteor shower with just a wave of their..." Whis asked Beerus with a faint smile. Beerus was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He didn't know why Whis would... I can do that. It shouldn't be difficult, right?" Beerus replied, puzzled, as any person with some strength could do this. With a key blast destroying a star system was just everyday business. He had done it before. With one move, the entire star system exploded like firecrackers. The scene was exceptionally spectacular as it began to explode. He still remembered it vividly. Weiss nodded with a smile, acknowledging Beerus' answer. At the same time, he continued, "But could you do it using destructive power?" Beerus' doubts grew. He couldn't understand what Weiss was trying to say. Of course not, that would be too troublesome. A key blast could easily... Destructive power is more effective for eliminating a single object. If I could destroy an entire star system, wouldn't I be the Omni King? Beerus spoke, cautiously whispering as if afraid someone might overhear. After hearing this, Weiss shook his head lightly and smiled. With a look of resignation, he suddenly sat up straight, facing Beerus closely as he spoke loudly. "But that kid did it." With just a wave of his hand, all the stars in the sky, poof, turned into purple energy dust. Weiss spoke somewhat exaggeratedly, gesturing with his hands. The scenes he had witnessed before were still vivid in his... This can't be real. Beerus opened his mouth, his eyes filled with shock. "Is it fake?" "I hope so, but what I saw with my own eyes cannot be mistaken," Weiss said to Beerus in a calm tone. He then asked, "Now do you still think what you mentioned is such a significant matter?" Beerus shook his head slightly upon hearing Weiss' inquiry. Compared to their situation, his issue truly seemed trivial. "Weiss, do you think that kid might have some issues? This doesn't seem like something a human can accomplish." Beerus pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. He was even starting to doubt whether Ji-Yun was a spy sent by the Omni King to supervise his work. "Based on my judgment and investigation, there shouldn't be any issues," Weiss shook his head and replied. When he brought Ji-Yun before, he had already inquired with the King of the North Galaxy about Ji-Yun's background and origins. Aside from not revealing himself before the invasion of Raditz, everything else was normal. The only questionable aspect was his identity as a Saiyan. However, after Ji-Yun successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, his identity as a Saiyan was fully confirmed, and that doubt no longer existed. Could it be that when he encountered us, he was holding back his true power? Did he deliberately come here with ulterior motives? Beerus proposed another possibility, inquiring of Weiss. Upon hearing Beerus' question, Weiss pondered. "That seems unlikely," Weiss said slowly. When he practiced the destructive power today, his expression and attitude didn't seem like an act. He looked like a true beginner. However, later on, he did become a bit arrogant. He also recalled Ji-Yun's flattering words. He still felt somewhat displeased, clearly interpreting Ji-Yun's words as sarcastic remarks, mocking him for not teaching him true skills. However, it could also be inferred that Ji-Yun initially did not know about his own abilities, otherwise he wouldn't have become so arrogant after discovering them. A bit arrogant. What's that about? Beerus looked at Weiss with curiosity, surprised that someone dared to be arrogant in front of Weiss after all these years. This piqued Beerus' interest. Let's not discuss that for now. This person shouldn't be a spy or anything. It's just that the destructive power within him is quite substantial. Such occurrences are rare, but not impossible. Weiss preferred not to continue on that topic. He believed Ji-Yun posed no threat. If it weren't for the two of them descending to Earth, perhaps Ji-Yun wouldn't even have been willing to come. It seemed he truly had no intention of coming at first. All right then, if you believe there are no issues, let's keep him here. But do remind this kid to keep it down in the future. Don't disturb my sleep again. Beerus also didn't want to continue discussing this matter. Since his teacher had said there were no problems, then there truly were none. He had great faith in Weiss. "Come on," Beerus said, nonchalantly turning to prepare to leave. "He'll see you off, Lord Beerus," Weiss said as he noticed Beerus was about to go. He picked up his staff and followed closely behind Beerus, preparing to escort him back. Their pace was slow, but the distance they covered was quite far. In an instant, they arrived outside on the grass. "It seems that kid has already gone back to rest," Beerus said, looking around the empty environment. The two continued to walk slowly. Suddenly, after taking just a few steps, Beerus' long ears picked up an unusual sound. "Weiss, do you hear that? Is there something going on nearby?" Beerus said without turning his head, straining to find the... Weiss indeed heard some noise and had actually heard it earlier. He just hadn't spoken up until now. Ach. Beerus focused, listening more clearly. "It's coming from over there." He pointed toward a small grove. He whispered to Weiss, "Hey." Weiss shook his head helplessly. He remembered just speaking to Ji-Yun about moderation, and if he wouldn't listen, so be it. Goodness, did they have to start in broad daylight? Why couldn't they just do it in their own room? Why did it have to be outside? Even if it was outside, couldn't they keep it down? Did they really think there were no rules here? Weiss, let's go take a look. This sound is too strange, but it's making me anxious. Beerus' curiosity piqued, and he was eager. What could be making such a commotion? Just as Beerus was about to step forward, Weiss quickly placed his staff in front of him. "What's wrong, Weiss? Is there something off ahead?" Beerus asked curiously. As the manager here, Weiss should be more informed than himself. Weiss wanted to answer Beerus' question, but he didn't know how to begin. After all, he was still a pure angel. How could he describe such filthy matters? "Oh, Weiss, look at that tree. It's actually shaking. There must be something wrong. Let's hurry over and take a look." Beerus' curiosity reached its peak, and he insisted on investigating. Beerus directly lifted the staff that was blocking his path and charged ahead. Wait, Lord Beerus. That thing, you shouldn't look at it. Whis shouted, loudly, hoping his voice would reach the grove, alerting Ji-Yun that someone was approaching. However, regrettably, perhaps Ji-Yun was too absorbed in what he was doing. He not only did not stop, but the shaking of the tree increased in frequency. The sounds grew louder, as if he were about to lose himself. What is that sound? It sounds so much like a woman screaming. Beerus wondered in confusion, having arrived at the outskirts of the grove. The clear cries seemed to be right next to him. As he pushed through the lush green leaves, Beerus' eyes widened in shock as he stared ahead, his mouth slightly agape, yet no words could escape his throat. Thud! Beerus collapsed instantly, seeing nothing before his vacant eyes slowly closed. At that moment, Whis stood silently behind him. Whis gazed down at Beerus, now sprawled motionless on the ground, and shook his head with quiet exasperation. Then, with a graceful sweep of his staff, he levitated Beerus's unconscious form into the air. Clever lad. You've come this far, and still remain oblivious. Just what do you take this place for? Wait until tomorrow. I'll deal with you properly, Whis said coldly. Even Whis, normally unruffled and composed, felt a flicker of irritation stir within him. Had he not intervened in time to render Beerus unconscious, the scene might well have become an awkward confrontation, far more entertaining perhaps, but deeply inconvenient. Whis now harbored considerable displeasure toward Ji-Yun. To act so brazenly in broad daylight and open terrain, truly audacious, and already his mind began calculating precisely how to reprimand Ji-Yun the following day. Whis glanced toward the distant rustling depths of the forest, let out a sharp, disdainful snort, and departed on the spot, carrying Beerus with him. Deep within the woods, Ji-Yun and Unit 18 continued their fervent struggle, utterly unaware of the events unfolding beyond the trees. This, of course, was largely thanks to Ji-Yun. It was his first time engaging in combat outdoors, a novel experience he'd eagerly embraced, venturing boldly from the forest's outer edge, all the way inward, leaving traces of their passage in nearly every corner. Time blurred, then, with a low guttural cry from Ji-Yun, both soared together into rapture. Gradually the forest settled back into stillness. There upon the mossy earth the two lay breathless, Unit 18's cheeks still flushed with lingering warmth. She lay utterly spent, unwilling or unable to move a muscle. Darling, how was it? Ji-Yun asked, propped sideways on the grass, his expression teasingly impish. At his words her blush deepened, suffusing her cheeks with radiant warmth. You're insufferable. Always teasing me, she murmured, turning toward him and playfully tapping his chest with a small, delicate fist. Shyly she buried her face against his chest. Ji-Yun watched her, so tender, so unguarded, and a soft, tender smile curved his lips. Gently he stroked her smooth bare back, whispering, "Hush now, no more mischief. Hurry and dress, it's growing cold here. We'll continue tonight." At his words, she lifted her gaze and shot him a mock-stern glance. Her body was thoroughly exhausted, yet beneath her weariness a quiet spark of anticipation flickered. She seemed inexplicably to have grown fond of this feeling. As if I'd ever agree to continue with you. Tonight we sleep in separate rooms. If this keeps up, I simply won't survive. She protested half-heartedly, then swiftly gathered her scattered garments. Ji-Yun chuckled, utterly unconvinced by her protest. Without delay, he rose and searched the undergrowth for his own clothes, already envisioning their reunion later that night. Before long, both were fully dressed and took flight, heading straight back to their quarters. The next morning at dawn, Ji-Yun rose early once again. Yet this time his vitality was markedly diminished. Dark shadows ringed his eyes, his posture slumped with exhaustion, and he stifled yawn after yawn. A dull ache pulsed sharply in his lower back. Strong evidence he'd likely slept little, if at all, the night before. Good morning, Whis. Good morning. Ji-Yun yawned widely, spotting Whis already present, and waved listlessly in greeting. Good morning. What hour is it exactly? Hardly morning anymore. Whis spoke flatly, his expression unreadable, yet inwardly seething resolve to discipline Ji-Yun rigorously that day. Sensing the edge in Whis' tone, Ji-Yun offered an embarrassed smile. I worked rather late last night, so today's start was slightly delayed. He laughed, awkwardly feigning innocence. In truth, he hadn't merely worked late. He'd stayed awake all night, managing only half an hour of sleep just before dawn. That he'd risen at all was itself a minor miracle. I suspect it wasn't merely late work. You weren't idle during yesterday's daylight hours, either were you. Was cast a sidelong glance at Ji-Yun, speaking with detached calm. Ji-Yun flinched, realizing Whis already knew of yesterday's affair. No wonder your expression feels off today. You already know about yesterday, he ventured cautiously. He believed his actions thoroughly discreet. Undetectable, surely. Heavy commotion like that. Whis observed Ji-Yun's startled expression with quiet amusement. So you saw everything? Ji-Yun asked again, voice hushed. It didn't much trouble him. He was after all a grown man. But Unit 18 was a young woman, and if she learned she'd been witnessed, her feelings would surely be wounded. Whis studied Ji-Yun's anxious expression and decided for amusement's sake to tease him further. Not the full prelude. I confess I'm uncertain how one rehearses such scenes. But the main act, nearly indistinguishable from live broadcast. Truth be told, I found it rather thrilling. Whis added with a sly, roguish grin, his demeanor utterly unbecoming of an angel, radiating nothing but mischievous lechery. Ji-Yun's heart lurched violently. His earlier good humor evaporated, replaced by a storm-darkening scowl. His face clouded with grim unease. Though he knew his conduct had been improper, the knowledge that it had been observed, as though staged for an audience, stirred profound discomfort in anyone's soul. Was it only you who saw Whis? Ji-Yun asked, voice low and grave. His head bowed, his expression hidden, his thoughts inscrutable. Whis, startled by the sudden gravity in Ji-Yun's tone, thought, brother, what on earth are you implying? Only you saw. Does that mean you're considering silencing me permanently? Ahem. Enough, I'm done teasing you. No one else witnessed your indiscretion. Whis cleared his throat, his tone returning to cool neutrality. Seeing Ji-Yun's sour mood, he chose to cease provoking him, fearing he might push too far. Though Whis feared, no mortal, Ji-Yun was now an apprentice destroyer, a colleague soon to stand beside him in the same celestial ranks. They'd cross paths daily. Maintaining harmony was essential, for the sake of seamless cooperation in all future endeavors. Truly, Ji-Yun's spirits lifted slightly, but skepticism lingered in his voice. After all, if someone had noticed, wouldn't curiosity compel them to look? Especially an old hand like Whis, whose earlier lecherous expression had been flawlessly authentic. Could even he truly claim indifference? Whis looked into Ji-Yun's skeptical eyes, a wave of helplessness rising in his heart. He had no choice but to recount step by step the full sequence of events from the previous day. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, Ji-Yun exhaled deeply in relief, and silently vowed that next time he attempted such an act he would exercise far greater discretion. He must conceal himself more thoroughly. Thank you, Whis. Truly you are a man of unimpeachable integrity. Ji-Yun praised him warmly. After all, from what Whis had just described, he had not only refrained from intruding, but had also intervened decisively to halt Beerus. This filled Ji-Yun with sincere gratitude. No thanks are necessary. We replied sternly. Next time, exercise caution. This is the divine realm, not some playground for indulgence. Whis issued the warning with grave severity. As a pure celestial being, he would never tolerate any impropriety on his sacred domain. Yes, my deepest apologies. I'll be more careful. Ji-Yun hastily offered his contrition. Truth be told, the fault was entirely his, for seeking thrills in the open wilderness. Now he'd nearly been caught red-handed. Seeing Ji-Yun's sincere remorse, Whis chose not to dwell further on the matter. After all, verbal reprimands were one thing, but without some tangible demonstration of discipline, his own simmering indignation would find no outlet. Then let us begin today's lesson. Whis spoke calmly, gesturing lightly with his hand for Ji-Yun to attack. Ji-Yun saw that Whis was already poised and ready, so he dispensed with formalities, steadied his breath, and composed his spirit. His gaze locked forward. With a sharp whoosh, he exploded forward, right leg coiling and releasing like a spring, as his body shot toward Whis like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! Whis shifted his frame ever so slightly, evading Ji-Yun's assault with effortless grace. Ji-Yun, realizing his strike had missed entirely, instantly stabilized his stance, balancing on one foot at his center while lashing out with the other leg like a whip, aiming a devastating kick at Whis' head. Whis watched the blow approach, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Tilting his neck just slightly, he guided his head aside, dodging the strike with serene precision. Ji-Yun, unleash your full strength. At this pace, you'll never land a hit. Whis remarked coolly after Ji-Yun's heart sank. He truly was formidable. To dismiss such a fierce assault so casually. Ji-Yun abandoned hesitation. He activated his Super Saiyan transformation. Crimson aura flared around him. Super Saiyan power amplified tenfold by the Kaioken technique. This was the absolute zenith of Ji-Yun's might, further augmented by his recent battle with Beerus, rendering his current strength even more staggering than before. Impressive. Come then. Whis' eyelids lifted slightly as he sensed the surging pressure. His tone remained unruffled, unhurried. Hiya! Ji-Yun erupted into motion, radiating overwhelming energy, blurring into a whirlwind of fists aimed relentlessly at Whis. A rapid staccato of whoosh 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 pierced the air, yet every single strike missed its mark. Whis' body flowed like silk, drifting through the void with balletic ease, dodging each blow with calm, unhurried precision. Watching his barrage fall utterly short, Ji-Yun's composure began to fray. He pushed his ki to its absolute limit. His speed reached its apex, yet each time his fist seemed inches from contact. Whis slipped away with uncanny finesse. Ji-Yun, this will not strike me, Whis observed, noting the growing disarray in Ji-Yun's rhythm. Gently he offered the reminder. Ji Yun absorbed the words and adjusted his mindset, but his techniques still, he is simply too strong. That thought echoed in Ji Yun's mind. He could sense Vis wasn't moving swiftly, yet remained utterly untouchable. Each blow felt within reach, only to dissolve into empty air. Thus their clash spiraled from earth to sky, lasting a full hour. Vis remained effortlessly composed, while Ji Yun grew increasingly harried, sweat streaming down his temples, resolve beginning to waver. After yet another strike vanished into thin air, Ji Yun abruptly disengaged, retreating beyond the battlefield's edge, lungs heaving with ragged gasps. The relentless assault had drained his stamina. What's wrong? Already spent. Vis observed coolly, watching Ji Yun stagger several meters back. Ji Yun, still catching his breath, offered no reply. Vis gazed upon Ji Yun's exhaustion and sighed faintly. Compared to your destructive power, he said, your combat prowess is pathetically inadequate. Ji Yun dared not protest. Even his confidence in his own strength flickered. It paled utterly before Vis's transcendent mastery. He could only listen, humbly absorbing the instruction. Frankly, I'm astounded how you attained such power. Your battlefield intuition is sound, but your striking technique is virtually non-existent. I half suspect the power you wield isn't even truly yours. Vis spoke with detached calm, yet his words struck Ji Yun like thunderclap, detonating inside his skull. Indeed, Vis had seen straight to the core. Ji Yun's power was undeniably his own, but its origin diverged sharply from conventional cultivation. None knew of his system, the silent engine behind most of his strength, though he wielded it seamlessly to a peerless observer like Vis. His movements betrayed rigidity, his immense power channeled with clumsy inefficiency, like placing a Formula One racer under the hands of a freight truck driver. On straightaways, all appeared flawless. Even a single burst of acceleration could obliterate most rivals. But in the turns, hesitant, imprecise, utterly unmastered. Then what should I do, Vis? Ji Yun asked, genuinely curious. He'd never considered this before. After all, every foe had fallen beneath his overwhelming force. Technique had never entered his calculus. Vis nodded with quiet satisfaction. Ji Yun's receptivity signaled readiness. Simple, fight me. Without restraint, without pause. There exists no better teacher than raw, unrelenting combat. Hearing Vis's words, Ji Yun wasted no time. He surged forward again in an instant. This time Vis showed no leniency. With a subtle leap, he evaded the incoming assault and seized Ji Yun's head mid-motion. Crack! He slammed it hard against the unyielding ground. A year later, Ji Yun with a bruised face crawled up from the ground. Wait, Weiss, let's not fight for now. I really have no strength left. Let me rest for a bit, and then we can continue. Ji Yun hurriedly waved his hand at Weiss. Weiss glanced at he replied faintly, all right then. Upon hearing Weiss' words, Ji Yun felt as if he had been pardoned. He then sat on the ground and gently closed his eyes, enjoying the hard-earned rest. After a year of arduous training, Ji Yun's strength had significantly, his combat skills and power control had reached an extraordinary level. He was almost an entirely different person compared to a year ago. Each time he fought with Weiss, he gave it his all. It was akin to an athlete sprinting at full speed for 100 meters while running a marathon. It was excruciatingly painful. Although this kind of training was incredibly torturous, Ji Yun was nonetheless very happy. This is what they call a mixture of pain and pleasure. Are you ready to rest? If you're good, get up quickly and we can continue. Weiss looked at Ji Yun, who was slumped on the ground, and said indifferently. Over the past year, Weiss was very satisfied with Ji Yun's rapid progress. From a talent perspective, he had completely surpassed the destroyer god Beerus. If Ji Yun had lived as he would probably have long surpassed himself. Hearing Weiss urging, Ji Yun immediately frowned and said, Weiss, can I rest for a bit longer? As the saying goes, cultivation should be done step by step. Proper relaxation might yield better. Weiss listened to Yun's self-regretteous logic. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey, you make a valid point. For others it might be true. However, for you, not a chance. Aren't you just trying to slack off? Let me tell you that's not happening. Weiss said coldly to Ji Yun. He once thought that training shouldn't be rushed. A balance of work and rest and flexible mastery was the best choice. However, ever since he met Ji Yun, Weiss completely changed this perspective. As soon as he relaxed just a bit, Ji Yun would vanish without a trace. Shamefully, he wasn't resting just to rest. He was merely doing some sneaky things amidst his busy schedule. He would often be gone for 2 or 3 hours. He wouldn't come back at all. Sigh. Looking at Weiss' resolute expression, Ji Yun sighed helplessly. All right, then let's continue. Ji Yun slowly climbed up from the ground. His aura erupted once again. He dashed towards Weiss like lightning. That's more like it. Weiss nodded and said nonchalantly. He then swayed his body with the wind, gracefully dodging. Ji Yun had become accustomed to not being able to hit Weiss. His attacks became more spontaneous. His purpose diminished significantly. Because of this, Ji Yun's moves grew increasingly exquisite. It seemed he had reached a state of no self. Bang! After dodging a straight punch from Ji Yun, Weiss' staff struck Ji Yun's chest, sending a tremendous shockwave through him. Ji Yun was sent flying. He rolled several times on the grass before finally stopping. "They saw that hurts." Ji Yun grimaced in pain. His skin had already shown several signs of abrasions. "Get up, continue," Weiss said with narrowed eyes, speaking indifferently to Ji Yun. Ji Yun looked up at Weiss, forgetting the pain in his body. He pushed off with his legs and surged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sounds of fists slicing through the air echoed. About 2 minutes later, Weiss directly punched Ji Yun in the abdomen. Ji Yun curled up on the ground. Holding his abdomen, he curled into a ball in immense pain. "Come on, continue." Weiss' indifferent voice rang out again, not giving Ji Yun a moment to catch his breath. At this point, Ji Yun had reached the physical limits of his body, yet he gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly, pulling up a few blades of grass from the ground. Swish! In the next moment, Ji Yun flashed behind Weiss. A beam of bright light erupted from his hand. A golden energy ball was hurled directly at Weiss. Weiss didn't even turn his head. A protective barrier appeared around his body, directly deflecting the energy ball. Boom! A violente explosion sounded. The energy ball struck a planet in the sky. The planet was instantly obliterated. Weiss suddenly turned around, smiling at Ji Yun. Upon seeing Weiss smile, Ji Yun's heart skipped a beat. He felt something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, Weiss had, unbeknownst to Ji Yun, gathered an energy sphere in his hand. With lightning speed, he threw it directly at Ji Yun. Ji Yun lifted his leg to dodge. He saw Weiss' staff lightly tap the ground. Ji Yun's body became. The energy sphere grew closer, and just as it was about to hit Ji Yun, Weiss suddenly lifted the restrictions placed on him. However, it was already too late to dodge. Ji Yun watched helplessly as the energy sphere struck his body. Boom! A loud explosion issued. Ji Yun's clothes turned to ashes, accompanied by a smell of charred flesh. His entire body was blackened. It was as if he had just come out of a crematorium after being half-burnt. Weiss looked at Ji Yun's appearance and burst into suppressed laughter. Ji Yun, however, glared at Weiss in dissatisfaction. Although this attack hadn't harmed him at all, the stinging sensation on his skin was something no ordinary person could endure. "Weiss, your ability is too unfair. I clearly had a chance to dodge just now," Ji Yun exclaimed. He knew Weiss possessed many extraordinary abilities. However, during previous training, Weiss had never used any of them. But today he suddenly employed them against Ji Yun. This caught Ji Yun completely off guard. "Don't be angry, weren't you wanted to rest? The combat training is over. This is your graduation gift," Weiss said with a gentle smile, looking at Ji Yun, who wore a face of indignation. Hearing Weiss' words, Ji Yun paused slightly. The resentment in his heart vanished without a trace. "Training is over. Graduation gift." Ji Yun murmured. He had been training for a whole year since last year, being completely beaten for an entire year. How could he have graduated so confusingly? Yes, you graduated. Don't be surprised. I believe you can feel it too. Your current strength is no longer what it used to be. If compared, it's probably about 90% of Lord Beer's strength. Ji Yun still found it hard to believe. Has he really graduated? Does he possess 90% of Beer's strength? Weiss smiled, observing Ji Yun's dazed expression. He waved the staff in his hand through the air. A brand new set of clothes appeared on Ji Yun. His injuries had also healed completely. "Here, this is for you," Weiss said with a smile. A cloth bag flew and spirit beans. Ji Yun was stunned, looking at the plum bag. It was the long-lost spirit beans. Without a second thought, he caught it and tied it around his waist. During this time, Weiss had figured out the method for cultivating spirit beans. Now he had harvested quite a few spirit beans. Naturally, this was a way to repay Ji Yun's selfless dedication. After filling the bag with spirit beans, Weiss returned it to him. "Weiss, we're going to part ways." Ji Yun suddenly spoke, slowly saying, his understanding of graduation equated to parting. Plus, seeing familiar items return his side made him reminisce about the scene in school when a teacher returned belongings that were taken. Inevitably, a sense of separation arose in his heart. Parting, Weiss felt a hint of strangeness when he had no idea why Ji Yun felt this way. "You are now an apprentice destroyer. You still have a lot of work to do. You want to leave already? What kind of dream are you having in broad daylight?" Weiss said without any courtesy. It seemed that Ji Yun's awareness still needed further improvement. Upon hearing Weiss' words, Ji Yun felt a bit relieved. After all, Weiss was a decent person. He was a trustworthy friend and a highly respected teacher. Having spent so much time together, if they were to suddenly part ways, he would surely feel reluctant. "So, does this mean I can't leave here in the future, Weiss?" Ji Yun continued to ask Weiss. Although he was reluctant to leave, he had many friends waiting for him back on Earth, especially Bulma and his children. He didn't know how they were doing. Ji Yun felt extremely conflicted in his heart. Regardless of whether he could leave or not, he couldn't shake off the feeling. It's not entirely like that. Destroyers are quite free. Just let me know where you want to go. But your primary task now is to cultivate well. Weiss saw through Ji Yun's little schemes and began. Destroyers usually just cause some destruction. What would be the problem? If it weren't for Beerus liking to sleep, he would have already lost patience and wandered around the streets. Upon hearing Weiss' explanation, Ji Yun felt completely at ease. Initially, when he was coerced into coming here, Ji Yun had some concerns about not being able to return. It seemed he had overthought it. So what do we need to cultivate next? Ji Yun asked Weiss with a smile. Originally, he thought he was done with all the cultivation subjects. He didn't expect that he still needed to continue cultivating. Weiss smiled mysteriously. Then he slowly said, "No worries, next we're going to other universes to cause some trouble." Ji Yun swallowed hard upon hearing Weiss' words. Going to other universes to cause trouble. Ji Yun paused, speaking with confusion. He really couldn't understand what Weiss was planning. Yes, exactly. We're going to other universes to cause trouble, Weiss said calmly, as if this matter wasn't. Seeing Ji Yun's puzzled expression, Weiss continued to explain, "You might not know yet. Our world is not limited to just this universe. Originally, there were 18 universes, but due to some reason, 6 of them were eliminated. The remaining 12 universes formed the world we have now. We are in the 7th universe," Weiss continued calmly. He then went on to elaborate a lot about the history of the 7th universe. After all, as the successor of a destroyer, some foundational knowledge was still necessary to understand. Ji Yun was listening next to him, feeling drowsy. If it had been a fight, he might have been interested. However, listening to lessons was indeed a bit difficult for him. "All right, let's stop here for now." Weiss looked at Ji Yun, whose eyes were already blurry, and said helplessly. He initially thought Ji Yun would be different from Beerus. He would be interested in some cosmic history, but now it seemed he was wrong. In reality, both were of the same kind. "That's it. Wonderful. No, what a pity." Ji Yun instantly perked up, and upon hearing that Weiss was finally done, he immediately put on a face of great disappointment. Weiss was somewhat speechless now. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, Ji Yun just wasn't interested. There was no need to force him to listen. "All right, let's talk about causing trouble," Weiss said with a still calm expression. Sure enough, upon hearing this matter, Ji Yun's expression changed. He wore a hint of anticipation and a little confusion. "The next place we're going is the 6th universe. We're also causing trouble in this universe," Weiss said slowly. "The 6th universe." Ji Yun began searching his mind for information about the 6th universe. Unfortunately, whether it was due to spending too much time in this world or for some other reason, Ji Yun felt that this universe was familiar. However, he couldn't recall any information about this universe. Weiss looked at Ji Yun, who was deep in thought, and did not disturb him. Instead, he continued to speak. "The destroyer of this 6th universe is named Kampa. He is Lord Beerus' twin brother. Kampa's strength is quite comparable to yours now. He will be a suitable opponent." Upon hearing Weiss' introduction, Ji Yun finally remembered. The destroyer of the 6th universe is Kampa. His angel is called Vados. It seems she is Weiss' sister. The 6th universe is extremely similar to the 7th universe, almost identical. Going to the 6th universe to cause trouble for the destroyer. "Is this your idea?" Ji Yun asked suspiciously. As far as he knew, each universe was in a competitive relationship. Although Beerus and Kampa are siblings, their relationship is extremely poor. Thus, in each universe, there is an angel assigned to mediate. Because if the destroyers were to fight each other, it could very well lead to the collapse of a universe, ultimately resulting in destruction. At that time, the angels would need to intervene and stop them. Therefore, Ji Yun couldn't believe that this would be Weiss' idea. Of course, it was not my idea. This was Lord Beerus' intention, Weiss said with a smile. As an angel, he always maintained a neutral stance. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to provoke conflict. "Oh, so it's Lord Beerus' intention." Ji Yun raised his eyebrows, not feeling too surprised, because he also knew that the relationship between Beerus and Kampa was indeed not good. Whenever the two met, they almost got into a fight. In that case, it makes sense. Ever since you had a confrontation with Lord Beerus, he has taken a liking to your talent. He asked me to cultivate you with all my strength so that one day you could annoy Lord Kampa. Weiss continued. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun felt his face twitch. Annoy Kampa? That sounded quite unpleasant. It made him feel as if he were a fly. Ji Yun shook his head vigorously, trying to expel all these thoughts from his mind, regardless of Weiss or Beerus' intentions. The improvement in his strength was the hard truth. Besides, he also wanted to test just how strong he had become, crashing the party of other universes. It sounded quite thrilling. "When are we leaving?" Ji Yun said casually. His expression was filled with confidence. Weiss looked at the already eager Ji Yun and said with a helpless smile, "No rush, we will leave tomorrow. Today you should take a rest. Tomorrow I will wake up Lord Beerus. We will go together to see your performance." Upon hearing this, Ji Yun nodded seriously. Then Weiss slowly disappeared from his spot. Ji Yun also did not linger and turned to walk towards his residence. The next morning, after a busy night, Ji Yun walked out the door with the sleepy number 18. He saw that Beerus and Weiss were already waiting early. "Could you make me wait so long? If today doesn't satisfy me, I won't spare you." Beerus glared at Ji Yun fiercely. For today's moment, he who usually loved to sleep got up very early. Unexpectedly, Ji Yun made him wait in place for more than an hour. Sorry, Lord Beerus. Just wait to see my—" Ji Yun chuckled with a hint of regret. He had been busy all night yesterday, and to ensure he was in good shape, he even had precious Senza beans early in the morning. to restore his energy. A perfectly good Senza bean had given him the feeling of a power-up pill. What are you being fierce for? My Ji-Yun is the strongest. Don't say other universe gods, even you might not be Ji-Yun's match. Number 18, though still drowsy, could not help but rebut upon seeing Beerus' aggressive words. You little girls say that again. Beerus could not tolerate it anymore, and said to number 18 with an unfriendly tone. Number 18 looked at Beerus' fierce gaze. She grabbed Ji-Yun's clothes and hid behind him, still defiantly staring at Beerus. All right, everyone calm. We're setting off now. Weiss said calmly, stopping the quarrel between the two, while casting a somewhat helpless glance at Ji-Yun, who had dark circles under his eyes. Then Weiss tapped the ground twice with the bottom of his staff. Suddenly, a ripple-like image appeared on the ground. The surrounding space began to twist and change. A colorful scene instantly appeared before everyone. It was as if they had entered a shuttle tunnel. Led by Weiss, they moved forward together. Although they were currently on the move, Beerus' fierce gaze was fixed on number 18, as if he wanted to throw her out from there. Number 18 glared back at him fiercely. Although she was hiding behind Ji-Yun, she kept making faces, constantly provoking Beerus. Ji-Yun looked at the two of them glaring at each other and felt utterly helpless. Just as he was about to speak to dissuade, a familiar yet unfamiliar electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has activated the hidden mission. Go to Universe 6 and defeat the God of Destruction Compa. System Reward Supreme Ultimate Skill. Upon completion of the task, the system reward will be automatically distributed. Please take note. Upon hearing this voice, Ji-Yun's pupils began to constrict. It was actually the system's voice. He truly did not expect that the system, which had been silent for so long, had finally come back to life. Moreover, this time, it had directly activated a hidden mission. It seems that today, he could not just annoy Comp, but rather he had to completely defeat him. After all this time, the reward was the Supreme Ultimate Skill. This was a power that even a god of destruction would find hard to comprehend. Thinking of this, Ji-Yun couldn't help but start to grin foolishly. This scene happened to be seen by Beerus, who was still bickering with number 18. Kid, what are you laughing about? Beerus frowned. Number 18, standing behind, Ji-Yun naturally did not see his expression. She directly said to Beerus unceremoniously, You are really a strange person. What's wrong with my Ji-Yun laughing? It shows he has confidence. Does it concern you? Upon hearing number 18 arguing with him again, Beerus felt a surge of anger. His eyes widened. If you say that again, do you believe I will throw you out immediately? Beerus said fiercely, simultaneously making a move as if to grab number 18. At this moment, Ji-Yun broke away from his thoughts and directly stood in front of Beerus. The little girl enjoyed bantering, and he had nothing to say. However, if Beerus really intended to make a move, Ji-Yun would never stand by idly. Have you finished your quarrel? Do you believe I will throw you all down? Weiss said calmly, although he had his back to everyone. He knew everything that was happening behind him. Upon hearing Weiss speak, Beerus finally calmed down, snorting through his nose. He then turned around and sat directly on the ground. Ji-Yun looked at number 18, who was hiding behind him. He patted her head and smiled helplessly. Time passed little by little. In this special space, it was unclear how long had gone by. Suddenly, the colorful scenery disappeared. Everyone appeared in a beautifully scenic grassy area. We have arrived, Weiss said, holding his staff in one hand and placing the other behind his back, speaking calmly. This is Universe 6, the place where God of Destruction, Compa, resides. So this is it. Ji-Yun looked around. The beautiful environment was not much inferior to Beerus' place. Just as Ji-Yun was still admiring the scenery, a melodious female voice reached everyone's ears. Welcome everyone to Universe 6 as guests. I didn't expect there would be two new friends. A girl with blue-green skin suddenly appeared in the air, greeting everyone with a faint smile. She was exceptionally tall, sporting a long, white high ponytail. Like Weiss, she held a long staff in her hand. Around her neck was a large light blue halo. Her outfit bore a striking resemblance to Weiss. Long time no see, sister. Weiss replied with a smile. This person was none other than Weiss' sister Bados. Her abilities were on par with Weiss, and she was also the angel of the 6th universe. Servant and teacher of Compa. Upon hearing Weiss greeting, Bados nodded slightly. She then greeted Beerus, saying, Lord Beerus, how have you been lately? Beerus glanced at her indifferently. With a poker face, he replied, not bad. Beerus did not wish to engage in too much conversation with someone from the 6th universe. If it weren't for Waisake, he wouldn't bother with Bados at all. Bados, however, did not mind Beerus' attitude and smiled at him kindly. After all, he was the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Although they had entered her territory, his status was still above hers. Weiss observed his sister being put in her place by Beerus, the corners of his mouth curling up in a subtle smile. Sister, let me introduce you. This is our 7th universe's trainee god of destruction named Ji-Yun. And the one beside him is his wife, Android No. 18. Weiss stepped in front of Bados, slowly introducing Ji-Yun while pointing to his position. Oh. Bados looked at Ji-Yun with interest, clearly surprised that this newcomer was actually a trainee god of destruction. This is my sister Bados. She is the servant and teacher of Kampa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Of course, she is also my sister. Weiss continued to introduce Ji-Yun with a smile. Ji-Yun sensed Beidos' gaze and smiled, nodding at her. Android no. 18 followed suit, slightly nodding in greeting. After sizing up Ji-Yun for a moment, Beidos slowly withdrew her gaze. She leaned closer to Weiss and spoke in a voice only the two could hear. Is this kid really the trainee god of destruction from your seventh universe? You aren't trying to deceive me into thinking he's here working under you and Beerus, are you? Beidos, being Weiss' sister, almost immediately perceived the essence of the situation. How could that be, sister? Ji-Yun really is our seventh universe's trainee god of destruction, though he might never achieve full status. But I have wholeheartedly taught him how to cultivate. Weiss rebutted, directly acknowledging that was indeed their intent. However, Ji-Yun being a trainee god of destruction was a settled matter. Weiss had truly devoted himself. Upon hearing Weiss' words, Beidos shook her head with a smile, clearly not fully believing him. Beerus was notoriously lazy, always pushing his work until the last minute. With her brother's lazy demeanor, Beidos felt that this Ji-Yun was most likely coerced into doing this work. Instantly, her gaze turned sympathetic as she looked at Ji-Yun. Her gaze attracted Android No. 18's attention. What's with that woman's expression? Why is she looking at Ji-Yun like that? Could it be that she is after my Ji-Yun's good looks? Android No. 18 glanced at Ji-Yun beside her only to find him staring intently at Beidos. Android No. 18's heart suddenly became alert. Her small hand stealthily rested on Ji-Yun's lower back, giving it a slight pinch. This. Ji-Yun suddenly felt a sharp pain and quickly turned to check. Upon turning, he met Android No. 18's warning gaze. Understanding her meaning immediately, Ji-Yun quickly lowered his head, no longer daring to look at Beidos. Beidos keenly noticed the sudden shift between the two and couldn't help but lower her head and laugh. Being a woman herself, she understood immediately why Ji-Yun was avoiding her gaze. Honestly, Beidos was quite beautiful. With her blue skin and white high ponytail, she possessed a unique kind of... However, Ji-Yun had no other thoughts in mind. After all, such unique beauty was merely something to admire. By the way, Lord Beerus, what brings you here today? Beidos, noticing they had reminisced enough, directly inquired about the purpose of Beerus' visit. After all, Beerus held the highest status in the room. They could not leave him unattended for too long. It's nothing, just that I haven't been here for a while. I just wanted to come by and take a look. Beerus casually brushed it off, clearly unwilling to engage in much conversation with Beidos. Beidos shook her head helplessly. She did not believe Beerus' excuse. Who didn't know about the relationship between Kampa and Beerus? As siblings, they acted like enemies. Every time they met, they could easily get into a quarrel. Weiss, what exactly is going on? After failing to get an answer from Beerus, Beidos could only turn to her brother. Upon hearing the question, Weiss could only quietly explain to Beidos the reason for their visit. What? Are you... You should know very well the strength of Lord Kampa. You are letting this kid challenge Lord Kampa. Isn't that akin to seeking death? Beidos exclaimed in shock upon realizing their intentions. At the same time, her gaze shifted back to Ji-Yun. After glancing a few times, she looked back at Weiss. Continuing in a low voice, she said, It's one thing for Beerus to like mischief, but why are you joining in? Although we obey the god of destruction, we must also discern the situation. What you are doing now could endanger this young man's life. Beidos was very dissatisfied with Weiss' actions. She had previously thought Weiss was serious and steady enough, but now it seemed he had spent too much time with Beerus. His personality was inevitably contagious. Beidos now even considered whether Weiss could continue to fulfill his role as an angel. If things escalated, Beidos would not hesitate to report the matter to the Grand Priest for a decision. Sister Ji-Yun is someone I have taught. Am I not aware of his capabilities? Weiss said, confidently smiling. Even if Ji-Yun could not defeat, however, it should still be a fair fight. Beidos remained skeptical. Even with Weiss' guarantee, she still felt that challenging a god of destruction with a human body was a bit absurd. Beidos looked at Weiss' confident smile, unsure of how to advise him. Well, if you insist on this, then I will no longer persuade you, Beidos said helplessly. At the same time, he continued to remind, if anything happens, you will need to bear all the responsibility. It has nothing to do with my sixth universe. This statement was actually directed at Weiss. However, a large part of it was also meant for Beerus. After all, Ji-Yun was now also an apprentice destroyer. Although not officially, if someone were to be killed, the seventh universe could make trouble for them, resulting in a loss that wouldn't be worth it. Hearing his sister's agreement, Weiss smiled faintly and nodded. He also understood Beidos' concerns. Yet, as he always said, Weiss had complete confidence in his disciple. In that case, thank you, sister. Weiss smiled politely. Please, everyone. Lord Kampa is currently dining. Please follow me. Beidos did not say anything further. After making a gesture of invitation, she walked ahead to lead the way. Lord Beerus, it's all set. Weiss smiled at Beerus and then kept pace with Beidos, leading everyone slowly toward the palace ahead. At this moment, Beerus took the opportunity to walk in front of Weiss and quietly said, Weiss, is Ji-Yun really okay? Beerus looked at the battle that was about to begin, feeling worried in his heart, although he had been confident when he arrived. As the saying goes, it's not the fear of 10,000, but rather the fear of one. If Ji Yun were to mess up at a critical moment, it would be a huge embarrassment for him. It's possible that stealing a chicken could lead to losing rice. In response to Beerus' inquiry, Weiss frowned slightly. Lord Beerus, as your servant, I will not do anything detrimental to you. I have confidence in Ji Yun, so please don't think too much about it. Of course, if you want to change your mind, I can say a word now, and we will leave immediately. Weiss said calmly. Upon hearing Weiss' words, Beerus began to mutter quietly to himself. If we leave now, Bados will definitely tell Kampa about today. When we meet again, Kampa will probably mock me about this. Beerus even imagined Kampa's sarcastic remark. What a foolhardy person, no wonder you have trained such incompetent fools. Not even having the courage to appear before me. Thinking of this, Beerus shook his head vigorously. No, this absolutely won't do. Fine, I will trust this kid once. Beerus whispered to Weiss while secretly glancing at Ji Yun, who was still being intimate with Android 18. After hearing Beerus' words, Weiss could only shake his head helplessly. At this point, they had already entered the palace. The interior of the palace was vast and luxurious. Everyone began to quicken their pace, heading deeper inside. Finally, under Bados' lead, Weiss and his group arrived at a large door. Bados gently waved. The wide, massive doors slowly opened. A beam of light appeared through the crack, which then grew increasingly bright. The scene within the room came into view for everyone. A red carpet and elegant arrangements. Various exquisite patterns decorated the surrounding walls. Ji Yun and Android 18 felt a wave of upper-class aura wash over them upon seeing the luxurious room. In the center of the room was a long table filled with a dazzling array of food. Lord Kampa, sorry to disturb you. Bados greeted cheerfully. At the end of the table sat a person who bore a resemblance to Beerus. This person with a white napkin was deeply engrossed in enjoying the delicious dishes on the table. He was none other than the destroyer of the 6th universe, Kampa. Oh, Bados has arrived. Just in time, find a spot to sit and join me for a meal. Kampa mumbled with a mouthful of food, not looking up. Ji Yun found this scene amusing. This guy's way of eating could easily rival that of Sun Wukong. Beerus' indulgences were sleep and food. However, he preferred sleep a bit more. Kampa shared the same two hobbies, but he favored food slightly more. Otherwise, the two wouldn't have fought fiercely later on. No need, Lord Kampa. I have already eaten. Also today, we have several friends from other universes visiting us. Bados smiled respectfully, addressing Kampa. Upon hearing that there were visitors from other universes, Kampa's eyelids suddenly twitched and his eating motion abruptly stopped. Gulp. Kampa swallowed a large mouthful of food with effort, lifting his head to look towards the entrance. At this moment, Beerus stood with his hands behind his back, sneering at Kampa. Weiss stood beside Beerus with a friendly smile. Long time no see, Lord Kampa. Out of politeness, Weiss was the first to speak, greeting him with a smile. Seeing Beerus and Weiss, Kampa's expression darkened rapidly. He did not respond immediately to Weiss' words. He simply wiped his mouth with the napkin around his neck, then forcefully slammed it down on the table. Kampa stood up and pointed at Beerus, whispering, "What are you doing here?" Completely ignoring the greeting from Weiss, as well as Ji Yun and Android 18 behind him. His eyes were fixed solely on Beerus. You haven't been here for so long, yet you still act the same, Kampa. Beerus did not answer Kampa's question, but merely mocked him coldly. Upon hearing Beerus' words, Kampa immediately understood that this guy was just looking for trouble today. The two men instantly became hostile. They stared each other down, and without words they had already exchanged several rounds of glances. Weiss and Bados looked at the two, who seemed ready to fight at any moment. They exchanged glances. Bados unconsciously moved behind Kampa, while Weiss discreetly retreated behind Beerus. After staring at each other for several seconds, Kampa finally couldn't hold back, speaking first in an unfriendly tone. What I look like is not for you to judge. To come to my territory and still be so arrogant. I see you're itching for a fight, deliberately coming here to pick a fight. After saying the last sentence, the murderous intent in Kampa's eyes was evident, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Hearing Kampa's words, Beerus smiled disdainfully. With your abilities, even if I let you use one hand, you still wouldn't be able to defeat me. Beerus mocked without reservation, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. It seemed that at any moment a fierce battle could break out. Beerus' words directly provoked Kampa. As fellow gods of destruction, who feared whom? Haha, I see you are deliberately looking for death. Kampa let out an angry laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, his slightly plump body pushed off the chair, ready to rush over and teach Beerus a lesson. Oomph. Beerus coldly snorted. He also withdrew his hands from behind his back, preparing for battle. Ji Yun watched the two of them like a spectator. Just as in the original story, although the two were brothers, their relationship was as strained as that of enemies. Before they could exchange a few words, they were ready to fight. At this moment, Ji Yun wished he could find a small stool to sit on and enjoy the show. Stop! Weiss and Beerus shouted in unison. At the same time, they each grabbed the nape of Beerus and Kampa's neck, preventing them from advancing even slightly. Let me go, Beerus. I must teach this bastard a lesson today. Kampa shouted, angrily struggling to break free. However, no matter how much he struggled, he could not escape Beerus' control. Why's that guy dare to call me a bastard? I will tear his mouth apart, let me go. Beerus said with a fierce expression, desperately trying to charge forward. Whis felt utterly helpless, but he did not dare to let go, firmly holding on to Beerus. He couldn't allow him to take even a half step forward. Lord Beerus, do not act impulsively. Gods of destruction cannot directly engage in combat. Have you forgotten? Moreover, do not forget our main purpose for today. Whis spoke to persuade Beerus, hoping he could remain calm. Upon hearing this, Beerus' anger slowly subsided. I know, but seeing Kampa's damned face, I can't help but want to hit him. Beerus said, his tone filled with anger. For some reason, every time Beerus saw Kampa, he felt a surge of rage inside him. If it weren't for Whis always getting in the way, they would have fought countless times by now. Do not act impulsively if you cannot control your emotions, Lord Beerus. I may have to take you away from here. Whis said lightly. As angels, their duty was to prevent such things from happening. After saying this, Whis released his grip on Beerus, allowing him to regain his freedom. Although Beerus was still indignant inside, he did not dare to make a move. After all, he was not the main character today. He could only silently pray in his heart, hoping that Ji-Yun would teach Kampa a good lesson and relieve. On the other side, Beerus began to calmly persuade. Lord Kampa, calm down. They must not have come. Perhaps they have a request of you, we might as well listen to them. Beerus had already learned of Beerus and the others' intentions while outside. Whis directly stated that he had trained a new apprentice god of destruction and wanted Kampa to provide some guidance. Beerus was intelligent enough to realize this could not possibly be his brother's idea. Perhaps this was Beerus intentionally sending someone to annoy Kampa. Otherwise, as a god of destruction, why wouldn't he seek guidance? Why go through all this trouble to come here? If it weren't for her brother Whis insisting, she would never have. Okay, I understand, Beerus. Just let me go for now. Kampa took a deep breath and spoke slowly, knowing that as long as Whis and Beerus were here, he and Beerus could never come to blows. He was slowly calming down now. After hearing Kampa's words, Beerus also released his grip. Kampa took a breath. After giving Beerus a cold glance, he turned his attention to Whis. Whis, why have you come here today? If you just want to take a look, then you can leave. You are not welcome here. Kampa said coldly to Whis. He knew there was nothing to discuss between him and Beerus, especially since that brat Beerus hadn't uttered a single civil word. Once he opened his mouth, a fight was guaranteed. At this moment, Kampa also noticed Ji-Yun and Android 18. However, he merely glanced over them, dismissively not paying them much attention. Haha, sorry, Lord Kampa. I apologize for intruding today and causing you trouble. Whis said politely. It was a gesture of lowering his head to Kampa and apologizing. Sure enough, after hearing this, Kampa's mood improved significantly. Just look at him. How could he not be an angel? His manner of speaking was completely different from Beerus. This is our apprentice god of destruction from Universe 7, Ji-Yun. Whis pointed to Ji-Yun beside him and continued with the introduction. When Kampa heard the words apprentice god of destruction, his previously dismissive gaze instantly became serious, and he began to scrutinize Ji-Yun anew. As for Whis' subsequent introduction of Android 18, it was completely ignored by him. After Whis finished the introduction, he prepared to get straight to the point and explain the purpose of their visit. Lord Kampa, today, we came here mainly to— Haha! Just as Whis was about to finish speaking, Kampa suddenly burst into loud laughter. Holding his belly, it seemed he had heard something incredibly amusing. Whis felt a bit puzzled. Did he say something? Could it be that Kampa was laughing so heartily? Jian was also somewhat puzzled. Kampa had been staring at him just now, and he had noticed that. But why did he suddenly burst out laughing? Could it be that he looked funny? Hey Kampa, are you out of your mind? What's so funny? Beerus frowned. He couldn't stand Kampa's overly cheerful laughter. No. The more Kampa laughed, the more uncomfortable he felt. Haha! Kampa heard Beerus' words, but did not. Instead, he rolled on the ground, holding his belly, and it seemed he even laughed to the point of tears. His hearty laughter echoed throughout the large room. This made Beerus feel quite annoyed. Lord Kampa, be mindful of your image, be mindful of your image. Beerus whispered a reminder to the rolling Kampa, who was disregarding his image. After all, there were still people from Universe 7 present. Right now, Kampa's appearance was almost childlike. If this got out, where would the dignity of Universe 6 go? Cough, 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 cough. Kampa coughed violently twice, bending over as he got up from the ground. A smile still lingered on the corners of his mouth. This made Beerus look very displeased. If it weren't for Whis holding him back, he would have gone up to beat this guy up. Beerus, are you on the brink of death? Did you rush to find an apprentice destroyer? Xianpa sneezed mockingly. Beerus heard Xiangpa taunting words. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists. He did not expect that this minor detail would become a point of ridicule for Xiangpa. Xiangpa looked at Beerus' extremely gloomy expression. He added fuel to the fire, feigning a sudden realization, and said, Oh, I know why you came today. Are you here to arrange your funeral? Don't worry, after you're gone, I'll take care of this, brother. After saying this, Xiangpa burst into loud laughter. He knew that Beerus certainly was not here to arrange any funeral. He just suddenly thought of this and found it quite amusing, so he directly said it out loud. To further undermine Beerus' arrogant demeanor. Bastard, you're looking for death. Beerus gritted his teeth and said. He wished he could tear Xiangpa into pieces on the spot. If still young, only lived for billions of years. How dare you curse yourself to death? Lord Beerus, stay calm. Weiss looked at Beerus, who was about to explode again. He quickly patted Beerus back. Bado de Xiangpa explanation. Unable to resist a chuckle. After what Xiangpa said, it really seemed plausible, if it weren't for the fact that I already knew these people's intentions. Lord Xiangpa, we brought Ji in here today, mainly to test the capabilities of our apprentice destroyer. So we kindly ask you to battle with Ji Yun and teach him a few moves. Weiss quickly stated their purpose. Now, he just hoped to start early and end early. If this continued, Beerus would probably be driven to death by anger. Xiangpa, upon hearing Weiss' words, was slightly taken aback. Then he stifled his laughter and slowly said, I knew you didn't come here to arrange a funeral. However, I didn't expect that you actually had this in mind. After Xiangpa finished speaking, he cast a disdainful glance at Ji Yun. In his heart, he already understood Beerus' calculations. Isn't it just wanting to send someone to annoy me? Saying something about guidance, isn't it just a battle? Although Xiangpa did not believe that Ji Yun would be his opponent. However, one could never be sure if the other party had any tricks up their sleeve. At a critical moment, if he accidentally suffered a loss, this matter would definitely be spread by Beerus. Enough of the nonsense, I just want to ask if you dare to accept the challenge from our 7th Universe's apprentice destroyer. Beerus shouted angrily. Now his heart was filled with rage. He decided that as long as Xiangpa accepted the challenge, he would definitely make Ji Yun pull out too tough his hair. Why should I accept? I'm not foolish. Accepting a challenge brings me no benefits. Moreover, this kid's status is not equal to mine. He doesn't even have the qualification to challenge me. So, I refuse, Xiangpa said indifferently, his tone filled with disdain. It's unclear whether this was a disdain for Beerus' intelligence, or a disdain for Ji Yun's strength. Beerus was speechless. He did not expect Xiangpa to refuse outright. From the very beginning, he had been thinking about how to humiliate Xiangpa after the battle. Unexpectedly, since the other party did not accept, what could he do? After all, it was initially his one-sided wish. At this moment, it wasn't just Beerus who was a bit anxious. Ji Yun was even more anxious than him. What's going on? Could something unexpected happen? Could it be that the fight? What will happen to my mission? What will happen to my free and easy ultimate skill, eh? Ji Yun was a bit worried. If it weren't for this mission, he wouldn't be so anxious. If they don't fight, so be it. He could just go back and take a long nap. Isn't that nice? However, the temptation of the free and easy ultimate skill was simply too great. Ji Yun was reluctant to give it up. As his strength increased, this task became fewer and fewer. If he missed this opportunity, who knows when the system would trigger tasks again. If he were to make a move directly, he would probably be stopped by Bardos. He might be held accountable for attacking a destroyer. It's possible he would be kicked out and never allowed to step into the 6th universe again. Ji Yun struggled internally. He began to think of plans. Huff. Ji Yun took a deep breath. In his heart, he had already thought of a plan. At most, he could only provoke them himself. After making up his mind, Ji Yun felt that at this moment, he was as if possessed by a keyboard warrior. Various ancient famous quotes from his past life had already come to mind. Countless vicious words pressed down on his chest. He put on a disdainful expression, staring in the direction of Xiangpa. He seemed ready to blurt out, how about we make... Just as Ji Yun was about to curse, Weiss and Bardos spoke in unison. Ji Yun's words were directly blocked, and he swallowed them back. He looked at the two with astonishment. Not only him, but Beerus and Xiangpa also looked at their master with confusion. Weiss and Bardos both had slight smiles. They smiled at each other. Both of their eyes sparkled with unusual light. It seemed they had other plans in mind. Hey Bardos, what are you doing? What bet are you making with them? Xiangpa asked Bardos with confusion. He was a noble destroyer. What did he lack? He still had a pile of delicacies left to enjoy. He didn't want to engage in some boring bet. Bardos smiled slightly and said to Xiangpa, Lord Beerus wants you to battle their apprentice destroyer, doesn't he? Xiangpa nodded in confusion, not knowing what Bardos was actually trying to do. Then let's make this bet. The wager is if you could defeat that kid, then whenever Lord Beerus sees you, he must lower his head and take a detour. Conversely, if that kid could defeat you, the wager is the same. Of course, that's impossible. So we won't lose, but just depends on whether they dare to accept. What do you think of this wager? Bardos explained with a smile. Her gaze was also looking at Weiss and the others with ill intentions. This plan had been in her mind for a long time. When she learned the group's purpose from Weiss, she had already calculated it in her mind. As Xiangpa's servant, she naturally had to consider for her master. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought Weiss and the others to meet Xiangpa so easily. When Xiangpa heard this plan, his eyes lit up. A smile crept onto his face as he immediately praised, excellent, excellent. As expected of Bardos, you excel in calculations. Bardos shook her head, slightly a hint of smugness curling at the corners of her mouth. She believed her plan was indeed clever, yet she also felt it was quite excessive. If she were to propose it based on her judgment, Weiss and the others would undoubtedly disagree. However, that was of no consequence. It could just as well dispel their delusions of challenging Xiangpa. In any case, there was no loss for herself or the others. Meanwhile, Beerus and Weiss were engaged in a tense discussion. Weiss, what are you betting with them? Beerus asked, puzzled. He had nothing valuable to wager. If the stakes weren't enticing enough, Xiangpa might refuse to battle. If he were to promise something he couldn't afford later, it would be a disaster. That would be a great embarrassment. Don't worry, Lord Beerus, Weiss replied, since they have proposed this bet. Let's first hear their thoughts. Weiss said with a faint smile. As the challengers, they had initiated the challenge. They could establish their own terms for the wager. The other party might not easily accept it. Weiss noticed that Bados and Xiangpa had already come to an agreement. It would be better to let them propose the stakes. Whether suitable or not, they could accept it. For he had immense trust in Ji Yun. Even if they couldn't win, they would never lose. At most, it would end in a draw. Upon hearing Weiss' words, Beerus could only nod helplessly. At this point, there was no other choice. They should first listen to what conditions the other party would present. If it was too outrageous, they could always withdraw, treating it as a wasted trip. Ji Yun also heard Weiss' words. He could only begin to pray in his heart. He hoped the forthcoming battle could proceed as planned. Otherwise, he had just prepared to hurl insults provocatively. He would still unleash a barrage of provocations, challenging Xiangpa and engaging in a duel. Both sides had nearly concluded their discussions. From the other end of the room, Bados slowly spoke up. Weiss, how is your negotiation coming along? Have you decided on how? At this moment, she wore an exceptionally bright smile, because she had already reached an agreement with Xiangpa. Regardless of the conditions presented, her side would never acquiesce. If they wanted to fight, it could only proceed according to her plan. Otherwise, they should leave. He has and my sister already decided. The guests follow the host's lead. How the betting is arranged is up to you. Weiss replied calmly, with a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. He understood his sister very well. The stakes would revolve around manipulating the relationship between Beerus and Xiangpa. Even without being told, Weiss had already guessed most of it. All right, then I won't hold back either. A smirk of triumph appeared on Bados' lips as she glanced at Weiss, Beerus, and Ji Yun. She then very naturally continued, our demands are quite simple. What an esteemed identity Lord Xiangpa possesses. Not to mention ordinary people, even among the many gods of destruction, he is truly a remarkable figure standing out among the rest. How could he casually accept a challenge from others? Bados began to lavish praise on Xiangpa. These words were music to Xiangpa's ears, making him feel very pleased. He nodded in agreement with a smile plastered across his face. Then Bados shifted her tone and continued to explain to everyone. Of course, it is not impossible for Lord Xiangpa to accept a challenge. As long as you agree to the stakes we propose, we will accept your request. Lord Xiangpa can also graciously guide this junior, named Ji Yun. Bados spoke in a very calm tone, yet her words carried an air of mystery. Beerus felt quite irritated listening to her. What are the demands? Just get to the point. It was very annoying. Weiss and Ji Yun, however, remained unhurried. They listened calmly to Bados' words, for both had already decided that regardless of what demands were made by the other party, they would accept. Bados paused for a moment, looking at everyone before continuing. The wager is that Lord Xiangpa will compete against Ji Yun. If he wins, whenever Lord Beerus encounters Lord Xiangpa, he must bow his head and take a detour, not daring to confront Xiangpa. Conversely, the same applies. If Ji Yun wins, whenever Lord Xiangpa encounters Lord Beerus, he must also bow his head and take a detour, not allowing a confrontation. With Bados' declaration of the wager, her smile became increasingly radiant. She believed that even if Weiss had supreme confidence in the individual he trained, Beerus would never accept such terms. It would definitely halt this operation. After all, entrusting one's fate to others is not something anyone would do lightly. All right, we agree. A hearty voice rang in everyone's ears. Bados furrowed her brow and looked towards the source of the voice. To everyone's surprise, this remark came neither from Weiss nor Beerus. It was Ji Yun who had remained silent until now. Then it's settled, and there can be no backing out. Xiangpa immediately jumped in excitedly, saying, he didn't care who made the statement. This condition was beneficial to him in every way. Anyone who refused would be a fool. Hey, wait a minute, Xiangpa, I haven't agreed yet. Beerus was the first to react, hastily waving his hand. This caught him completely off guard. Before Beerus could let Xiangpa speak again, his furious gaze turned directly towards Ji Yun beside him. Kid, I haven't spoken yet. Who allowed you to make decisions on your own? Beerus' tone was exceptionally severe. His reprimanding voice was nearly a roar. He had just been pondering how Xiangpa and the others could propose such shameless stakes. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in Ji Yun. It was still the same saying, it's not about fearing a million possibilities, but about fearing just one. This would be his lifelong reputation at stake. It could not be taken lightly. Who would have thought before he could even speak this kid was even more anxious than him and directly jumped in to take it? Ji Yun nervously looked at Beerus' stern expression. His facial expression appeared quite aggrieved. Although he didn't speak, his eyes conveyed to Beerus. It's my fault, it's all my fault. I didn't mean to, I just wanted to help you. In reality, Ji-Yun was secretly overjoyed in his heart. Finally, he had taken on this battle. This time, nothing unexpected should occur, right? Beerus, are you perhaps having second thoughts? Xiangpa observed Beerus' flustered demeanor and felt quite pleased. Hey Xiangpa, who's having second thoughts? I said I haven't agreed yet. What that kid just said doesn't count. Beerus quickly denied. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret now. If he had known, he wouldn't have come today. Wasn't this just stepping on a stone to smash his own foot? If he lost, how would he ever hold his head high again?